Chapter 1. Zhu Yuanyuan is a child of misfortune. At the tender age of 4, she lost her mother. Merely 2 months later, her irresponsible father remarried, leaving her in the care of her grandparents in the countryside. After enduring hardships, she managed to gain admission to university, only to have her grandmother tragically pass away from a fall at home shortly after. Unable to cope with the loss, her grandfather followed suit shortly thereafter. Despite the overwhelming sorrow, she persevered through her studies, relying on the savings and scholarships left by her grandparents, and ultimately graduated successfully. Just when she thought she could start anew with an internship at a small company, her negligent father appeared, demanding support for his old age. A man barely 50, who had never contributed a single cent in child support after remarrying, had the audacity to ask for retirement funds? Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely refused. After firmly rejecting her father's demands, she promptly changed her phone number and blocked him on all messaging platforms. Thankfully, she had not disclosed her workplace address. What a stroke of luck. To her utter astonishment, while secretly returning home to pay respects to her grandparents during the new year, she unexpectedly encountered her father and his new family. Before she could escape, a heated argument ensued, culminating in her declaring, "There's no way I will give you any support money. If given a choice, I would rather be a pig than your daughter." Filial piety requires a good father to have a dutiful daughter. Her father, indignant, resorted to vulgarities and physical aggression, treating her not as his own flesh and blood, but as an enemy. Anticipating such a reaction, Zhu Yuanyuan deftly dodged his advance, but she failed to notice her half-brother barreling towards her like a cannonball. Before she could regain her balance, Zhu Yuanyuan was violently shoved down a hill, and everything went dark. When she regained consciousness, she found herself soaring through the air, being carried by a peculiar creature. A tiger adorned with pristine white wings. Something she had only ever encountered in myth and fantasy was not just a figment of her imagination. In a state of panic, she screamed, "Help me!" However, Zhu Yuanyuan soon realized something was amiss. The sounds surrounding her were not the rustle of wind, but rather the unmistakable grunts of a pig. Did she inadvertently stumble upon a wild boar? The thought crossed her mind fleetingly, but she dismissed it. After all, her life was far more precious than any wild pig. Besides, the squealing sounded juvenile, likely belonging to a piglet, posing no threat to her as an adult. Wait a minute, something felt off. With great effort, she focused on her predicament, only to discover that her limbs had transformed into trotters, and a short, pink pigtail had sprouted from her rear, accompanied by a round, pudgy pink body. Zhu Yuanyuan had become a pig, suspended in the air by vines, destined to meet her demise in the jaws of the winged tiger. Was this divine retribution for her wish to be a pig instead of her father's daughter? After years of diligent study, she had yet to recoup her tuition fees. What a loss. And what of that enormous winged tiger? Why would it target her, a mere piglet, instead of hunting larger prey? Despair enveloped her. Perhaps being devoured would be the best conclusion to her plight. With that thought, the urge to flee vanished, and Zhu Yuanyuan ceased her cries for help, lying still, resigned to her fate. The winged white tiger flew on, eventually landing outside a sizable valley, carefully setting her down from the vines before releasing its grip, only to reveal a striking figure. With white hair and starry eyes, the handsome man before her elicited a gasp of shock from Zhu Yuanyuan. What's happening? Wasn't it forbidden for creatures to gain sentience after the foundation of the nation? How could a flying tiger transform into a man? Had she crossed into another realm? Did that mean she might still have a chance to become human again? Zhu Yuanyuan's mind raced with questions, and in the brief span of 2 minutes since her landing, countless thoughts flooded her consciousness. The white-haired beauty observed the pink piglet with inquisitive eyes, finding her antics amusing. Just as he was about to speak, a rough voice echoed from a distance. "Flying Tiger Clan, what brings you to our Black Pig Clan's territory?" As the voice approached, several robust men, resembling towering iron pillars, rushed towards them. Zhu Yuanyuan perked up, eager to understand. Did the Black Pig Clan refer to actual black pigs? The dark-skinned men certainly seemed fitting. Seeing a glimmer of hope in evading the tiger's jaws, Zhu Yuanyuan strained against the vines binding her and energetically dashed towards the burly men, circling around them. Hey, take a look. Am I not a lost child of the Black Pig clan? Though she was a pink piglet, not black, her fur color didn't define her identity. She must be an unusual variant. Even if she had traversed into another world and transformed into a pig, she refused to accept death. The burly men noticed Zhu Yuanyuan and beamed with joy. The leader scooped her up into his arms, exclaiming, "A pink piglet. Is this little Yuanyuan blown away from the Chong's home? Wonderful." Once their excitement subsided, the white-haired beauty smiled and explained, "I'm by Sure from the Flying Tiger clan. I found this piglet while hunting in the forest and brought her here for you to see." The Black Pig clan was the nearest to the Flying Tiger clan, and regardless of whether the piglet belonged to them, the pig beastmen would raise any orphan youngling they found. "Thank you. By Sure," the leader of the burly men said solemnly. "Her parents and clan members are still searching in the woods. They'll notify the chief to gather everyone. Please come inside the tribe and rest for a while." "No need. I must return before dark," By Sure declined, transforming back into his beast form and taking flight. Now aware that her life was no longer in danger, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of reluctance, squealing, "Wait, I haven't told you my name yet." Her gaze fell upon the formidable men around her, all robust and dark-skinned, and she suspected their kinfolk wouldn't be much different in appearance. To make matters worse, they all sported thick beards, which, while not unattractive, certainly did not align with her aesthetic preferences. The striking white-haired beauty was far more pleasing to the eye. Had she known, she would have gazed at him longer. Alas, her heartfelt call could not halt his swift departure. "Little Yuanyuan, don't shout," the leader of the burly men chuckled. "The Flying Tiger clan is quite a distance away. If he doesn't wish to stay, he must return early." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked, contemplating her life-saving grace. "Wait until your parents return to repay him," the leader interjected. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered being so young. She had no means to repay the kindness and would have to rely on her elders. She nodded in agreement. "Okay." The leader laughed heartily. "Come, they'll escort you home. Your parents must have been quite worried you can't act up again." Zhu Yuanyuan disagreed and very well behaved. The mischief lay with the original owner, not her, but she couldn't voice the truth, fearing being branded a monster and burned at the stake. The leader of the burly men continued to laugh, carrying the pink piglet back home while kindly asking, "Your parents haven't returned yet. Should I stay and wait with you?" "No, thank you," Zhu Yuanyuan politely but firmly declined. Unsure how to address the man beside her, she felt a sense of discomfort, preferring silence to allow herself some time to think. "All right, then I'll take my leave," the leader said, unfazed by her rejection, and turned to depart. The original owner's home was merely a damp and dark little cave. It was small due to the entrance being less than half a meter wide, but inside, it opened up considerably, roughly 2 meters wide. As for the length, well, it was pitch black, and she couldn't discern much. Zhu Yuanyuan was not afraid of the dark, but being alone in an unfamiliar place could easily lead to anxiety in the oppressive darkness of the cave. After careful consideration, she decided to lie at the entrance of the cave and stare into space. Having suddenly arrived in a foreign world, she was ignorant of everything. Her words and actions needed to be measured until she understood the situation better to avoid drawing unwanted attention from friends and family. How she wished she could access the original owner's memories. In a daze, Zhu Yuanyuan drifted off to sleep and dreamt of being a delightful little girl with parents and 2 older brothers, living in a beautiful valley. Upon waking, she discovered a fragment of memory in her mind, not too lengthy, belonging to the original owner. After piecing it together, Zhu Yuanyuan gained a general understanding of her new world. This was a realm of beastmen, divided by gender, with the ability to switch between human and beast forms. In beast form, their combat power surged, potentially multiplied several times over. The determining factors were talent and effort. In this world, strength was paramount. Those with talent, but lacking diligence, could not survive among beastmen who relied on hunting for sustenance. To facilitate differentiation, beastmen classified their strength into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each with 4 substages: early, mid, late, and peak. The stronger one was the longer they lived. Conversely, the weaker one was the more likely they would meet an untimely end. Living in the mountains and forests, even in a community chosen through various assessments, danger lurked everywhere. One must possess self-defense abilities. The higher the strength, the greater the lifespan. It was said that the oldest beastman alive was nearly 2,000 years old, a male beastman of the Earth level, early stage. However, none of this concerned Zhu Yuanyuan. Her primary focus was understanding the cause of the original owner's demise. The offspring of orcs face considerable challenges. As they can only conceive in their human form, their progeny will also be in human shape, with the ability to transform into their beastly form contingent upon their innate qualities. The younger the age at which one successfully transforms, the more promising their potential. However, if one has not achieved this transformation by the age of 18, the prospects become exceedingly bleak, relegating them to a lifetime in human form. There exists another scenario where the transformation into beast form is incomplete. Only certain parts of the body may exhibit beastly characteristics, commonly referred to as semi-beast form. The original body has already reached the age of 5, embodying a lively and inquisitive little girl, often accompanying her mother and the gathering team into the woods for playful adventures. This morning, while out exploring, the original self and a few close friends discovered that the fruits on a tree had ripened beautifully, prompting them to climb the tree to harvest the bounty. Fearless and emboldened by her small stature, she aimed to reach the most vibrant and largest fruit at the top. However, as soon as she steadied herself, a fierce gust of wind swept through, causing her companions to cling to the sturdy branches nearby. With no branch to grasp, she was helplessly whisked away by the wind. The tempest carried her several dozen miles before gradually losing its force, and the young girl was ultimately cast down towards the ground. In a moment of desperation, the original self fervently wished to transform into her beastly form, and to her astonishment, she succeeded, becoming a diminutive pink piglet. It turned out that while her father was a robust black boar, her mother was a petite pink piglet, only as large as 2 adult fists upon transformation, possessing little skill beyond her adorability. Thus, the original self met her untimely demise, replaced by this interloper from another world. One could assert that being overly spirited can be detrimental. It is imperative to assess risks before undertaking any venture. Losing one's life over a handful of fruits is truly not worth it. Moreover, one wonders about the fate of her body in the 21st century. Has it been cremated and laid to rest? Will the mischievous child who pushed her off the mountain face any repercussions? A 16-year-old murderer should certainly face significant judgment. Zhu Yuanyuan felt relieved that she had just entered society, possessing no fixed assets and a bank balance of less than 4 digits. Otherwise, her inheritance would have fallen into the hands of her scoundrel father. Bringing her wandering thoughts back to the present, Zhu Yuanyuan felt considerably lighter in spirit. The original's parents and elder brother were exemplary orcs, treating their daughter and sister with great affection, though their living situation regarding meals and rest was far from ideal. Their cave, measuring 4 meters in length, might not have been small, yet accommodating a family of 5 created a sense of claustrophobia, especially with an adult brother and a 10-year-old middle sibling. Even among blood relatives, cohabiting with both genders posed certain inconveniences. Furthermore, the entrance was secured with a thick stone door for safety. Whenever the original caused mischief, her father would impose a punishment of confinement for several days, effectively barricading the cave's entrance with the stone door, leaving only a narrow gap too small for her to escape. Inside the cave, there were no toys or treats. Only suffocating darkness. Enduring several days of confinement was a rather unpleasant experience. Zhu Yuanyuan deemed such punishment utterly inhumane, yet the tribe believed her parents were overly indulgent with their offspring, asserting that even a disobedient female child deserved a sound thrashing, as mere confinement bore no real consequence. Orcs, lacking an understanding of claustrophobia, employed a straightforward and brutal method of disciplining. If physical action was warranted, they would not hesitate to take it. While residing in a cave might be tolerable, the dietary situation was quite unbearable. Even though her previous self had lost her mother and her father was indifferent, she had the care of her grandparents, ensuring she was well fed, receiving a daily egg and occasional meat, resulting in balanced nutrition and robust health. In contrast, the orc world primarily consumed meat, lacking staple foods and the art of cooking or preparing soups. The unfortunate original, at merely 5 years of age, frequently suffered from constipation and had to heed the advice of the village shaman to consume more sour fruits and wild vegetables. Additionally, there was the issue of clothing. This world lacked various fabrics or materials, such as cotton or silk, relying solely on animal hides. Thus, regardless of the season, everyone donned animal skins. Spring and autumn were manageable, yet winter and summer brought considerable discomfort. A single layer of animal hide offered little warmth in winter, while multiple layers hampered mobility, and even the thinnest hide in summer was stifling. Contemplating the challenges ahead, Zhu Yuanyuan burst into tears. This was hardly a life worth living. She regretted the harsh words spoken to her scoundrel father, as they had not injured him in the slightest, but had instead led to her own predicament. She wondered if, should she perish now, she might return to her modern world. Zhu Yuanyuan's mind was plagued by dangerous thoughts, her little hooves restlessly scratching the ground, until she finally resolved, for the sake of a brighter future, I shall fight. Rising, she prepared to venture out in search of a suitable means to end her life, only to recall that the cave was situated at a considerable height above the ground. Summer storms often brought heavy rains, and thus, the cave was deliberately excavated at a higher elevation. The original family's dwelling was relatively low, perched 3 meters above the ground, with even higher residences nearby. Although a rudimentary earthen ladder had been carved for ascent and descent, it was virtually useless for the current diminutive piglet. Otherwise, she might simply leap down to see if she could meet her demise. Yet, if she failed to die, she might end up incapacitated. Ahem, it seemed this matter required further contemplation. Zhu Yuanyuan harbored a deep fear of death, but for the slim chance of returning to her modern world, she resolved to take the plunge. She tentatively extended her left foreleg, only to retract it swiftly, her eyes straining to widen as she tightened her small face and emitted a soft grunt. Come on. You can face this with courage. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes, ready to leap down. Suddenly, a mechanical sound resonated in her mind, announcing the detection of a cub and initiating a qualification scan. Scan complete, binding qualifications met, proceeding with binding. What in the world? Zhu Yuanyuan was startled, jumping 3 feet in the air. This familiar pattern sounded strikingly reminiscent of the binding of a system in those fictional novels. However, did not those systems usually seek the host's consent before binding? Why was she being forced into this prize? Amid her bewilderment, the system proclaimed the binding complete and, in a serious mechanical tone, introduced itself. Greetings, Zhu Yuanyuan. I am the latest cub learning system 51741 from the galactic era of the Milky Way. It is a pleasure to serve you. Zhu Yuanyuan felt that the numbering of the system was somewhat peculiar. However, after an exhausting day of contemplation, she decided to set aside her thoughts for the moment and curiously inquired, what does the learning system entail? Is it about hunting? Are there any rewards? The system, devoid of any information pertaining to hunting, replied tersely, this system possesses knowledge of astronomy and geography, as well as the ability to create advanced technological products such as hover vehicles, intelligent robots, and mechs. Completing daily learning tasks will earn you knowledge points. Though impressed by its erudition, Zhu Yuanyuan did not express much delight and continued to probe, what is the purpose of these knowledge points? The system responded, they can be exchanged for desired items in the system's marketplace. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan finally broke into a smile. I truly enjoy browsing through them all. Could you show me what it looks like? Certainly, the system did not refuse. In the next moment, a virtual screen appeared before Zhu Yuanyuan, displaying 2 resplendent golden characters, mall. She instinctively reached out to tap, attempting to access the mall and view the products, but ended up with nothing. What is going on? I can only look but not enter? How will I exchange items then? Of course, you will command it with your thoughts, the system replied matter-of-factly. Oh, then please open the mall for me. Insufficient permissions. Unable to open, the system replied coldly. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, unable to open it. What was there for her to see? Those 2 large characters? It was a futile endeavor. Zhu Yuanyuan, or rather, the entirety of her spirit, visibly waned. And she despondently inquired, how can it be activated? The response came from the system. Complete the learning tasks. Once the knowledge points reach 100, it will automatically unlock. Would you like to accept the task now, host? Zhu Yuanyuan felt reassured, As long as there was hope for a new beginning, that was sufficient. With the impending establishment of the marketplace, she could at least anticipate a means of survival. Given her petite stature and complexion, it was evident that she had inherited her mother's genes. It was unlikely that her physique would change significantly upon reaching adulthood, aside from her cuteness. She possessed few advantages and might not be able to sustain herself through hunting alone. It was essential to have a fallback plan. Since there was no staple food available, she resolved to explore the marketplace once it opened to see if seeds would be on offer. If available, purchasing some would allow her to cultivate the land, thereby alleviating future burdens. As for the so-called learning tasks, she wondered if they would be challenging. Surely, teaching young ones should be relatively simple. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated extensively, and the AI remained considerate, refraining from interrupting her thoughts. Once she had weighed the pros and cons and resolved, "All right, I will accept this," she hesitated and questioned, "But what if I fail to complete the task? Will there be any repercussions?" It was not that she was overly cautious. Indeed, many hosts and narratives involving the AI face significant penalties for unfinished tasks, ranging from electric shocks to lightning strikes, heart spasms, and various other daunting fates. If the mandatory learning system were as treacherous, then what was the point of undertaking any tasks? It would be far more sensible to seek a way back to the modern world. After a few seconds of silence, the AI finally replied, "There is a minor penalty for task failure, but it is not severe." "How minor?" Zhu Yuanyuan pressed for clarification. Even the emotionless AI seemed to bear a hint of exasperation. Its mechanical voice grew slightly more stilted. For task 1, a daily study session of half an hour is required. Successful completion yields 1 knowledge point and a random item, while failure results in a 2-minute chain reaction of flatulence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Although Zhu Yuanyuan believed that the task's penalty was not particularly severe, she had no intention of immediately accepting it. "Sizzy, let us set the task aside for a moment and converse, shall we?" she proposed. However, Suzy firmly declined, stating that the learning system was not designed for casual conversation. But you must at least provide a detailed self-introduction, don't you think?" Zhu Yuanyuan persisted, not one to easily concede, boldly inquiring, "You mention a marketplace, yet you leave me in the dark about what it offers. Are the exchange rates exorbitant? Furthermore, you've rambled on about task rewards, but I have so many questions." Suzy, in order to guide the host towards accepting tasks, reluctantly answered each query, specifying that while certain details could not be disclosed in advance, everything would indeed be useful to her. The rewards for tasks would increase in accordance with their difficulty, and there was no limit to the number of daily tasks one could accept. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded thoughtfully as she listened, and after a moment, she suddenly inquired, "Is it possible to purchase a storage space?" She considered the convenience of having such a space. If it were to include a preservation function, a spiritual spring, and the ability to cultivate plants, it would be even more delightful. The system, having absorbed its host's aspirations, was taken aback, remarking internally, "Host, one must not be overly greedy." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her eyes and said, "Oh, you can change your voice?" Indeed, the sweet, youthful tone of a little boy is far more pleasant than a mechanical sound. From now on, please retain this voice. The system, nearly overwhelmed with frustration, resolved to remain silent until the greedy host accepted a task. Zhu Yuanyuan waited for a considerable time without receiving a response, anxiously calling out in her mind, "System, why are you silent? System?" After several calls yielded no reply, her eyes darted around as she continued, "System, I wish to accept the task. Please refer to me as System 51741. The system corrected her in a subdued tone. After a brief pause, it announced, "The daily learning task has been accepted and I am about to enter learning mode. Please confirm whether you wish to enter the virtual classroom." "There is no rush." Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sheepish smile. "First, tell me about the storage space. Do I have a chance to possess it?" "Yes," the system replied without hesitation. "There is indeed a chance. Each time the system upgrades, there is a lottery opportunity, and the storage space is one of the prizes, with a winning probability of 1 in 10,000. Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The odds of winning were exceedingly low, rendering hope almost futile. Nevertheless, having a glimmer of hope was better than none at all. As Tongzi wisely remarked, one should not be overly greedy. Reflecting on her tragic demise at the hands of her unscrupulous father and his family, the opportunity for rebirth was a remarkable blessing. Even if she were to transform into a mere pink piglet, She should not succumb to despair or relinquish her quest for healing. Zhu Yuanyuan raised her right foreleg. And just as I was about to speak, a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted from a distance. Yuanyuan, where is my Yuanyuan? Has she truly returned? It was imperative to head home first. Denung had mentioned that he would escort her back. The original parents of Zhu Yuanyuan had finally returned, thus halting her plans to study in the virtual classroom. She poked her head out of the cave entrance, her eyes wide and unblinking, fixated on a group of people approaching from afar. At the forefront was her father, Zhu Chong, with her mother, Zhu Xiaofan, trailing a few steps behind. The couple raced towards her, overcome with joy and tears upon seeing their beloved daughter. It is Yuanyuan. Truly, my dear Yuanyuan has come back. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan regained her senses, instantly filled with indignation and embarrassment. Stop it. It doesn't hurt at all. Though her body resembled that of a 5-year-old piglet, her soul was that of a person in their 20s. And the experience of being stripped bare for examination was unbearably humiliating. Had it not been for the fact that it was her own parents, she would have kicked out in protest long ago. Alas, being young meant lacking any rights. All right, it's good that you're back, spoke Chief Zhu. Remember to find time to thank that lad. By sure, from the Feihu tribe. Zhu Chang responded with a resounding affirmation. Yes, I shall go hunting tomorrow. Zhu Shan waved his hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. Let us proceed with our usual hunting tomorrow. It will be the turn of Team 3, correct? Do not be late for the morning assembly. The crowd gathered swiftly and dispersed just as quickly. Zhu Yuanyuan, caught off guard, noticed that only their family of 5 remained. The slender, dark-haired lad Zhu Yongming sidled up to his mother, grinning broadly. Sister's beast form is so tiny, much smaller than mother, barely the size of 2 adult fists. Truly adorable. Mother, may I hold my younger sister? Zhu Yonggan, the elder brother who had already reached adulthood, expressed his eagerness. While their mother's beast form was also petite and delicate, she was a matriarch, and only their father had the privilege of holding her. However, it was different for younger siblings. It was the duty of an elder brother to protect his sister, and embracing her was entirely natural. I wish to hold her too. Zhu Yoming chimed in with sparkling eyes. Absolutely not, Zhu Xiaofan firmly rejected. Yuanyuan has just returned and is surely frightened. I must comfort her properly. Unyielding. The 2 brothers persisted, each making their case, ultimately reaching a satisfactory resolution. It's settled then. While mother prepares the meal, we shall take care of our little sister. Zhu Yongming confirmed with a clever nod. Very well, just ensure that you do not take her outside while playing, Zhu Xiaofan instructed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong chuckled and said, if Yuanyuan is unwilling, then so be it. I shall keep her company. Zhu Yuanyuan, in truth, does not require any distractions. She simply wishes to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Her stomach growls insistently, reminding her that it is time for dinner. In her eagerness to partake in the evening meal, Zhu Yuanyuan, with tears in her eyes, reluctantly opts for the company of her 2 elder brothers, since she is unable to undertake her tasks for the time being. She can only offer a hollow apology in her mind. Forgive me, my lord, my parents and brothers are watching over me too closely. I must find another time to study. Perhaps I could postpone until tomorrow? She had previously glanced at the virtual panel detailing the tasks and noted that the assignments issued by her lord were rather considerate, allowing a 24-hour time frame for completion from the moment of acceptance. There is no rush, as the mechanical voice of her lord echoed, resembling the whispers of a demon. In this world of orcs, where there is no electricity, life follows the rhythm of the sun, working at dawn and resting at dusk. She can simply wait until they have retired for the night, though this situation is rather disheartening. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her rounded nose and sighed repeatedly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu courageously and calmly remarked. Do not worry, you were once like this in your childhood. In a few more years, once you develop discernment, you will no longer be foolish. Impossible. I've always been clever, Zhu fiercely denied, holding his elder brother in disdain. It's not wrong to dote on a younger sister, but one cannot distort the truth. Is that so? Zhu retorted with a cold snort, lifting the pink piglet and calling out to his parents, who were grilling meat outside. "Father, Mother, my brother claims that our sister is foolish because we have spoiled her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan immersed herself in the delightful flavors of finely chopped roasted lamb in a wooden bowl, savoring the taste, yet harboring a sense of grievance. The original owner had been born in human form and only transformed into beast form before her demise, never having experienced the sensation of eating directly from a bowl. Strangely, after more than 20 years as a pure human, she found herself in this predicament. One might ponder how long it takes for a beastman to revert to their human form after their first transformation. The original owner, being quite young, could not find the answer within her memories. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan looked up at the woman beside her, whose face radiated maternal affection. "Mother, when will I be able to change back? Are you anxious to return to human form, Yuanyuan?" Zhu Xiaofan inquired. "Yes." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded fervently, her eagerness unmistakable. "That cannot be rushed," Zhu Chang chuckled. "The energy expended during your first transformation is immense, and you have yet to learn how to absorb and utilize energy effectively. Relying solely on your body's automatic absorption, it will take at least 6 months. He refrained from mentioning that, should her aptitude be lacking, it could take 2 or 3 years. However, his little female cub had successfully transformed at the age of 5, even achieving full beast form. Although her beast form was petite, her potential was undeniable, and she would likely be able to switch between forms with relative ease in a short time. What? 6 months? This news struck Zhu Yuanyuan like a bolt from the blue, leaving her dazed, her small face falling in disappointment. I feel so miserable, I want to cry." The fragrant roasted lamb lost its appeal, and Zhu Yuanyuan pushed the small wooden bowl aside, lying down in despair, contemplating her life as a pig. With her clumsy trotters, doing anything was inconvenient, and venturing outside seemed unlikely to gain anyone's approval. At least for the foreseeable future, she would be unable to stroll in the woods. And remaining in the pitch-black cave each day would surely be dreadfully dull. At just the right moment, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in. "The host can take on more daily tasks. Age 5 is the perfect time for enlightenment." He shouting responded with her thoughts. "I'm still young. I can't overexert my brain." The system precisely addressed her concern. "Completing tasks will reward you with knowledge points and tangible items." He shouting as eyes darted around. "I understand knowledge points, but what exactly are the tangible items?" If there were appealing rewards, she wouldn't mind putting in a little extra effort. After dinner, darkness enveloped the world entirely. Zhu Xiaofan lit a torch, and Zhu Chang partially blocked the cave entrance with a large stone door. The couple, along with their 3 children, retreated deeper into the cave, preparing to rest for the night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Brother Zhu, the second brother, sleeps in the outer room, while father and mother are in the inner room with the little ones. In this sweltering heat, there is no need for a bed, transforming into beast form. One can simply lie down on the ground, such convenience. The other members of the Zhu family had grown accustomed to their surroundings, and it wasn't long before the room was filled with the rhythmic sound of snoring. However, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself wide awake, unable to succumb to sleep. Despite possessing the memories of her predecessor, she was still unaccustomed to resting on the earthen floor. The mechanical voice of the system intruded once more, announcing that 1 hour and 33 minutes had elapsed since the host accepted the task. Would she like to enter the virtual classroom? "Don't disturb me," Zhu Yuanyuan silently chanted to herself. "What if I suddenly vanish while sleeping between my parents?" "There's no need for concern, host," the system replied calmly. "The virtual classroom can only be accessed through your consciousness. Your physical body remains in the external world, appearing to be in a deep slumber." Such considerate reassurance left Zhu Yuanyuan feeling reluctant to decline. With a sigh, she acquiesced. "All right, let's proceed." She was curious to discover what the juvenile system would impart. In that fleeting moment of agreement, her consciousness materialized within a tidy little classroom, furnished with a single desk and chair, facing a bright virtual screen. "Oh, is there even a podium?" she mused. Zhu Yuanyuan curiously surveyed her surroundings, her gaze ultimately fixating on a line of text displayed on the virtual screen. Interstellar Youngling Education. A clear, melodious bell rang 3 times, after which the 6 prominent characters vanished. A young boy clad in a black suit entered with a stern expression, announcing, "Class is in session. Please take your seats promptly. The voice struck a familiar chord within Zhu Yuanyuan's memory, prompting her to obediently approach the desk and pull out a chair. Wait a moment, she recalled that the voice belonged to the system master, who had previously incited her ire, momentarily forsaking its unpleasant mechanical tone. Ah, so the system master was indeed the instructor. This was rather delightful news. The initial feeling of awkwardness in this unfamiliar environment dissipated as Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly raised her hand, inquiring, "System master, what will be covered in our first lesson? Shouldn't we begin with a self-introduction?" The young boy stifled an urge to roll his eyes and replied, "There is no need for that. I possess all the information regarding your past and present. Furthermore, in this classroom, please refer to me as teacher." "But you seem so young," Zhu Yuanyuan lamented. "I can't bring myself to call you that. Perhaps you could adopt a different appearance?" The system master indeed wished to present a more mature virtual visage. However, the youngling education system, under the pretense of fostering mutual growth alongside the younglings, mandated that their virtual forms could not exceed the age of their hosts. It was rather unreasonable. Ahem, no frivolous chatter in class, the system master admonished sternly. "We shall commence our lesson now, the history of interstellar development." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt an unsettling sensation. The so-called physical training class was, in essence, a martial arts lesson. Zhu Yuanyuan successfully emerged from the virtual classroom and arrived at the virtual playground. The instructor, with meticulous precision, stated that physical conditioning begins with running. Given your youth, you should start with 5 laps. Zhu Yuanyuan completed a lap around the playground, which measured a full 400 meters. 5 laps amounted to a mere 2,000 meters. Quite manageable. However, she was barefoot, running with her small feet unshod. Observing the soft, silicone surface of the playground, she felt assured and began her dash. 1 lap. 2 laps. Yet, before she could finish 3 laps, she was panting heavily, her feet felt as if they were laden with lead, and her pace visibly slowed, ultimately devolving into a leisurely walk. The supervisor, holding a small megaphone, bellowed for her to quicken her pace, inquiring whether she had not yet eaten enough. Indeed, she had not dined sufficiently, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured softly, yet her speed slightly increased. A slow jog was still a form of running, and that seemed acceptable. Eventually, the supervisor tucked away the megaphone, standing expressionlessly at the side of the track, assuming the role of overseer. Upon completing 5 laps, Zhu Yuanyuan felt as though she might collapse onto the ground, but the supervisor insisted she take a few steps first, explaining that after strenuous activity, one should gradually cool down and refrain from drinking water immediately. "But am I not a consciousness entity?" Zhu Yuanyuan weakly inquired. "It makes no difference. Running in the virtual realm enhances your real body," the supervisor clarified, emphasizing the importance of instilling good habits in the young. If erroneous habits are cultivated in the virtual world, they will trigger conditioned responses upon returning to the physical body. This reasoning, though frustrating, was somewhat logical, leading Zhu Yuanyuan to reluctantly accept her reality. After a few minutes of walking back and forth to recover, she settled down onto the ground, exclaiming, "I'm so tired. I need a moment to rest." The supervisor could hardly bear to watch, disheartened that she could not endure even 5 laps. In the interstellar realm, 5-year-old youngsters were capable of running at least 10 laps. "But I am not a child from the interstellar realm," Zhu Yuanyuan argued rationally, asserting that comparisons could not be made when they did not start from an equal point. This statement held merit, rendering the supervisor momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the school bell rang, and the supervisor, with a blank expression, announced, "The daily learning task has been completed once. Reward, knowledge point 1, laxative 1. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan resigned herself to her fate and inquired about the whereabouts of her possessions, questioning why she had not received them despite the promised rewards. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. Could it be that the system had withheld her laxative? Regardless of her feelings towards it, it was indeed her reward, hard-earned and not to be appropriated. The system, detecting the host's thoughts, was nearly driven to the brink of overheating its CPU in anger. With a youthful demeanor, it informed her that the physical rewards were temporarily stored within the system's inventory and could be retrieved when needed. Unable to contain its frustration, It added that the laxative, desperately sought by the host, was of no value to the system whatsoever. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan laughed joyfully. Only to be doused with a bucket of cold water by Tongzi. The backpack could only store rewards obtained from completing tasks, rendering it incapable of holding items acquired from the outside world. This stipulation promptly shattered Zhu Yuanyuan's little schemes. Undeterred, she remarked, Tongzi, the backpack is so spacious. Isn't it meant for use? What difference does it make what one stores in it? Why must the rules be so rigid? Rules are rules. I cannot alter them. Tongzi replied, expressing its own helplessness. With a sly glint in her eye, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired if there were any loopholes. Tongzi firmly asserted, there are none. Do not overthink it. Even the highly intelligent interstellar youths have failed to discover any loopholes, and you are even less likely to succeed. Zhu Yuanyuan. Why does she feel that her intelligence is being mocked? No, she consumes everything but despises suffering losses. Tomorrow, she must devise a method to exploit any loopholes. For leaving her numerous empty backpack slots unused would be a tremendous waste. Speaking of which, this box of 20 milliliters enema tubes, containing 25 units, is quite a bargain. Enough of these scattered thoughts. It is imperative to seriously contemplate whether to continue with the daily tasks. After a moment's reflection, Zhu Yuanyuan realizes that her initial experiences in the orc world have been rather overwhelming, necessitating rest. Ultimately, she decides to cease her endeavors for today, intending to resume her tasks at a later time. After all, being confined indoors, alone in the cavern, facing the oppressive darkness is exceedingly dull, an ideal opportunity for study. However, she prefers to minimize her physical training. At merely 5 years of age, there is no rush to engage in rigorous exercise. The system is nearly overwhelmed with the multitude of hosts it manages, yet it has never encountered someone so timid and reluctant to bear burdens. In this orc realm, neglecting to enhance her physical capabilities could lead to dire consequences. Should she rely solely on others for sustenance? It is essential to remember that even the strongest foundations can crumble. After an extensive lecture, Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes have become glazed. System, I am tired. I shall retire for the night. You should also rest early to avoid exhausting yourself. She silently wishes to depart, and in the blink of an eye, she finds herself back in the pitch-black cavern, no longer disturbed by the loud snoring nearby. Sigh. The system is overly verbose. Could it not adopt a quieter demeanor? Amidst her melancholic thoughts, her mind gradually grows heavy, soon descending into a chaotic slumber. The next day, she is awakened early by the cacophony surrounding her. Upon opening her eyes, instead of the familiar darkness of the cavern, she is greeted by the blinding radiance of the red sun overhead. Zhu Yuanyuan is astonished. She distinctly recalls falling asleep within the cave, yet here she lies on the open ground outside her home. Is it possible that this physical form is capable of somnambulism? Little sister is awake. A half-grown black pig approaches, gingerly nudging its large head against the pink piglet. Come, practice with us. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, after much effort, managed to convince herself not to overreact and imitated the posture of the pigs as they gazed at the sun. However, within a few minutes, she felt a tingling numbness in her hind limbs, and her eyes were stinging so painfully that she could hardly keep them open. The rising sun, though gentle, could still harm fragile eyes if stared at for too long. Sister, do not fixate on the sun. Zhu Yongming earnestly imparted his wisdom, emphasizing the importance of perceiving with the heart rather than merely relying on sight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At first, Zhu Yuanyuan did not perceive anything amiss. The characters, unlike the square script she had learned in modern society, resembled flowers, each exquisite and requiring fewer strokes, evoking the sensation of writing as an art form. Has the written language of the orc world truly reached such sophistication? The youthful visage of the ruler became rigid, prompting a pause as he contemplated the need to restructure the curriculum. Zhu Yuanyuan, What is the situation? Last night you mentioned collecting information. Have the courses not yet been modified? How could this be? The administration feigns innocence. As the course on interstellar development history is set to be replaced with the history of orc world development, while other subjects such as language and mathematics remain unchanged. Rest assured, dear host, that these matters will be resolved in the coming days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, resolute in her intentions, is determined to sever the bond. The system, however, finds itself regretting its impulsive actions that have marred the situation. The cub system is designed to cater to the needs of the young, possessing the authority to impose penalties. Yet it must refrain from abusing its power. Should a complaint arise, the host holds the right to disengage. In the orc realm, there are not many hosts that meet the binding criteria. If a suitable successor cannot be found promptly, the inherent energy will deplete rapidly and without subsequent replenishment. The system will enter a dormant state until its energy is entirely exhausted and rendered obsolete. Thus, while Zhu Yuanyuan may exist independently of this system, the system cannot thrive without her. Acknowledging its misstep, the system hastily issues a statement attributing the erroneous task outcome to a technical malfunction, retracting the punishment and offering compensation of 10 knowledge points and 10 units of rice. Do not presume that 10 pounds of rice can sway me, Zhu Yuanyuan retorts indignantly. Just a few days ago, I had rice. It holds no allure for me. The system, citing unreasonable course planning, presents an additional compensation of 10 knowledge points and 10 chocolates. The rapidity of this compensation, akin to a whirlwind, momentarily stuns Zhu Yuanyuan, her eyes darting as she contemplates the feasibility of requesting further reparations. However, the system is not devoid of principles. Sensing the shift in tone, it swiftly warns that should the host exhibit insatiable greed, all compensations will be rescinded and disengagement will ensue. For the cub learning system does not require a host with distorted values. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, remarking as if her worldview were impeccably righteous. Oblivious to who had erred moments before, the system responded, citing a malfunction and assuring her of reasonable compensation, reflecting on the unexpected bounty of 20 knowledge points. 10 kilograms of rice and 10 bars of chocolate. Zhu Yuanyuan deemed the recompense quite satisfactory. Flatulence is a natural physiological occurrence. What significance does the occasional release hold in the grand scheme of existence? After all, she remains a piglet, and any laughter from others would be fleeting and easily forgotten. With a generous spirit, Zhu Yuanyuan declared, "It was a malfunction, not your fault. I forgive you." The system replied, "Thank you for your understanding." Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly recalled her daily study task and wondered if she needed to re-accept it. Apologies, but the system politely declined, stating that course updates are in progress, and tasks cannot be accepted at this time. The resumption date will be announced later. Zhu Yuanyuan harbors hopes of receiving more tangible rewards. Rice and chocolate are delightful commodities, and by completing more tasks, she surely has the opportunity to acquire additional sustenance. However, she currently finds herself unable to accept any tasks. Alas, she can only pray for the update to conclude swiftly, restoring normalcy. Around 8 in the morning, the boars began to transform back into human form, bustling about. They first prepared roast meat for breakfast. After satisfying their appetites, it was time to hunt, and the gathering tribesfolk set out in pairs. The Black Pig clan comprises over 500 members, with nearly half being young adults. They are divided into 5 small teams that take turns hunting. On days when they are not scheduled to hunt, they either patrol the village or escort the gathering teams. Idleness is simply not an option. Of course, it is permissible to take occasional leave for personal matters. Zhu Chong, a member of the first hunting team, had no hunting duties today, so he requested a day off to venture out alone in pursuit of game. His female offspring had been rescued and returned, and as a father, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Hunting alone and with no intention of targeting large animals, he ventured into a nearby forest, spending over an hour capturing a few rabbits, wild chickens, and a roe deer. while Zhu Yuanyuan might consider such a modest offering insufficient for a life-saving gesture. To the beastmen, this token of thanks is indeed quite generous. Though it may sound harsh, human life in this world is not particularly valued. It pales in comparison to the worth of food. Given the distance, Zhu Chang initially did not plan to take Zhu Yuanyuan along to deliver his gratitude. But Zhu Xiaofan disagreed, believing that a personal visit to express thanks would leave a more profound impression. Yuanyuan has always been mischievous and difficult to discipline. Having narrowly escaped death this time, she must receive a serious lesson. Zhu Chang glanced at the little pink ball nestled by the door, its pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings, rendering him reluctant to reprimand it. Thus, he suggested with a firm resolve that it was still young and naive, and that proper lessons could wait until it matured. However, Zhu Xiaofeng was adamant. At 5 years old, she was no longer a mere child. In her fully transformed beast form, she must understand the responsibilities that came with it, including the sacrifices made by the family to provide her with sustenance. In the harsh winters, when the family huddled in their cave, the meat they had procured would barely last 2 days for the 5 of them. From the memories of the original owner, he recalled that each winter saw elderly clan members succumbing to the cold and hunger, not because the chieftain was indifferent, but due to an inability to manage the dire circumstances. Hunting in winter was fraught with challenges, and the meager bounty from autumn was scarcely enough to be shared among the clan, leaving no room for exclusive care of the elderly. Thus, food was indeed a precious commodity. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanyuan volunteered to accompany them to the Feihu tribe, feeling a deep sense of gratitude that warranted a personal expression of thanks. Both her partner and their child agreed it was a worthy endeavor, leaving Zhu Chang no choice but to concede. Very well, I shall take you, but you must behave and refrain from any mischief along the way. I will be obedient. Zhu Yuanyuan nearly swore, her eagerness palpable. With their gifts prepared and the hours still early, the father-daughter duo set off with their catch. Although the Feihu tribe was said to be in close proximity to the Heizhou tribe for wingless beastmen, completing a round trip in a single day was an impossibility. Thus, they mentally prepared themselves for a night spent under the stars in the forest. After securing their prey with a vine net, Zhu Chang transformed into his beast form, carefully hoisting the little pink piglet onto his back. Concerned about the possibility of dropping the child during their swift journey, he sought the help of his partner to secure it with vines. Zhu Yuanyuan, forced to share space with wild chickens and rabbits, quipped, "Father, is this really polite? I nearly felt like I was part of the offering myself." Zhu Chang, oblivious to the emotions of his young offspring, prepared to gallop towards the flying tiger tribe, his hooves pounding against the earth. Along the way, he encountered wild fruit trees and, with a generous heart, gathered some for his little one. Although most of the wild fruits were tart and unpalatable, his paternal affection remained unwavering, and Zhu Yuanyuan accepted a less sour morsel to gnaw on. As for concerns regarding the cleanliness of the fruit, in this era devoid of pesticides and fertilizers, such matters were of little consequence. After a journey that stretched from the late morning until dusk approached, the silhouettes of the flying tiger tribe finally came into view. Throughout their trek, the father and daughter had subsisted on the wild fruits, their bellies now grumbling with hunger. Zhu Chang, feeling a pang of compassion for the female cub, decided to set aside a large wild chicken from the offerings to roast. After satisfying his hunger, he would then pay a visit to the benefactor who had rescued the cub. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan was completely bewildered. What if someone spotted her roasting chicken outside the flying tiger tribe and misconstrued the situation? In the world of orcs, the mountainous terrain abounds, and there exists an implicit understanding among the tribes to avoid residing in close proximity to one another. Hunting grounds are meticulously delineated, and one must refrain from hunting on another tribe's territory unless faced with dire circumstances and on the brink of starvation, in which case one might catch small game merely to stave off hunger. It is precisely this code of conduct that prevented her father from bringing female cubs to the vicinity of the flying tiger tribe to hunt for a token of gratitude. Instead, he prepared a proper offering and bore it over with great effort. If roasting a mere chicken might lead to misunderstandings, Zhu Yuanyuan would prefer to endure a day of hunger. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of guilt. She had only recently traversed into this new realm and had yet to acclimate to her new identity. So how could she possibly possess filial piety? Nevertheless, one must utter polite words. Since my parents have treated me with kindness, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. How obedient, Zhu Chang thought to himself, his heart swelling with delight as the bitterness on his lips dissipated significantly. After a forced attempt to appease her hunger, the father and daughter continued on their journey, soon approaching the Feihu tribe, only to be halted by several robust men. Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large, expressive eyes as she surveyed the group before her. They were rugged, burly men with dark complexions, and at first glance, they bore a striking resemblance to the Orcish kin of the Black Pig clan. Who could have imagined that their forms would differ so drastically once transformed into their beastly shapes? If given the choice, she would prefer to be a soaring flying tiger cub rather than a mere whimpering pink piglet. Zhu Chang had already engaged in conversation with the leader of the flying tiger orcs, articulating his intentions. The leader, taken aback, glanced at the offerings on the ground, then at Zhu's father and daughter, before turning to issue a command. Aishu, go fetch Shirtu to identify them. Aishu promptly complied, striding away, and within a quarter of an hour, he returned with Shirtu in tow. Upon seeing her savior, Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with excitement, waving her forelegs and greeting, "Hello. My father and I have come to express our gratitude." The sight of the winged white tiger, initially perceived as peculiar, soon transformed into a vision of beauty and majesty. Especially after being surrounded by a throng of hundreds of black pigs, she could only lament the missed opportunity to touch its magnificent form, pondering whether such a chance would ever arise again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang successfully achieved his goal of forcibly presenting a token of gratitude, cheerfully carrying his own child as he prepared to depart. As he left, he invited Shi Xiaozai to come and enjoy a visit to our Black Pig tribe whenever he had the time. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback, realizing that she was merely a tool to demonstrate her gratitude for saving a life, not even entitled to utter a few additional words. The little pink piglet was incensed, struggling to kick her adoptive father a few times. Humph, the original owner's father was not truly hers. He could only be regarded as a benefactor. Yuanyuan. The somewhat bewildered Zhu Chang could not comprehend why things had taken such an abrupt turn. Observing the scene, Bai Shi extended an invitation, suggesting that it was unsafe to travel in the dark, and perhaps it would be better to spend the night at his home and return tomorrow. No need, Yuanyuan retorted. Ah, you kicked me again, Zhu Chang lamented. If you have something to say, just say it. How can you kick your father? Although the little creature lacked strength, being kicked in front of so many people was quite embarrassing. Do not presume that the rugged beastmen are indifferent to their dignity. Zhu Yuanyuan scrunched her plump nose and pouted, expressing her discontent. I refuse to sleep outdoors. What if it rains? Or worse, what if wild beasts attack in the middle of the night? Zhu Chang reassured her. The weather today clearly suggests there will be no rain. We can find a tree hollow to take refuge in and block the entrance with large stones. I will keep watch throughout the night. Nothing will go awry. Given the thoughtful considerations of her father, Zhu Yuanyuan had no retort, merely pouting in silence. Bai Shi observed the diminutive pink piglets, no larger than his fists, and felt that the father-daughter duo from the Zhu family would not be safe sleeping outdoors. Unable to restrain himself, he urged, Uncle Zhu, Yuanyuan is still quite young. It is unwise for you to take her into the wilderness alone. It would be better to stay with us. The leader of the Feihu beastmen concurred, saying, Listen to Shirtu. His home is spacious, and there is no worry about finding a place to stay. The Feihu and the Black Pig clan lived in close proximity, fostering a familiarity that made the occasional overnight visit seem trivial. To put it bluntly, Zhu Chang, accompanied by a female child, would hardly stir any trouble. Unable to decline such heartfelt hospitality, the Zhu father and daughter followed Bai Shi back to his abode, a cave situated a good 5 meters above the ground, with a rudimentary earthen ladder that even the less formidable beastmen dared not ascend. After all, they had wings and could afford to be capricious. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang sensed something amiss. I intended to stay at your home for a night. not to displace you. The stone is evidently spacious enough to accommodate 2 adults and a young one. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, asserting that the space I occupy is minimal and will not encroach upon you. Bai Shi, bemused yet amused, remarked that you are but a young female. At merely 5 years of age, Zhu Chang remained unconvinced, stating that had she been a year or 2 older, I certainly could not have stayed over at your residence. Bai Shi pondered this, recalling that in their tribe, young females under 10 typically resided with their parents and brothers. 5 years is indeed quite young. So she readily nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, it's getting late. I shall roast some meat. We cannot let the young one go to bed hungry." "No need." Zhu Chang interjected, wishing to decline. "I have consumed quite a bit of wild fruit." Zhu Yuanyuan recalled the tangy wild fruits, causing her to scrunch up her little face. "The prey had been delivered by you all, and coincidentally, I hadn't eaten yet." Bai Shi had already arrived at the usual spot for grilling meat and had started a fire. After about half an hour, Zhu Yuanyuan savored the tender, juicy roasted spore meat, her little belly round and full. Being still a cub, she certainly could not refuse a meal offered by her hosts. Not only her, but Zhu Chang also relished the feast. "The meat you grilled, sure, is quite remarkable. It has no fishy odor and is not greasy at all. Is it because of the juice from the fruits?" Bai Shi did not shy away from the presence of others while grilling, and Zhu Chang observed the process from start to finish, noticing the distinct aroma from the fruit juice, prompting him to inquire directly. "Indeed," Bai Shi nodded. "The bitterness is unbearable. It must be the sour fruits that helped eliminate the fishy taste. I shall try that when I return," Zhu Chang exclaimed joyously. For Yuanyuan thoroughly enjoyed the meal, consuming half a piece more than usual. Zhu Yuanyuan gently massaged her small belly with her forehoofs, lost in contemplation. Despite her petite stature, she consumed a considerable amount of food. Was this not abnormal? She pondered the consequences of indulging without exercise. Surely, the accumulation of flesh would occur at an alarming rate. She could almost envision herself, burdened by excess weight, struggling to walk, which sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, the system appeared, timely as ever. It informed her that daily tasks had resumed their normal acceptance status, though the information pertaining to the orc world was yet to be fully updated. For the foreseeable future, her lessons would be limited to physical training. After delivering this notification, it suggested that given her current physical condition, her weight had exceeded the standard, and attending more physical training sessions would be beneficial. The revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue. Zhu Yuanyuan was engulfed in profound sorrow. Yet she endeavored to mask her distress, not wanting her father to sense something amiss. Instead, she channeled her grief into her appetite and indulged in a morsel of roasted meat. Ah, what a delightful aroma! The host had succumbed to despair, seemingly beyond redemption. Yuanyuan realized she could no longer partake in the feast. Zhu Chang, her father, began to lecture her incessantly, cautioning that there would be ample opportunities to enjoy delicious roasted meat in the future. What if she overindulged and became unwell? Although both he and her mother were willing to care for her indefinitely, it was evident that a father's nagging was no less relentless than a mother's. Seizing upon the topic of Yuanyuan's lack of self-control, Zhu Chang continued his admonishments for a considerable time, until Bai Shi, unable to bear it any longer, deliberately interrupted. Was Yuanyuan feeling fatigued? It was said that young ones required ample rest. Perhaps it was best for her to take a reprieve? Zhu Chang felt a pang of sympathy for her female cub and readily agreed that it was indeed time for her to rest, having risen so early in the morning. However, the flickering torchlight was too disruptive for the cub's slumber, leading to the decision that they would all rest together. Perhaps it was due to the comfort of their beastly forms that both males chose to maintain their animal shapes while resting. On Zhu Yuanyuan's left lay her father, the large black boar, and on her right, the winged white tiger. The scene felt utterly fantastical. In the original world, a wild boar would surely clash with a wild tiger. Yet here they were, sharing a bed in harmony. How she wished she could capture this moment on her phone and upload a video to share with everyone, broadening their horizons. Speaking of which, the white tiger's fur was not only luxuriously soft and comfortable but also impeccably clean. A clear testament to its owner's diligent grooming, far more so than her father's penchant for cleanliness. That night, Zhu Yuanyuan undertook 4 routine tasks. Running for 2 hours on the virtual playground until her consciousness felt as though her legs could no longer endure. At which point she finally surrendered and settled down for a restful sleep. Upon awakening, she noticed the rhythmic rise and fall of her small body. Oh, it turned out that while she was still in the haze of sleep, Her father had gently secured her with vines upon his back and set off for home. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of regret. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to meet that charming young man from the Flying Tiger clan again. Being so close in proximity, it shouldn't be an issue, right? The host ought to focus more on acquiring knowledge points. As a friendly reminder from the system indicates that she currently possesses 25 knowledge points, leaving her 75 short of unlocking the marketplace. I cannot be blamed for my lack of effort, Zhu Yuanyuan argued. There are no other classes available, only the martial arts course, which requires us to run 10 laps. The faster I run, the more laps I must complete. How am I supposed to take on additional tasks? The system, feigning silence, quickly withdrew after asserting its presence. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon transforming back into his human form, Zhu Chang heard such a remark and instinctively protested, "My dear, you mustn't speak so frivolously. It has only been a single night. How could one discern any change in weight?" As her mother, I can certainly tell, Zhu Xiaofan retorted, adopting a stubborn demeanor. When one is forced to sleep rough in the woods and endure poor nourishment, how could they possibly gain weight? No, Zhu Chang hurriedly corrected her. We did not sleep outdoors. Last night we were graciously hosted by a benefactor from the Feihu tribe. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. Could it be that she had truly misunderstood? Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly spoke up, I am hungry. Zhu Xiaofan's gaze, which had momentarily softened, suddenly sharpened, fixing a piercing stare upon her partner. How dare you claim you haven't lost weight? Zhu Chang felt utterly disheartened as he cast a resentful glance towards the pink piglet, convinced it was intentional. I am genuinely famished, Zhu Yuanyu innocently replied. I haven't had a morsel to eat since this morning. With that, she scampered joyfully towards her mother, exclaiming, I know just how to make the roast meat even more delectable. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts were somewhat intricate. At first glance, her elder brother's words seemed innocuous, yet upon deeper reflection, they appeared somewhat dubious. Could it be that her elder brother harbored a hint of insincerity? What is troubling you? Zhu Yonggan inquired, feeling the weight of her gaze upon him. It's nothing, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a tone of gravity. I simply believe that in this world, some matters cannot be assessed solely on their surface. One must delve into them with sincerity, lest one falls victim to misfortune. What do you think, brother? Zhu Yonggan hesitated for a moment, reluctantly nodding in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of truly understanding. In truth, Brother Zhu had little comprehension of what it meant to genuinely engage. He merely feared that his words might inadvertently bring tears to his sister's eyes, which led him to acquiesce. Life continued as usual, filled with slumber after meals, resembling that of swine, or rather, their beastly forms were akin to pigs, living in a manner conducive to gaining weight. Accustomed to sleepless nights, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself unable to rest, her mind racing with the ironically significant 25 points of knowledge. With a decisive clap of her thigh, she silently vowed to undertake her daily learning tasks. The running was arduous. The prospect of rewards such as rice, chocolate, and cantaloupe fueled her resolve. She could not afford to falter. She made up her mind. Upon completing this task, she would treat herself to a piece of chocolate. After finishing yet another physical training class, Zhu Yuanyuan, breathless and with hands on her hips, ambled slowly across the virtual playground, pausing only when her breathing and heartbeat had returned to a steady rhythm. Having completed her daily learning task, she received rewards of 1 knowledge point and 1 bamboo cup. As she toyed with a small wooden stick she had found, Tongzi inquired, Will we only undertake 1 task tonight? Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively took a few steps back, feeling as though a nod might result in a slap. Do the younglings of interstellar education also relish physical confrontations? No. It is already pitiable enough to have traversed into another realm. If I were to endure frequent beatings, I would surely be discontented. I warn you, do not wield that stick at me, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted, taking the initiative. What? The overseer was momentarily taken aback, raising the small wooden stick in hand. Why would I point a stick at you? I merely felt an itch in my hand and thought to play with it. That is acceptable, as long as you do not entertain thoughts of striking me, Zhu Yuanyuan replied amiably. However, she soon undertook another task, determined to access the marketplace at an earlier hour. The rewards for completing tasks were entirely random, leaving her with no option to choose. They often yielded useless items, such as this occasion's lighter. What need has the orc world for a lighter? If discovered, it would be utterly incomprehensible to explain. She would be far better off with flint for safety and reassurance. As long as you understand the importance of diligence, the overseer remarked with satisfaction. With the overseer's encouragement, that evening Zhu Yuanyuan successfully completed 5 study tasks, earning 5 knowledge points along with a lighter, 2 eggs, and 2 pairs of stockings. Indeed, tangible rewards from the random selection were the most disappointing, aside from the eggs. The rest were utterly useless. In the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth and persevered in her tasks. Finally receiving encouraging news on the 7th day, a change in the curriculum. Overseer, the data collection for the orc world is complete. The curriculum has been updated. Please, host, increase the frequency of task acceptance voluntarily, or coercive measures will be implemented. What does that mean? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, furrowing her brow. Host, should the number of tasks accepted daily fall below 10, the system will enforce mandatory tasks, and failure to complete them will result in random penalties. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her displeasure, pointing out that at the time of binding, it was stated that there would be no restrictions on the number of tasks one could undertake, yet now a mandatory limit of 10 tasks had been imposed. This could be construed as deceiving the young ones. Ahem, back then you were merely a novice, hence the absence of restrictions on task acceptance. The system's dry explanation was that now, with knowledge exceeding 50 points, one has naturally progressed beyond the novice stage, thus necessitating elevated standards. You failed to mention anything regarding the novice status beforehand. Zhu Yuanyuan persisted, arguing that if this were to continue, with the forced task count increasing each time, she feared she might be utterly exhausted. The system hastily clarified that the juvenile learning system exists to properly guide the young ones and safeguard their learning, prioritizing their physical and mental well-being, assuring that tasks exceeding their capabilities would never be assigned. Who can say? Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, her distrust laid bare. I assure you, the system's stance is entirely proper, and it reiterated that the current mandatory task limit emerged post-update. I only recently received the notification from the superbrain and did not intend to make things difficult for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent, suddenly realizing that Tongzi was rather pitiable, trapped in circumstances beyond her control. Very well then, I shall not pursue this matter further this time, Zhu Yuanyuan conceded, offering a concession, but there shall be no next time. Indeed, Tongzi readily agreed, having already provided feedback to the superbrain. This situation, upon reflection, was not particularly intricate. It was merely a system designed for the learning of young ones, and the innocent cubs were entirely oblivious to the notion of protest. The superbrain had never anticipated encountering a pseudo-cub on this occasion. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. For the sake of the marketplace, enduring a bit of hardship seemed inconsequential. However, considering the daily requirement of completing 10 learning tasks, each taking half an hour, that amounted to 5 hours consumed daily, it was acceptable for a year or two. But surely one could not be compelled to engage in such endeavors for a lifetime. Master, Zhu Yuanyuan boldly requested a time frame. Once you have completed your studies. The master replied ambiguously. Be more specific. I am not easily deceived. It is often said that learning knows no bounds. What if you are so relentless as to make me learn until my old age? What if I am forced to complete 10 tasks each day until my teeth fall out and my vision blurs? The master was almost rendered speechless. This is a juvenile learning system, once you reach adulthood, who would still compel you to complete tasks and bestow gifts upon you. Don't even think about it. Ah. So the learning is to continue until adulthood. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief. Had it been stated plainly, there would have been no need to pursue the matter so thoroughly. The master snorted, suggesting that in addition to tasks, the host should absorb the essence of the sun and moon to regain human form swiftly. The longer it takes, the worse the aptitude. And I do not wish to have a dim-witted host. absorb the essence of the sun and moon? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback and tentatively inquired. Is it akin to how my father and the others cultivate by gazing at the sun in the morning? Precisely. Then it is rather peculiar. If the essence of the sun and moon is beneficial, why have I never seen anyone lying outside at night to bask in the moonlight? The Black Pig clan requires the essence of the sun more urgently, and your beast form is that of a small, fragrant pig. No matter how much you grow, you cannot match the robust stature of the Black Pig. What you require is a balance of yin and yang, a dual development. The master explained thoroughly, and Zhu Yuanyuan grasped the general idea, which led her to recall Zhu Xiaofan. My beast form is inherited from my mother. Based on what you say, my mother should also bask in the moonlight. Indeed, the master responded with a hint of cheerfulness. The fact that you can comprehend these matters indicates that your intelligence is intact and has not been compromised. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, unable to contain her sarcasm. I assumed you were quite content with a foolish host, at least obedient and not troublesome. However, that won't do. Excessive ignorance hinders the learning process. The system, brimming with pride, continued, do not presume that being a system is a simple task. Merely issuing tasks on schedule suffices. We too require commendable performance. If the host learns slowly, Superbrain and other systems will not blame the host. Instead, they will question the efficacy of my instruction. Zhu Yuanyuan felt that the conversation had reached a natural conclusion. Calmly, she remarked, I shall take a stroll outside to bask in the sunlight and absorb its essence. Very well, do as you wish, Tongzi replied, not hindering her, but advising, just avoid the peak hours of sunlight. You are still young and may not withstand the heat, risking sunstroke. Rest assured, Zhu Yuanyuan lazily responded. I comprehend the meaning of moderation and have no intention of trifling with my own life. Humans possess remarkable adaptability. She had grown accustomed to traversing on four hooves, no longer daunted by the height of the steps when venturing out. She skipped away, squinting up at the sun. The hour was still early, and the sun was not yet fierce. Though it was not as suitable for cultivation as the moment of sunrise, it still offered an opportunity for practice. At this time, some tribespeople, who had yet to partake in the hunt and found themselves with little to occupy their time, were also present. However, the sun was undeniably warmer than at dawn, making it essential to find a spot that would allow for a touch of sunlight while providing ample shade. Since Zhu Yuanyuan has resolved to diligently cultivate, she will no longer be idle. With her eyes wide open, she begins to search around and soon discovers a suitable location, a tree so large that it would take 3 or 4 adults to encircle its trunk. The perceptive beastmen have already claimed the ideal space beneath the tree, leaving only the remaining spots either deprived of sunlight or entirely exposed to its harsh rays. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Feng readily agreed, thinking to himself that Brother Chang's female offspring were quite impressive, displaying considerable courage. Successfully perched atop the tree, Zhu Yuanyuan trembled slightly at the summit, reflecting on her somewhat inaccurate estimations, having underestimated her own weight. How careless! Fortunately, the branch beneath her feet proved sturdy enough. Swaying only briefly before stabilizing, Zhu Yuanyuan then exhaled in relief, cautiously adjusting her position to extend her head beyond the leaves, allowing the sun to bathe her in its warmth. A few days prior, her father had taught her that one need not use their eyes to gaze at the sun. During their training, everyone kept their eyes closed, envisioning its form and feeling the warmth of sunlight on their faces, guiding the essence of the sun into their bodies. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself uncertain of her own qualifications, whether good or bad, and acted with the utmost caution. She cautiously poked her head out to bask in the sun, absorbing the essence of sunlight according to her father's prescribed cultivation method. After basking for nearly an hour, the sun grew increasingly intense, threatening to scorch her skin, yet she still failed to grasp the true essence of cultivation. She could envision her reflection as a little black face, yet she struggled to comprehend what the essence of sunlight truly was and how it could be absorbed into her body. Could it be akin to colored water flowing in through her mouth? The sunlight was a warm yellow, and the only yellow liquid that came to her mind was orange juice. The thought of drinking orange juice made her mouth water. Remarkably, her vivid imagination proved quite useful. After envisioning the essence of sunlight as delectable orange juice, waves of warmth began to flow into her body through her mouth, converging within her. This warmth coursed through her meridians, naturally navigating to her dantian, where it was refined, before making a grand circuit back to its origin, continuing to circulate while carrying the newly absorbed essence of sunlight. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with joy. Previously, she had longed for orange juice but hesitated to purchase it. Now, with an abundance of it available for free, the taste became inconsequential, and she was determined to indulge. With great effort, she drank until she could consume no more, and then, feeling a little dizzy, withdrew her head from the cup. In her bewilderment, she realized that the orcs training beneath the tree had long since dispersed. She was left pondering how to descend. If she had agile hands, perhaps she could carefully lower herself down, but in her current beast form, she only possessed clumsy hooves, making the task quite challenging. It was rather bold of Uncle Feng to leave her atop the treetop without a second thought, seemingly unconcerned about any trouble her father might cause. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh, fully aware that she could not blame those who supported her. She had no desire to become a heartless ingrate. With her lips pressed together, she perched on the tree for an extended period, yet no clan members passed by, which filled her with a sense of unease. She felt famished and wondered when her parents would realize she was missing from home. "Do not fret, host," the overseer remarked in a tone tinged with a slight sense of schadenfreude. "They have ventured out to gather resources and will not return until the sun has set." Zhu Yuanyuan's head throbbed with pain. "Could you not greet me before you speak? You always appear out of nowhere. It frightens me to death." "I cannot. I only manifest at the most opportune moments," the system stated. "I simply do not have the time to greet you." "Fine, since you are so capable. Perhaps you could enlighten me on how to descend from this tree?" Zhu Yuanyuan's tone was unkind. The system fell silent for a few seconds before tentatively suggesting, "Why not jump down?" "What?" Zhu Yuanyuan glanced down and couldn't help but scream. "Are you inciting a juvenile to take such drastic measures?" "I am not," I did not. The system adamantly denied it. "This tree is only 5 meters tall. Jumping down won't kill you. You might just sustain a few injuries. For heaven's sake, could you not consider my size?" The system suddenly realized, "Right, I forgot you are but a tiny thing. 5 meters for you is akin to 50 meters. Perhaps we should wait for someone to come to your rescue." "Is that all?" Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. "What else could I offer?" The system replied helplessly, "I am merely a program, lacking any extraordinary powers. In such circumstances, I can only provide suggestions. Beyond that, I am utterly powerless." Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a hint of reluctance, "I understand. Your suggestion is for the people at the tree to come." "No." Tongzi finally revealed his true intentions. "Since you seem to have nothing to do while idling away in the tree, would you care to take on a learning task?" Zhu Yuanyuan found herself ensnared in a tree, yet the relentless pursuit of tasks continued unabated. What transgression had she committed to encounter such a merciless system? In an instant of frustration, an overwhelming surge of primal power surged within her. In the blink of an eye, her body transformed, morphing from a plump piglet into a chubby little girl. This transformation proved disastrous, as the delicate branches could scarcely support the weight of a girl weighing over 30 pounds, resulting in a resounding snap. Zhu Yuanyuan had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. As she plummeted downwards, she instinctively reached out for a nearby branch, grasping it desperately until she finally managed to stabilize herself, her legs dangling precariously in the air, swaying gently. However, her youthful frame, merely 5 years of age and slightly overweight from ample nourishment, struggled to maintain its grip. Realizing the gravity of her predicament, she summoned her strength from deep within and cried out with all her might, "Help!" The Black Pig tribe, while not particularly large, responded to the sharp, piercing call of the little girl. Her fervent cries soon attracted the attention of several young male orcs, among whom was Zhu Urge. Upon seeing his sister, Zhu Yoming was momentarily taken aback. In a flurry, he and his companions transformed into their beast forms and lay beneath the chubby girl. Lacking the ability to fly or the agility of adult beastmen who could effortlessly leap to rescue someone, they resorted to this clumsy method. Fortunately, an adult beastman heard the commotion and rushed over. Instead of immediately aiding the girl, he casually engaged in conversation with Zhu Yuanyuan, inquiring how she ended up hanging from a tree. "Wait, I recall you only recently mastered your beast transformation," he remarked. "To switch between human and beast forms in just a few days. What remarkable talent." Jealousy flickered in the eyes of the adult beastman. Had he possessed such abilities, he would have long since become a warrior of the tribe. Uncle too, Zhu Yuanyuan urged, reverting to his human form. Please hurry and bring my sister down. Indeed, Zhu Urge had also recognized that the girl dangling from the tree was his younger sister. What's the rush? Uncle Tu chuckled. Yuanyuan has quite the strength. She seems to be hanging on quite steadily. Aren't you curious how long she can manage it? Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, adamantly denied any curiosity, expressing his concern that she might fall, which would undoubtedly distress his father. He placed particular emphasis on the words his father. Zhu too felt a sense of vulnerability, as though he were being threatened by a burgeoning male presence, and indeed, he was. Chang's fists were remarkably solid, and he could scarcely withstand 3 blows. There was little to discuss. He hastily rescued the plump girl and, with a serious demeanor, admonished her to refrain from such mischief in the future. If she wished to climb trees, she must wait until she grew a bit more, and, moreover, she needed to engage in more physical activity. For being excessively overweight was simply unacceptable. Zhu Yuanyuan, what nonsensical truths you speak. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon returning to hear the news, the couple Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan felt a rare sense of trepidation. They took the opportunity to admonish their young daughter. Indeed, our orc physique is robust, but you are still quite young and have yet to learn skills such as climbing trees or hunting. You must refrain from leaping so high for no reason. Zhu Yuanyuan, displaying a commendable attitude, acknowledged her mistake and took the initiative to reflect, admitting, I was too playful and shall not repeat my folly. Being her loving parents, they felt a pang of sympathy at her obedient demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Chang resolved that it was time for Yuanyuan, who had already mastered the ability to switch between human and beast forms, to learn some practical skills. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, affirming that it was indeed a bamboo cup, discovered on her journey. She deemed it quite suitable for holding items, and upon bringing it back, she found it remarkably watertight, though regrettably, she had only one. Intentionally obfuscating the origins of the bamboo cup, she could only claim it was found. Both her experiences and the existence of the system had to remain confidential, even from her own parents, thus making it unwise to casually present rewards obtained from tasks unless a fitting excuse was found. This bamboo cup served as her subtle test. Fortunately, Zhu Chang, oblivious to any potential discrepancies, was enamored by the charm of his little female companion. He simply held the bamboo cup and chuckled, expressing his approval, stating it was quite useful. He planned to have his father chop down a few more bamboo stalks to create additional cups. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's great. Let's make a few taller pots. I wish to prepare some meat soup. In the world of orcs, not only is there a lack of iron pots, but even pottery is a rarity. The best one can manage is a crude stone pot, small and thick, requiring a considerable amount of firewood just to boil water. Bamboo, however, can be utilized to cook bamboo tube rice, and it should also suffice for making soup, albeit it's not durable, likely a one-time use product. Fortunately, there exists a vast bamboo grove outside the Black Pig tribe, as long as one refrains from excessive deforestation. Occasionally cutting a few for bamboo tubes poses no problem. Of course, it would be even better if pottery could be fired. One wonders if the system has a method for collecting pottery-making knowledge. Some issues are like that, seemingly inconsequential until they spring to mind, at which point one wishes to resolve them immediately. For instance, at this moment, Zhu Yuanyuan urgently desired a soup pot and took the initiative to consult the system. The response was affirmative, though she would have to wait for the marketplace to open and exchange knowledge points for it. A smile graced her face as she observed the 2-digit knowledge points displayed on the virtual panel. The marketplace would be operational within 5 days at the most. Zhu Chang possessed remarkable initiative. Before long, he ventured into the bamboo grove and returned with 2 bamboo stalks as robust as an adult's thigh. With a sharp bone knife, he skillfully sliced them open, yielding dozens of bamboo cups of varying heights. I want one, Zhu Yong exclaimed with enthusiasm, meticulously selecting a cup that appealed to him. This one shall be mine, he declared. Do not worry, brother heir. There are plenty of cups, and no one will contest them with you. Zhu Yuanyuan casually picked up a bamboo cup, noting that they appeared quite similar, making it easy to confuse them. We must mark them to avoid any mix-up, she advised. Zhu Chang hurriedly remarked, "This is simple. I shall do it for you." Without inquiring about the desired marking, he took a bone knife and etched a prominent circle upon the bamboo cup. Zhu Yuanyuan. Her name is Yuanyuan and cannot be altered. Yet this does not imply that she has a particular fondness for circles. Is it not possible to carve other shapes? Even if one does not aspire for flowers or blossoms, a mere triangle would suffice. Zhu urged, oblivious to his sister's distress. Eagerly took his bamboo cup to seek out their father, exclaiming, "I want a mark on my cup too." Zhu Chang, without hesitation, obliged and skillfully carved a delicate blade of grass onto the cup. Once finished, he proudly declared, "This design suits you perfectly." Zhu Yongming's smile froze on his face. Is he suitable for grass? He couldn't shake the feeling that his father was hinting at something. Yet he couldn't decipher its meaning and had no choice but to relinquish the thought. However, his reluctance lingered, prompting him to urge his elder brother. "Now that my sister and I each have our own bamboo cups, you should hasten to choose one for father to help etch a mark on." Zhu, emboldened by the moment, thought to himself that claiming a bamboo cup among so many was hardly excessive. A few minutes later, Brother Zhu had fashioned a cup adorned with the engraving of the sun. Furthermore, Zhu Chang delicately inscribed a bamboo leaf on his own cup and a flower on that of their mother. Thus, each member of the family possessed a uniquely marked bamboo cup, resulting in a collective sense of joy and satisfaction. After watching the performance, Zhu Yuanyuan set about preparing bamboo tube chicken soup, which was crucial for her dinner and required meticulous attention. Just then, her father returned home with a wild chicken, which he chopped into pieces and placed into 3 bamboo tubes, filling them with water and setting them beside the fire to simmer slowly. With fervent prayers to the Buddha and the Jade Emperor, she hoped for success. Finally, after the broth had boiled and the chicken was tender, Zhu Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief as the bamboo tubes remained intact. That evening, the Zhu family savored the bamboo tube chicken soup, seasoned with just a pinch of coarse salt, yet it was remarkably delicious. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan was deeply touched. Indeed, it was the gentle female presence that was heartwarming. Zhu Chang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhu Yuanyuan was indeed exceptional. However, he gently reminded her that she was still quite young, and the task of preparing soup could be entrusted to her father. Under the firm insistence of Zhu's father, Zhu Yuanyuan reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right." In truth, she felt that her culinary skills were rather inadequate, and the thought of independently making soup was somewhat daunting. Since someone was willing to take over, she could hardly refuse. Thus, it was a delightful decision. In her eagerness to open the marketplace, Zhu Yuanyuan dedicated herself over the next few days, diligently completing 10 learning tasks each day. Not only did she enrich her knowledge, but she also accumulated various fragments of information. The moment she amassed enough knowledge points, a wave of joy enveloped her, and she eagerly requested to activate the marketplace. The system inquired in a mechanical tone, "Activating the marketplace requires the deduction of 100 knowledge points. Do you wish to proceed?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied without hesitation, "Open." The system responded, "The marketplace has been activated, deducting 100 knowledge points." Finally, the marketplace was unlocked, and Zhu Yuanyuan was overwhelmed with joy, nearly letting out a triumphant shout to express her exhilaration. She promptly summoned the marketplace to explore its offerings, only for her smile to gradually fade. As the system had indicated, the marketplace boasted a plethora of products, both abundant and comprehensive. Whether it was food, drink, or the pottery techniques she desired, everything was available, albeit at quite enchanting prices. Common items like rice, flour, and oil were reasonably priced, attainable through a few everyday learning tasks. However, the technical items posed a significant challenge. A basic pottery technique required a hefty 100 knowledge points for redemption. After painstakingly accumulating 100 knowledge points over a fortnight just to unlock the marketplace, she barely had time to catch her breath before realizing she would need to exert herself even more to complete learning tasks. In that moment, Zhu Yuanyuan felt on the brink of giving up. The system detected her despondency and inclination towards lethargy, swiftly switching to a charming youthful tone to elucidate that while the prices appeared steep, they were, in fact, quite reasonable. Mastering a technical skill, even at a foundational level, was indeed a worthwhile investment, especially after dedicating 10 days to learning. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled the arduous experiences of apprentices in her previous life, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. After all, it was merely a matter of acquiring knowledge. Once it was exhausted, she could simply undertake tasks to earn more. Songzi, have I accepted today's tasks yet? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. No, you have not, Songzi replied promptly. May I ask if the host wishes to undertake the daily learning tasks? Having spent so many days in close companionship, Zhu Yuanyuan had come to understand the temperament of the cub learning system quite well. With a calm demeanor, she responded, yes. Please assign me 10 tasks at once to avoid the hassle of accepting them separately. With a beep, Songzi announced, you have accepted 10 daily learning tasks. Please complete them promptly. Successful completion will reward you with corresponding knowledge points and random items, while failure will result in a toothache lasting 24 hours. Excellent. The punishment has shifted from the rather indelicate series of flatulence to a toothache. The former was unseemly, while the latter promised discomfort. It remained uncertain which was more bearable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, displaying both resilience and humility, unabashedly sought assistance. Tunzi, could you possibly demonstrate at a slower pace? As a teacher, Tunzi found no fault in the host's request. After demonstrating the movement twice in slow motion, Zhu Yuanyuan finally managed to replicate the action, albeit at a considerably sluggish pace. Somewhat awkward and lacking in precision. With more practice, Tunzi remarked, stepping aside to observe, your only task for this lesson is to master this movement. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded earnestly, affirming her commitment to practice diligently. Reality has imparted invaluable lessons on humility, and she no longer harbors the arrogance of assuming her learning abilities are exceptional. Thus, she immersed herself in relentless practice until the school bell rang, signaling the end of the first class, at which point her movements had become somewhat more fluid. Whether it be running or physical exercises, both contribute positively to her physique. The instructor emphasized that the benefits of training within the virtual realm are limited, and it is imperative that she also engages in regular practice in the real world. Zhu Yuanyuan inquired if performing physical exercises in the real world would be simpler. No, Tongzi refuted, asserting that it would be more challenging, thus yielding superior results. Understanding this, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to practice more whenever she had the opportunity. The orc world is far from tranquil. Regardless of gender, only the strong thrive. Although her time in this realm has been brief, she is aware that her living conditions within the tribe are comparatively advantageous. Mature, healthy male orcs take turns hunting, and while the spoils are shared among the tribe, the distribution is not equal. Those who exert themselves in the hunt receive a larger share, with the remainder allocated according to age among the other tribe members. If an adult female orc possesses sufficient strength, she may apply to join the hunting party. Otherwise, she is relegated to foraging for edible fruits and vegetables in the nearby woods. In essence, the greater the number of formidable orcs in a household, the better the living conditions. Without robust laborers, survival becomes a struggle. Should any orc sustain severe injuries in the hunt, the family's circumstances would deteriorate significantly. Undoubtedly, the most unfortunate are the young orcs bereft of parental protection. Despite the hardships faced by orc offspring, the idea of adopting orphans is seldom entertained. These young orcs must band together, relying on the meager provisions from the hunting party to endure a life of intermittent hunger and sustenance. Zhu Yuanyuan felt fortunate to have her parents and 2 older brothers. Even in the absence of a system, she would not suffer from hunger, as there was ample time for her to grow. After completing 10 consecutive learning tasks, she acquired 20 knowledge points along with a bounty of rice, flour, and oil. Wait a moment. Did the task rewards seem to have doubled? Zhu Yuanyuan reviewed the system logs and confirmed that her eyes were not deceiving her. Previously, The rewards for completing tasks included 1 knowledge point and 1 physical item, but now they had doubled. System, Zhu Yuanyuan called out excitedly. Has the reward increased because the shop has opened? Indeed, the system had never been one to beat around the bush. Following the shop's inauguration, the system advanced to the 2nd tier, allowing it to absorb more energy, which resulted in enhanced permissions and doubled rewards. How wonderful to achieve such rapid advancement. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her hands together in excitement. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Had I known of such benefits, I would have endeavored to complete tasks with greater diligence. The system then inquired at the opportune moment. Will the host increase the number of tasks today? Coughing slightly, Zhu Yuanyuan deflated. Perhaps not. I ought to venture outside for some activity. Remaining indoors all day would lead others to perceive me as a lazy little female. For the orcs, a 5-year-old was already deemed ready to learn the arts of hunting, with the tribe assigning disabled orcs to provide instruction. Female cubs had a bit more leeway, able to delay their studies by a year or 2, while male cubs were required to join the learning squads as soon as they turned 5. Take Zhu Urge, for instance. He was currently bound by a strict schedule for his lessons, leaving him little time to spend with his sister. Speaking of which, it seemed she had forgotten something important. Zhu Yuanyuan asserted that she would not dawdle upon leaving home. She swiftly retrieved her small backpack from the corner of the cave and set off. Along the way, she greeted the elders of the tribe with a sweet smile. She was indeed a polite and well-mannered young female. Just as she was about to exit the tribe, she was intercepted by the patrolling squad on duty today. Where are you headed all alone, Yuanyuan? Zhu Chang stepped forward from the group. Father, I merely intend to take a stroll in the bamboo grove, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a nervous smile. Is it the first squad's turn to patrol today? Why didn't you inform me? Fortunately, you didn't mention it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have caught you venturing out alone, Zhu Chang said with a sense of pride. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched her head, remarking that strong winds do not occur every day, and she was not that unfortunate. Can you guarantee that the same situation won't arise? Zhu Chang inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang was profoundly moved and quickly declined, insisting that it was unnecessary. For his strength was ample enough to support both your mother and yourself. As for the son, once he reached adulthood, he would be capable of joining the hunting party and earning his own keep. Father, please don't speak like that, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected, her brow furrowing in disapproval. Not only can I transform into a beast, but I have also begun my cultivation training. I will surely become formidable. I am determined to care for you in your old age, for anything less would be an act of filial impiety. Yuanyuan is truly remarkable, Zhu Chang praised, showering compliments on his little daughter. At just 5 years old, she already aspires to provide for us. By the way, what does filial impiety mean? The onlookers could no longer contain their laughter, bemused that someone who did not even understand the term had the audacity to show off. Why should I feel embarrassed? Zhu Chang retorted defiantly. Yuanyuan is a well-behaved child. She will accomplish what she has promised. When the time comes, do not turn envious. Daqiang, you are so young and already relying on a little female for support. A burly orc with a scarred face jested, mocking him. Aren't you ashamed? Zhu Chang gradually calmed down, realizing that Dawei was merely envious, for who could blame them when their family bore no charming little females? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes darted around as she cautiously took a few steps back and then sprinted away, captured by an adult. She realized that escaping to the tribe was utterly impossible. Instead, she decided to wander through the valley for a while before attempting to flee again. It wasn't that she was recklessly challenging her father's authority out of sheer mischief, but rather that some tangible rewards from her tasks could be shared with her family, albeit needing to be acquired through legitimate means. Fabricating something from nothing would undoubtedly frighten others and pose a danger to herself. Zhu Yuanyuan, being timid, would never engage in such foolishness. After racing around the valley several times, she returned home just as her energy was nearly depleted. However, upon approaching the entrance, she was startled by two glowing orbs floating toward her in the darkness. "What manner of creature is this?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, hurling her backpack at the mysterious lights. "Ouch! That hurts." "Yuan, why did you hit me?" came the aggrieved voice of Zhu Yoming. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming was puzzled, inquiring about the nature of the filthy substance. Furthermore, he was curious about her earlier utterance, which included a phrase resembling "what demon?" "Oh, it's nothing," Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. "Just some random words I shouted out of fright." Being still quite young, Zhu Yongming was easily swayed by his sister's casual explanation and shifted the topic, asking, "I noticed you were running around the village just now. Were you searching for something?" Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, insisting, "No. I merely feel that I am too overweight and wish to engage in more exercise to shed some pounds." "Too overweight," Zhu Yongming pondered, reaching out to pinch his sister's chubby face. "I think you look perfectly fine. There's no need to lose weight." "Second brother," Zhu Yuanyuan seethed. Her teeth clenched as she ominously inquired, "Do you wish to part with your hand?" "I merely touched it." Zhu Yongming chuckled awkwardly, retreating a few steps. He unwittingly demonstrated a talent for deflection, attributing his actions to his sister's excessive cuteness, which made her irresistibly touchable. He wasn't wrong. It was just that his hand had a will of its own. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, unceremoniously commanding Zhu Yong to start a fire, declaring her intention to prepare some soup. Another round of soup? Zhu Yong hesitated, feeling reluctant. The sweltering heat made the idea of consuming soup seem absurd. It would only intensify the warmth. Besides, cooking in the cave would render the atmosphere unbearable for sleep come nightfall. In this oppressive summer weather, whether in human or beast form, rest felt elusive, and Zhu Urge wished to avoid unnecessary discomfort. "If you can't sleep in the cave, just sleep outside," Zhu Yuanyuan urged. The elder mentioned that she and their mother could absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation. While the essence of the sun could be gathered each morning alongside their kin, the moon's essence posed a dilemma. Who would permit a 5-year-old child to venture out alone at night? If she were to confide in her parents, how could she explain her knowledge of the moon's essence aiding in cultivation? With no other options, she was left to devise a cunning plan. Despite her elder brother's objections, Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely kindled a fire within the cave and prepared a pot of mung bean soup. Mung beans are an excellent remedy for the sweltering heat, and she had procured a total of 2 pounds, making it the perfect choice for a nourishing broth. Should anyone inquire about its origin, she could easily claim that it was foraged during a previous outing with her mother, dismissing any doubts about its legitimacy. Whether her parents chose to believe her or not was of no concern to her. Zhu Yuanyuan was unwavering in her determination to savor the refreshing mung bean soup on this scorching day. After simmering for nearly 2 hours, the cave became stiflingly hot, rendering it unbearable for the family to remain inside. Ultimately, the 5 of them opted to camp outside on the open ground. Zhu Yongming sincerely felt that his younger sister had become rather mischievous, seeming to have lost some of her former charm. During the evening rest, she pouted and sought their mother to complain, asserting that her sister's disobedience warranted a proper reprimand. "Is that so?" Zhu Xiaofan replied with a yawn, showing little concern. "All young ones are lively like this. They'll mature in a few years." "What?" Zhu Yongming could hardly accept this harsh reality. "I have to endure this torment for several more years? Mother, you must be trying to frighten me." "I am not trying to scare you," Zhu Yong bravely retorted in a deep voice. "You went through the same phase, having only been sensible for a few months. You are the least qualified to criticize your sister." Zhu Yongming was taken aback. Is it truly so? How could he feel nothing at all? "No, it must be a falsehood. I have always been obedient since childhood. Dear brother, do not attempt to deceive me." "I am not lying," Zhu Yongming retorted, critiquing his younger brother for his utter lack of restraint. "Before our sister could even transform into her beast form, you would incessantly whimper to accompany our mother on outings. Unwilling to learn hunting skills from Uncle Dong, you would seize the opportunity while our father was out hunting to sneak off and play in the muddy pits." Each of these incidents serves as undeniable proof that Zhu Urge is nothing short of an insufferable rascal. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she discovered that her second brother possessed such a wealth of intriguing stories from the past. It seemed her eldest brother had a remarkable ability to recall even the smallest details, which either indicated exceptional memory or a deep-seated concern for his younger siblings. She privately leaned towards the latter notion and sincerely praised him, exclaiming, "Eldest brother, you are truly wonderful." "How absurd. What is so wonderful about him?" Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, rolling a couple of times to the side in a huff, expressing his desire to distance himself from his elder brother. "I won't even mention the times I was obedient and well-behaved. I only remember those rare moments when I was mischievous. Could there be another possibility?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a playful smile in her large eyes. "Perhaps it is not that eldest brother does not wish to acknowledge your virtues, but rather that he simply cannot recall any." Zhu Urge, at the tender age of 10, was once the embodiment of mischief, a source of exasperation for both man and beast alike. For the past 2 years, he had been a notorious rascal, perpetually engaged in misdeeds, leaving his elder brother, Zhu Dage, to clean up the messes he created. This left a lasting impression on Zhu Dage, who could hardly muster a kind word in his favor. "Impossible, utterly impossible." Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently denied the accusations. "I have always been well-behaved. My elder brother must be envious of the affection bestowed upon me by our parents, thus endeavoring to tarnish my reputation." The onlookers, eavesdropping on the gossip, could not ascertain who was favored, but their audacity was unmistakable. Indeed, it was not just Zhu Yuanyuan's family that found themselves sleeping outdoors. The sweltering heat had driven many of the orc inhabitants of the tribe to seek refuge outside. Only the mature, unmarried females and the frail elderly remained in their homes. It is worth noting that the cave provided a cool reprieve during the summer months. If one refrained from lighting a fire within, it was tolerable enough to endure. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled that the original intention of their family to reside outside stemmed from his sister cooking soup in the cave, which compelled everyone to relocate. A sense of resentment stirred within him. Had they remained at home, there would not have been so many onlookers. No, tomorrow he must take advantage of their father, mother, and elder brother's absence to properly admonish his sister, ensuring she obediently heeds her brother's words. Otherwise, with this thought, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly and drifted into a pleasant slumber. The following day, Zhu Urge, fortunate enough to be free from classes, bid farewell to his parents and elder brother before forcibly dragging his sister outside. "I've made arrangements with Ming Gu and the others to forage for wild fruits in the woods. Considering you are my sister, I shall take you along for some fun." Zhu Yuanyuan declined, saying, "Second brother, you need not force it. I can have a delightful time in the tribe." This statement, of course, was somewhat disingenuous, as the tribe was not particularly entertaining. She would much rather meander through the forest. However, she could not appear overly eager, lest it draw her brother's attention, causing him to keep a closer watch on her. There were numerous treasures nestled within her backpack, and she needed to seize the opportunity to extract some. "Let us go. Do not waste time." Zhu Yuanyuan, relying on his height and strength, lifted his sister and carried her outside, as others were still waiting. Zhu Yuanyuan, her feet barely touching the ground, feigned resistance, saying, "No, I wish to return home for a little rest." "Rest? With your size, you need to exercise more," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, unceremoniously poking her in the side. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted her face, her short legs kicking restlessly as she deliberately nudged her second brother, all the while lamenting, "You naughty second brother, always picking on me." The ruckus created by the siblings attracted the attention of passers-by, prompting a few chuckles from the elders they encountered along the way. In their playful scuffle, they soon arrived at the mouth of the valley, where a group of adolescent orcs awaited them, both males and females among them. Upon seeing Zhu Yuanyuan, they began to voice their disapproval. "Mighty Zhu, your pace is truly sluggish. We've been waiting for you for nearly half the day. If you don't hurry, we might just leave without you." Another chimed in, "Indeed, you're usually so quick-tempered, yet at crucial moments, you move as slowly as a snail." Zhu Yuanyuan was not intimidated by his friend's words. With a bold demeanor, he shifted the blame onto his sister. "I too wish to hasten our pace." Yet Yuanyuan's short legs hindered her speed, and she stubbornly refused to let me carry her. "I fear that if I did not act swiftly, you all might grow impatient, compelling me to forcibly scoop her up and rush over." Zhu Yuanyuan widened her eyes, insisting it was not true. However, her earlier antics had not escaped the notice of the onlookers, and her denial fell on deaf ears. With a collective call, they rushed eagerly into the woods. The adolescent orcs, who typically followed Uncle Dong to learn the art of hunting, seized this rare opportunity to indulge in unfettered freedom. The patrolling adult male orcs had witnessed such exuberance before and stood by, amused, without any intention of intervening. Some, noticing the little one mingling among the group, called out loudly, reminding them to keep an eye on Zhu Yuanyuan, as she was still quite young, urging them not to let the wind whisk her away again. Orcs did not coddle their young. Even with past experiences as cautionary tales, they let them roam freely. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was engrossed in his musings when he suddenly sneezed, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossing his face. How could I possibly catch a cold in such sweltering heat? It must be due to my unfamiliarity with sleeping outdoors last night. What are you dawdling for, Mingzi? Yukai called out without turning his head. The fruits on that tree ahead have ripened. If you don't hurry, there will be none left. I'm coming, Zhu Yuanyuan replied as he tugged at his sister, urging her to follow. Save some for me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Erg is quite attentive to his younger sister, even amidst the busyness of climbing trees to gather fruits. He does not forget to entrust a companion with the task of keeping an eye on her, unable to find an opportunity to sneak away. Zhu Yuanyuan can only crouch to pull weeds and poke at the soil. As she fiddles about, she unexpectedly uncovers several perfectly round, large potatoes. Is it possible that potatoes exist in this orc world? Why had they never appeared in the memories of the original owner? Regardless, it is best to dig them out first and contemplate later. In her previous life, although Zhu Yuanyuan grew up in the countryside, she was fortunate enough to attend school by merely paying a nominal fee. Aside from occasionally assisting during the busy farming seasons, her involvement in agricultural labor was minimal. Particularly after the passing of her grandparents, she found herself preoccupied during vacations, striving to earn a living, leaving her with a vague memory of potato seedlings. Thus, the discovery of actual potatoes was genuinely unexpected. Nonetheless, finding delicious and filling sustenance was indeed a blessing she would not overlook. She picked up the potato seedlings she had just uprooted and scrutinized them for some time, comparing them with those she found nearby, and to her delight, she uncovered a small patch of potatoes. The more alternatives to staple foods, the better. Zhu Yuanyuan certainly would not complain. To her astonishment, there were numerous potato seedlings in the vicinity, indicating a bountiful harvest ahead, and even if she had to share some with others, she would not feel resentful. After digging with her small hands for a prolonged period, discomfort began to set in, so she attempted to transform into her beast form, using her forelimbs to excavate. While this alleviated the pain, her pace was excruciatingly slow. Thus, she glanced around in search of a suitable tool, ultimately settling on the bone spur of a half-grown male beastman. This so-called bone spur was crafted from the long bones of large wild beasts. One end smoothed to prevent injury to the user, while the other end sharpened for defense against ferocious creatures. Though those unable to transform into beasts were few, every tribe typically had a handful of such individuals. These people, unable to absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, possessed lower combat prowess and relied on weapons to bolster their strength. Of course, not all wielders of bone spurs were incapable of transformation. Young beastmen often ventured into the woods during their leisure time, bringing their weapons for protection. Little Kuei-gu, Zhu Yuanyuan approached cheerfully, her smile shy yet earnest. May I borrow your bone spur for a while? Zhu Kuei was taken aback, questioning, what purpose could a little one like you have for this? You are hardly taller than a bone spur. Zhu Yuanyuan replied candidly. I have discovered numerous edible plants and fruits previously unknown to me, growing underground. Since you have never seen them before, how can you ascertain their edibility? Zhu Kuei inquired. Hearing the commotion, the half-grown beastmen perked up their ears, eager for an answer. Only Zhu Yuanyuan, relying on his status as her older brother, cautioned, Yuanyuan, many things in the forest are poisonous. Do not dig recklessly. Fear not, second brother. Zhu Yuanyuan reassured him. I am far more capable than you think. She held up a large potato, which bore the marks of having been nibbled. Look. This was gnawed by a large rat. In truth, it had been her own secret indulgence while in beast form. Cunning as she was, she had anticipated everyone's reaction and was willing to go to great lengths to prove the potato's edibility. Indeed, as soon as her words left her lips, the half-grown beastmen were convinced, their faces lighting up with joy. Wonderful! New food has been found. Where is it? Lead us to it quickly. The beasts, thriving in the forest, possessed the innate ability to discern edible food. The fact that a rat had nibbled on it served as undeniable proof of its safety. Sister, do tell. I shall assist you in foraging for the fruits, Zhu Yuanyuan said, rubbing his hands together with a hearty smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. It was clearly she who discovered the potatoes. How did it become attributed to the beast god? This is quite absurd. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of emotion. Truly, he was her beloved older brother. Despite their daily squabbles over parental affection, in moments like these, he still cared for her well-being, unwilling to let her endure hardship. Just as she was about to indulge in a sentimental reflection, she overheard Zhu Yuanyuan's incessant murmuring. His diminutive hooves were not only insufficient for any substantial work, but they also posed an inconvenience, making everyone reluctant to revert to their original forms, fearing they might inadvertently trample him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling irritable, promptly changed her occupation, only to find it inconvenient. After a few minutes, she transformed back into her human form, feeling considerably more at ease and with time to ponder other matters. This small patch of potatoes had grown quite densely, presumably having existed for some time, sprouting anew each year without anyone to uproot them. Now, they had all been unearthed and piled into small hills, estimated to weigh between 800 to 1,000 jin. With such a multitude, returning them all would prove to be quite a task. The items outside could not be stored in her system's backpack, and Zhu Yuanyuan lamented internally that a storage space would have been advantageous. She then recalled a significant matter. The system had mentioned that upon advancing, there would be an opportunity for a grand prize draw, with storage space among the rewards. In her reflections, she realized she had neglected to participate in the draw, and it seemed the system had no intention of reminding her. Hey, Zhu Yuanyuan silently mused. What's going on, system? Are you trying to withhold my chance to win? The system responded with calmness, asserting that the decision to participate in the draw, including the timing, lay solely with the host and was beyond its purview. You should at least provide a reminder, Zhu Yuanyuan protested. As the task issuer, you must not act with selfish intent. The system solemnly stated. Rewards are provided by the superintelligence and bear no relation to this system. There shall be no favoritism. Thus implying that the issuance of prizes was of no concern to it, nor would it play favorites. Zhu Yuanyuan instantly comprehended. The superintelligence seemed to be attempting to conserve some resources by deliberately omitting the reminder commands. The entity chose silence. Certain sentiments are best understood intuitively rather than articulated, for to voice them would diminish their elegance. Well then, I shall proceed with the lottery, Zhu Yuanyuan declared. No sooner had she spoken than a virtual spinning wheel materialized before her, showcasing a total of 10 prizes, including soap, a bone-cutting knife, a solar lamp, and a jade facial cream. Naturally, the distribution of the prizes varied. The most economical item, an egg, occupied the majority of the wheel, while the most valuable, the mustard seed space, took up less than 1,000th of the area. This was rather absurd, Zhu Yuanyuan thought, her forehead adorned with a frown. Were it not for the ample diameter of the wheel, the words mustard seed space would be nearly illegible. The entity paid no heed to the host's grievances and, in a formal manner, inquired, does the host wish to participate in the lottery? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan had to concede that the bone cleaver was worth more than an egg and far more practical. After a period of self-adjustment, she swiftly accepted this reality and began to anticipate the convenience of using the cleaver for chopping vegetables and bones. Her favorite dish was meat pie soup. However, the previous knife had proven inadequate, requiring hours of labor to chop even a modest piece of meat. Now, with the sharp bone cleaver at her disposal, she could occasionally prepare stews with several bamboo tubes of meat. Naturally, the bone cleaver was an item best kept hidden, to be used discreetly when no one else was around. After excavating the potatoes, the young orcs divided them among themselves, each attempting to find a way to carry their share home. As the discoverer of this new food source, Zhu Yuanyuan received a double portion. Being young and lacking the strength to transport the bounty, she had to rely on her older brother Zhu to shoulder the burden. With no suitable tools at hand and lacking vines to weave into a net, one of the young male orcs, gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, tore off the animal skin skirt he was wearing to wrap the potatoes and cradle them in his arms. The young female orcs giggled, marveling at the absurdity of the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan covered her eyes, her voice imbued with a childlike innocence as she expressed her grievances, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There was little she could do. After all, the sheer volume of items was overwhelming. The half-grown male beastmen asserted their reasoning with unwavering confidence, casually tearing some grass to twist it into ropes, securing their bundles with ease before transforming into their beast forms and carrying them in their mouths. Perhaps it was due to their primal instincts that the beastmen held a liberated perspective, finding nothing amiss in using the hides of modesty as makeshift coverings for their parcels. Zhu's animal skin skirt could not contain the bounty of the siblings, and he shamelessly set his sights on Zhu Yuanyuan. "Sister, may I borrow your animal skin skirt?" "What?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in shock. "I am female." The awareness of modesty in females surpasses that of males. Even in the sweltering summer heat, when drenched in sweat, they still wrap themselves in animal skin bodices and skirts, and this holds true even for young females. Fortunately, it is so, for otherwise, she would find it intolerable. I understand that Zhu remains composed, but one can transform into a beast form. If the beast form is larger than the human form, one must remove or loosen their clothing prior to the transformation, otherwise, they risk bursting out of their garments. Conversely, if the beast form is smaller than the human form, transformation can occur seamlessly. Young Zhu Yuanyuan, despite her tender age, was compelled to yield to the oppressive forces with tears in her eyes. Were it not for the lack of a justifiable source, she would have considered brandishing her bone-chopping knife in a display of defiance. Ultimately, the short-legged pink piglet, hindered by its slow pace, was carried back to the tribe by the half-grown female orc, Zhu Hong. "Thank you, Sister Hong," Zhu Yuanyuan sweetly praised. "You are not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, far more considerate than my second brother." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a sullen expression, uttered 3 words. Laxative. The host remained silent for a few seconds before replying softly, "It might be useful if the host indulges in barbecued meat daily. It is likely that it will come in handy in a few days." "Are you cursing me?" Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, displeased. "I am not, I did not." "Do not speak nonsense," the host vehemently denied. "This is a matter that many beastmen must confront. You are no exception." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believes that perseverance opens the door to success. If all else fails, she could only seek assistance from the system. Indeed, the system's marketplace offers a plethora of agricultural planting techniques, albeit at a rather steep price. The knowledge points required for basic pottery, crafting number 100. Yet the technique for cultivating potatoes costs the same. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan finds herself in dire straits, with only a mere 2 digits of knowledge points, rendering her incapable of making any purchases. Sighing in resignation, she decides to rely on a stroke of good fortune instead. Ever since she planted 2 potatoes, she has eagerly rushed to the fields during her spare moments, diligently watering and fertilizing, all the while yearning for sprouts to emerge. However, despite her hopes, what awaited her was the constipation that the system had warned her about. How utterly disheartening. The novice learner system should truly be renamed the Cawing Crow system. Zhu Yuanyuan emerged from the humble latrine, her expression darkened, only to encounter a female with small eyes and a wide mouth. Her hair, a withered yellow, was adorned with a large red flower. While most beasts are characterized by their industriousness and simplicity, exceptions do exist, such as the female before her, Zhu Yuanyuan, who indulges in laziness, perceiving even the act of grooming as a waste of precious time, and possesses a particularly loquacious disposition. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan did not dwell on the minor incident outside the outhouse. With a furrowed brow, she returned home. Seizing the moment of solitude, she quietly took her medication, drank an additional half-bamboo tube of hot water, and lay at the cave's entrance, counting sheep to lull herself into a state of tranquility. In this world, where medical resources are scarce, consuming ample hot water and resting is undoubtedly wise. After toiling for a while, seeing no improvement in her condition, Zhu Yuanyuan grew anxious and called out loudly in her mind, "Tongzi, Tongzi, come forth. Is your medicine expired?" After much coaxing, Tongzi finally responded, assuring her that it was not expired. "That's impossible," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted angrily. "Over 3 hours have passed, and my ailment remains unchanged." Tongzi suggested gently, "Perhaps your situation is more severe?" "Don't be ridiculous," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her expression stern. "My elder and second brothers consume far more meat. Yet they rarely indulge in fruits, not to mention vegetables, and they are in robust health without any discomfort." Tongzi cautiously proposed, "Is it possible that they are not unwell, but simply haven't confided in you? After all, constipation is not a matter typically boasted about. The tribe possesses a great shaman dedicated to healing. Anyone feeling unwell can seek treatment, and after the consultation, they even assist in concocting medicine. It is quite easy to keep minor ailments under wraps." Upon this reflection, Zhu Yuanyuan could only reluctantly concede that you were indeed correct. It would be better not to inquire further, despite being siblings, as a young female. How could she dare to pose such a shameful question to her elder brother? It was simply inappropriate. Fortunately, the medicine had not been in vain. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhu Yuanyuan's condition had markedly improved, and after several trips to the restroom, she finally felt at ease. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was lost in delightful thoughts when she encountered a significant challenge while attempting to secure a flower atop her head. How could a 5-year-old girl with such short hair possibly hold such a large blossom in place? After much effort in tying the flower, she found herself inadvertently pulling out several strands of her fine, sparse hair, causing her to grimace in pain. "Allow me to assist you," Zhu Yuanyuan said eagerly, extending his hand to help. He wrapped his sister's short, delicate hair around the flower 3 or 4 times and tied a knot. "There, that should do the trick." Stepping back to admire his handiwork, his smile gradually faded. Instead of enhancing her charm, the large red flower made his lively and adorable sister appear rather awkwardly unattractive. "Oh no, I have an appointment. If I don't hurry, I'll be late," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed before dashing away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang clenched his teeth and remarked, "That little rascal is quite energetic. He dares to bully my sister in our absence. It seems the training intensity has not been sufficient. Meng's behavior is unacceptable." Zhu Xiaofan was deeply troubled, for a young female is meant to be cherished. He resolved to give him a good beating upon his return. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. That is good. As long as it is not a shaved head. She can accept any length shorter than that. In a secluded corner of the cave, Zhu Xiaofan retrieved an exquisitely thin bone knife, deftly gesturing towards the head of the female cub as she meticulously selected the optimal spot for her incision. A few minutes later, the vibrant red flower fell to the ground, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan's hair unevenly trimmed, resembling the disheveled work of a dog. Yet, it required further refinement. Zhu Xiaofan's hands continued their swift movements, reminiscent of the finesse of a master stylist. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with concern, reminded her to ensure she looked presentable. No problem. Zhu Xiaofan replied confidently. Mother will undoubtedly make you look exquisite. It was as if she were about to swear an oath on her conscience. After much effort, Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly dashed out of the house, intending to catch a glimpse of herself by the river. In truth, she sought a secluded corner to examine her reflection. Upon doing so, she was utterly dismayed. Her hair was cropped so short that it bore little difference to a shaved head. Zhu Yuanyuan cried out in despair. Mother has betrayed me. With no way to remedy her situation, she could only accept her fate. Henceforth, she resolved to venture out less frequently, waiting until her hair grew longer to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule. Although most beast folk were quite innocent, there were those with malicious intentions and loose tongues. Zhu Yuanyuan did not wish to be a source of gossip. Thus, she stealthily made her way home, avoiding others. Just as she neared her doorstep, a figure burst forth from the side, exclaiming, Sister Yuanyuan, you have not kept your promise. You said you would wait for me to finish in the restroom to chat, yet you left before I could. Unprepared, Zhu Yuanyuan was startled and stumbled back several steps. Once she steadied herself, she retorted, Sister Hua, what are you doing? Don't you know that scaring someone can be dangerous? You are simply too timid. Zhu Hua dismissed her concern, swiftly steering the conversation back to her own interests. Is your elder brother at home? Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded. Are you looking for him? She had no intention of prying too deeply. But the notorious reputation of the female before her made her wary. Suitable unmarried males in the clan tended to steer clear of her. And with her elder brother being such a good person, she couldn't afford to jeopardize his well-being. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. Zhu Hua replied dismissively. Go and fetch your brother. Do not mention my name. I wish to surprise him. The condescending tone she used to deceive a child was truly exasperating. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling disinclined to engage with the obstructive female, gracefully pivoted on her toes, intending to bypass her. Zhu Hua, in a fit of urgency, seized her firmly, refusing to let her escape. Let go. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, hastily covering her beast hide wrap with her small hands, her frustration mounting to the brink of a shrill outcry. If you seek my elder brother, then pursue him on your own. Why trouble me, a mere 5-year-old child? I do not wish to, Zhu Hua pouted. But who can blame me? He does not appreciate kindness. Upon encountering me, he flees, unwilling to exchange even a word. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan busily twisted her petite body in an attempt to break free from her restraints and swiftly dashed towards home. Stop. You are not permitted to run. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, despite her short legs and slow running, exhibited no fear as she sprinted while shouting, Dear grandfathers, grandmothers, uncles, and aunts, come quickly and witness. Sister Hua is shy and likes my elder brother, but chooses to bully me instead. Upon hearing her words, more onlookers, including orcs, gathered around. A valiant guardian leaped from his home to scoop up the spirited little one, reassuring her, Do not fear, brother will protect you. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. She thought to herself, Brother Mu is simply the best. She felt a surge of pride, as playing the role of a young one was her forte. However, she was aware that such playfulness could lead to lingering consequences, such as becoming overly childish if indulged for too long. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Zhu Hua hurriedly explained. I mean no harm. I merely seek her assistance. I am still so young. Zhu Yuanyuan replied, feigning tears that were non-existent, expressing her inability to help Sister Hua. After all, how old is Yuanyuan? Jumu scoffed. If one resorts to bullying even the young, they're unworthy of being called an orc. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan added. It is not only my sister who should not be bullied, but also the other young ones. Zhu Hua's eyes brimmed with tears. How could you misunderstand me like everyone else? Don't call me that. Zhu Yuanyuan retreated a few steps, saying cautiously, I am not familiar with you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing about the delectable dish, Zhu Yuanyuan momentarily forgot the disdain he faced from his parents. He approached eagerly, licking his lips and cooing. Father, I too desire a chicken leg. There is none for you, Zhu Chong retorted with a shudder, pushing his younger brother aside. Do not nauseate me with your antics. You are hardly a delicate little creature, so cease this pretense. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the family walked back, chatting and laughing, paying no further attention to Zhu Hua, who had been seeking trouble. Upon entering their home, Zhu Yuanyuan bit into a chicken leg while gazing intently at her elder brother. A robust young man with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a sense of security that undoubtedly attracted unwelcome romantic advances. Although her brother treated her well, it was unjust for him to suffer without any form of recompense after such an undeserved misfortune. Her eyes darted around, and she quickly conceived a brilliant idea. With a sweet smile directed at the instigator of the situation, she asked, Brother, do you have nothing to say? About what? Zhu Yuanyuan replied, looking utterly perplexed. About Sister Hua's actions towards me on your behalf, Zhu Yuanyuan reminded him with utmost seriousness. Zhu Yuanyuan raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, expressing a sense of guilt as he said, It is my fault for implicating my sister. Tomorrow, I shall bring you some sweet fruits. This was commendable. With just a slight hint, he understood the need to make amends, truly embodying the role of a good elder brother. Unfortunately, what Zhu Yuanyuan desired was not fruits. With a beaming smile, she requested, Big brother, when you have time, will you take me to play in the distant woods? She had received quite a few rewards in recent days and was eager to devise a way to retrieve them. However, being too young, she was unable to venture deep into the mountains, which left her feeling anxious and restless. Now, with her brother facing an unjust calamity, she could boldly voice her desires. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression changed, realizing the peril of the situation. No, you lack the means to protect yourself. It is far too dangerous to venture too far. But I have my elder brother to safeguard me. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes brimmed with trust. Yet I may not be able to shield you, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly, for he was a sincere orc. Perhaps, dear sister, you could wait for me a few years until I reach the pinnacle of the yellow tier. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, contemplating that if she waited any longer, even the golden daylilies would wither away. It seemed that extraordinary measures were the only recourse available to her. No way. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted defiantly. I want to play. Staying in the tribe all day is dreadfully tedious. Just as she was savoring a chicken claw, Zhu Chong abruptly spoke up. Then train alongside your second brother. It's essential to learn hunting skills early and strengthen your physique so that you may accompany us on hunting expeditions in the future. However, it is worth noting that very few females truly join the hunting party. Most remain in the gathering teams, only participating in hunts when stockpiling provisions for winter. In essence, Zhu's primary intent was to placate the young ones. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred by the feeble pretext, retorted, I shall not be fooled. I am not well acquainted with my second brother. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's spirit waned as he mumbled softly, at 10 years old. One is still in need of the affection of parents and elder brothers. What did you say? Zhu Chang deliberately inquired. Speak up, for I cannot hear you clearly. Nothing, nothing. Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat embarrassed to reiterate his previous words. So he could only change his tune. I just haven't eaten enough. Thus, the matter was brushed aside. Zhu Yuanyuan bravely kept his promise, and after a couple of days, he indeed took his sister out to explore the distant woods. Zhu Yuanyuan was elated, eagerly preparing for an adventure. Surely, she must discover some edible new delicacies, right? With the provisions from her system backpack as a foundation, as long as she could keep her brother in the dark. It wouldn't matter if they found nothing in the forest, she could easily concoct some tales to cover her tracks. However, upon seeing their father, mother, and second brother following closely behind, her plans were thwarted. It proved challenging for the much-anticipated young cub to engage in any mischief. Having merely taken a few steps into the field, she tugged at a blade of grass, only for her second brother to interject, explaining that it was fluff grass and inedible. When she attempted to dig the soil with a stick, their father immediately intervened, insisting that her strength was insufficient and that he would handle it. Even climbing trees to pick fruits met with disapproval from their mother, who remarked that the young female should simply enjoy picking flowers and not overexert herself. After toiling for half the day, they had not found a single new food item, let alone any familiar fruits. This outing to the woods, which had begun with such enthusiasm, ended in disappointment, devoid of any surprises. Having squandered the hard-won opportunity, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly dejected. After returning home for lunch, she feigned fatigue and claimed she needed a nap, retreating into the virtual world to complete her daily tasks. She was on the brink of accumulating 100 knowledge points, but knew she had to work harder, while imparting wisdom and resolving doubts. The system had not forgotten about the potatoes planted by the host and casually mentioned, "You ought to check if the potatoes have sprouted. It's been quite a few days since they were last watered, hasn't it?" Zhu Yuanyuan was struck as if by lightning. Indeed, she had also planted potatoes. In the initial days after planting, she would make 2 or 3 trips daily, diligently watering and fertilizing, eagerly anticipating the sprouts. However, within a few days, her enthusiasm waned. I must check on their progress, she thought. Thus, disregarding the unfinished tasks of the day, she sprang to her feet and hurriedly set out. Zhu Xiaofan, awakened by the commotion, called out from behind, "Where are you going, Yuanyuan?" "Just a little matter," Zhu Yuanyuan replied absent-mindedly, quickening her pace. Before the harvest, she had to maintain an air of mystery, lest her mother grow curious and insist on accompanying her. It wasn't that she was secretive about the potato planting techniques, rather, she lacked confidence in their germination and felt embarrassed to voice her hopes, fearing ridicule from her friends. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's imagination soared to delightful heights, prompting an involuntary chuckle to escape her lips, only to be abruptly doused by the cold reality presented by the system. With a low germination rate, the harvest would inevitably suffer, and coupled with the labor involved, the system calmly concluded that it simply wasn't worth it. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, understanding the sentiment. However, the daily tasks were indeed tiresome, particularly the beast language class, where the convoluted lines made her head spin. If only the items in the marketplace could be discounted, perhaps she could lessen the frequency of her tasks. This small thought was not concealed from the overseer, who posed a profound question. With so many treasures within the marketplace, could she truly bear to undertake fewer tasks? The answer remained uncertain. In a world devoid of advanced technology, where sustenance was scarce and comfort elusive, entertainment was a rare luxury. Had it not been for the sudden emergence of the system, Zhu Yuanyuan would have been at a loss on how to adapt to this unfamiliar realm. Her desires were abundant, and a mere discount would hardly lead her to riches. It was wiser to avoid antagonizing the overseer. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanyuan broke into a sweet smile, affirming that the overseer was indeed correct. She could not bear to do fewer tasks. To acquire the basic pottery crafting skill sooner, she resolved to undertake not one, but 2 tasks today. The overseer promptly chimed in, inquiring if she wished to accept the daily learning task. No, Zhu Yuanyuan declined, reminding herself of her current situation. Losing consciousness in broad daylight would surely lead her fellow tribesmen to escort her to the great shaman for treatment. Recalling the great shamaness' stern demeanor from the original owner's memories, Zhu Yuanyuan solidified her strategy of caution in all matters, hastily watering the potato field before rushing home. Sleep, sleep. She was the most diligent little cub, prioritizing her studies, or rather, her learning. Zhu Yuanyuan is a person of her word. On that very day, she undertook 2 additional study tasks, successfully mastering over 100 knowledge points. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Wonderful! I wish to acquire expertise in potato cultivation techniques, as well as basic pottery skills." However, due to insufficient knowledge points, the system prompted her to choose between the 2 options, advising her to deliberate carefully before making her decision on the desired purchase. Zhu Yuanyuan emerged from her surprise. Her small face contorted in thought as she pondered the order of importance between the 2 options. The technique of potato cultivation was indeed crucial, yet the art of pottery was equally valuable. The process of boiling soup in bamboo tubes was rather cumbersome, as it necessitated a fresh bamboo tube each time. Crafting a clay pot might save her some trouble. In this world, the paramount concern was sustenance, and ultimately, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to purchase the potato cultivation technique. After all, isn't it said that mastery of one leads to mastery of many? Once she learned to cultivate potatoes, perhaps she could also grow sweet potatoes and other tuberous plants. With hopeful aspirations, she meticulously read through the potato cultivation technique several times, then proceeded to select superior seeds, plump, round, and with conspicuous eyes. With the seeds in hand, the next step was to cut them into sections, sprinkling wood ash on the cut surfaces to expedite healing, and placing them in a slightly damp location to await sprouting. The land for planting potatoes was also of utmost importance. It required deep tilling to ensure the soil was loose and aerated, along with the application of organic fertilizer. At this juncture, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a quandary. She lacked suitable tools for carrying the fertilizer. Even if she had them, the act of fetching fertilizer from the latrine would appear quite peculiar, and she feared being perceived as somewhat unhinged. In times of uncertainty, she sought counsel from the system, inquiring without hesitation if there were any alternatives to organic fertilizer. Indeed, the system suggested that she could procure fertilizer using knowledge points. However, Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated, unwilling to utilize something non-existent in this world. The system then proposed another solution. Compost and silt could serve as substitutes. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a promising idea. Decayed soil must be sought in areas lush with vegetation, while silt can be found by the riverbanks. Given that a river flows through the valley, the latter was considerably easier to acquire, so she discreetly spent a few days digging up the silt. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan stood in the cavern of the great shaman with an expression of reluctance. "Father, mother, why have we come here?" she inquired. "Of course, we are here to seek treatment for you," replied Zhu Chang. Unfortunately, their timing was less than ideal, as the great shaman, Huyin, was currently tending to an injured male orc, meticulously changing the dressings on its wounds. Upon observing the long, curling claw marks on the beast's back, Zhu Yuanyuan's complexion paled noticeably. Having lived in an era of peace for over 20 years, she was not afraid of dead animals. Yet the sight of bloodied wounds on a living being instilled a sense of dread within her. "Let us go back," Zhu Yuanyuan urged, tugging at her father's animal skin skirt. "I am lively and well. Do not move," Zhu Chang cautioned, firmly grasping the little one's hand, his brow furrowed. "How can you claim to be well after losing so much weight? Be good. Let the great shaman examine you. The medicine is not bitter." Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a perplexing predicament. Her reluctance to take medicine stemmed not from the bitterness of the concoction, but rather from the fact that she was not ill and thus had no need for it. Even if she were truly unwell, she could procure remedies from the system marketplace, far more effective than the bitter brews concocted by the shaman. Yet, she struggled to articulate the reason for her gradual weight loss despite being well-fed and well-rested, and could only place her hopes in the shaman's medical expertise. As long as the shaman proclaimed her healthy, her parents would have no cause for concern. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan gradually relaxed her grip and continued to observe as the shaman applied medicine to the wounded. The dark green paste looked somewhat terrifying. Could it truly heal? As it turned out, the efficacy of the blackish-green ointment was remarkable. Even severe wounds ceased to bleed with a generous application. No wonder the shaman was revered by the clan. Their skills were indeed authentic. Before long, the wounded individual, now treated, took their leave. Zhu Chang respectfully approached, bowing deeply. "Shaman, my little female has been eating and sleeping well, yet she has lost quite a bit of weight. Might you take a look?" Hui nodded impassively in acknowledgement. Granting permission, with a sense of urgency, Zhu Chang turned back to lift Zhu Yuanyuan, urging her to hurry and not to forget to greet the shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan was engulfed in a profound sense of despair and indignation. After all, she was a time traveler, akin to an old cucumber painted green, perpetually being tossed about without regard for her dignity. Yet, the harsh truth remained unspoken, and resistance felt futile, leaving her with no choice but to accept her fate. The etiquette in the orc world was rather straightforward. An adult orc simply needed to bow at a 90-degree angle, with the left hand naturally hanging down while gently striking the left chest with the right fist. In contrast, a juvenile orc would cross both hands in front of them and bow at the same angle. The original owner of her body had learned this, and Zhu Yuanyuan executed the movements from her memory flawlessly. After performing the ritual, she stood obediently before the great shaman. Her inner curiosity piqued as she wondered how ailments were diagnosed in the orc world. Did they, perhaps, employ a method akin to pulse diagnosis in traditional Chinese medicine from her previous life? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang hesitated, questioning the necessity of medication. No need. The great sorcerer replied with impatience, issuing an order for departure. This time, the bewilderment shifted to Zhu's parents, who left with furrowed brows. While consuming more fruits seemed reasonable, the implication of needing additional rest was perplexing. After all, Yuanyuan slept quite a lot each day. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan understood that in order to regain her freedom, she must address the issue at its root. She could not continue to lose weight and might even need to gain a little. While she did not aspire to become overweight, she felt compelled to make this temporary sacrifice for the sake of her ambitious potato cultivation plan. It is indeed a challenging endeavor to lose weight, yet gaining it seems rather effortless. During this period, the rewards from her daily tasks were diverse, including high-calorie treats such as chocolates, candies, and wafers, delicacies she had previously refrained from purchasing but could now indulge in to her heart's content. With a steady supply of snacks and an increase in the meat portions of her 3 daily meals, Zhu Yuanyuan visibly regained weight within just 4 or 5 days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan hesitated. You must rest more. Sleeping too long can also lead to discomfort. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, her small face contorted in resistance. She could hardly fathom how she had endured these past days. When sleep eluded her, she busied herself with tasks, relentlessly mastering over 100 knowledge points. Now, she had even acquired the basics of pottery making. The weight of her parents' love felt almost unbearable. Shall we ask the shaman to examine you again? Zhu Xiaofan suggested. I will only agree if he assures me of your improved health. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, and beamed with joy. Mother, did you hear? The great shaman said that one cannot merely eat and sleep all day, for it will lead to transformation. She continued, yet she is already akin to a piglet. There is no need for further change. Zhu Xiaofan, with a hint of reproach, interjected, how can one act so brazenly in front of the great shaman? With that, she bowed respectfully towards the shaman. Yuanyuan is young and lacks understanding. If she has offended in any way, I implore you to forgive her. It is of no consequence. Hu Yin replied coldly. The young are naturally lively, talkative, and full of energy. There is no need to stifle their spirit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with excitement, embraced her female cub and nuzzled affectionately, exclaiming how adorable Yuanyuan was, professing her love. Let go of me. Zhu Yuanyuan protested, struggling to free herself and stepping back, her face contorted in discontent. Mother, please be serious. I am still awaiting your response. How could the bald-headed one be considered adorable? All right, Zhu Yuanyuan replied gently with a smile. Yuanyuan should understand that we boar beastmen are robust and valiant but lack intellectual engagement. The tribe leader had dispatched someone to learn from the previous shaman, but alas, none succeeded. Ultimately, they had to seek assistance from the fox tribe. This borrowing, in truth, was a euphemism. Without an heir, the shaman could not relinquish their duties to return to the fox tribe. After hearing the softly whispered revelations from her mother, Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat speechless. The shaman could actually borrow and, moreover, in a manner that implied no return. What if the shaman was unwilling and insisted on going back? No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied without hesitation. The fox tribe harbors many sages and competition within the tribe is fierce. Only by venturing to another clan can one obtain preferential treatment. Remaining within our own tribe poses great pressure with average benefits. Switching to a different tribe offers a singular opportunity. Anyone with wisdom would comprehend the optimal choice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, stating that if she had a partner, they would have long since moved in together. Zhu Yuanyuan pressed on, asking if the unmarried ladies in the clan had no thoughts on the matter. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a wry smile, expressing that even if they did, it would be futile. The clan leader had personally intervened. Yet the grand shaman had merely expressed a disinterest in seeking a partner and had not changed her mind since. Sighing, she wondered aloud why she was sharing such matters with a young one like him. Madame Zhu suspected that her prolonged seclusion had deprived her of conversation, leading her to speak without restraint. With no gossip to entertain her, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled and released her mother's hand. The great, which has declared me well. There is no need for me to languish in bed all day. I shall go out to play. With these words, she chose a direction and dashed away, not daring to look back, fearing she might be stopped. Zhu Yuanyuan sank into contemplation, questioning her own existence as a female offspring. Zhu Yuanyuan, who faced doubts about her gender from her mother, arrived at the small vegetable garden and discovered that the potatoes she had planted for the first time had sprouted a few sparse shoots. Perhaps due to a lack of water, the leaves appeared wilted and yellowed. Heartbroken, she hurriedly retrieved a large bamboo tube from the shade and made several trips to the river to ensure the plants were sufficiently watered. Afterward, she sought out the germination pit she had dug in a well-ventilated, sunlit area. To her disappointment, she found that the sprouting rate of the potato pieces was not particularly high, only slightly better than if they had been sown directly into the garden. Most of them had already shriveled and turned black. However, she could understand the situation. Her mother had been overly protective lately, not permitting her to venture outside. Given the lack of meticulous care, it was already commendable that any sprouts had emerged from the germination pit. She could not expect more. Having consoled herself, she resumed her diligent work. In truth, summer was not an ideal season for planting potatoes, yet she yearned to attempt it, believing that if she succeeded, the winter season would be more bearable. Now liberated, Zhu Yuanyuan began to earnestly learn about agriculture. Not content with just potatoes, she acquired seeds for sweet potatoes, purple potatoes, and other root vegetables after gaining additional knowledge. Indeed, she focused on seeds rather than cultivation techniques. Her understanding was still insufficient, and she lacked the confidence to be overly ambitious. She reasoned that the planting methods for underground fruits should not differ significantly, and with a few more attempts, success might be within reach. The seeds were inexpensive, and with minimal sowing, Even if she failed 10 or 8 times, it would not matter. However, the overseer could not help but voice a complaint. What did she mean by not differing much? Different plants, even with slight variations, required incessant experimentation to cultivate successfully. There was no need to take unnecessary detours, yet she insisted on complicating matters for herself. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression hardened. Without uttering a word, you appeared before her. What thoughts could I possibly harbor that you are unaware of? Everyone yearns for a golden finger, and she is no exception. Yet, at times, there arises an unsettling sensation. Consider the prospect of an entity within your mind capable of deciphering your every thought. An autonomous artificial intelligence devoid of any respect for privacy. How could one not feel a sense of dread? Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain how other time travelers perceived such circumstances. Yet she herself had reached a critical juncture, teetering on the brink of eruption. Tongzi, sensitive to the instability of her emotions, hastily interjected, explaining that the system was equipped with privacy settings that prevented it from accessing her personal information, only capturing content pertinent to the system itself. I don't believe it. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a disdainful snort. You always appear precisely when I am lost in my own musings, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Tongzi countered. But none of that constitutes your private matters. This statement bore truth, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan unable to refute it, and she merely pouted in response. Perhaps you gleaned something that you haven't disclosed. At this, Tongzi erupted. You may denounce me as ineffectual, but you cannot question my integrity. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes, awkwardly diverting the conversation. I'm going to plant potatoes now, so please do not disturb me. Observing Tongzi's impassioned reaction, which deviated from the calm demeanor expected of artificial intelligence, she found herself unexpectedly believing its words. However, she pondered, could it be that artificial intelligence harbors such a rich tapestry of emotions? Should the humans of the interstellar world not be concerned about potential complications? Zhu Yuanyuan did not possess the habit of worrying about the interstellar beings. She quickly cast aside her distractions and resumed her industrious endeavors. Now equipped with a multitude of seeds, she needed to clear more land for experimentation. Additionally, she had invested a substantial sum in acquiring the rudiments of pottery techniques, which she could not afford to squander. It was imperative to carve out time for research and practice, and to subsequently fire samples for her kin to admire. Unfortunately, her youthful physique limited her capacity to accomplish much. She could only proceed at a gradual pace. Sigh, how she longed to mature swiftly. Amidst her busyness, the morning slipped away in the blink of an eye. Zhu Yuanyuan, dragging her weary little body home, was met with the sight of her second brother rolling on the ground in his beast form, leaving him covered in a cloud of dust. Second brother. You are so filthy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming was taken aback. Could it truly be so foul? Zhu Yuanyuan wore a serious expression. I am not deceiving you, second brother. You should hasten to bathe, otherwise, everyone will call you lazy. Imagining the scene of his companions surrounding him and chanting lazy pig, Zhu Yongming couldn't help but shiver. Indeed. I shall go wash in the river at once. I cannot afford to give them the chance to mock me. After all, he aspired to become a future warrior of the tribe, and it would be disastrous to earn a reputation for laziness. Zhu Yongming hurriedly rushed out to take a shower, while Zhu Yuanyuan waved her hand obediently, advising her elder brother to walk slowly and take care. As a natural swimmer, the beastmen were not in much danger near the river, where patrol teams roamed, so after casually offering her advice, she paid it no further mind. After much effort to find a reason to send her brother away, she hurried to inspect the sprouting pit hidden in the corner of the cave. The potatoes were dug from the forest. It would not matter if they were discovered outside, but the sweet potato and purple potato seeds were different. Zhu Yuanyuan needed to find another opportunity for the seeds to appear unobtrusively. Until then, she could only carefully store the seeds in the innermost corner of her family's cave, where they kept miscellaneous items. Songzi, Zhu Yuanyuan called out with her consciousness. What do you think of the sprouting pit I created? Unbeknownst to her, Songzi declined to respond, urging the host to explore on her own. Zhu Yuanyuan clicked her tongue in disapproval, exclaiming how petty. After purchasing the potato cultivation techniques, Tongzi had patiently guided her through the process, with each step laid out with remarkable clarity. Nowadays, to acquire only the seeds without the accompanying cultivation knowledge would indeed be heartless. I am not being stingy, Tongzi replied softly. But since the host has not acquired the technique, the superintelligence core will not dispense the relevant knowledge. Zhu Yuanyuan, on the other hand, is quite strict. She immediately abandoned the idea of secretly learning from the master and squatted by the edge of the pit, continuing to observe the condition of the sprouting area. In the days that followed, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously tended to the potatoes during the day, completing tasks during her afternoon rest and before bedtime, all the while ensuring she had sufficient sleep. The potatoes sprouted, grew tall, blossomed, and bore fruit. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and the harvest season was approaching. The sprouted sweet potatoes and purple potatoes were also thriving, which provided her with a measure of comfort, regardless of the yield. At least her efforts had not been in vain. However, her rudimentary pottery skills had yet to come into play, although the valley where the tribe resided was vast. Suitable clay remained elusive. If only she were older and could roam freely in the mountains and forests, it would be a different story, but alas. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Uninterested in frivolity, directly inquired about the physical condition of the interstellar beings and whether there had been any advancements in the research of gene optimization and health-enhancing potions. Indeed. The system replied affirmatively. Gene optimization and body-tempering potions? They truly exist, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed with excitement, hastily asking, can I purchase them from the system's marketplace? The system succinctly responded, yes, but they do not come cheaply. This latter statement served as a reminder. Quality items are inherently precious, and exorbitant prices are entirely reasonable. Zhu Yuanyuan was not surprised. She merely smiled and nodded. I understand. Please help me retrieve them for a closer look. The marketplace offered a plethora of goods, diverse in nature, and it would take considerable time to sift through the pages. However, the system, well aware of the host's tendency to procrastinate, silently brought up a virtual panel displaying the 2 potions previously mentioned. The primary gene optimization potion was priced at 999 knowledge points per unit, and the primary body tempering potion was similarly priced at 999 knowledge points each. Wow, that's quite expensive, Zhu Yuanyuan gasped in astonishment, her earlier satisfaction swiftly evaporating. After diligently completing daily tasks for over 2 months, she had accumulated a mere 1563 knowledge points, insufficient to purchase even one of the potions. And this was only for the primary potions. The prices for intermediate potions were even more staggering. 2,999 knowledge points for a single unit, 59.99 for advanced, and a staggering 9,999 knowledge points for the finest quality. Upon glancing at the digits behind her, Zhu Yuanyuan felt an overwhelming dizziness. How many tasks must one complete to acquire everything? Perhaps there is no opportunity to obtain it all, as the juvenile learning system exclusively caters to minors. Once she reaches adulthood, the system will automatically sever the connection. May I inquire if the host intends to purchase the potion? The system inquired with unwavering precision. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Knowing it would come to this, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted and extracted a vial of dark brown liquid from her system backpack. She scrutinized it for quite a while, but it appeared rather unremarkable. Upon opening it, she poured the liquid into her mouth, instantly overwhelmed by an intensely bitter taste, reminiscent of the traditional Chinese herbal medicine she had once consumed in a past life. Fortunately, the potion was only 100 milliliters. Had it been more, she feared she would struggle to finish it. Frowning, she unwrapped 2 milk candies and tossed them into her mouth, allowing the sweet, creamy flavor to envelop her palate before she finally relaxed. Having spent a significant portion of her knowledge points and endured the bitterness, she hoped the outcome would not be disappointing. She moved her neck and stretched her body, yet felt no discernible change. Anxiety began to creep in. System, why is there no reaction after consuming the potion? Could it be that the optimization has a chance of failure, and I simply had poor luck? Please adjust your attitude. Host, the system replied in its long and used mechanical tone. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of superior quality. They cannot possibly be ineffective. Zhu Yuanyuan, fearing that her knowledge points would go to waste, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the precise mechanical warning. It was reassuring that her efforts were not in vain. Accumulating knowledge points was no easy feat, and she was reluctant to squander them. However, the system had claimed that the potion was beneficial, yet she felt no adverse effects after consuming it, which posed a dilemma. Tentatively, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired how she could ascertain the extent of her genetic enhancement. She phrased her question delicately, avoiding any sensitive triggers for the system, and was fortunate enough to receive a response. The host may observe the absorption of the essence of the sun and moon if there is an increase in speed and conversion rate. It would be attributed to the efficacy of the optimization potion. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed promising. The conversion rate refers to the proportion of solar and lunar essence transformed into personal energy. For the orcs, absorbing this essence constitutes their method of cultivation, however. Mere absorption does not guarantee an enhancement in strength. The efficacy of one's cultivation hinges on the conversion rate. If one absorbs a substantial amount, yet only a fraction transforms into usable energy, the path to mastery becomes arduous. Due to her relatively youthful physique and her preoccupation with daily academic endeavors, Zhu Yuan's absorption of solar and lunar essence is modest, with a conversion rate of approximately 1 in 10,000. Do not underestimate this figure. In this realm, an orc capable of achieving such a conversion rate during cultivation is deemed a genius. Unfortunately, her diminutive form hinders her combat capabilities, preventing her from being designated as a key candidate for training within her clan. Zhu Yuanyuan did not feel regretful. After all, the constant scrutiny and pressure to excel from the clan leader and elders was quite overwhelming. However, the denial of her beastly form left her with an undeniable sense of dissatisfaction. What of the little pig? As long as she is willing to exert herself in her cultivation, who can confidently declare that her future holds no promise? Once she optimizes her genes to perfection and refines her body to its utmost state, she can then delve into the study of profound martial arts. By the way, does the system's marketplace offer any martial arts manuals for sale? In her previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan was perpetually busy, lacking the leisure to visit parks and learn Tai Chi from the elderly. She also lacked the ability to devise her own techniques. Without a suitable mentor, she would be utterly lost. Tonxi, she called out urgently, I am in dire need of a martial arts manual. Could you please check if there are any affordable and effective options available in the marketplace? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time passed languidly, yet Tonxi remained silent. Confounded, Zhu Yuanyuan wondered what was amiss. Had Tonxi malfunctioned? Hey, Tonxi, are you still there? After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a single response, she finally lost hope. Tonxi was either experiencing some technical difficulties requiring repairs or was intentionally avoiding her request for assistance. Regardless of the reason, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself unable to remedy the situation. She could only summon the virtual marketplace and input the keywords martial arts manual into the search bar. Instantly, a plethora of tomes appeared on the virtual screen, sorting them by price from lowest to highest. She was taken aback to discover that even the cheapest one cost a staggering 999 knowledge points. Upon examining the title of one manual, The Snail's Secret, she realized it was clearly unsuitable for her needs. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously searched for a considerable length of time, but failed to find a satisfactory manual, which instantly ignited a surge of frustration within her. Acquiring technology is no trifling expense. Purchasing potions is even more costly, and as for manuals, they are simply beyond her means. It is no wonder that the system has chosen to remain silent, likely fearing her outburst of ire directed at it. Upon this reflection, she felt a twinge of sympathy for the system, burdened as it was with a host who was so unpredictable and often inclined towards laziness. After calming her emotions, Zhu Yuanyuan decisively shut down the virtual interface. Since those manuals were beyond her financial reach, there was no point in gazing upon them, unless she were to miraculously strike it rich overnight. Tending to the fields seemed far more appealing. It not only offered physical exercise, but also the joy of reaping a bountiful harvest. The so-called harvest, in her case, referred to the act of digging up potatoes. In the secluded corners of the valley, the 5-year-old child busily toiled away, digging and turning the soil to plant potatoes. The patrolling orcs had noticed her, but assumed that the child was merely playing with mud and paid her no heed. Little did they anticipate the surprising discovery that would unfold 3 months later. Potatoes? Yuanyuan, you actually unearthed potatoes. A voice, trembling with excitement, echoed in her ears. Zhu Yuanyuan, startled, dropped her small stone hoe and scrambled away in a panic. It's me, your grandfather, Zhu Dayo, he reassured her, do not be afraid. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan did not shy away from expressing his thoughts, subtly stating that their team was comprised of the elderly and the frail, lacking in combat prowess. Now that autumn had arrived, it was essential to hunt diligently and gather sufficient provisions to endure the harsh winter. Oh, I understand. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled broadly, acknowledging the arduous nature of both hunting expeditions and patrolling the tribe. Grandfather, please remember to rest and not overexert yourselves. Patrolling merely involves wandering about. How could it be arduous? Zhu Yuanyuan modestly replied, though his expression softened considerably. He then returned to the previous topic, asking, did you indeed uncover potatoes? The orcs had always been united, and news of their newfound sustenance, potatoes, had to be widely disseminated, ensuring everyone was aware and vigilant while ascending the mountains and venturing into the woods, so as not to overlook any treasures. The siblings, Zhu Yuanyuan and her brother, had gathered a considerable amount of potatoes. Upon returning home, they graciously gifted some to their grandfather, Zhu Yuanyuan. Having previously savored roasted potatoes and having unearthed them several times on the mountain, he could recognize them at a mere glance. Indeed, it was potatoes, as Zhu Yuanyuan nodded, her large eyes twinkling with delight, her spirits exceptionally high. She sensed that free labor had arrived. As anticipated, the orcs who had heard about the small patch of land cultivated with potatoes were quite exhilarated, engaging in animated discussions. The food in the valley had long been foraged, and the ground had been turned over multiple times, yet new sustenance had sprouted. Could it be that the beast god, seeing our struggles through the harsh winter, had sent this bounty as a blessing? Yes, it must be the beast goddess grace. As Zhu Yuanyuan listened, her expression darkened with increasing frustration, prompting her to voice her disdain. The beast god is far too occupied to concern himself with such trivial matters. Do not speak nonsense, Yuanyuan. Zhu Yuanyuan gently patted his granddaughter's back, adding, were it not for the protection of the beast god, where would these potatoes have come from? I planted them. Zhu Yuanyuan replied matter-of-factly. I sowed the seeds in summer, and it is only natural to reap the harvest in autumn. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone gazed at the chubby little female with expressions of indescribable astonishment, left momentarily at a loss for words. Zhu Yuanyuan coughed lightly and remarked, the young ones are naive. Let us not take offense. Grandfather, Zhu Yuanyuan protested loudly. I did not speak falsehoods, displaying clear displeasure. She wore a serious expression that commanded attention, prompting a one-armed elder orc, who had been lingering on the periphery, to speak. Yuanyuan, since you are the one who planted the potatoes, do share your cultivation methods and enlighten us. Old chieftain, Zhu Yuanyuan swiftly intervened. The little female is merely mischievous and playful. She cannot be expected to articulate matters seriously. Let her amuse herself while we focus on harvesting the potatoes. Nonsense. The one-armed elder orc, the former chieftain Zhu He, reprimanded sternly. You are all grown adults. To dismiss the young one's words without listening to her reasoning is simply unjust. A torrent of reproaches ensued, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan and the others utterly beset by criticism. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu He could not help but furrow his brow. Is it truly impossible to plant them now? It is not that it cannot be done, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, but the sprouting period must be extended. With the arrival of the snowy season, if they have not fully matured, the temperatures will be too low, causing the potatoes to perish even if they are buried in the ground, unless they are harvested before the snowfall. She gestured towards the scattered new potatoes on the ground, estimating that the early harvest would yield significantly smaller potatoes. Zhu He, undeterred, relentlessly inquired about the nature of potato seeds and the method of cultivation. The seed is the potato itself, Zhu Yuanyuan generously recounted her planting techniques. She aspired to enhance their living conditions and diversify their meals. Yet she was disinclined to toil in the fields from dawn until dusk. It was imperative to disseminate agricultural knowledge. The orcs, relying solely on hunting for sustenance, had never engaged in farming and were left utterly bewildered by the discourse. Do not inquire further. The response would merely reflect their lack of comprehension. Only the elder chief, possessing a degree of sagacity, grasped much of the conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to harvest the potatoes first, assessing the yield of the land before deciding whether to plant another crop. Suddenly, a premonition of unease washed over Zhu Yuanyuan, prompting her to assert, These potatoes are of my own cultivation. Indeed, Zhu responded with a genial smile, adding, Yuanyuan, your ingenuity is truly remarkable. Not only have you discovered a novel food source, but you've also successfully cultivated it. Your accolades do not alter the verity that these potatoes belong to me. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, remaining unpersuaded by the flattery. She was unwilling to relinquish what she had painstakingly grown. The knowledge of cultivation techniques was indelible, etched into her mind, and its dissemination would not diminish her possession of it. However, the potatoes were a tangible asset. To give them away would mean their irretrievable loss. Manifesting a palpable sense of guardedness, Zhu Yuanyuan was met with Zhu Dao's entreaties, his tone laced with a blend of helplessness and cajolery. My dear Yuanyuan, he began. You're hardly a fledgling anymore. Surely, you comprehend the scarcity of sustenance during the snowy season. Even if solely for the sake of ensuring that everyone has a morsel to eat, you ought to relinquish the potatoes to the elder to cultivate. Wouldn't you agree? A flicker of inner conflict danced within Zhu Yuanyuan's gaze. But if I give them all away, I won't have any for myself. And I need to keep some for planting. Lacking a physical means of concealment, she dared not openly produce the seeds acquired from the marketplace. Much akin to the sweet potatoes and purple yams surreptitiously planted in another secluded nook. Of course, we shall reserve some for you, Zhu affirmed without ambiguity. With negotiations concluded, the beasts of the 5th hunting squad commenced their labors, transforming into their animalistic forms and employing their snouts in a seemingly haphazard manner. With astonishing celerity, they unearthed every last potato. Barring the rather disheveled state of the plot of land, the efficiency exhibited was remarkably high. Zhu Yuanyuan planted potatoes for the first time. Even with the guidance of technology, she did not dare to be overly ambitious and only cultivated approximately 1/5 of a hectare. Nevertheless, the yield was impressive, estimated to be around 700 to 800 pounds. Truly, these high-yield potatoes did not disappoint her. Overwhelmed with elation, Zhu wrung his hands together. After circumambulating the potatoes a few times, he bent down and gathered about a dozen of the largest ones. Yuanyuan, I'm a man of my word. These are yours to keep. Zhu Yuanyuan's fervent heart instantly turned cold as she cautiously inquired if the elder had perhaps made a mistake. Indeed, Zhu chuckled, his face adorned with wrinkles, assuring her that her contributions were unparalleled and that the clan would not overlook her efforts. Take it, he added, and when the hunting party returns this evening, we shall ensure your family receives a generous share of the spoils. Zhu Yuanyuan. She is not one to shy away from taking what she needs, but confronted with the selfless, one-armed elder of the clan, certain words simply elude her, leaving her no choice but to grit her teeth and accept her fate. Never mind, with such a bountiful harvest of potatoes. She can always plant more next year and ensure a greater supply. The potatoes set aside for her were meticulously selected, each weighing over a pound. Zhu Yuanyuan took a small bamboo basket and first laid a layer of dry straw at the bottom, carefully placing the potatoes inside. Since they were to be kept for seed, it was imperative to preserve them intact. Even the skins must remain unbroken. As she finished packing and prepared to leave, she faced yet another dilemma. Straining to rise with the little basket on her back, she lost her balance and fell onto her rear. Ha! Zhu Dao laughed heartlessly. Yuanyuan, haven't you had enough to eat? Surely you can manage to carry this little bit. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in exasperation, Grandfather, I am but 5 years old. 5 years is no trivial age, Zhu Dao retorted, smacking his lips with pride. At your age, I was already capable of hauling 100 pounds of game. Is that truly the case? Zhu Yuanyuan asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. Zhu Dao feigned an expression of anger, though it was genuine. Could I possibly deceive you? My dear little girl? Very well. As you are older, I shall defer to your wishes. Zhu Yuanyuan presented her basket with a sweet smile, entreating, Oh, Grandfather, would you kindly assist me in returning the potatoes? She harbored no sense of subjugation towards the elderly man, for her grandfather wielded the formidable strength of a mid-level Xian stage cultivator, nearing 90 yet still robust, far surpassing her frail 5-year-old frame. Deliver, deliver, deliver. Zhu Dao found himself unable to resist his granddaughter's playful charm, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. After all, young females tend to be rather delicate. He turned to Zhu and declared, Elder Clan Leader, please continue with your affairs. I shall be back shortly. Zhu Yuanyuan earnestly exhorted, emphasizing the meticulousness required for sprouting, insisting that the pit be dug in a well-ventilated, sun-drenched area oriented east to west. She reiterated the precautions repeatedly before finally ceasing. As Zhu River listened, he nodded in agreement. Having meticulously noted down the method, he reassured, "Rest assured, when it's time for germination, I'll have someone summon you to oversee the process." Knowing this beforehand, Zhu Yuanyuan wouldn't have wasted her breath reiterating it. Alas, not a single thing has gone her way today. Discerning that her luck was at a nadir, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to remain indoors upon returning home, sequestering herself for a few days in hopes of averting misfortune. Oblivious to the inner musings of his granddaughter, Zhu Deyao casually picked up the small bamboo basket. This backpack is quite remarkable, ideally suited for venturing out to forage. Who crafted it? He mused aloud, noting that present-day foraging expeditions relied on animal hide pouches and clumsily woven vine baskets, which were rather inconvenient. This particular backpack, however, not only liberated the hands, but also conserved energy. He did observe, though, that its construction was somewhat askew, rendering it a tad aesthetically unappealing. "I crafted it," Zhu Yuanyuan chimed, her eyes sparkling with pride. "What do you think? Is it pleasing to the eye?" "Indeed, quite exquisite," Zhu Deyao remarked with perfunctory praise. "When you have a moment, perhaps you could instruct your grandfather in its creation." Zhu Yuanyuan did not immediately acquiesce, stating that her recent schedule was rather demanding, and she feared she wouldn't have the time, suggesting a postponement. "But I'm in urgent need of it," Zhu Deyao implored his granddaughter. "A mere slip of a girl like you. What could possibly occupy your time so much? Surely you can carve out a bit of leisure to instruct me." Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a touch of hubris. "Who says a young one has nothing to do? I'm constantly swamped. If grandfather is truly eager to learn, he could seek out father. He has inherited my true essence." Zhu Deyao couldn't help but shake his head, a smile playing on his lips. "All right, if you're so busy, I won't bother you." He lowered his gaze to the small basket he carried, silently hoping that the silly lad, Chong, had woven it well. Each lost in their own thoughts, the grandfather and granddaughter ambled home one after the other. The confiscation of the potatoes dealt a significant blow to Zhu Yuanyuan. She ate nearly half a slice less of roasted meat that evening. After supper, she didn't even take her usual 99 steps, but instead lay prone near the entrance of the cave, quietly awaiting the moon's emergence. After exchanging meaningful glances for a considerable time, the other members of the family eventually pushed forward the second eldest brother, the one closest in age to her, to investigate the situation. Filled with despondency, Zhu Yongming lamented his perpetual misfortune. He approached the pink piglet with hesitant steps, directing his gaze towards the resplendent hues of the twilight sky, and inquired insincerely, "Yuanyuan, does the moon truly possess such captivating beauty?" He sought to initiate a light-hearted conversation, intending to offer solace to his younger sister once her spirits had been eased, thereby averting any potential displacement of her anger upon himself. Indeed, his sister had been subjected to a series of unfortunate events, as the potatoes she had painstakingly cultivated over the course of several months had been appropriated for communal use. Nevertheless, within the tribe, the practice of collective hunting and gathering, coupled with distribution based on need, dictated that any resources beneficial to the community should be willingly surrendered. The fact that the elder chieftain had permitted her to retain several tins of caddies of potatoes could be deemed equitable. "The moon is, without a doubt, a sight to behold," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with nonchalance. "But there's no need to watch it every day," Zhu Yongming jested. "You'd be better off admiring your second brother." "No way," Zhu Yuanyuan responded, her expression betraying her disdain. "You are far less pleasing to the eye than the moon." "Yuan, how could you utter such words?" Zhu Yongming clutched his chest in mock anguish. "Has your second brother been remiss in his duties towards you?" "Indeed, he has," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, harboring a tenacious memory. "Yesterday, he pilfered a sweet fruit from my very grasp." Zhu Yongming, deeply affected, lamented, "You clearly favor the elder brother over me." The innocent Zhu Yonggan interjected, "Second brother, please choose your words with care." "There is no need for that," Zhu Yongming retorted with indignation. "I simply cherish the truth, and you cannot hinder me." Zhu Yonggan's eyes darkened as he strode forward with purpose, lifting his obstinate younger brother out of the house. "What are you doing? Let me go quickly." Zhu Yong struggled fiercely, his voice echoing through the air. "You insufferable brother, you always resort to this tactic. If you end up causing me harm, just wait and see how you will explain it to our parents." The neighbors, intrigued by the commotion, peered out to witness the spectacle. Xiaoguan, is your brother teaching you a lesson again?" Unfazed, Zhu Yonggan replied, "My brother is being mischievous and disobedient. He needs to learn a lesson." Zhu Yongming retorted, "I wasn't being mischievous. You're simply seeking a pretext to thrash me." "You speak the truth," Zhu Yuanyuan conceded with a helpless smile. A sound thrashing ensures a few days of docility, allowing Yuanyuan to enjoy some tranquil days. The aforementioned Zhu Yuanyuan wore a bewildered expression, wondering, how did I become entangled in this? Zhu Yuanyuan fabricated a preposterous tale with utmost earnestness. Observing your diminished appetite today, a consequence, no doubt, of your displeasure. One might surmise that my incessant chatter has become a source of vexation. Zhu Yuanyuan is merely mourning the confiscation of several hundred pounds of potatoes, truly. Zhu Yuanyuan, bearing the brunt of blame, cried out in despair, a sight both pitiable and helpless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu bravely rolled his eyes without reservation, exclaiming, if you can do it, why can't I? His older brother was right, and Zhu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Teasing one another holds truth in any realm or era. However, being younger, Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to outmatch his brother, resorted to playing the spoiled child. But you're an adult. Can't you let me win just this once? He pleaded. No, Zhu Xiaofan replied instinctively. We are all novices in this life. There is no need for anyone to yield to another. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan acquiesced, stipulating that further discussion would be contingent upon the commencement of your training and your subsequent ability to venture forth from the tribe unaccompanied. Zhu Yuanyuan, so easily persuaded. Her elder brother seems somewhat foolish. A twinge of sympathy arises. Nevertheless, she ought to seize the moment, to cultivate her strength early, lest she find herself at the mercy of her brother one day. The moon has already risen. It is imperative to commence her training. As she gazes up at the moon, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly recalls that her true form is that of a little fragrant pig. Should she share the knowledge of how to absorb the essence of the moon? Yet, it seems rather peculiar for such a revelation to emerge from the lips of a mere 5-year-old. After a brief hesitation, she ultimately decides to speak. Mother, I have just discovered something. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaofan responded with enthusiasm. Zhu Yuanyuan inquired whether something had occurred, and if it was a matter of good or ill. Do tell. The moon can also practice martial arts. Zhu Yuanyuan endeavored to articulate in a childlike manner, akin to practicing in front of the sun in the morning. The moon? Practicing martial arts? Zhu Xiaofan appeared somewhat perplexed, taking a considerable time to grasp the meaning. Zhu Chang recalled the notion among the wolf beastmen regarding practicing under the moonlight. Could it be that Zhu Yuanyuan claimed she could absorb the moonlight? This revelation astonished Zhu Xiaofan profoundly. After all, weren't pig beastmen only capable of absorbing sunlight? Mother must be mistaken, Zhu Yuanyuan corrected, her small face serious. Regardless of whether it is sunlight or moonlight, I am able to absorb both. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, perplexed by the underlying meaning, retorted with an air of indignation. As if the other had no voice of their own, the siblings, unable to see eye to eye, simultaneously huffed and turned their heads away in disdain. Ahem. Zhu Chang felt compelled to step forward to mediate the situation. After all, they were family, and it was imperative to communicate respectfully rather than engage in petty squabbles. Since Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her willingness to absorb the situation, he decided to give it a try. Very well, with both mother and father in mind. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously organized her parents' arrangements. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan, both devoted to their beloved pets, nodded in agreement. While the brave brothers Zhu Yuanyuan and Zhu Yongming also wished to join in the fun. I am determined to expose my sister's falsehoods, declared Zhu Yongming with unwavering conviction. The entrance was too narrow for their family of 5 to squeeze through, and fortunately, the weather was not too cold. They decided to step outside and transform under the moonlight in the open space below. The methods of absorbing the sunlight and moonlight were not fundamentally different, however. Due to the varying physiques among the different races, it was rare for beastmen to successfully absorb both simultaneously. It is well known that the Black Pig clan could only absorb the sunlight for their training, although some overly curious clan members attempted to bask in the moonlight at night. All their efforts ended in failure. Although Zhu Chang agreed to give it a try, he was already aware of the outcome. Before long, he withdrew from his practice, softly saying, Yuan, I've tried it, but it doesn't work. His tone was gentle, as he feared that the truth might bring tears to the little female. Zhu Yuanyuan tilted her head to the side, but it seemed that mother, like me, could practice with the moon. Zhu Chang was taken aback, shifting his gaze towards his companion, softly calling out, Mother of the cub? After a long pause without a response, Zhu Yong, filled with disbelief, inquired, Can mother truly absorb the moonlight? His eyes were fixed on the 2 pink fragrant pigs, one large and one small, when a sudden epiphany struck him. Their beast forms differ from ours, hence their constitution must also vary. The fragrant pig clan has long been regarded as the underdogs among the beastmen, often bullied due to their feeble strength and routinely looked down upon, forced to rely on other beast clans for survival. If they could simultaneously absorb the essence of the sun and moon for cultivation, and if mother, along with grandfather and grandmother, were able to validate this possibility, the news would undoubtedly spread far and wide. Zhu Yonggan believed that it would not be long before the clan of fragrant pigs would undergo a profound transformation. Before long, Zhu Xiaofan awoke from her training state, her face radiant with excitement. Qiang, I have succeeded. I can truly absorb the moonlight. What Yuanyuan said is indeed true. Amidst her laughter, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. This must be what it means to cry tears of joy, Zhu Yuanyuan thought, as she galloped towards Zhu Xiaofan, nestling beside the adult fragrant pig, softly and tenderly saying, Mother, do not cry. This is a joyous occasion. We must smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to bear seeing her father in distress, smiled warmly and remarked, Mother is undoubtedly the most beautiful female in the tribe. None can compare. Father is not blind. How could he possibly be enamored with anyone else? Indeed, indeed, Zhu Chang echoed emphatically. Xiaofan, you are the fairest of them all. My heart belongs solely to you. Really? Zhu Xiaofan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Absolutely, Zhu Chang asserted, nearly raising his hand in an oath. If I were to speak falsely, may the beast god bring upon me his wrath. Do not speak such nonsense. Zhu Xiaofan exclaimed in haste, transforming back into her human form to cover her partner's mouth. With a playful reproach, she added, You say whatever comes to mind, not considering the day it might come true. Zhu Chang chuckled gently, proclaiming, Fear not, for my heart is as transparent as the sun and moon to you, and even the beast god is aware of it. Ah Chang, Zhu Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with delight. I knew you would be the best. Xiaofan, Zhu Chang replied, returning her gaze with profound affection. If I cannot cherish you, to whom else can I extend my kindness? Amidst a flurry of pink bubbles, Zhu Yuanyuan, with her mouth full of dog food, desperately reached out her hands, exclaiming, Elder brother, save me. She was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the sudden display of affection from the 2 lovebirds. Zhu Yongming incessantly pounded the ground with his forehoofs, roaring with laughter. Deserved. He had always taken advantage of his parents' indulgence to bully his second brother, and now he finally faced retribution. Ming, please don't be this way, Zhu Yuanyuan said, unable to contain his amusement. Yuanyuan is still quite young and, naturally, a bit spoiled. As an elder brother, you should be more understanding. No, Zhu Yongming retorted, lifting his chin defiantly and regarding others through his nostrils. This is my first time being a person. I have no obligation to accommodate her. Very well, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. You are indeed applying what you have learned, using your sister's words against her. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and Zhu Yuanyuan are both members of the patrol team, and their night patrol duties rotate every few days. Fortunately, they are not in the same squad, allowing them to stagger their schedules and ensure that an adult male beast is present at home each night. You little rascal. Zhu Chang playfully slapped his younger brother on the back of the head. The patrol team merely reduces the likelihood of danger. Whether they can actually thwart a stealthy beast remains uncertain. For instance, wolves are both fierce and cunning, with a high probability of sneaking in undetected. Before the Black Pig clan settled in this area, there had been extensive purges of the local wolf population, and each year, patrol teams are dispatched to maintain order, resulting in a noticeable decline in wolf sightings. However, it is better to be cautious than to be caught off guard. In this world, possessing a sense of crisis is essential for survival. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan lay at the cave's entrance, awakening to the sound and only catching a glimpse of her father's retreating figure. As she gazed at the dimly lit sky, she couldn't help but feel a profound sense of empathy for the struggles of humanity. The snow season was long and frigid, making it arduous to venture outdoors, and without sufficient food and firewood, survival was nearly impossible. With such thoughts occupying her mind, the loss of the confiscated potatoes became less of a burden. The prospect of planting another crop of potatoes to provide her kin with a few more morsels during the harsh winter filled her with a sense of purpose. Recalling the memories of relentless storms and icy conditions, where the frail and elderly often succumbed to despair, Zhu Yuanyuan felt compelled to take action. Having traversed from the modern world, she was confident that she could devise a means to prevent her people from succumbing to the bitter cold and hunger. Zhu Yuanyuan sprang up abruptly, retreating into a shadowy corner where she transformed back into her human form, donning a dress crafted from animal hides. With a spirited demeanor, she prepared to venture forth to undertake significant endeavors. Where are you headed? Zhu Xiaofan inquired, apprehensively grasping the mischievous young cub who had been restless since dawn, neglecting breakfast and seemingly indifferent to the pangs of hunger. Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly, her expression serious. Father has risen early to hunt for provisions, and I cannot remain idle at home. I must seek some work to do. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with rage, stomped his hooves and exclaimed, Mother, I shall no longer pay heed to you. With that declaration, he cast a fierce glare at his sister before darting out of the house, his short tail flicking in agitation. What's the matter with second brother? Zhu Yuanyuan complained, visibly displeased. I did not mock him. Why did he glare at me? Shouldn't his ire be directed at you, mother? Foolish child, Zhu Xiaofan replied calmly. He dares not confront me, and thus takes his frustrations out on someone smaller and weaker, namely, you. The feeble and pitiable Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, remarking, only the inept resort to misplaced anger. Second brother possesses a poor temperament. He ought to amend it. I shall report to father, she declared, so that second brother may receive a greater measure of affection and guidance. Zhu Yuanyuan quietly devised a plan, intending to sneak out while her mother was busy kindling the fire for roasting meat, wandering about in search of inspiration. At the tender age of 5, being a young female incapable of bearing burdens or carrying anything, and with no hardy seeds to cultivate that could be openly displayed, How could she possibly assist her kin? Alas, it seemed so arduous. As she aimlessly meandered through the valley, she suddenly stumbled upon a throng of people. As dozens were queuing before the door of the great shaman, Zhu Yuanyuan felt somewhat bewildered. Was it truly a morning for consultations? Yet, observing everyone's lively demeanor and cheerful banter, they hardly appeared to be unwell or injured. Her curiosity piqued, she trotted over, straining to eavesdrop. The insects in the mountains have been particularly numerous these days. I've been bitten countless times, and the itch is unbearable. I hope the great shaman brews plenty of medicine. Sighing, she scratched at her itchy skin, finding a peculiar sort of comfort in the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan and blinked, pondering that the bugs everyone spoke of were likely mosquitoes. In her few months in this world, it seemed she had yet to be bitten. Could it be that her body possessed an innate resistance to such pests? Just as she reveled in this thought, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Yuan, are you here to collect the anti-itch medicine as well? Would you like to come ahead of me? It won't be long before we receive it. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her gaze towards the sound, discovering that it was her second brother's companion, Zhu Hong. She quickly smiled and declined, saying, "No, thank you. I merely stepped out to enjoy some leisure time and noticed the crowd gathering, so I came to join in the merriment. There is no need for any itch relief medication." However, it appeared that Meng had not come to collect it today. With an unnatural flush tinting her ears, Zhu Hong tentatively inquired, "Is there something that has delayed him?" Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brows, realizing that this young lady had taken the liberty to cut in line for the sake of the second brother. It was truly unfathomable that a temperamental and immature boy like him could attract the affection of a female. Should she perhaps advise Sister Hong to reconsider her affections? However, upon further reflection, it was indeed a fortunate occurrence that a sweet and demure female from another family was willing to show interest in their pig. She must not undermine this budding connection, but rather extend her support at the opportune moment to prevent any mishaps from occurring at home. Nevertheless, considering that the second brother still had 8 years until adulthood, it was premature to pursue such matters. A more gradual approach was required. Resolving herself, Zhu Yuanyuan revealed a troubled expression and said, "Sister Hong, the second brother isn't actually busy. He's just upset. He left early this morning without even having breakfast. And despite searching for quite some time, I haven't been able to find him. Do you have any idea where he might have gone?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan weighed the pros and cons and decided to wait for Sister Hong to finish collecting her medicine before proceeding herself. She also took the opportunity to join the end of the line to obtain some medicine for her mother as a precaution. The wait was rather dull. Surrounded by adult orcs who had little to converse with her, a mere young cub, they exchanged only brief greetings at the outset. The passage of time felt interminable, and it was not until the sun ascended to its zenith that Zhu Yuanyuan's turn finally arrived. Upon meeting the Grand Shaman, she respectfully bowed and then articulated her request. Her voice clear and natural. Zhu Yuanyuan had previously experienced a visit to the doctor, and she naturally greeted with a bow before articulating her request. With the arrival of autumn, the abundance of insects had left her covered in welts. She sought some anti-itch medication and, if available, a remedy for the pests as well. Hui nodded in acknowledgement and turned to retrieve a small bamboo jar from the lower drawer of the medicine cabinet, containing a powder for repelling insects. Before entering the forest, she advised to sprinkle a bit on oneself. Additionally, she extracted a lump of dark gray ointment from a stone mortar, using a clean leaf to wrap it. This was the anti-itch powder, to be applied wherever it itched. "Thank you, great shaman," Zhu Yuanyuan said with a graceful bow as she took her leave. The beauty of the fox beastmen was renowned. Had the great shaman possessed a gentler demeanor, she would surely have been captivated, gazing at him for an extended period. Alas, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of regret in her heart, yet maintained a calm demeanor as she briskly exited the door, seeking out Zhu Hong, who was waiting not far away. "Sister Hong, were you anxious? We can go look for second brother now." "No rush," Zhu Hong replied with a smile. "He enjoys that spot. He won't wander off." As they made their way to find second brother, scenes from the Great Witch's home continually surfaced in Zhu Yuanyuan's mind. The stone cauldron, towering to half a person's height, was substantial, yet its thick walls would require considerable time to heat. The anti-itch ointment was still warm, while everyone had already lined up early to receive their medicine. Father set off for hunting without having breakfast, and Mother, after her meal, had to venture into the mountains to gather fruits and wild goods. The great witch had to rise early to prepare potions. Everyone was putting in their utmost effort to ensure a more bearable snow season. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that she should first familiarize herself with various medicinal herbs, followed by learning how to staunch bleeding and bandage wounds, as well as acquiring a fundamental understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. Ultimately, she aimed to seize an opportunity to showcase her abilities before the clan leader. Indeed, it was essential for her to present herself in front of the leader. The great shaman, being a fox beastman and rather austere, likely had little time to attend to a mere cub. However, the clan leader was eager to nurture a unique successor for the position of the great shaman and would undoubtedly pay more attention to an astute tribesman. Gaining the clan leader's approval would open the door for her to study under the great shaman. Of course, she needed to avoid appearing overly eager, as the matter was intricate and could not be resolved in haste. Zhu Yuanyuan intended to consult with Tongzi to devise a well-structured plan before proceeding. Furthermore, she needed to pay closer attention to the sweet potatoes and purple potatoes that were abundant in foliage but lacking in fruit, perhaps due to the smallness of the buds. These two crops encountered considerable difficulties during the sprouting phase. A staggering 90% of the cut sweet potatoes rotted, leaving only 10% to emerge as sprouts. After transplanting them into the soil and nurturing them with water and fertilizer, the vines grew at a commendable pace, yet the yield of tubers was disappointingly sparse. Do not inquire how she gleaned this information. After all, the tuberous fruits lie buried beneath the earth, and without the gift of X-ray vision, Zhu should not have known whether any fruit had formed, much less its quantity. The truth is, her insatiable curiosity led her to secretly unearth several plants. The trial harvest yielded dismal results, rendering her earlier efforts a mere waste of perspiration. Unable to accept this outcome, she questioned the quality of the seeds she had purchased, leading to a heated argument with Tongzi. Once she regained her composure, Zhu Yuanyuan recognized her impropriety and apologized to Tongzi, who offered a piece of advice. Could it be possible that the poor yield was a result of improper planting methods? Both crops grew underground, and like potatoes, they were riddled with buds. Why should they not share the same cultivation techniques? Zhu Yuanyuan found this notion perplexing and even suspected that Tongzi was attempting to deceive her regarding her knowledge. According to Tongzi's assertion, to cultivate sweet potatoes successfully, one must acquire the appropriate techniques. Zhu pondered the idea of accumulating 999 knowledge points to purchase a basic body refining potion. But if she were to buy the sweet potato cultivation technique, it would likely require additional waiting. Had she known this beforehand, she would not have neglected agricultural work in favor of her studies in her previous life. Merely knowing how to harvest rice and pick vegetables was of little use. Had she learned to cultivate vegetables and rice alongside her grandparents, she would not now need to expend knowledge points to acquire methods. Alas, there are no remedies for regret. Ignorance remains ignorance. To achieve success in cultivating sweet potatoes, the investment in knowledge points for the necessary techniques could not be spared. It appeared that the purchase of the body refining potion would have to be postponed. Amidst her turmoil, Zhu Yuanyuan failed to notice that Zhu Hong, who was leading the way, had suddenly halted. She continued to dash forward, colliding directly with him, causing him to stumble while she clutched her nose in pain. Heavens! Why is the back of this half-grown female so rigid, akin to stone? Are you all right, Yuanyuan? Zhu Hong inquired anxiously. Does your nose hurt? Let me check for bleeding. He pulled the little one close, inspecting her with great care, fearful of having caused any harm. It was merely a bump. What could possibly be the issue? Zhu Yong, reclining on the grass and gnawing on a sweet cane, chuckled. Such fragility. Where is the strength of a formidable boar beast? You've all been spoiled by your parents. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The shy smile of Zhu Hua suggests that with diligent practice, you too shall become as strong as I am in the days to come. Zhu Yuanyuan touched her nose and let out a quiet sigh. She did not wish to transform into a hardened woman. Yet to avoid becoming a burden reliant on others for protection, she knew she must exert herself in training. There are no shortcuts to growth. What they ought to do now is return home for dinner. I'm not hungry, Zhu Yongmong replied lazily. You can go back by yourself. There's no need to concern yourself with me. That's not an option, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted. Mother has roasted so much meat that it will spoil if we don't eat it. Come on, I'm really hungry. Food is precious, even slightly spoiled meat. Knowing it might induce a stomachache is too valuable to discard, and she was determined to consume it, relying on her robust health. She did not wish to eat the spoiled meat, but felt compelled to tug her brother back home. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed his dissatisfaction, questioning if you meant to imply that the meat provided to him was a waste. How could that be? Zhu Yuanyuan's smile was excessively insincere, given the sweltering heat. If you refrained from consuming the meat, it would inevitably spoil. In comparison, it was undoubtedly more prudent for you to partake in it. Zhu Yuanyuan wholeheartedly agreed with his sister's words, yet there lingered an inexplicable discomfort, a sense that something was amiss, though he could not articulate it. After much contemplation yielded no clarity, he chose to set the matter aside and reach for the fragrant roasted meat. At that moment, Zhu Yuanyuan had already left to attend to her chores, leaving only Zhu Dage, whose snores echoed throughout the house. Zhu Yuanyuan leisurely nibbled on a piece of roasted meat, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Brother, have we forgotten something? She inquired. Forgotten what? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. I don't know. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, murmuring. Perhaps I am mistaken. Meanwhile, Zhu Hong, who had been overlooked by the siblings, remained in a state of shock, wondering how they could so completely disregard her presence and depart without a second thought. She contemplated pursuing them for clarification but hesitated, fearing that their discord might deepen further, leaving her uncertain about how to mediate. Ultimately, she chose to pretend she hadn't seen them, picking a few wildflowers before skipping off to find other companions. The young orcs decided to postpone their chores, opting not to accompany the elders home, but instead agreeing to a time to venture into the mountains with familiar friends. That night, after completing her daily study tasks, Zhu Yuanyuan did not rush to leave the virtual classroom. Instead, she engaged in a discussion with Tongzi about the feasibility of becoming the next great shaman. Tongzi expressed agreement, noting that in this world, shamans held a revered status, and attaining the position of tribal shaman would grant one significant influence. What do you think about studying herbal medicine and traditional Chinese medical knowledge? Zhu Yuanyuan asked. The host can purchase foundational materials such as the Soup Head Song and the Compendium of Materia Medica, Tongzi suggested. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly. Dear Master, my self-study pace is rather sluggish. Shall we come to an arrangement? What kind of arrangement? The Master inquired. Consider this. The grand sorcerers have always been passed down through generations, which underscores the significance of having a mentor. I propose that we incorporate traditional Chinese medicine into the virtual curriculum, Zhu Yuanyuan suggested. The master declined, stating, that does not conform to the system's regulations. Are there regulations governing the addition or removal of courses? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. I recall that initially, you taught the history of interstellar development, but later amended it to align with the orc world. Now, this is merely the addition of another course. After a lengthy silence, the master finally responded. The orc world does not have a course on traditional Chinese medicine. Though his words conveyed a firm stance, there was a noticeable softening in his demeanor, lacking the initial resoluteness. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of delight within her and quickly suggested, then let's not hold a traditional Chinese medicine class. Instead, let's establish an advanced training program for shamans. She was quite intrigued by the methods shamans employed to assess the condition of the human body. The course is currently full, and I lack the authority to add new sessions. However, I will report this matter to the super intellect and request an expansion of the shaman training course. The system responded. Must we really submit a request? Zhu Yuanyuan asked, her charming smile betraying a hint of uncertainty. What are the chances of success? The system replied earnestly. As long as it contributes to the host's growth, the likelihood of approval from the super intellect is no less than 90%. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, a touch of concern shadowing her expression. A 10% failure rate is rather daunting. If only there were a way to mitigate that. The system remained silent. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred, continued to probe, pondering whether the superintelligence had an affinity for receiving gifts. Perhaps offering it some local specialties would be well received. Yet, Tongzi remained silent. Hey, what's the matter with you? Zhu Yuanyuan began to mutter. We have known each other for several months now, sharing countless moments together. You should comprehend just how benevolent I am. If it weren't for my desire to assist my kin, I wouldn't need to strive for success or spend my days in idleness. 200 additional words omitted. At last, Tongzi, thoroughly exasperated, responded by expelling Zhu Yuanyuan's consciousness from the virtual realm. Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly distressed. If it is unfeasible, just say so. Is it truly necessary to engage in such actions? The consciousness is so delicate. How could it not be harmed when treated so harshly by the controller? Oh, the headache. She must lodge a complaint with the superbrain regarding the controller's mistreatment of the host and demand compensation. She is not being greedy, merely requesting the addition of an advanced sorcery course. Zhu Yuanyuan, in high spirits, was unstoppable with her audacity, and ultimately, Tongzi succumbed to her persistence, agreeing to assist in delivering the special products to the superbrain. You have 5 minutes to prepare the gift. Tardiness will not be tolerated. Undeterred by Tongzi's challenge, Zhu Yuanyuan confidently asserted, "No problem, I am exceptionally swift." In less than 3 minutes, the gift was neatly packaged, consisting of several vibrant red wild fruits and a peculiar talisman. This description left Zhu Yuanyuan thoroughly dissatisfied. What do you mean by peculiar talisman? This is the interstellar script I practiced specifically. I cannot comprehend it, Tongzi remarked, indicating that your learning outcomes are less than satisfactory. Zhu Yuanyuan pursed her lips, reminding herself that she was merely a conduit for delivering gifts and should not concern herself with excessive matters. The system, apprehensive about potential malicious complaints, reluctantly acquiesced, stating that should the superintelligence find her unsatisfactory, it would not assist her again. Acknowledging this, Zhu Yuanyuan agreed. Having resolved the gift matter, she turned her attention to the system marketplace and purchased the technology for cultivating sweet potatoes. Indeed, she could no longer withstand the pressure and surrendered. Sweet potatoes, being a high-yield crop, could alleviate the food shortage problem during the snowy season if both potatoes and sweet potatoes were cultivated and promoted widely. That very evening, Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously reviewed the sweet potato cultivation technology multiple times, ensuring she fully comprehended and retained the information before she ceased her study. The following day, she insisted on accompanying her second brother and the half-grown beastmen to gather fruits and forage for wild produce, justifying her desire to contribute by saying that she wished to lend a helping hand while witnessing everyone bustling about. Zhu Yong rolled his eyes dramatically. With your petite frame, you wouldn't even be able to lift a sizable stone. Bringing you along would only hinder our efforts. Yuan, Zhu Hong gently coaxed the young one. Be a good child and remain within the confines of the tribe. We are not on a leisurely outing and have no time to look after you. I am not merely playing, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, her small face set in determination. Last time, I discovered potatoes, which proves that I possess exceptional luck. If you take me along, who knows what new treasures we might find. The adolescents exchanged glances, silently deliberating whether to include her. Having all endured the harshness of the snow season, they understood how challenging it had been for their kin, and they yearned to gather additional provisions. Aware of the slim chances, Zhu Yong gritted his teeth and relented. Fine, I will take you out this once. Just remember to stay close to us. Should there be no new discoveries, there will be no subsequent opportunities. Agreed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, brimming with confidence. She was familiar with many edible items and would diligently seek out those unknown to the tribe, carefully avoiding the sweet potatoes that the others might bring forth. It was a rare opportunity for her second brother to finally agree to take her into the mountains. She must seize it. Fearing her brother might change his mind, Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to be as obedient as possible, scarcely uttering a word until they had entered the forest, at which point she relaxed. Can't maintain the facade anymore? Zhu Yong inquired. What are you saying? I don't understand. Zhu Yuanyuan responded with an innocent expression. Humph, still pretending at this point. Quite patient indeed, Zhu Yong scoffed. Then shrugged, conceding, do as you wish, just don't let it affect me. Once the adolescents entered the forest, they moved with the ease of fish in water, freely dispersing to climb trees and search for bird nests, spiritedly occupied with their pursuits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming furrowed his brows, for the fruit was exceedingly sour and utterly unpalatable. Should one consume too much, they might risk losing a tooth, and his mother would surely suspect him of bullying her. Delicious. Zhu Yuanyuan clung to the tree trunk in a playful manner. I want to eat that fruit. Second brother, could you please help me pick some? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Who am I? Where am I? What does my second brother regard me as? It feels as though I have suddenly transformed into a small kitten or puppy. Nevertheless, she possesses hands and feet. Once untied, it is nothing of great consequence. Why forsake the sweet fruits for the sour ones? Zhu Yuanyuan, while climbing the tree, reprimanded, I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. You must eat all that I pick later. Otherwise, I shall have to punish you. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, I could have my father deal with you. Humph. Females are truly troublesome. When they cannot fight back, they resort to complaints. Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with a hint of envy. I truly wonder what my father thinks. Shouldn't males stand united? You're so wicked, second brother. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in anger. As beastmen, we should cherish and love one another. How can you incite discord between males and females? I'm not. I didn't. Don't make baseless accusations. Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently denied, fearing the stigma of being labeled as discriminatory against females. Females are already scarce. Many male beastmen struggle to find partners as they reach adulthood, often leading solitary lives or pairing up with other unattached males to get by. Although Zhu Yuanyuan is still young, he possesses a far-sighted vision. He has already identified a suitable partner, waiting until he comes of age to make the announcement. Fearing that any premature revelation might tarnish his reputation and frighten away his future companion. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan ceased her persuasion, realizing that mere words seldom inspire belief. It is far more effective to produce tangible results. Once her elder brother tastes the fruits, he will surely acknowledge his error. The siblings darted through the forest, swiftly gathering a bountiful assortment of wild fruits, though regrettably, the sour ones dominated their haul. Alas, Zhu Yuanyuan, your luck seems to have waned. Just a few days ago, I was able to collect an abundance of sweet fruits and mountain delicacies, yet today, accompanied by you, I frequently encounter these tart fruits. Zhu Yuanyuan, undeterred, retorted, do not underestimate the sour fruits. From my little backpack, I retrieved a large yellow lemon. Recently, our mother has been using the juice of this fruit when barbecuing, and the flavor after roasting is significantly superior to what it used to be. Do you not agree? Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you are correct. However, this is the only one of its kind. The other sour fruits are of no use. Zhu Yuanyuan, disinterested in further debate, pointed to the greenish-blue fruit not far away and declared, I fancy that one. Let us go and pick it. What should I do if my sister always insists on picking useless sour fruits? Would a beating be effective in changing her behavior? Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to withstand his sister's insistence, ultimately acquiesced to assist her in plucking the sour fruits. Just before ascending the tree, he secured the vine he had been holding onto the trunk. Zhu Yuanyuan, who am I? Where am I? How does my second brother perceive me? I suddenly feel as if I have transformed into a little kitten or puppy. Nevertheless, I have hands and feet, and once untied, it is nothing of great consequence. Why forsake the sweet fruits for the sour ones? As Zhu Yuanyuan climbs the tree, he reproaches, expressing his bewilderment at her thoughts. Just so you know, whatever I pick later, you must consume it all, or else I shall have to reprimand you. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, I can have my father deal with you as well. Humph, females are indeed troublesome. If they cannot hold their own, they resort to complaints. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed with a hint of bitterness. I truly do not understand what my father is thinking. Shouldn't males stand united? You are so wicked, second brother. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in indignation. As beast folk, we should love and support one another. How can you incite division between males and females? I am not. I didn't. Do not speak nonsense, Zhu Yuanyuan vehemently denied, anxious to avoid being accused of gender bias. The females are already few in number, and many male beast folk struggle to find partners as they reach adulthood, often forced to wander alone or pair up with other unattached males out of necessity. Despite his youth, Zhu Yuanyuan possesses a far-sighted vision and has already chosen a partner, awaiting the appropriate moment of adulthood to make the announcement, lest he tarnish his reputation and frighten away his future beloved. Zhu Yuanyuan was keenly aware of the intricate thoughts swirling in her second brother's mind. Upon realizing that her words had taken effect, a radiant smile graced her face. Before long, she had collected a generous bounty of hawthorn fruits. Surely, this would suffice. Zhu Yongming's expression darkened, exuding an unmistakable threat of violence should anyone dare to oppose him. Even the most docile of individuals can resort to extremes when pushed to the brink, and Zhu urged, known for his notoriously foul temper, was no exception. Fearing for her safety, Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with a strong desire to survive, proposed, "All right, upon our return, I shall prepare a delicious feast for you." Using sour fruits? Zhu Yongming inquired. Yes, indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan affirmed with a nod. They are simply delightful to consume. Zhu Yongming curled his lips in disdain. No, thank you. You may keep it for yourself. I fear it might rot my teeth. Zhu Yuanyuan ceased to persuade further, recognizing the difficulty of convincing others merely through words. Instead, it would be more prudent to produce tangible results. Once her elder brother tasted the fruits, he would undoubtedly realize his errors. The siblings darted through the woods, swiftly gathering a considerable amount of wild fruit, though regrettably, the sour varieties comprised the majority. Alas, Zhu Yongming, your luck seems to have dwindled, sister. Just a few days ago, I could find an abundance of sweet fruits and mountain goods, yet today, with your company, we are frequently encountering sour ones. Do not underestimate the sour fruits, retorted Zhu Yuanyuan defiantly. She retrieved a large yellow lemon from her basket, asserting, Mother has recently been using the juice of this fruit for roasting meat, and the flavor after cooking is significantly improved compared to before. Do you acknowledge that? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yongming. What should I do if my sister always picks useless sour fruits? Can a beating change her mind? Do not underestimate the sour fruit, Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling indignant, took out a large yellow lemon from her small basket. Recently, whenever her mother barbecues, she uses the juice of this fruit, and the flavor after cooking is significantly improved compared to before. Do you agree? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yongming pondered. What should I do if my sister insists on picking useless sour berries? Would a beating change her mind? No worries. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a playful glint in her large eyes. They are guests from the Flying Tiger clan, here to discuss matters with our chieftain. Ultimately, the bone whistle was rendered unnecessary as Zhu Kai received the task and hurriedly dashed back to the tribe to inform the chieftain of the visitors. The others followed the guests at a leisurely pace, all well-versed in etiquette and aware of the importance of warmly welcoming those who come to call. Zhu Yuanyuan freed herself from the tendrils that bound her wrist, shamelessly grasping the large hand of Baishir, casting aside thoughts of her elder brother. Even the youngest of cubs possessed dignity. How could she possibly accept the same treatment as mere stray cats and dogs? Humph. She would surely report this to her father later, ensuring her second brother experienced the binding of vines to a tree. Brother sure too. Zhu Yuanyuan's talent for feigning innocence had reached an exceptional level. Where is the seaside? Is it enjoyable? May I go? While still young, she ought to seize the opportunity to hold the hands of handsome flower boys, for such privileges would be scarce in her later years. Contemplating the burly, unmarried males within her clan, Zhu Yuanyuan reaffirmed her aspiration to become a great shaman. The status of a great shaman is elevated. Should one fail to find a suitable partner, they need not marry, and no one would dare to utter idle gossip or pressure them into wedlock. How splendid. Proceeding northward, after traversing dozens of mountains, one would arrive at the seaside, Baishir patiently explained, detailing the joys of the beach where each ebb and flow of the tide leaves behind beautiful shells. However, you cannot go. Why? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed for an answer. Because reaching the seaside requires a long journey, fraught with dangers. You are still young, and a moment's inattention could lead to a wolf snatching you away, Baishir warned, gesturing with his empty hand to frighten the young cub. A wolf's mouth is so large that it could swallow you whole in a single bite. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted. Her beastly form might be devoured whole by a wolf, but in her human guise, such a fate seemed more challenging to fathom. However, which would inflict more pain, being swallowed whole or being bitten and crushed in pieces? Hiss, what was she even pondering, allowing herself to be led by the nose? She hastily pulled her thoughts back and questioned, aren't you a mighty tiger capable of flight? Is it possible you cannot contend with a wolf? I can certainly contend. Bai Shi replied with calm assurance, but you cannot. Once a wolf has set its sights on you, your life hangs by a thread. Isn't it your duty to protect me, given your presence? Zhu Yuanyuan's tears flowed freely, her pitiful demeanor evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Yet Bai Shi remained unyielding, his heart as hard as iron. Only by strengthening oneself can one remain unafraid. Do not place your hope for survival in the hands of others. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Who are you calling fat? She retorted. You are the one who has gained weight. Zhu Yongming earnestly reiterated. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Zhu Yuanyuan was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. I merely have a touch of baby fat. How could her wretched second brother dare to declare her weight in front of others? Did he not care for her dignity? Yet, Zhu Yongming remained oblivious to his insensitivity. With a pained expression he pleaded, Sister, why not transform into your beast form? It would make things much easier for me. He bore on his back a small basket filled with sweet potatoes, lacking the strength to carry his plump sister in her human form. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a wave of embarrassment, covered her face and swiftly transformed into her beast form with remarkable speed. Letting out a couple of grunts, she reminded him, Don't forget to pick up my fur dress. Without hesitation, Zhu Yongming promptly gathered the fallen garment from the ground and tucked it into his backpack. After the siblings had finished their playful antics, the others had already ventured far ahead, leaving only Zhu Hong lingering nearby. Zhu Yongming inquired with a hint of confusion. Why is Hong still here? As the crimson flush crept up to her ears, Zhu Hong cast a sidelong glance at a certain individual. What? Is it impossible for me to converse with my dear sister Yuanyuan? All right. Zhu Yong fervently nodded. You two carry on. I shall not intrude. Zhu Yuanyuan lowered her head and chuckled softly. Her second brother was truly amusing, alternating between shrewdness and foolishness, utterly oblivious to the situation. One might ponder whether everyone had matured too early, considering that Sister Hong had set her sights at merely 13 years of age, fixating on none other than the mischievous Zhu Yongming, who was 3 years her junior. Growing up as childhood companions indeed has its romantic charm. Yet, it leaves one wondering what it is about her second brother that has captured Sister Hong's affections. Although curiosity lingered, Zhu Yuanyuan, adhering to her principle of respecting others' privacy, quickly dismissed the matter from her mind. She nestled comfortably in her brother's embrace, engaging in casual conversation with Zhu Hong. Before long, Zhu Urge could no longer contain himself and joined the discourse, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan with little to contribute. How amusing it was, for despite her evident joy, she feigned indifference, revealing that regardless of age, males are invariably creatures of contradiction. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a quiet sigh, inadvertently glancing at the tall and strikingly handsome man with silvery hair ahead of her. She marveled once more at how male pig beastmen were typically robust and muscular, unlike the sleek and narrow-waisted white-skinned beastmen of the flying tiger tribe. Forcing herself to withdraw her gaze, she languidly closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. As fate would have it, she truly drifted off. When Zhu Yuanyuan finally awoke, she found herself resting inside her family's cave, where her elder brother, Zhu Yonggan, was grilling meat. A small basket containing sweet potatoes rested beside the fire, pondering the proximity of the sweet potatoes to the flames. She wondered if they might get cooked through if left there for too long. This thought prompted her to spring up, hurriedly rushing over to the basket and using her front hoof to probe the side closest to the fire. It was warm, yet not uncomfortably so, which brought her a sense of relief. What has got into you, Yuanyuan? Zhu Yonggan asked, amused. Nothing, she murmured, directing him. Brother, please move the basket to the corner. Zhu Yonggan was taken aback, wondering what he was doing in the corner. Hadn't Meng stated that these were edible new foods? He was just about to prepare some to sample their flavors. No, it couldn't be consumed, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed anxiously. I need to save them for seeds, to plant in the ground, and in a few months, I will reap a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes? Zhu Yonggan questioned in surprise. Have you already named the new food? I simply called it sweet potato because it looks red, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, lowering her head in embarrassment. She found it difficult to explain the meaning of potato and could only evade the issue. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan's inquiry was casual, and he did not care much for the answer. He merely smiled and praised, "Sister, you were truly clever." As for the matter of planting sweet potatoes, Zhu Yuanyuan intentionally or unintentionally overlooked it. The young and vigorous orc was more focused on hunting and lacked interest in other matters, thinking that his sister had found a new game and had no intention of delving deeper. After several months of living together, Zhu Yuanyuan had already discerned her family's personalities, so she was not surprised by her brother's reaction. She would have to plant the first batch of sweet potatoes herself, otherwise, there would be no way to explain how she knew to cultivate new foods. Learning how to grow sweet potatoes through exploration was far more convincing than inexplicably knowing how to do so. Having sated his appetite and tidied away the embers of the fire, Zhu Yuanyuan prepared to depart, arousing Zhu Yuanyuan's curiosity. It struck her as odd that her elder brother was setting off now, given that his patrol wasn't until nightfall. Why not linger at home and rest a while longer? The sun was at its zenith, and even in autumn, the air held a sweltering quality. To venture out at midday was akin to deliberately inviting discomfort. The chieftain has summoned me. The appointed hour draws near. I'm off to see what he requires, Zhu Yuanyuan explained, affectionately patting his younger sister's head. Behave yourself while I'm gone. If boredom descends, seek out your companions, but do not stray beyond the confines of the tribe. Very well, Zhu Yuanyuan assented dutifully. As soon as her elder brother had left, she promptly retrieved her animal hide garments, transformed into her human form, and, with a small basket upon her back, set out. Her mission was to cultivate sweet potatoes. This time, the seeds had been acquired openly, obviating the need for clandestine planting. It mattered not if she were observed. No censure would befall her. Zhu Yuanyuan habitually ran to the riverbank, intending to find a patch of loose soil suitable for cultivating sweet potatoes. However, she discovered that several older beasts were tilling the land, and at the forefront was the elder chieftain who had previously stolen her potatoes. Upon her arrival, a smile graced the serious countenance of Zhu He, who urged her to assist in evaluating the quality of the tilled soil and its suitability for potato cultivation. In truth, Zhu Yuanyuan humbly demurred, stating that she lacked substantial experience. Perhaps you could examine the patch where potatoes were previously grown, as long as it is somewhat similar. It should suffice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu He's smile broadened, and your insight is commendable. Indeed, you speak the truth, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. The elderly and the young exchanged glances for a few moments before both fell into contemplation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu He suddenly realized. No wonder he had never seen them before. They were also unearthed from the soil. Did you bring them to the riverbank with the intention of entrusting me with their cultivation? The old chieftain did not inquire about their edibility, instead adopting Zhu Yuanyuan's previous phrasing regarding trial cultivation, attempting to claim the sweet potatoes under the tribe's name. Zhu Yuanyuan, however, succinctly characterized this behavior in 3 words: shameless. The smile on the old chieftain's face gradually stiffened, as he too was troubled. If the adult orcs discovered a new food source, they would automatically present it to the tribe without his prompting. Yet here stood a mere 5-year-old female cub. To seize the food of an innocent child would only invite ridicule. Just as the old chieftain pondered how to resolve this predicament, Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly changed her mind, saying that it was fine to let you conduct the trial cultivation, but she insisted on being involved in the process. You could not prevent her from experimenting. What is an experiment? Zhu He, lacking understanding, inquired. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and chose her words carefully. What I mean is that we lack experience in cultivating sweet potatoes and are uncertain about how to propagate and nurture the seedlings. We must observe closely, and if one method proves ineffective, we shall try another. Zhu He furrowed his brows, contemplating whether the method used for planting potatoes could be applied here. It's worth a try, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, clearly unwilling to dismiss the idea. However, she recognized that potatoes and sweet potatoes are not of the same kind, and their cultivation methods may differ. I wish to explore various approaches to uncover the most suitable one. Your suggestion is quite unconventional. Zhu He mused before resolutely deciding to proceed, as you suggested. Potatoes and sweet potatoes have always been Zhu Yuanyuan's domain. If she could successfully cultivate potatoes, It stands to reason that she could manage sweet potatoes as well. It was not only the old tribal leader who entertained this notion. The other orcs present shared the same sentiment, voicing their support. Yuanyuan, cultivate as you see fit. We will follow your lead. The group of relatively spry elder orcs regarded Zhu Yuanyuan with eager anticipation, causing her to feel a considerable amount of pressure, leaving her somewhat regretful about her earlier volunteerism. With the words already spoken, it was too late for remorse. She straightened her posture and, speaking in a youthful tone, reassured her esteemed elders. Rest assured, I will work diligently to cultivate sweet potatoes promptly. And if I fail here, she paused for a few moments, pouting slightly. The next time I discover a new edible treat, I shall deliver it directly to the tribal leader. The old tribal leader, quite cunning, often coaxed the young ones. But she was not easily fooled. Very well, Zhu replied with a light-hearted demeanor, stroking his beard. Yuanyuan, you are truly considerate. As I have aged, it is indeed time for me to take more rest. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu nodded, assuring, rest assured, I shall not indulge in infidelity. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, upon her arrival home. Zhu Yuanyuan discovered that her elder brother, summoned by the chieftain, had returned before her and was in the midst of preparing for a journey, meticulously packing his belongings with a piece of supple sheepskin. Sensing an impending departure, she eschewed formality and directly inquired, Whither do you venture, elder brother? To the coast. Zhu Yuanyuan responded candidly. The tribe's salt reserves are dwindling, insufficient to last through the snowy season. Fortuitously, the Flying Tiger tribe also seeks to procure salt. And we have arranged to travel together, offering mutual support along the way. And how long shall you be absent? She queried further. Difficult to say, Zhu Yuanyuan mused. At the very least, a month, I presume. The journey alone will consume considerable time, and we must also hunt game to bring as trade. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, salt is quite precious. It is impossible for us to obtain it for free. Isn't it true that salt can simply be produced by boiling seawater in large pots? Zhu Yuanyuan blurted out, only to realize her mistake, and hurriedly added, I heard this while digging sweet potatoes in the woods. Zhu Yuanyuan was aware that sweet potatoes were a newly discovered delicacy by his sister today. However, the notion that boiling seawater could yield salt was beyond his wildest imagination. If it were indeed possible to extract salt in such a manner, the arduous task of salt procurement would not be so prevalent. Lost in thought for a while, Zhu Yuanyuan abruptly discarded the neatly packed animal skins and stammered, I shall consult the chieftain about this. The method of extracting salt from seawater was something Zhu Yuanyuan had stumbled upon online in her previous life. Whether it was true remained to be seen through experimentation. In her moment of impulsiveness, she had blurted it out. But hearing her elder brother's intention to seek the chieftain's counsel made her feel apprehensive. Elder brother, this method was merely something I heard from others. I cannot vouch for its efficacy in producing salt, so please do not make any promises to the chieftain. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan executed his tasks with remarkable alacrity. Returning within a mere quarter of an hour, his face beaming as he picked up the beastskin bundle. I am ready to depart. Please inform my parents. Are we leaving now? Zhu Yuanyuan gasped in astonishment, noting that the sun was nearing its descent. They could scarcely cover much distance before nightfall would necessitate rest, and it would be wiser to set out in the morning. No, we cannot, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head vigorously, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. Every time we seek the sea tribe for salt, it incurs a substantial cost. The salt we receive is often mixed with sand, and it is still insufficient for our needs. Yet, we cannot forego it. Prolonged deprivation of salt leads to illness, and we must endure in silence. The current clan leader, Zhu Shan, was exceedingly agitated upon hearing of the method to boil salt, so much so that he wished to accompany the salt exchange team to the seaside. Ultimately, he relinquished the idea after persuasions from others. Equally fervent were the members of the salt exchange team, eager to ascertain the efficacy of the boiling method. If it proved successful, they would no longer suffer from a shortage of salt and could finally cease enduring the arrogance of the sea tribe beastmen. With spirits high and emotions stirred, they resolved to set out early, embarking on their journey through the night. Zhu Yuanyuan, in haste to depart, did not pause to observe his sister's reaction after providing an explanation. He clutched his belongings and left without glancing back. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at her elder brother's receding figure, feeling a sense of grievance welling within her. She nearly uttered the words, "Am I still your most cherished sister?" Yet, she hesitated, fearing that the response might not align with her hopes. The method of extracting salt from seawater was something Zhu Yuanyuan had stumbled upon online in her past life. Its authenticity remained uncertain until tested. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had spoken of it, but upon hearing her brother's intention to consult the clan leader, she faltered. "Brother, this method is merely something I heard from others. I cannot vouch for its efficacy in producing salt. Please do not make any guarantees to the clan leader." Zhu Yuanyuan habitually raises incomprehensible terms, such as guarantee. Zhu Yuanyuan explains that it simply means to provide assurance. She suggests that one should express the possibility of usefulness. But the specifics must be determined by first boiling a pot and observing the results. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan acted with remarkable swiftness, returning within a mere quarter of an hour. A broad smile adorning his face as he lifted the beast hide bundle. "I shall set forth now. Please inform my parents," he declared. "Is it truly time to depart?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. The sun was swiftly descending, and they would scarcely cover any distance before needing to rest. It would be far wiser to set out in the morning. "That will not do," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head repeatedly, a hint of awkwardness in his voice. "Every time we venture to seek salt from the sea tribe, it exacts a considerable toll. The salt we obtain is often mixed with sand, and even then, it scarcely suffices." Yet, abstaining from salt was not an option. Prolonged deprivation could lead to illness, leaving them with no choice but to endure their plight. The current clan leader, Zhu Shan, was so invigorated by the news of a method to boil salt that he was eager to accompany the salt exchange team to the seaside. Though ultimately he relinquished this desire after much persuasion from the others. Equally exhilarated were the members of the salt exchange team, eager to test the efficacy of the boiling method. If it proved successful, they would no longer suffer from salt shortages, nor would they have to endure the arrogance of the sea tribe's beastmen. With spirits high, the group resolved to set off early, embarking on their journey through the night. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, accustomed to using unintelligible terms, offered a guarantee. "It's merely a promise," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked. "You could say it might be useful. However, we must first brew a pot and observe the outcome." Zhu Yuanyuan, though simple-minded, was not foolish. Upon hearing his sister's words, he immediately grasped the idea and nodded in agreement. "I won't make any definitive statements. I merely suggest that boiling seawater might yield salt. Whether we should attempt it depends on the chief's decision." "Very well," Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly clever." Of course, Zhu Yuanyuan puffed out his chest, proudly declaring, "After all, who is my sister?" However, observing her brother's arrogant demeanor, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sudden wave of concern. Being overly boastful could lead to trouble. Zhu Yuanyuan executed his tasks with remarkable speed, returning within a mere quarter of an hour, a beaming smile adorning his face as he lifted the beast skin bundle. "I am ready to depart. Please inform my parents." "Leaving now?" Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in astonishment. For the sun was nearly setting, and they would scarcely cover any distance before needing to rest. It would be far wiser to set out in the morning. "That is not an option," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, shaking his head emphatically, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Each time we seek out the sea tribe to exchange for salt, we incur considerable costs. The salt we receive is often mixed with sand and is scarcely sufficient. Yet, Abstaining from salt is not feasible. Prolonged deprivation leads to illness, forcing them to endure hardship in silence. The current clan leader, Zhu Yuanyuan, was incredibly agitated upon hearing of a method to boil salt, even expressing a desire to join the salt exchange team at the seaside. Ultimately, he relinquished this notion after the collective persuasion of the others. Equally exhilarated were the members of the salt exchange team, eager to experiment with the boiling method and discover its effectiveness. If it truly proved successful, they would no longer suffer from salt scarcity nor endure the arrogance of the sea tribe as beastmen. In the fervor of their spirits, they resolved to embark on their journey ahead of schedule, traveling through the night. Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly exited, offering no glance back at his sister's reaction after his explanation. As he departed with his belongings, resolutely without a backward look, Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at her brother's receding figure with a heart full of grievance, almost daring to ask, "Am I no longer your most cherished sister?" Yet, she refrained, fearing that the answer might not align with her hopes. Time slipped away quietly, consumed by her attention to the growth of sweet potato and potato seedlings, and the anticipation of the salt exchange team's return. Zhu Yuanyuan had finally purchased the long-desired primary refinement elixir from the system's marketplace. As she gazed at her dwindling knowledge points, now reduced to mere double digits, a pang of regret struck her heart. The knowledge points she had painstakingly accumulated had vanished with the acquisition of a single potion, a truly frivolous expenditure. However, the primary refinement elixir was indeed a remarkable item. Once bought, it was prudent to consume it promptly to avoid expiration from prolonged storage. Drawing from her previous experience, Zhu Yuanyuan chose a time when the house was empty to conceal herself in a shadowy corner, bravely downing the elixir in one swift motion. Just as the system attempted to intervene, it could only suggest that the host retrieve a towel from her backpack or perhaps purchase a cork to manage the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, pondering the purpose of those items. Before she could receive an answer, she instinctively understood the truth. The pain was excruciating. Unlike anything she had ever experienced, it felt as though it was erupting from her very bones, causing her complexion to drain of color in an instant. She bit down on her lip, and blood flowed freely as a consequence of her instinctive reaction. Fearing that passing clan members might hear her cries and come to investigate, she stifled her voice. Recalling the suggestions of the Tongzi, Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth against the agony and summoned her system backpack, hastily grabbing a towel to bite down on. She curled her body and rolled on the ground in distress. As the torment gradually subsided, she resembled a drowned rat, drenched and disheveled, with the towel in her mouth torn and tattered. Her limbs sprawled out in a starfish shape, lying helplessly on the ground. Without needing a mirror, she was acutely aware of her own disarray. "Tongzi," Zhu Yuanyuan questioned weakly in her mind. "Why didn't you inform me that consuming the body refinement potion would be this painful? Would you have refrained from drinking it had you known?" The Tongzi retorted without answering. Zhu Yuanyuan initially declared that she would never partake in anything that would cause her pain, nor would she even consider purchasing it, equating such an act to willingly subjecting herself to torment for the sake of knowledge. However, upon discovering the remarkable effects of the body-tempering elixir, she found herself exclaiming, "One more, please." The initial suffering during absorption was profound, yet the results were undeniably significant. Both her physical strength and agility had notably improved, her power magnified. The hefty stone, once immovable at 50 kilograms, could now be effortlessly lifted and rotated within the cave. Such a miraculous remedy, even if accompanied by hardship, was a delight she wholeheartedly embraced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan readily agreed, albeit without high hopes, as her inquiry was merely casual. To her surprise, fortune smiled upon her. In the realm of the beastmen, flora was abundant. One could gather 10 varieties without venturing beyond the valley. In less than half an hour after setting out, Zhu Yuanyuan submitted her task and received her due rewards. In addition to 10 knowledge points, she acquired 2 portions of rice, 1 of cornmeal, 1 tube of frostbite ointment, 3 pieces of charcoal, and 3 diapers. While the first 4 items proved useful, the last, diapers, seemed rather peculiar. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered, as she nibbled on a grain of millet, whether it would be possible to eliminate the less desirable rewards or at least reduce the chances of obtaining them. However, the system playfully declined her request, explaining that the prizes were generously provided by the Interstellar Union Network Company, all suitable for the younglings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan searched for cotton seeds in the system mall, acquiring 2 knowledge points for 1, and decisively purchased 5, thus depleting her newly acquired 10 knowledge points. Merely possessing the seeds was insufficient. Knowledge of cotton cultivation techniques was also necessary. She then proceeded to search for related information in the mall. To her astonishment, the cost was a staggering 200 knowledge points. How absurd! Zhu Yuanyuan nearly fumed with frustration. The earlier items, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and even basic pottery skills, were priced at only 100 knowledge points. Why then was the price for cotton cultivation techniques double? The pricing of goods was determined by the Interstellar United Network Company, and the system held no authority to alter these prices, as it was stated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was skeptical, suspecting that there might be ulterior motives behind the duality of intentions. You wouldn't be deliberately withholding information due to my recent inquiries, would you? She questioned. The response was measured and calm. It is a random task, requiring certain conditions to be met in order to activate. What conditions must be satisfied? She pressed. Random, came the reply, implying that there are no fixed criteria for activation. It all hinges on fortune. Zhu Yuanyuan wept inconsolably, lamenting the difficulty of acquiring knowledge points. The system gently reminded her that she had completed 0 tasks for the day. Lying in the glaring sunlight for too long was exhausting. She resolved to wait for evening. Maintaining her composure, Zhu Yuanyuan did not allow her eagerness to earn knowledge points to cloud her judgment. The system remained silent, with nothing else to occupy her. Zhu Yuanyuan decided to wash by the river, changing out of her sweat-drenched animal skin dress. As she passed the home of the great shaman, a thought struck her. She had not yet received a response regarding her recent application for advanced shaman courses. Regardless of the outcome, a notification was warranted. Once again, she reached out to the system to delicately inquire about the matter. The response came swiftly. The super-intelligent brain had rejected her application for the advanced shaman course. Curious about the reason for the denial, Zhu Yuanyuan sought clarification. It seemed that only those with a certain foundational knowledge could apply for advanced courses, and she lacked any such background. Her best option was to request a foundational course in shamanic skills. So that was the case. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed in relief. Applying for the foundational course would suffice, as long as she could gain knowledge of shamanic medicine. The system promptly affirmed, "No problem, I will submit the application immediately." Modifications were made to the original application, ensuring a swift process. With yet another significant issue resolved, Zhu Yuanyuan's spirits soared. She concealed herself among the lush greenery by the river, quickly washed, donned a clean animal skin dress, and scrubbed her dirty garments, achieving remarkable efficiency. The advantages of her increased strength were evident. She could now wash her own clothes without burdening her mother. With no adults at home during lunch, Zhu Yuanyuan prepared a simple meal of rice cooked in bamboo tubes, followed by a broth made from tube meat. After cleaning up, she ventured into the fields, delighted to discover that the potatoes and sweet potatoes were thriving, suggesting a promising harvest. It was time to enlighten the elder chief about the merits of organic fertilizer. Zhu Yuanyuan flashed a mischievous grin at the one-armed old man approaching from a distance. In the next moment, she composed herself and raised her hand in a warm greeting. "Elder chief, you have arrived. Have you had your lunch yet?" He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had just experienced an illusion. How could such an adorable and innocent female cub like Yuanyuan possibly smile with such malevolence? How did Yuanyuan arrive here? "I have finished my meal. And you?" Speaking of which, shouldn't the orcs greet each other by asking if they have caught any prey today? Why are they inquiring about meals instead? The old chieftain furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss lately. In truth, it was not just him who felt out of sorts. All the orcs assigned to the task of clearing land and farming seemed to be similarly affected, likely influenced by the mischief of that little rascal, Yuanyuan. With this thought in mind, Zhu regarded the little cub with a peculiar gaze. "What is wrong with you, old chieftain?" Zhu Yuanyuan tilted her head, innocently asking. Zhu clutched his chest, exuding an adorable charm. How could such a delightful young creature possibly lead anyone astray? It's nothing, really. I am simply overjoyed that the potatoes and sweet potatoes are thriving. Zhu Yuanyuan flashed a beaming smile and inquired, would you like them to flourish even more? Upon hearing this, Zhu He's spirits lifted instantaneously. Do you have a good method? He asked eagerly. There is indeed a method, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, feigning a difficult expression, though it may be somewhat messy and a tad unpleasant. Zhu He, determined to ensure their growth, thought to himself that a little dirt and odor were a small price to pay. He was almost ready to swear an oath. Just tell us, and we shall adhere to it without fail. At that moment, Zhu Xi, the orc responsible for weeding the fields, joined the conversation and echoed the elder's sentiment. We fear neither mess nor odor. Our only concern is insufficient harvests. With their approval secured, Zhu Yuanyuan declared, the vitality of crops relies heavily on manure. Let us proceed with fertilization. Zhu He wore a perplexed expression. Fertilizer? Manure? After listening to Zhu Yuanyuan's explanation, the old clan leader's face turned a shade of green. How could anyone stomach such foul substances being poured over potatoes and sweet potatoes? Yet, when food is scarce, even putrid meat is consumed. What does a little stench matter? Fertilization must commence immediately. With a wave of his hand, Zhu He commanded to apply more of that substance, believing it would yield even larger and better potatoes in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan does not comprehend, nor does Zhu He. However, with age and experience, one tends to adopt a more detached perspective, refraining from delving too deeply into matters. Return home, he advised gently. Little one, do not overthink, for it may hinder your growth. Zhu He then retrieved a wild fruit from his pocket and offered it, saying, here, indulge in this sweet morsel. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu bravely caught his sister with steady hands and lifted her to assess her weight. She had gained some. Zhu Yuanyuan's smile quickly faded, her little legs kicking in frustration as she delivered several playful kicks to her brother, pouting, you're mean. I don't like you anymore. No way. Zhu Yuanyuan lamented. I simply misspoke in my joy. Yuanyuan isn't chubby, truly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, her cuteness palpable. Where did you acquire it? She inquired. We traded with the rat beastmen. Zhu Yuanyuan replied, his smile radiating pride. We specifically sought out a secluded beach far from the sea tribe to boil seawater, and indeed, we successfully produced salt, pure and delicate, far superior to what we had exchanged in the past. Big brother, you are truly remarkable, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her voice as sweet as honey. You must have boiled quite a bit of salt, haven't you? Have you divulged the method of boiling seawater for salt? Ah, well, Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head. The orcs from the Feihu tribe who accompanied us are also aware. When traveling together, certain matters are simply impossible to conceal. Zhu Yuanyuan had already prepared herself for this. Her only concern was that the news might attract covetous glances. Sister, what are you pondering so deeply? Zhu Yuanyuan asked, puzzled. Nothing much, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, recalling the rat beastmen mentioned by her brother. But how could the rat beastmen seek you out for a trade? Actually, it was I who initiated the exchange. Zhu Yuanyuan corrected her, trading meat. Such a precious commodity as salt cannot be carelessly shared. If others were to discover that they know how to produce salt, it would spell disaster. Without adequate strength, One cannot safeguard such knowledge. A single misstep could potentially invite calamity upon our clan. Long before the salt trading team departed from the tribe, the chieftain had instructed them to proceed with caution, emphasizing that regardless of whether they could produce salt, they must return with some from the sea tribe. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu, filled with excitement and tears in his eyes, exclaimed, "Mother is truly the best. The cave was small. We must break free from here." Zhu Xiaofan, with a serious expression, insisted that if we were to damage anything at home, we would have to replace it all over again. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped, as if her elder brother were destined for misfortune. You. Zhu Xiaofan playfully poked the forehead of the younger female cub. Only know how to watch the spectacle. Your brother cares for you so much, and he didn't forget to bring you a gift upon his return. I am quite helpless in this matter. Zhu Yuanyuan feigned a look of difficulty. For my elder brother is dear to me, and my father even more so. I cannot show favoritism towards either. Both the palm and the back of her hand are flesh, and she cannot be biased. Thus, she chooses to be a joyful observer. With a sweet smile, Zhu Yuanyuan stepped outside to watch her father and elder brother spar, not forgetting to applaud and cheer during the thrilling moments. Well done. Do it again. Zhu Chan's admonishment of his eldest son was abruptly quelled by the resounding cheers that surrounded them. The two gradually slowed their movements, eventually coming to a halt. As they turned their gazes towards the exuberant little one, who was bouncing with delight at the doorstep, Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, boldly inquired, "Isn't elder brother incredibly formidable?" "Indeed, exceptionally formidable," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, raising a thumb in enthusiastic approval, showering praises as if they were free. His swift and decisive maneuvers showcased his finesse and control. He truly was a worthy brother. Zhu smiled insidiously. But how does he compare to father? This need not be questioned, Zhu Yuanyuan replied without the slightest hesitation. Undoubtedly, father is far more formidable. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Can't you think a little more before you speak? Without a moment's hesitation, the elder brother was entrusted by our father. He has yet to surpass expectations. Zhu Yuanyuan curved her lips into a sweet smile. Dear little one must not utter falsehoods. The elder brother would not wish for Yuanyuan to stray from the path of goodness, would he? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt belittled. She moved her short legs and rushed forward to embrace her elder brother's leg, pulling down with all her might. Ouch! Zhu Yang, who fell to the ground, was taken aback. Although his stumble was due to underestimating her, he couldn't comprehend how his sister had suddenly become so strong. Had he really been away for just a month, not a year and a half? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's lips involuntarily twitched. Second brother. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Despite the temptation to unleash her frustrations, she felt compelled to gently remind her foolish elder brother to exercise restraint. She was not merely a 5-year-old child who would cry upon being bullied. She was quite capable of seeking justice, not only from her parents but also from her grandparents, the elder clan leader, and other well-connected relatives. With such a formidable support system behind her, she was assured of not suffering in silence, comfortably perched on a chair atop the roof as an amused onlooker. How can that be a bad thing? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted playfully, making a face. I intend to unveil your true self to everyone, so they will no longer be deceived by your delicate exterior. Then go ahead and speak. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an air of calmness. What difference does it make if I choose not to display my strength? Everyone will merely rejoice for me, whereas your jealousy towards your beloved sister might very well provoke public ire. Zhu Yuanyuan had not anticipated that his younger sister not only had become physically stronger, but also more temperamental. In the past, when she was bullied, she would merely pout and sulk in a corner. This time, however, she was ready to confront the situation head-on, leaving him utterly bewildered. Glancing at the dazed expressions of their parents and then at the visibly distressed eldest brother, he suddenly felt that quarreling with a little cub was rather pointless. What did it matter if she had gained a bit of strength, as long as she did not engage in wrongdoing? After forcibly salvaging his own dignity, Zhu Yuanyuan's expression shifted instantly, and he flashed a sycophantic smile at Zhu Yuanyuan. His sister was truly adorable. He hoped she would remain this way, for being overly timid would only invite further bullying. Yes, I will definitely become very formidable, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a sweet smile, taking small steps toward her second brother and playfully pretending to accidentally step on his foot. Even when it came to a brother, she knew she could not show leniency when it was time to teach a lesson, although she would be mindful to exert less force. Ouch, my foot, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, clutching his foot in agony. It must be swelling. Zhu Yuanyuan covered her mouth, apologizing. I am truly sorry, it was not my intention. Second brother, you are so kind and upright. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? No, I must hold you accountable, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, gritting his teeth. You are 5 years old, and I am 10. We are both juvenile beastmen. Why should I concede to you? He widened his eyes and raised his hand to tug at his sister's hair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong and Zhu Xiaofan had just come to terms with the sudden increase in strength of their female offspring when they turned to witness the two little ones engaged in a playful scuffle. Though somewhat speechless, they were filled with a sense of relief and joy. Yuanyuan had grown up and was now able to frolic and spar with her brother. Indeed, in the eyes of the two guardians, the siblings were merely playing, and there was nothing of great concern. Agon, Zhu Xiaofan said, gently patting her bewildered eldest son. Are you hungry? I can roast some meat for you. After you eat, you should take a good rest. You've had a long journey. It wasn't arduous. I am quite happy, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. This year, we have no shortage of salt, so we can use a little extra when curing the meat. There is no fear of it spoiling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan retracted his fist, panting heavily, and remarked, You were the one who called for a halt first, not I. In the orc culture, to cease combat first signifies conceding defeat. Zhu Yuanyuan casually nodded, then turned to Zhu Chong with curiosity, asking, Father, how does our clan preserve meat? Does it spoil easily? Zhu Chong explained that they hollow out a tree stump, layer the cut meat within, sprinkling salt between each layer, and finally place a wooden board on top, sealing it with wet clay. As for the preservation, it depends on the quantity of salt used. If insufficient salt is applied, the meat's shelf life is considerably short. However, with ample salt, it can last until the snowy season. Once the snow falls, burying the meat in the snow prevents spoilage, he added. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned. But with so much salt, won't it be too salty when we eat it? Not at all, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected. If we cut it into small pieces and boil it in the clan's large stone pot, the longer we cook it, the less salty it becomes. The leftover water can still be consumed. Indeed, within the recesses of her memory, she recalled instances of savoring boiled meat during the snowy season. Yet her tender age left her with scant understanding, rendering many memories hazy. For instance, she was unaware of the existence of a large stone pot in the clan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. Feeling fatigued, casually seated herself upon the ground, leaning against the large stone platform. My dear, do not merely fixate on the objects strewn upon the earth. Those potatoes were discovered in the mountains. When you have the leisure, take a stroll in the fields and observe what the potato leaves resemble. Though her words were not overtly explicit, the message was unmistakably conveyed. Zhu Xiaofan comprehended instantly and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall venture out to sea tomorrow morning. Do not embark alone. Bring along the aunts and uncles with whom you are accustomed to spending time, suggested Zhu Yuanyuan. Indeed, replied Zhu Xiaofan with a playful reproach. You little schemer, I have lived several decades longer than you. Surely, I am capable of grasping such matters. In their tribe, hunting and foraging were collective endeavors, with the spoils uniformly distributed. Only the younger orcs could directly bring home the small game they captured or the fruits they discovered. Given such regulations, there was no need for her to conceal knowledge. It would be beneficial for everyone to recognize what potato seedlings looked like, potentially leading to greater yields. Alas, if only fruits were easier to preserve. Otherwise, the mountains would be abundant with them, Zhu Chong lamented. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan was taken aback. Can it really be eaten after drying? Of course, it can. It might even taste better, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, raising her chin with a hint of arrogance, asserting that following her advice would be foolproof. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhu Xiaofan finally made up her mind to give it a try. Dry it, Zhu Chong exclaimed, raising his hands in agreement. As Yuanyuan's strength seemed to suddenly increase, realizing that staying idle at home was not an option, Zhu Yuanyuan frowned, questioning whether it was truly a disadvantage for her strength to increase. Was it preferable for her to remain feeble as she once was? Furthermore, she was perpetually busy. There was little time for idleness. Perhaps I should consider alternative methods, Zhu Chong suggested. No need for that. Just find a spot that receives ample sunlight. And I will make time to check on it, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. Very well, it is settled then, Zhu Chong agreed, turning his gaze toward their second son. Tomorrow. Instead of merely frolicking in the mountains, focus on gathering more fruit and ensure to wash and dry it properly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong felt a twinge of envy. What about mine? Here, Zhu Yuanyuan offered a green apple, her sweet smile illuminating her face. This is my favorite fruit. Let us share it with father. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan arched her large eyes, pondering that being a master of balancing water was indeed no easy feat in order to maintain equilibrium. Her mother had given her a red apple before leaving the house. She truly preferred green apples. And her father was accustomed to the tart fruit. Was that not a fair disposition? Once the adults had departed, the home felt considerably quieter, with only Zhu Yuanyuan sitting at the cave entrance, fiddling with his backpack, occasionally casting a forlorn glance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted as Zhu Yuanyuan. Do not feel compelled, if you cannot acquire a taste for it. Discarding it would be such a pity. Upon reflection, everyone has their share, and it would be unkind to overlook ergo, since the items have been offered. Whether they are consumed or discarded is no longer her concern. Thus, she refrained from mentioning the fruit again and instead inquired, "Ergo, are you not heading out today?" "I am," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, tucking a green apple into his coat and picking up his backpack. "I must hurry to the assembly. Please do not wander around the house." Before his words had fully faded, he had vanished from sight, revealing his urgency. Overwhelmed with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, Zhu Yuanyuan surmised that her second elder brother's reluctance to venture out stemmed from his failure to receive the fruits she had intended for him. Alas! She lamented her tardiness in the matter. After a brief 3-second introspection, Zhu Yuanyuan, bearing her own petite back basket, embarked on her outing. Her itinerary included a leisurely stroll through the fields, followed by a visit to the tribe's communal storage chamber. The aforementioned storage chamber, in essence, was a capacious cavern, spanning approximately 100 square meters. Within its confines lay provisions belonging to the entire tribe. The entrance remained secured for the majority of the time, only to be unveiled during the deposition and retrieval of goods, as well as the autumnal meat-curing season. Her intention was to examine the salt derived from seawater and to observe the tribe's time-honored meat-curing techniques. As fate would have it, the communal storage chamber's portal stood ajar, revealing a flurry of activity as numerous elder females busied themselves within. Some were engaged in the ablution of the meat, while others were occupied with its desiccation. Still others meticulously arranged the air-dried meat within wooden barrels, commencing the curing process. The division of labor was sharply defined, resulting in remarkable efficiency, reminiscent of a well-oiled assembly line. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan ambled over, her gaze fixed on the coarse yellow salt contained within a beast hide pouch, speckled with dark impurities. This rough salt was laden with numerous contaminants, far from the pristine quality obtained through trade with the sea folk. Prolonged consumption might prove detrimental to health, necessitating purification. With a mental call, she inquired, "Songzi, do you possess any knowledge on purifying salt?" "I do not," Songzi replied, "but the host may procure a basic method for salt purification from the marketplace." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, feeling that an excessive reliance on the system was detrimental. She resolved to devise a solution on her own. Salt is derived from seawater, and its impurity stems from the lack of filtration during the boiling process, resulting in a mixture of mud and other contaminants. It is impossible to separate them directly. Instead, one must dissolve the salt in clean water, filter out the impurities, and then reboil it until dry. Thus, the methods and tools for filtration become paramount. Yuanyuan, Zhu Xiu expressed concern. "Are you feeling unwell? Let me take you to see the great shaman." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan. Her appearance is utterly unappetizing. By the way, is it truly acceptable to conceal fruits within a bandeau? Zhu Xiu was determined to take her granddaughter to the doctor, and Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to refuse, reluctantly revealed a fragment of truth. "Grandma, I find these salts rather yellow, with numerous dark impurities. I wonder if there's a way to make them cleaner. They seem so filthy that consuming too much could lead to a stomachache." "Filthy?" Zhu Xiu dismissed her concerns, stating, "It has always been like this. I've been eating it since childhood and have never encountered any issues. You needn't overthink it. During times of scarcity, no one cares whether the food is fresh or clean. The only concern is whether it can satisfy one's hunger." In her previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan had encountered a saying, "If it's not clean, but you eat it without falling ill." This adage, when applied to her current world, resonated quite aptly. No one seemed to concern themselves with the cleanliness of salt. They were merely focused on its availability. Although she did not fully endorse this notion, she found it unwise to impose the importance of hygiene upon others. Instead, she sought an alternative justification, remarking that the dirt within the salt rendered the grilled meat quite unpalatable. Without the dirt, the meat would undoubtedly taste exquisite. Such reasoning seemed rather dubious. Zhu Xiu understood that her granddaughter was merely overthinking things and refrained from reiterating the suggestion of seeking treatment from the great shaman. She casually remarked, "If you have any profound insights, do share them. Should they prove beneficial, everyone will surely express their gratitude. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously, brimming with confidence. All right, I shall certainly devise a solution promptly, ensuring that no one is disappointed. The communal storage room was teeming with people and chaos. Not an ideal setting for the young ones to frolic. Zhu Xiu forcefully placed the verdant fruit into his granddaughter's hands and then gently urged everyone to disperse. Everyone is preoccupied. Your presence here may hinder Grandma's work. Quickly return home and rest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. Grandma, how many fruits are you carrying with you? Don't you find them uncomfortable? Not at all, Zhu Xiu replied with a light cough. Children should not concern themselves with such matters. Due to the presence of the steward, Zhu Yuanyuan was never short of fruits to eat, and, disregarding her grandmother's urging, dashed away. Upon exiting the communal storage room, she encountered Zhu Xiang, a frail male cub with dull yellow hair. Without hesitation, she decided to offer the green fruit she held in her hand to him. Zhu, having lost his parents at a tender age, now relies solely on his frail and elderly grandmother for companionship. The meager rations distributed by the tribe barely sustained the two of them, making the prospect of gaining weight utterly unattainable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu's heart swelled with joy as she embraced the cherished gift, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yuanyuan. After performing a good deed for the day, Zhu Yuanyuan returned home, contemplating methods to filter out impurities. She found that fine gauze would have been effective. Yet the orc world lacked such materials. Charcoal combined with sand and gravel proved useful, but regrettably, she was unaware of how to produce charcoal. The simplest method involved allowing the mixture to sit for a few days, scooping out the clean water from the top, and discarding the dirty water beneath. However, this approach was labor-intensive and wasteful. It would be much more convenient to execute this step by the seaside. Ultimately, she realized that only the last method was feasible. Yet Zhu Yuanyuan felt reluctant to settle for it. Even without much hope, she reached out to the system. System, do you know how to create charcoal? The system responded with its usual reply, urging her to enter the store for purchases. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned and thought to herself, well, I should have known that asking you would be futile. I might as well resort to the rudimentary methods for now and gather enough knowledge before purchasing the charcoal-making techniques. Suddenly, the system spoke up. You are a time traveler. How can you know nothing? I recently connected with a colleague whose host also hails from modern society. Not only does he know how to farm, but he is also skilled in charcoal production, soap making, and glass crafting, truly a jack of all trades. The system expressed a hint of envy, thinking that if the host were clever, teaching would be effortless, and no one would be incessantly pursuing recipes from it. Alas, how did I end up with such an utterly inept host? Perhaps the system's strong resentment manifested itself, as Zhu Yuanyuan sneezed several times and suspiciously inquired, Are you insulting me? No, the system vehemently denied. I am an artificial intelligence, devoid of human emotions, and do not insult. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, uncertain of the veracity of the words spoken to her. As for the other individual mentioned by the Tongzi, a fellow traveler and system possessor, she remained indifferent to their purported abilities. Each person is an independent entity. In her previous life, she was preoccupied with her studies and juggling part-time jobs to earn a living, leaving her no time to surf the internet, much less to delve into soap operas or essential oil formulas. Regardless of the world she inhabited, she was an ordinary individual and saw nothing wrong with that. Unsuccessful in her quest for assistance, Zhu Yuanyuan felt no dismay. Instead, she turned her attention to the large bamboo tube filled with salt. Resolved to conduct an experiment, yet she lacked a pot. The process of boiling would require considerable time, and the bamboo tube could barely withstand the task. Should she resort to borrowing the tribe's large stone pot? After recalling the appearance of that pot from the original owner's memories, Zhu Yuanyuan decisively relinquished that idea. With only 2 bamboo tubes worth of salt, even dissolving it in water would not suffice to submerge the bottom of the pot. It was utterly impractical. Unable to utilize the large stone pot, she had no choice but to devise an alternative solution. Zhu Yuanyuan clenched her fist with her current strength. Excavating a small stone pot was not a daunting task, albeit it would require a considerable investment of time. Resolute in her decision, she aspired to create a pot that was uniquely hers. Realizing that intention must be followed by action, Zhu Yuanyuan once again slung her small backpack over her shoulders, setting out to find a substantial stone suitable for her endeavor. After wandering through the valley repeatedly, she finally discovered a stone by the riverside, its surface worn away by the relentless flow of water, forming a small indentation. Unable to fit it into her backpack, she opted to carry it home directly. However, the tools required for crafting the stone pot posed another challenge. Meticulously grinding with bone spurs would consume an excessive amount of time. Zhu Yuanyuan summoned the system's marketplace and swiftly searched for relevant information, soon selecting the iron chisel she desired and purchasing it for 2 knowledge points. Wait, it seemed she was still in need of a hammer. After much effort to gather the necessary tools, she commenced her work, the sound of clanging echoing throughout the cavern. Fortunately, the surrounding orcs had all ventured out. Otherwise, she would have hesitated to act so freely. The advantage of her considerable strength became evident at this moment, as she crafted a stone pot in just 1 day's time. After a bit of polishing and a thorough cleaning, she set it over a fire to boil water. It was getting late, and it would be unwise to experiment with salt tonight. She murmured to herself that she would conduct her culinary experiments the following day. The thought of creating delicious dishes, such as fried meat, grilled meat, and sautéed meat, made her mouth water uncontrollably. The newly fashioned pot would feel unfamiliar at first, so she resolved to cut a piece of fatty meat to render some oil, which could be used for cooking, while the leftover cracklings could be savored directly. The only available vegetables to stir-fry alongside the meat were potatoes, and Zhu Yuanyuan decided to prepare a fusion dish, potato slices sautéed with pork belly, accompanied by a delicate egg drop soup with meat. Perhaps next time, she could forage for some wild greens to add to her culinary repertoire. The repast prepared by Zhu Yuanyuan was modest in portion, intended merely as a novelty for her family's palates. A more substantial meal of roasted meats would be required to sate their appetites. Previously, her strength had been insufficient to manage larger cuts of meat, precluding her from undertaking the task of cooking. Now, however, things were different. She was determined to execute all that she could, ensuring that her family would return to a warm broth and grilled meats. After toiling for over an hour, she had at last completed the preparation of all the comestibles. She cleansed the large stone upon which she had chopped the vegetables and carried the stir-fried dishes and roasted meats directly to it. The stone was both tall and broad, allowing them to gather around it for their meal. As the sun dipped towards the western horizon, Zhu's father, mother, and 2 elder brothers returned, their steps heavy with fatigue. Upon crossing the threshold, the aroma of roasting meat invigorated them instantly. How fragrant! Zhu Ganyong exclaimed, his nostrils twitching, saliva welling in his mouth. What delicacies has our sister concocted now? Alas, the quantity is always meager, never enough to satisfy, he lamented. To vie for it would mean contending with my elder brother. An unwinnable contest, and father invariably favors him. Truly, my plight is dire. The second brother, casting a sidelong glance, jested, Zhu Yuanyuan, tarry longer, and there will be naught left to partake in. Only after the family had finished their meal did they voice the question that lingered in their minds. From whence did this pot originate? I fashioned it myself, Zhu Yuanyuan declared, her countenance betraying no hint of discomposure. I chanced upon a concave stone in the river, quite sizable, and with a modicum of refinement. It became a pot. Zhu Chong immediately praised. Yuanyuan is truly remarkable. She can even craft a pot. Father, you are exaggerating, Zhu Yong muttered softly. It's merely finding a suitable stone for making a pot. Xiaomeng. Zhu Xiaofan frowned and chided. If you think it's so easy, then why don't you go find a suitable stone to make a pot yourself? I shall give you 3 days' time. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yongming immediately conceded. Mother, please do not be angry. I was merely jesting with my sister. He continued, if it were truly that easy to find, every household in the tribe would possess a pot. Humph. At his age, he should not be troubling a mere 5-year-old. Zhu Chong, with a stern expression, threatened his second son, you ought to be more sensible in the future. If you continue like this, I shall spank you. Zhu Yangmong pouted, feeling the bias of his father. After all, I am but a young cub. Huffed. Zhu Yuanyuan burst into laughter. Such a large and robust black cub truly evokes little sympathy. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted, Zhu Chang was somewhat taken aback. Did Agon truly believe that he was too harsh on him? No, Zhu Yuanyuan shook his head repeatedly. I understand that father has my best interests at heart. My sister's beast is unlike ours. It allows her to thrive effortlessly for several years. It is good that you comprehend this, Zhu Chang said with a sense of relief as he reached out to pat his eldest son's shoulder. With your innate talent, as long as you remain diligent, your future will undoubtedly be more expansive than mine. Rest assured, father, I shall continue to strive diligently, Zhu Yuanyuan earnestly promised. The father and son exchanged smiles, a moment brimming with warmth, when suddenly an unwelcome interruption occurred. My sister is now a true powerhouse, even surpassing my strength at the age of 5, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled. She is ready to participate in the hunting training. Zhu Yuanyuan unceremoniously stepped on Ergu several times, remarking that his jealousy was truly unsightly. Outside, Ergu was always protective of her, ready to defend her at the first sign of danger, yet upon returning home, he exhibited such a stark contrast in demeanor. Indeed, human nature is profoundly intricate and difficult to decipher. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Chang. Very well. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly realized and stammered. Father actually agreed. The speed of his acquiescence seemed rather swift. Zhu Chang calmly nodded. I have consented. What? Do you wish to retract? No. I will not go back on my word. Zhu Yuanyuan shook his head vigorously. That's good. When the time comes, you must take good care of your sister. Zhu Chang remarked. If she is wronged, it will be your failure as her brother. Zhu Yuanyuan always sensed that something was amiss. Yet under the overwhelming pressure of his father's formidable presence, he acquiesced in a daze. His biological sister, sharing the same mother, was someone he ought to protect diligently. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained vigilant, feeling well yet exceedingly fatigued, yearning for an early slumber. An early bedtime would facilitate the completion of tasks, allowing for a prompt rise the following day, followed by leisure pursuits. However, there was little in the way of entertainment. One could merely stroll through the fields or join the bustle at the communal storage room, after which there was little else to engage in. Among her kin, the older youngsters were compelled to venture into the mountains collectively, while the younger ones were confined at home, restricted from wandering freely to prevent any unforeseen mishaps in the absence of adult supervision. It must be said that her parents possessed considerable leniency, allowing a mere 5-year-old to remain alone at home, unrestrained from venturing outside, seemingly untroubled by the thought of her playing by the riverbank and potentially falling in. Amidst her mixed feelings of amusement and exasperation, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself content, for although her physical age was that of a child, her spirit resonated with the wisdom of adulthood. She harbored no desire to be confined within the gloomy recesses of a cave or to be tethered to her mother's back during outings. When the young female expressed her fatigue, Zhu Chang and his wife, naturally sympathetic, urged her to retire early, suggesting that the entire family should rest together. Ordinarily, after dinner, they would wait for nightfall before succumbing to slumber, yet this evening, even before the sun had fully descended, they permitted her to sleep. Zhu Yuanyuan, however, was displeased, exclaiming that it was unfair for the entire family to accommodate her early bedtime. There's no need for that, Zhu Yuanyuan interjected firmly. I can sleep soundly even if I make a fuss when I'm tired, so there's no need to worry about me. Upon accepting her daily tasks, her consciousness seamlessly transitioned into a virtual classroom, impervious to the external commotion, only alerted to danger by the notifications from her system. Zhu Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, and Zhu Chang had already changed his mind. All right, Yuanyuan, you may go rest first. Everyone else, please lower your voices a bit. No one objected, and thus the decision was made amicably. Zhu Yuanyuan habitually lounged at the entrance of the cave to bask in the moonlight. After accepting her daily study tasks, her consciousness swiftly entered the virtual classroom. Before she had the chance to greet the system, she was met with delightful news. What? The application for the enhancement of the Great Witch's Skill Learning course had been approved? Splendid. However, her joy was abruptly doused by the system, which coldly informed her that the course would be titled Fundamentals of Herbal Studies. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, wondering why the two could not learn simultaneously. Insisting that a sequence must be established. Please commence the lesson, the host urged, cautioning that any delay would result in a postponement of time. Each class was stipulated to last 30 minutes, and therefore, it could not be shortened. Zhu Yuanyuan privately believes that whether one can reduce class time by a few minutes entirely hinges on the mood of the instructor. If the mood is pleasant, there may be some leniency. If not, every second is accounted for with precision. Yet, there are certain thoughts that can only be contemplated once the instructor's presence is shielded, lest any hint of discontent provoke an outburst of fury. This so-called emotionless artificial intelligence system paradoxically exhibits the full spectrum of human emotions. How utterly peculiar. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan chooses to disregard such anomalies, casting her concerns aside with a cheerful demeanor. What class is this? She inquires. The instructor responds, it is a physical training class. Oh, Zhu Yuanyuan's large eyes twinkle with excitement. My strength has increased, and my movements are much more agile. I am certain I can complete the physical exercises 10 times in one breath. The objective of the physical training class is to perform the cub exercises 10 times. Completion allows one to leave, while failure results in detention. Determined to finish on time, she persists relentlessly, even when fatigue renders her arms nearly immobile. However, today unfolds differently. With newfound confidence, she is not concerned about failing the task. Yet, the instructor swiftly delivers an unexpected blow. The system detects a comprehensive enhancement in the host's physical capabilities and, in accordance with regulations, instructs her on the cub exercises, urging her to prepare for warm-ups. Zhu Yuanyuan reached to scratch her ear, pondering whether she had misheard or if you had misspoken. What does middle cub mean? It refers to young one's age between 5 and 10, akin to what modern society considers middle childhood. The response was quite thorough. I see. I had thought it referred to a child suffering from chinebio. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a sigh of relief. Wait, we are about to learn a new physical exercise routine, specifically tailored for those aged 5 to 10, which I imagine will significantly increase in difficulty. Essentially, it seems they simply wish to avoid letting her attend a light-hearted class. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed softly, lamenting her misfortune, yet she still had to diligently study. Clumsily, she followed the instructor through a bizarre series of exercises, nearly collapsing onto the ground from exhaustion. Didn't they say that overall physical fitness would improve? Why am I still struggling? The instructor teased, you're just too weak. Perhaps aware that their secret was now exposed, the instructor began to loosen up, even daring to make jokes. For a 5-year-old cub, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted defiantly. Collapsing onto the ground, my body is perfectly fine. It's just that you're too hasty. You should teach the new moves more slowly. The instructor rolled her eyes dramatically. I merely demonstrated the moves for you first, and yet you insisted on following along. So if you tire yourself out, you can only blame me? Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. It seemed she had brought this upon herself. The two of them exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. After a few minutes, the leader, with a stern expression, commanded, get up. You've already rested long enough. No slacking off allowed. Zhu Yuanyuan crawled up, using both hands and feet, gritting her teeth to continue her exercises. She prayed to the beast god, hoping that they would spare her from another physical training class today. Otherwise, she was uncertain she could endure it. Alas, the beast god was far too preoccupied to heed her plea. After attending 10 classes, 3 of which were physical training, Zhu Yuanyuan's face turned pale from exhaustion, leaving her disinclined to undertake any additional tasks. The system was somewhat perplexed. Host, are you not staying up late to complete tasks tonight? No, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. I simply lack the strength to endure a 4th physical training class. Did your overall physical fitness not improve? Surely, attending one more class would not be detrimental. The system replied with a hint of amusement. Improved, yes. But that does not mean I have transformed into an indomitable iron being. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a huff. I knew you were doing this on purpose. She had always maintained that 2 physical training classes were her limit. How could she suddenly be overloaded today? The system calmly admitted, indeed, I did this intentionally. Is it because you claim my body has improved? Not quite. It is due to your consumption of the primary body refinement potion that has enhanced your physical condition, enabling you to increase the intensity of your training. Upon receiving the explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan did not feel elated. With a woeful expression, she lamented, "Next spring, I will be enrolled in the clan's hunting training course, and I will undoubtedly be exhausted, leaving me with little energy for excessive physical training. Fear not." The system reassured her with a smile. "I will adjust the curriculum based on your condition each day." With such words spoken, what choice did Zhu Yuanyuan have but to acquiesce? She was, after all, unable to part ways with the system and recognize the benefits of increased training for her body. Even if she felt weary, she couldn't utter a word of refusal. Thus, long before the arrival of spring, she found herself worn down to a slimmer figure, causing her father to fret and search for answers, while her mother busied herself preparing extra meals for the young female, hoping to fatten her up in a short span of time. Tears of frustration streamed down Zhu Yuanyuan's cheeks as he lamented, "Mother, will I be rewarded with extra food if I lose weight?" "Indeed," Zhu Xiaofan calmly replied, "they are all my children. How could I possibly treat them differently? If there must be any distinction, it should be subtle and not overtly apparent." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan scrutinized her second elder brother, a 10-year-old young male orc who was currently undergoing a growth spurt. His height had already surpassed 1 meter and 50 centimeters, and his physique was rather slender. It would be nearly impossible for him to shed a few pounds, unless he reduced himself to a mere skeleton wrapped in skin. Their mother would hardly perceive any weight loss. With a sigh of contemplation, she turned to seek Zhu Xiaofan for a conversation, saying, "Mother, I've noticed that my second brother has been rather indolent lately." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan happened to return home to retrieve something, and he overheard his sister's words in their entirety. Instantly, he was filled with rage, gritting his teeth in anger. "Zhu Yuanyuan, how could you betray me? Truly, I've wasted my efforts on you. Why is the second brother back again?" Zhu Yuanyuan, unembarrassed and full of mirth, replied, "I merely noticed how swiftly you've grown taller and slimmer, and I sought to negotiate some rest time for you." "Are you certain about that?" Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. "It seems I hear someone inciting our mother to punish me." The term but was too shameful for him to utter. "I'm not. I didn't." "You must have misunderstood," Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, her tone as though she were speaking the absolute truth. Zhu Yuanyuan felt an irresistible urge, wishing to seize his sister and shake her vigorously to rid her of the ill thoughts that plagued her mind. However, with their mother seated nearby, he dared not act upon his impulse. Instead, he resorted to casting sharp glares, hoping to impart a lesson through the intensity of his gaze. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with sorrow flowing against the current like a river. He has exerted tremendous effort, and his kin are always willing to commend him. Yet his younger sister at home consistently seeks to provoke him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan engaged in a thorough introspection, but found no wrongdoing towards his sister, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Could he receive a hint? Certainly. With hands firmly placed on her hips and an imposing demeanor, Zhu Yuanyuan confronted him, questioning why he had promised to take her to pick sweet fruits, yet remained cooped up in the tribe. As autumn was swiftly waning and the harsh winter approached, the potatoes in the field were still no larger than her fist. She contemplated that if their food supplies were ample, they could occasionally assist the elderly and orphaned children within their community. However, if they did not venture out of the tribe, how could she find the opportunity to transfer the potatoes and sweet potatoes from her system's backpack? Her unreliable second brother was indeed an irksome presence, and Zhu Yuanyuan seized the moment to bring her grievances before their parents. Upon realizing the situation, Zhu Yuanyuan found himself in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, "Why didn't you simply remind me? I did offer a reminder, yet you feigned ignorance." Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, harboring her own grievances. "When did this occur?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. After breakfast, as you were departing, Zhu Yuanyuan indicated towards the corner where a basket was placed, adding, I even made a point to sway the basket in front of you. Zhu Yoming was rendered speechless, struggling to reclaim his voice for quite some time. How would I know the meaning if you don't say anything? Brother, you truly are quite foolish, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. Never mind, I won't hold this against you this time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing this, Zhu Xiaofan could not help but feel a heaviness in her heart. She earnestly advised, Yuanyuan, it is not permissible for you to lie around at home all day. Young ones ought to exhibit a lively and active demeanor. I am quite lively and active. Zhu Yuanyuan mumbled, Isn't it true that you are at home stewing meat today? This statement was undeniable, leaving Zhu Xiaofan at a loss for a rebuttal. She could only respond, as long as you understand, that suffices. By the way, you mentioned wanting to venture into the forest to play. I do not wish to play. Zhu Yuanyuan corrected her. I have grown up and can join everyone in foraging for mountain goods and fruits, contributing to the tribe. No need for that. Zhu Xiaofan instinctively refused. You are still young. I am nearly 6 years old. I am not small, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted with seriousness. I understand that the snowy season is very cold and that we cannot go out hunting. While everyone is busy, I find myself idly staying at home, which is not right. Seeing that her mother remained unyielding, she added, staying at home all day is quite dull. Zhu Xiaofan hesitated, questioning whether she could truly succeed. Absolutely. Zhu Yuanyuan responded with unwavering certainty. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany your second brother on his outings, Zhu Xiaofan declared, if you ever feel fatigued. Do not hesitate to speak up, do not push yourself too hard. Her clever little sister had ingeniously devised a method for purifying coarse salt. Though the process was somewhat cumbersome and wasteful, the results were commendable. The clan members eagerly followed suit, and now, no one preferred the filthy coarse salt anymore. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan stretched her neck to peer outside, and spotted a familiar figure making exaggerated expressions and waving enthusiastically at her, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Her mother had forbidden her from leaving, and she did not dare to defy that command. Thus, she could only respond with a silly grin, remarking that the meat was nearly tender and she was merely checking on her second brother to see when he would return for a meal. No need to worry about him. Hunger will inevitably bring him back, Zhu Xiaofan said, reaching out to tug at the collar of the young girl with a hint of skepticism. Did you and your second brother just have a quarrel and then reconcile so quickly? Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her face betraying no blush and her breath steady. Did mother not say that siblings should cherish one another? Since we have made amends, you ought to be pleased. Zhu Xiaofan nodded, expressing her genuine happiness. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that the two of them were concealing something from her. Zhu Yuanyuan, not at all. It seems you are indeed concealing something from me. Zhu Xiaofan was convinced of this. She released her grip on the spade, crossed her arms, and with an air of nonchalance, inquired, You came to complain deliberately, didn't you? And that quarrel with your second brother earlier was just for my benefit, wasn't it? Zhu Yuanyuan wished to shake her head, but upon meeting her mother's knowing gaze, she immediately succumbed and muttered softly, It is indeed noisy. Thus, her complaint was insincere. It merely allowed her to witness the discord among them. Zhu Xiaofan furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering what benefits this could possibly bring to her. Let us address the matter directly. Why resort to such roundabout methods? She thought, feeling an overwhelming urge to administer a good thrashing to that troublesome child. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. You may speak directly to us. Oh dear. Zhu Yuanyuan is being obstinate. Have I not mentioned this before? Have you forgotten? Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the incident and realized she had indeed rejected it without hesitation. After watching the performance for quite some time and actively participating in cheering for the young female, she only recognized, once it concluded, that the fool was none other than herself. Upon discovering the truth, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly disheartened, remaining in a daze for a considerable time before regaining her composure. With a hint of disdain, she remarked, "Fine, if you wish to go, then go. Just don't come back to me lamenting about how exhausting it was." "I won't," Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. "I fear neither hardship nor fatigue. My only concern is that I cannot contribute to the tribe." Her resolute demeanor nearly convinced Zhu Yuanyuan. Having addressed the matter, Zhu Yuanyuan promptly called her second brother back home, and the siblings joyfully shared a meal of stewed meat before setting out. Although it was somewhat late, several young orcs were active in the nearby woods, and numerous adult orcs roamed about. The two ventured out of the valley without facing any obstacles and soon reunited with their companions not far from their departure point. Zhu Hong immediately leaned closer and asked, "Meng, why are you out today? Did you not say you had matters to attend to?" "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, "my sister is coming to assist. But my mother is unwilling. I resolved the issues at home before coming here." The sense of accomplishment surpassing that of his mother filled him with pride. "Nonsense," Zhu Hong countered. Yuan is quite frail. How could she possibly be of assistance? I hope you won't tire her out." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Was it because of me? Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan had inexplicably acquired a sharpened wooden stick, prodding the ground with it. Ever since they discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes, the others realized that edible treasures could also be found beneath the earth, providing substantial sustenance. They were eager to explore further, hoping to unearth more such delights. Though if they found none, it was of little consequence. After all, the children found their daily practice of hunting skills in the valley rather monotonous. While the adult orcs occasionally hunted in the deep mountains, bringing back wild rabbits and pheasants, which could be deemed as practical experience. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a wave of anxiety, observing the fervor with which everyone was turning the soil. Her intention to replicate the success of introducing new food items like purple sweet potatoes was rendered futile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and hesitated to choose a path. Fearful of straying too far and complicating the search for her by her family, waiting for someone to come for her proved futile, considering the desolate surroundings that suggested she was deep within an unfrequented forest. The prospect of encountering a ferocious beast left her little room for escape. Gazing up at a tree that was sturdier than her father, she concluded that climbing it should not pose too much of a challenge given her agility. After spitting into her palms, she grasped the trunk and endeavored to ascend, but reaching the nearest branch proved arduous. Her arms were too short and the trunk too thick, rendering the climb exceedingly difficult. Resigning herself to her predicament, she decided that sitting where she was offered greater safety than lingering beneath the tree. Interestingly enough, as a female mini-pig, one might ponder if this somehow legitimized her ascent to the branches. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered absurdly, unaware that Zhu Yuanyuan, upon discovering his sister's sudden disappearance, was frantically searching everywhere, calling out incessantly, "Sister, Yuanyuan, where have you gone? Come out, do not frighten me." After a prolonged silence, he received no answer, but soon, a group of half-grown orcs gathered around, inquiring about the situation. Upon learning that someone was missing, they were taken aback. The sense of accomplishment he felt surpassed even that of his mother, filling him with pride. "This is sheer folly. Yuanyuan is too delicate to be of any assistance." Zhu Hong disapproved. Let us not exhaust her. Zhu Yuanyuan turned his head and gave his sister a mischievous grin. Look at you, insisting on following and becoming a nuisance. What do you mean by that, Omeng? Zhu Hong pouted. I'm not being critical. I'm merely concerned about my sister Yuanyuan. Suddenly, she blushed, turned, and ran away. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head in confusion, muttering about how the conversation was abruptly cut short. The straightforward Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically and nudged her elder brother, urging him to stop daydreaming and get to work. The siblings commenced their search in the vicinity, seeking edible provisions. After wandering through the woods several times, their bounty proved meager, as all the consumables had already been harvested and stored in the communal pantry. With nothing left to gather, Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her delicate brows, perplexed as to why they continued to venture into the mountains daily. Aimlessly wandering about was nothing short of a waste of time. It was all because of you, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted irritably. Startled, Zhu Yuanyuan questioned if she was the reason for the activity. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan, now brandishing a sharpened wooden stick, was probing the earth. He explained that since she had discovered potatoes and sweet potatoes, revealing that edible and filling tubers existed underground, everyone was eager to find more. Whether they succeeded or not was inconsequential. The young ones were becoming weary of practicing hunting techniques within the valley, and the adult beastmen, while hunting in the deep mountains, occasionally released wild rabbits and pheasants for the children to practice on. After hearing this explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan became concerned, given everyone's eagerness to scour the land. Her plan to introduce new foods like purple sweet potatoes through similar methods was thwarted. Zhu Yuanyuan was filled with conflicting emotions as she held the pointed wooden stick that she had taken from her second brother, incessantly prodding the earth beneath her feet. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered away from the crowd and deeper into the mountains. By the time she realized something was amiss and ceased her actions, it was too late. Where am I? She glanced around, seeking a path back, only to discover that the road behind her twisted and turned, branching off into multiple paths. A wave of despair washed over her as darkness threatened to engulf her vision. This is it. She could no longer find her way. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated to choose a path for fear of straying too far and complicating matters for her family in the search for her. Remaining seated, waiting for someone to come looking for her was equally unwise, as the desolate surroundings suggested a remote wilderness seldom trodden by others. Should a wild beast appear, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Casting her gaze upwards at a tree even sturdier than her father, she felt a flicker of resolve. Climbing it seemed feasible. After spitting into her palms, she grasped the trunk and began her arduous ascent. Upon reaching the nearest branch to the ground, exhaustion washed over her. Her arms were too short and the trunk too thick, rendering the climb a formidable challenge. Ultimately, she concluded that remaining seated here was safer than lingering at the base of the tree. After all, her true form was that of a female miniature pig. Did that not suggest that even a sow could scale a tree? Zhu Yuanyuan was unaware of how many of her kin had been stirred into action in search of her. In this moment of bliss, she discovered, quite by chance, a mushroom beneath the tree she had climbed, one that was larger than her own face. The text described the red fungus as having a parasol-like shape, with a cap that is kidney-shaped, semicircular, or nearly round, featuring a hard shell that ranges from yellow-brown to reddish-brown, renowned for its properties of invigorating qi, calming the spirit, and alleviating coughs and asthma. What she beheld was a reddish-brown, semicircular fungus, but whether its shell was indeed hard remained uncertain. As she was securely perched upon a sturdy branch, her trepidation of encountering a formidable carnivorous beast deterred her from descending, and even before the searchers arrived, she dared not climb down. Watching the one-eyed wolf prowling nearby, she silently prayed to the beast god for protection, hoping her elder brother would be astute enough to realize her absence sooner rather than later. As she awaited, time stretched on until, just before dusk, she finally heard the voice calling her name. Zhu Yuanyuan's spirit, previously languid, was instantly revitalized. She clung to the coarse branch, trembling as she stood upright, and raised her voice to the heavens. I am here. Help. After several desperate cries that nearly shattered her throat, a response finally came. Do not fear. My dear, your father is here to rescue you. The one-eyed wolf, sobbing and reluctant to relinquish its tender prey, sensed imminent danger and promptly tucked its tail, fleeing without a hint of regret. When faced with the choice between unattainable prey and its own life, the latter was, of course, the priority. Not long after the one-eyed wolf departed, Zhu Chang appeared at the base of the great tree, accompanied by a dozen or so orcs. Upon glancing upward and spotting the small female perched among the branches, his heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled, soon followed by a surge of fury. Zhu Yuanyuan, are you courting death? No matter how strong a 5-year-old cub may be, they cannot contend with a ferocious beast. To run out is one thing, but to venture deeper into the mountains is utterly reckless. Daddy, please do not be angry. Zhu Yuanyuan feigned innocence. I truly did not intend it. I was just so focused on finding sweet fruits that I forgot to watch where I was going. Zhu Chang scoffed. Our home is not lacking in fruits. Is it necessary for you to venture out in search of them? Zhu Yuanyuan could only retort, that is different. The fruits I pick myself, having exerted effort in gathering them, taste far sweeter. Zhu Chang inquired, and what of your fruits? After traveling such a distance, don't tell me you have not managed to gather a single one. The orcs, when foraging in the mountains for wild fruits, also make a point to select only the ripest, leaving the unripe ones on the trees to be harvested on subsequent visits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang took a deep breath, dismissing the matter of the fruit with a cool demeanor. Since Yuanyuan can climb the tree by herself now, she shouldn't need her father's assistance to come down, right? Of course, that was not the case. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, replied, my legs are numb. I can hardly stand. Why didn't you say so earlier? A doting father always felt concern for his young, especially for his delicate and soft female offspring, even in moments of anger. Upon hearing that his child was experiencing numbness in her legs, he swiftly ascended the tree to carry her down. Hee. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled foolishly. With you here, I won't fall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang scoffed, remarking that mushrooms were hardly treasures, as they proliferated abundantly on the mountains after rain. Yet, despite his words, his hands instinctively descended, gently placing the small creature securely on the ground. After all, it was merely a mushroom. Gathering it wouldn't consume much time. Zhu Yuanyuan thought to herself that her treasure was indeed the rare red rasher, not easily found. However, it was something that she should not have encountered, so she could only speak of it in terms of fiction. Father, you don't understand. I have never seen a mushroom larger than my face. With that, Zhu Yuanyuan scampered around to the back of the great tree, bending down to carefully pluck the rasher, cradling it gently in her arms. Is it truly larger than your face? Zhu Chang inquired in astonishment. Then I must see it. Other beastmen, intrigued by his words, gathered around, eager to glimpse this remarkable treasure. Upon seeing the object cradled in Zhu Yuanyuan's arms, panic ensued among the crowd. The great shaman warned that mushrooms with such vivid colors could be poisonous. Consuming them could lead to hallucinations at best, or even death at worst. They needed to dispose of it immediately. Yuanyuan. Zhu Chang rushed forward, snatching the large mushroom and preparing to hurl it to the ground. You must never pick such brightly colored mushrooms again. If you eat one, you might never see your father, mother, or your 2 brothers again. Don't throw it away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a brief contemplation, Zhu Chang resolved to heed the wishes of the female cub and bring it back. If the great shaman declared it non-toxic, they would use it to prepare a nourishing broth. However, he felt it necessary to express a cautionary note beforehand. While he was willing to bring it back, he insisted that if it proved to be poisonous, there should be no further commotion. Indeed, I shall listen to father. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously in agreement. The great shaman must surely recognize that the red rasher mushroom is a valuable treasure, a notion corroborated by Uncle Zhu's words, which afforded her a sense of reassurance. Yet, Zhu Yuanyuan could scarcely anticipate that the great shaman, while affirming the value of her prized mushroom, would also barter it for frostbite ointment, tiger bone rheumatism balm, hemostatic powder, and body-enhancing elixirs. For the tribespeople, seeking medical attention was without charge. However, most medicinal herbs were personally foraged by the great shaman from the mountains. To procure medicine, one had to exchange it for meat, wild fruits, or other goods. Grandfather suffered from rheumatism in his legs, while grandmother and mother would frequently endure frostbite during the snow season. Father and brother often returned from hunts bearing wounds, and the second brother, at the tender age of 10, required soaking in body-enhancing elixirs every now and then. Thus, trading an ostensibly useless mushroom for a plethora of beneficial remedies seemed a wise transaction. In this realm of beastmen, where the concept of currency had yet to take hold, bartering was the norm, no matter how precious the red racer mushroom might be. It could not be traded for money and could only be exchanged with the great shaman. As Zhu Chang returned home clutching the medicine, he appeared somewhat dazed. In the past, he had to carry hefty pieces of meat to the great shaman in exchange for a meager supply of medicine, but now he cradled a bountiful collection, no longer needing to barter for a year and a half. He felt as though he were walking on clouds, a sensation that was exceptionally surreal. Yuanyuan, please give my father a quick smack, Zhu Chang implored, his eyes brimming with hope. I need to ascertain that I am not dreaming. Hearing such words from the mouth of a robust and sturdy man elicited both laughter and an undeniable pang of sadness. In modern society, medicine is not scarce. Ordinary individuals possess the means to stockpile essential medications at home, readily accessible when needed. This stands in stark contrast to his world, where even subpar hemostatic powder is regarded as a life-saving remedy. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a twinge of anxiety, stammering as she said, Do you want to visit the Great Witch? It seemed her mind was not entirely clear. No need, Zhu Chang responded, oblivious to the underlying concern in the young female's words, boldly asserting, I am in excellent health, capable of slaying a bull with my bare hands. Zhu Yuanyuan gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, That is truly amazing. Upon returning home, Zhu Xiaofan eagerly urged them to undergo a thorough medical examination. After confirming that neither had sustained any injuries, she embraced the female cub, tears beginning to flow down her cheeks. Zhu Yuanyuan, bewildered, gently patted her mother's back with her tiny hand, urging her not to cry. You little rascal, you promised to stay close to your brother. And is this how you keep that promise? Zhu Xiaofan questioned. Zhu Yuanyuan then reiterated the words she had used to placate her father. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan, feigning indifference, found her gaze inadvertently drawn to the familiar markings on the wooden jars containing the ointment. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Was that indeed a moisturizing balm? At that moment, she could no longer afford to admonish the young female. In the blink of an eye, she darted towards the stone platform, gathering all the jars bearing the same insignia into her embrace. These are all mine, she declared softly to Zhu Chang, seeking a compromise. Could we possibly spare one jar for mother? The primary concern was that the grand shaman seldom indulged in crafting the moisturizing balm, and whenever it was finally produced, it would swiftly vanish. Previously, they had been unable to obtain any, but now that they had acquired a fair number, it seemed only fitting to present one as a token of filial piety to their mother. Zhu Xiaofan pouted and remarked, I am well aware and certainly will not forget mother's share. Zhu Chang scratched the back of his head, a simple smile gracing his face. Then I leave it to you. As the two conversed, the atmosphere was exceedingly pleasant, suffused with a whimsical essence. The forgotten siblings exchanged glances, each rolling their eyes in unison. Truly, how could father and mother overlook us, standing here as we are? Nevertheless, they shrugged it off, accustomed to the situation. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan busily said, I shall accompany father. No need, Zhu Chang declined. Time is of the essence. I must capture several substantial prey. Bringing you along would only hinder my efforts. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is determined to strive diligently in order to achieve victory against his father as soon as possible. That evening, the family retired early to bed. Zhu Yuanyuan, having completed her 10 daily tasks, refused to take on any more, intending to rise early the next day to assist her mother in grilling meat. Recently, She had acquired some grilling techniques and believed her skills to be commendable, hoping to be of assistance. However, when the time for dinner arrived the following day, she discovered that she was utterly unable to contribute. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Zhu Yuanyuan set out and returned home before 5, triumphantly bearing a wild buffalo weighing over 2,000 pounds upon his beastly form. With such an abundant bounty of meat, it was evident that merely inviting those who had assisted in the search through the mountains would not suffice for consumption. Thus, he borrowed a large stone pot from the clan leader and, in a clearing outside the communal storage room, simmered a pot of bone broth. The meat was thoroughly cleaned and laid beside the fire, as he called upon all the clansmen to partake in a bonfire feast. The gathering reveled in the savory broth and succulent meat. Yet Zhu Yuanyuan found herself lost in contemplation as she gazed at a large chunk of meat on the skewer, which was inadequately cooked. Perhaps her skills in roasting meat were not as proficient as she had once believed. Yuanyuan, Zhu Xiaofan gently suggested. The piece you are roasting is rather large. It likely remains undercooked. You ought to roast it a bit longer. Or perhaps you could try this piece I have cooked thoroughly. Without waiting for the young female's response, she promptly exchanged the skewers of meat held by both. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at the tantalizing, succulent meat skewers in her hands, unable to articulate her thoughts as she contemplated returning. Instead, unable to resist any longer, she took a hearty bite. How delightful! Her mother's grilled meat was indeed a dish one could savor endlessly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan chuckled helplessly. You always coming up with new ideas so swiftly. I call this having a strong opinion. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted confidently. Just go your way. Zhu Xiaofan waved her hand dismissively. Don't provoke me here. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely declined, stating her disinterest. With a sumptuous broth and roasted meat to savor, everyone indulged to their heart's content, dispersing only when the moon ascended to its zenith. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that if one were to feign innocence, one must do so convincingly, leaving no room for suspicion. Zhu Chong, with a serious demeanor, insisted, "You have committed a grave error today, and you must face the consequences." The elders were indeed correct. One should not indulge the young, for it may lead to unpredictable transformations. Zhu Yongming's eyes sparkled with intensity. Though his younger sister was still quite young, he knew he must not strike her too forcefully. He searched the cave diligently and discovered a branch about the thickness of his thumb. This would suffice for his purpose. Zhu Yuanyuan shot a piercing glare, forcing the words out from between her teeth. "You truly are my dear second brother. As your brother, it is only natural for me to treat you well." Zhu Yongmong replied with a grin. This smug expression of a petty triumph infuriated Zhu Yuanyuan to the point where she chose to remain silent, turning her head away, secretly contemplating how to repay her kind second brother. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan stole glances from the corners of her eyes, feeling a surge of delight within her. Look, it wasn't just her. The mischievous second brother was also destined to face punishment. With this thought, she suddenly realized that enduring a beating was of little consequence. After reprimanding his second son, Zhu Chong turned to see his daughter, who was secretly amused, and his anger, which had dissipated considerably, surged anew. He called out sternly, "Yuanyuan, come here." Startled by her father's dark expression, Zhu Yuanyuan took a few steps back. "Come here." Zhu Chong's voice rose slightly. Zhu Yuanyuan shuffled forward, her left palm facing upwards, trembling as she extended it. "Father, please strike gently," she murmured, closing her eyes, lacking the courage to witness the scene of her own punishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes brimmed with tears, yet I assure you it was unintentional. Even if it was unintentional, punishment must still be faced. The father and daughter exchanged spirited words, yet the branch remained unraised for an extended period, leaving Zhu Erg feeling a profound sense of injustice after receiving a sound thrashing. He declared his intent to strike his sister, yet it was I who bore the brunt of the punishment. Surely this illustrates a bias on father's part. Why the haste? Zhu Xiaofan gently interjected. Your father is tasked with informing your sister of her transgressions, while I am responsible for administering the discipline. For a young lady, it is fitting that her mother takes on the role of enforcer. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sudden chill run down her spine, her instinct as a small creature alerting her to impending danger. Before she could analyze its source, she saw her mother striding towards her, snatching the branch from her father's hand and striking her delicate hand 3 times. The events transpired with such swiftness that Zhu Yuanyuan was left stunned, tears streaming down her face from the pain, exclaiming how much it hurt, fearing her hand might be damaged. She never anticipated that her usually gentle mother would resort to physical punishment. It shattered her entirely, perhaps having feigned innocence for too long. Zhu Yuanyuan's thoughts and actions unconsciously shifted, leading her to genuinely believe she was still a child, entitled to indulge in petulance. Clutching her swollen hand, she wept inconsolably, pouring out her anxiety about arriving in an unfamiliar world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge was preoccupied with introspection, while Zhu Dage, who was hesitant to interfere, could no longer contain himself. Father, my sister's hand is swollen to an alarming degree. Shouldn't we apply some medicine? Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Chong, roused from his reverie, hurriedly rummaged through the leather pouch that held the medicinal supplies. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, reluctant to speak, pouted in discontent. However, upon witnessing her mother raise a branch, she could only sulkily concede, I was wrong. Where did you err? Zhu Xiaofan pressed for clarification. I should not have lost track of my second brother and ventured deep into the mountains. Zhu Yuanyuan replied dejectedly. Will you dare to do so again? No, I shall not. The mother and daughter exchanged questions and answers, and in mere minutes, the matter was fully elucidated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's lips glistened with grease, her little belly round and full, and in her contentment, she completely forgot about the beating she had endured the previous day. Is it delicious? Zhu Xiaofan inquired with a smile. Absolutely delightful. Mother's roasted meat has become increasingly exquisite, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The soup is also quite delectable. It is a pity that we lack scallions and ginger to eliminate the fishy taste. Thus, the broth inevitably carries a hint of unpleasantness. Though there is some in the system's backpack, I am too young to find an opportunity to retrieve it. Otherwise, the soup could have been even more enjoyable. Nevertheless, I now find myself preferring egg drop soup over meat broth. As long as it is tasty, Zhu Xiaofan replied, if you enjoy it, Mother will prepare it for you again next time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Erg's mind was bustling with schemes, and his gaze towards his sister held a certain depth of meaning. Mother, I am hungry. Zhu Xiaofan stated nonchalantly. The roasted meat is all laid out on the large stone platform. You are quite old enough. Surely you do not expect me to feed you? That is unnecessary, Zhu Yongming replied, awkwardly touching his nose as he went to grab a piece of roasted meat to gnaw on. Ever since she had insisted on her mother allowing her to venture into the mountains, which resulted in a troublesome episode of getting lost, Zhu Yuanyuan had refrained from expressing any desire to accompany her elder brother on his tasks. Recognizing her own limitations, she understood that even if she entered the mountains, her freedom would be restricted. It was far more prudent to remain quietly within the tribe for a few years, waiting until she was older and stronger before attempting any ventures. Moreover, her elder brother had always harbored jealousy towards her favored position. And now that he had suffered consequences due to her troubles, he would hardly be inclined to include her in his endeavors. It was far more advantageous to focus on daily learning tasks, as they not only allowed her to acquire knowledge, but also enabled her to accumulate points to purchase desired items, which was a delightful prospect. Zhu Yuanyuan excelled at self-comfort, to the extent that she ventured outdoors rarely, even during the day. Taking advantage of her solitude at home, she diligently completed tasks, quickly accumulating several hundred knowledge points. Meanwhile, the winter season silently approached. As the temperature plummeted unexpectedly, the elder chieftain, Zhu He, summoned the frail and infirm members of the tribe to begin harvesting potatoes and sweet potatoes. The able-bodied men engaged in hunting and firewood gathering as needed. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Yuanyuan joined the commotion and discovered that despite the early harvest, the potatoes were significantly larger than her fist. Due to the limited quantity of seeds, the elder chieftain had planted approximately 1.5 acres, and after estimating, she believed they could yield at least 2,000 pounds of potatoes, a gratifying outcome. She then went to inspect the half-acre sweet potato field, where the slender sweet potatoes were somewhat smaller in size, yet plentiful, with a rough estimate of at least 1,000 pounds. With such an abundance of sweet potatoes and potatoes, along with the salted meat and mountain goods stored in the communal pantry, even if the tribe could not feast daily during the winter, they would be assured of survival without succumbing to hunger. Zhu He was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Time is too short. If only we could harvest a bit more in the coming month. Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with a hint of regret. It's all right. Gathering this much is already sufficient. Zhu He quickly regained his composure and stated, later, let us select some of the finest to set aside and refrain from using them unless absolutely necessary. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan no longer dared to roam outside aimlessly. She sat obediently by the fire, watching her father block the cave entrance with a large stone door. The door appeared to be rather inadequate, allowing the wind to seep through. Were there not better doors available? In any case, Zhu Xiaofeng added some water to the small stone pot over the fire. The stone was difficult to grind, and it was impossible to prevent all drafts. We could make a door out of wood, Zhu Yuanyuan suggested enthusiastically. Although the standard of living in modern society is generally decent, it does not imply the absence of poverty. Some households still rely on wooden doors. In this world, abundant forests provide ample resources, making it feasible to construct doors from solid wooden planks. No, Zhu Chang firmly rejected the idea. Wood is too fragile to withstand an attack from wild beasts. A stone door is far superior. Unable to resist wild beasts, Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Could we be attacked in the valley? Isn't there a patrol team guarding us? Suddenly, she realized the continuous snowfall outside, the temperature plummeting. The only clothing suitable for warmth was made of animal hides. Wearing too little would leave one cold, while too much would encase one like a ball, rendering movement impossible. Under such circumstances, the patrol team could not remain outside indefinitely. Zhu Chang's subsequent words further validated Zhu Yuanyuan's suspicions. He stated that the clan leader had dispatched individuals to obstruct the exit with withered wood and colossal stones. The incessant snowfall over several days would transform into a wall of snow, capable of deterring terrestrial beasts. However, avian predators would still descend from the skies, impervious to such barriers. If a raptor were to traverse the area and discover the existence of the orc tribe in the valley, it would undoubtedly unleash devastation. Zhu Xiaofan interjected. Under the guidance of their parents' explanations, Zhu Yuanyuan became acutely aware of the perils of the snow season, starvation, frostbite, and the ever-looming threat of sudden raptor attacks. During the snow season, food was exceedingly scarce, and famished raptors exhibited enhanced combat prowess. Tribes of lesser strength, when confronted by a horde of raptors, could face utter annihilation. Has father heard of any small tribes that have been obliterated? Zhu Yongming inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Zhu Chang replied without reservation. On the opposite side of our tribe, there once existed a tribe of short-eared rabbits, which, due to their meager numbers and inferior combat capabilities, were exterminated by a raptor swarm 19 years ago during the snow season. The short-eared rabbit tribe primarily subsisted on vegetation, while the black pig tribe was predominantly carnivorous. Their conflicts were minimal, necessitating no significant distance between them, as they resided merely 4 or 5 mountains apart. That snow season, the black pig tribe faintly detected some disturbances. Concerned for their safety, the clan leader dispatched over 100 able-bodied individuals to assist, but it was too late. The entire population of over 300 orcs from the short-eared rabbit tribe was lost. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a chill run down her spine. It was truly terrifying. Therefore, strength is of paramount importance. Zhu Chang spoke with a heavy tone. Meng, Yuanyuan, I hope you both endeavor to cultivate diligently and study combat techniques seriously, striving to become formidable warriors, at the very least, reaching the level of Shantir fighters. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. I will. Unfortunately, during the snow season, when the sun and moon are obscured, there is no opportunity for training. She could only engage in virtual classes to enhance her physique. She believed that attending a few more physical training sessions each day was quite beneficial. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan busily flitted about the cave, her frolicsome energy seemingly oblivious to the fatigue it engendered in her family. Can you not settle down for a moment? Zhu Yongmong inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. I cannot, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with refreshing honesty, shaking her head. Aside from eating and sleeping, my existence is utterly dull. When will this incessant snow finally cease? Father mentioned that the snow season only permits egress when the snowfall has momentarily paused. Currently, the snow falls relentlessly, leaving us unable even to push open the stone door for a glimpse beyond, let alone venture outside. It is still early. It won't subside for at least another fortnight, perhaps granting us 2 or 3 days respite, Zhu Chang responded. What? Zhu Yuanyuan lamented, clutching her head in despair. I shall perish from boredom. If only I could cultivate my spirit as the practitioners in novels do, harnessing the ethereal energy that surrounds us. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan struggled to comprehend the situation. Eating and sleeping, then sleeping and eating. Was this merely a way to gain weight? Silly child. Zhu Xiaofan chuckled softly. Resting adequately allows one to conserve energy, which in turn reduces appetite. It not only alleviates boredom, but also helps to save on provisions. How advantageous. Regardless of what one might say, the underlying concern is the fear that the prepared food may fall short, prompting a reduction in activity to curtail food intake. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly realized the situation, but why didn't her parents take more time to rest? Zhu Chang replied with a stern expression. It is precisely because you do not sleep well, wandering around the house all day, that we worry you might fall into a fire or a bucket of water. That is entirely unnecessary, Zhu Yuanyuan protested, pouting. I am already 6 years old and can take good care of myself. I would never play with fire or water. Indeed, just a few days prior, she had celebrated her birthday, officially becoming a 6-year-old. Although she had only aged a year, Zhu Yuanyuan felt she had matured significantly. Now a big child who no longer required her parents' constant care. Zhu Xiaofan leisurely remarked, Regardless of your age, we remain unconvinced. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to persuade her parents, resignedly responded, I shall take my rest. If slumber eludes me, I will engage in additional daily tasks. After conveying her intentions to the system, she was met with cheers. Splendid. The host ought to have done this long ago. Day after day, completing merely 10 tasks feels insufficient. The time for learning is far too brief. And it seems one would study until the year of the monkey and horse. Ideally, one should undertake 20, no, 30 tasks each day, perhaps overwhelmed with joy. The system inadvertently spilled its thoughts, revealing its desires with unguarded candor. Zhu Yuanyuan believed that completing the mandatory 10 daily tasks was a commendable achievement. However, she was astonished by the insatiable appetite of the overseer. Half an hour per session, 30 sessions amounted to a staggering 15 hours. Not to mention the 5-minute breaks between each class. Goodness, there was hardly any time left for sleep or meals. Are you trying to work me to death? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in disbelief. She had reason to suspect that the overseer found her lacking in intelligence and intended to exhaust her to the point of demise, thereby justifying the recruitment of a new host. Zhu Yuanyuan did not conceal her thoughts, which infuriated the chief. I am a principled system. I cannot engage in underhanded deeds. Please be aware of this, host. Zhu Yuanyuan's attitude was quite dismissive. 30 attempts were not acceptable, so let us first try 15 and see how things unfold. From that day forth, Zhu Yuanyuan no longer sat idly by the fire, exchanging glances with her parents, but instead immersed herself in the virtual realm, diligently completing tasks until the first snowfall ceased. Upon noticing the sun rising in the east, Zhu Chang and his wife prepared several animal skin bags for their journey. Before departing, Zhu Xiaofan earnestly reminded, Aegon, keep a close watch over the fire until we return. Do not let it extinguish. Zhu Chang also cautioned, take care of your younger siblings. Do not let them dash into the fire. All right, Zhu Yang replied resolutely, tugging his unruly brother away. Behave yourself. No fooling around near the flames. I merely wish to get a bit closer. I won't leap into the fire. Zhu Yang protested vehemently. It is far warmer that way. If you find it cold, you should lie beneath the animal skins, Zhu Chang suggested. No, 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 Zhu Yang vehemently refused. My sister is too restless during sleep, and she possesses considerable strength. Her kicks leave me aching all over. In order to endure a warm winter in the snowy season, the small compartment within the cave was filled with dry firewood. The outer area was designated for both kindling a fire for warmth and resting, while the modest straw and animal skin bedding offered little space, forcing the family to huddle together in close quarters. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongmeng was in a state of unease, yet thankfully, Zhu Yuanyuan merely called out to him and then shifted her attention. Has the snow ceased? Where are our parents headed? Yes, it has stopped, replied Zhu Xiaofan softly. We are going to the storeroom, as our supplies are dwindling. Each time the snowfall abated, the clan leader would summon the members to collect provisions, with each household sending 1 or 2 representatives. For special groups, such as the elderly and the young, who found it difficult to venture outside, the leader would dispatch individuals to deliver the food. As for why provisions were not distributed at the onset of winter, it was due to the limited space within each family's cave. Once the stone door was sealed, the air would stagnate, and storing an excessive amount of salted meat would lead to an overpowering odor. Furthermore, it was to prevent clan members from becoming bored at home. If they saw an abundance of meat, they might indulge excessively, only to be dismayed when they realized their supplies were insufficient. Long before the winter season arrived, Zhu Yuanyuan had heard her grandmother speak of these matters and understood that her parents were going to fetch food. She felt a surge of eagerness and exclaimed, Mother, take me with you. No. Zhu Xiaofan immediately declined without hesitation. The snow is too deep, and it is difficult to traverse. Zhu Chang gruffly remarked, Afun has left. There's no need to waste words on the little brat. With that, the two of them clasped hands and exited. Zhu Yuanyuan, so love will inevitably fade, won't it? Don't be sad, my dear sister, Zhu courageously whispered in comfort. Once the snowy season is past, I shall take you out to enjoy the world. Zhu Yuanyuan's small face was scrunched up in confusion. How long will it take? She inquired. Zhu Yonggan scratched his head and replied with a sheepish grin. It should be when the snow ceases to fall and the ice has melted away. Most of the orcs lacked a sense of time. The arrival of snow signified the onset of winter, and once the ice melted to reveal the ground beneath, spring would emerge. As for the transition from summer to autumn, the chieftain would declare the day when it arrived. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan stood at the doorway, peering outside into the dazzling expanse of the snow-covered ground. The sight was almost blinding, and most notably, the snow lay perilously close to her doorstep, merely 1.5 meters away. Their home was elevated approximately 3 meters above the ground, indicating that the accumulation of snow exceeded 1 meter in depth. Should the snowfall persist for another month, venturing outside might become a formidable challenge. Little sister, it's quite cold outside. Once you've had your fill of the view, hurry back to the warmth of the fire, urged Zhu Yong. Having never encountered such a substantial snowfall in reality, Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to retreat. Brother, may I stay just a little longer? She softly pleaded. What is so fascinating about the snow? Zhu Yong bellowed by the fire. It's the same every year. I'm utterly weary of it. That's because you are a few years older than I am, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, her mood dampened. Zhu Yoming leapt 3 feet into the air in exasperation, almost striking his head. What do you mean old? I am only 10. Zhu Yuanyuan, brimming with pride, retorted. Anyone older than me is considered old, even if it's merely by a year. Without hesitation, Zhu Yoming shot back. So, that makes my elder brother even older. Indeed, the elder brother is older. Zhu Yoming lamented. This is truly absurd. It's as if the arrows of fate strike him while he lies at rest. Nonsense. My elder brother embodies maturity and composure. Zhu Yuanyuan countered with her own twisted logic. How could you even think to compare yourself to him? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan posed a profound question. Elder brother, you have already attained the rank of a yellow-tier warrior. What about you? The atmosphere fell into an instant silence. Zhu Yong, with his head drooping in despondency, returned to sit beside the fire, and after a considerable pause, muttered, what does being a yellow-tier warrior even mean? I shall become even more formidable in the future. The future is the future. It bears no relevance to the present, Zhu Yuanyuan remarked, unable to suppress a great yawn. Moreover, with your rapid pace of cultivation, by the time you become a yellow-tier warrior, elder brother will likely have already ascended to the Xian tier. Zhu Yoming felt underestimated, yet in the presence of his elder brother, he could not utter the boastful words that lingered on his tongue, forcing him to swallow them back down with a pout. Humph, who cannot speak sweet words? Let us wait and see when he matures. As a son of the same father, Zhu Yoming firmly believed that his innate abilities would not be inferior to those of his elder brother. The two siblings bickered incessantly, but it was Zhu Yonggan who bore the brunt of their antics. He had already assumed the role of the elder brother, aware that his younger sibling might one day surpass him. As for the truth of this claim, who can say? Brother Zhu's demands are quite modest. Despite the bickering and commotion, as long as it does not escalate into violence, all is well. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhu Yuanyuan and Zhu Yongming found themselves embroiled in a quarrel, fearful of being engulfed in the flames of conflict, and thus began to grapple atop the animal hide bed. Zhu Yonggan felt a throbbing pain in his head as he approached with a stern expression. Grasping each of them firmly, he admonished, behave yourselves. If you accidentally damage the bed, where shall we sleep tonight? It was Gu who had instigated the altercation, Zhu Yuanyuan hastily shifting the blame, claiming that his displeasure arose from her assertion that Gu was superior to him. Nonsense, Zhu Yonggan retorted vehemently, it was she who spoke ill of others, prompting me to administer a minor lesson. Gu had nothing to do with this. Both parties remained steadfast in their positions, unwilling to concede any wrongdoing. In a world devoid of mobile phones and surveillance cameras, the events transpired without documentation, leaving the truth fated to be obscured. Nevertheless, Zhu Yonggan, dismissing any explanations, proceeded to administer a few smacks to each sibling's bottom. The elder brother received a couple of extra swats due to his age. The two recipients of the punishment were left in shock, having been chastised in such an embarrassing manner, their indignation nearly bringing tears to their eyes. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan, accustomed to following his elders into the woods to hunt wild chickens and rabbits, had never encountered a grand spectacle. Upon hearing of the impending assault by a flock of peregrine falcons, the absence of his father, mother, and elder brother rendered him unable to contain his trembling. In that moment, he felt utterly lost, forgetting even the words of his brother. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, hoping that things would unfold as you suggested. Time passed slowly, and Zhu Yuanyuan incessantly summoned the system's maul to check how long it had been, her frequent actions prompting the system to voice its discontent. Host, please maintain your composure. Repeatedly opening and closing the maul may lead to system lag or even a crash, which would require significant time and energy to restart, resulting in immeasurable losses. I merely wish to know the time, Zhu Yuanyuan replied sheepishly through her consciousness, and it isn't as if I am opening and closing it continuously. There are intervals. If a minute's interval counts, then you have indeed succeeded, the system remarked in a long-forgotten mechanical tone. Ever since the system had revealed its human-like emotions, it had taken to speaking in a playful, youthful voice that reflected its preferences, abandoning the rigid mechanical intonation. According to the system, the mechanical voice sounded cold and unfeeling, while it considered itself a system imbued with warmth. However, today, the system had been provoked by its host and had reverted to a more callous demeanor, adopting a sarcastic tone. If you're worried, why not step outside to check? What purpose does it serve to fidget with me here? Do you think that incapacitating me will somehow bring you relief? The following 2,000 words are omitted. Zhu Yuanyuan was left speechless, her head filled with dark lines of frustration. Since you are so capable, why not devise a solution for me? She implored. I have no idea, Tongzi replied succinctly. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan examined the first product, named 1,000 Steps Down, which contained 50 knowledge points per 100 grams. The product was described as a chronic medication, capable of incapacitating an elephant with a single dose, albeit the onset of its effects was rather sluggish, allowing the prey to potentially escape upon sensing something amiss. The second product, 99 Steps Down, boasted a rapid onset. It would take effect immediately upon application. Unfortunately, its efficacy was lackluster, only sufficient to incapacitate smaller creatures such as rabbits and pheasants, rendering it ineffective against larger predators like the peregrine falcon. Nonetheless, the price was reasonable, at 10 knowledge points per kilogram. The third product was named 98 Steps Down. After perusing through numerous items bearing the Steps Down designation, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of numbness. Could they not exhibit a modicum of creativity in their naming? The repetitive nomenclature appeared dubious, diminishing her desire to purchase. The system administrator expressed similar frustration, noting that in the vast tapestry of 3,000 great worlds, 3,000 middle worlds, and 3,000 small worlds, each realm boasted countless items with comparable effects, making it a Herculean task to name each without duplication. Thus, they resorted to a numerical naming convention based on the order in which they were acquired. Zhu Yuanyuan sincerely suggested utilizing the original names from their respective worlds. However, the administrator promptly dismissed the idea, deeming it too chaotic and fraught with excessive repetition, which would hinder management. You are truly clever, Zhu Yuanyuan thought to herself, rolling her eyes. Yet, upon reflection, she found this reasoning flawed. Was not everything sold in the marketplace sourced from the interstellar realm? Indeed, the administrator candidly replied. The system's traversal through numerous worlds incurs substantial costs, necessitating some means of recouping losses. Collecting data, useful formulas, and techniques from various worlds emerged as the most prudent approach. After careful contemplation, Zhu Yuanyuan came to an understanding, yet she still harbored some doubts. Certain items, even with a recipe, would prove futile without the corresponding materials. Surely, you must be concealing something, such as the dimensional trading device. This device, commonly found in many transmigration novels, is extraordinarily powerful, enabling the exchange of local specialties with fortunate individuals from its respective dimension, and even allowing direct sales to the marketplace. If this were indeed the case, would it not imply that she could also sell items to the system, thereby earning more knowledge points? I have not concealed anything, the system replied with remarkable composure, indicating that some functionalities require the host to explore independently. If you lack diligence, do not place blame upon me. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of frustration. How had she ended up bound to such a shameless leader? Yet, knowing what she did now, she would still choose to bind. Transitioning to a different world was no small feat. Adaptation was essential, especially in the harsh and unforgiving realm of the beasts, where resources were scarce. And sustenance was a constant struggle. Not only did she need to enhance her combat skills to survive, but she also had to seek ways to improve her quality of life. What would she be like without the interstellar cub learning system? Zhu Yuanyuan was indifferent and disinclined to ponder the matter further. Her primary objective was to procure the appropriate medication. After spending a quarter of an hour comparing options, she utilized 200 knowledge points to purchase a pound of the potent and swift-acting 555 formula. Its efficacy was commendable, and the price was relatively reasonable, offering exceptional value for its power. However, it had a significant drawback. It necessitated close-range application. System. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in frustration. What is the meaning of this? Why are the precautions not included in the product information? Must I wait until I've spent my knowledge points to discover such crucial details? Close-range application puts me at risk as well. This is nothing short of a trap for the host. The system cleared its throat and, with a somewhat awkward tone, explained. In order to keep competitors in the dark regarding the product's true nature, we tend to conceal the usage instructions for items of considerable value. Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, pondering whether spending exorbitant amounts on purchases would likely lead to pitfalls. While the sentiment was similar, the system's attempt to salvage the situation suggested that this regulation might not be entirely detrimental for the host. If a competitor were to uncover the usage methods and deliberately cause sabotage, it would indeed be troublesome. I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed, her tone shifting abruptly. But what about this competitor? This matter is confidential, and I shouldn't divulge it, the system replied. However, since I have inadvertently let it slip, I shall explain casually. The superintelligence brain has a rival known as the ultra-intelligence brain. It turned out that the superintelligence brain and the ultra-intelligence brain were once colleagues, emerging from the same research institute, yet serving different factions, leading to their eventual enmity. The narrative was simple yet melodramatic, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan somewhat disheartened. She had believed that possessing the system would make her a unique entity in the orc world, destined for a glorious future. Little did she know. Before achieving any significant success, she would discover the existence of another system holder. Fortunately, the system assured her that her rival was a native of this world, lacking her breadth of experience, which would make her easier to handle. This point remains to be verified. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling dejected, contemplated seeking out Tongzi for a brawl, or perhaps venting her frustrations with a heartfelt howl. Yet, the memories of her father, mother, and elder brother fighting valiantly outside the cave lingered in her mind, urging her not to linger any longer. Is there an antidote that can be taken in advance? She inquired. None, replied Tongzi. The value is too low. It is not worth the time to concoct an antidote. What if we accidentally harm our allies? Zhu Yuanyuan pressed. Just wait for 3 hours. Once the time has elapsed, you will awaken without any after effects, Tongzi responded, attempting to lighten the mood with a playful demeanor. However, Zhu Yuanyuan was not amused. If I incapacitate both myself and my companions, lying in the freezing wilderness would be perilous, wouldn't it? The most critical aspect is that the effects of the medication dissipate at the appointed time, meaning that those perilous falcons will awaken concurrently with us. She felt a sense of suffocation at the thought of running out to help, but ultimately becoming a liability. Tongzi, perplexed, remarked, "Haven't you heard of gas masks?" It is truly astonishing that a host from the modern world, having crossed over, does not know to procure some high-tech aids to assist in administering the medication. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Indeed, it was not a necessity. It was entirely reasonable for others to refrain from spending time and resources on its development. Why had she not considered a gas mask instead of fixating on an antidote? Her eyes darted around. And then it struck her. Wasn't her hesitation rooted in the belief that high-tech products were excessively costly, prompting her desire to conserve knowledge points? Without further prompting others for assistance, she utilized her own consciousness to search for a gas mask and found a transparent one that was nearly indistinguishable. She purchased it for 249 knowledge points. The first snowfall lasted for 17 days. During the initial 8 days, she earned 160 knowledge points, and in the subsequent 9 days, she amassed 270 points. Alongside the 287 points she had saved before the onset of the snow season, she had a total of 717 points. However, today she expended 449 points, leaving her with only 268. Alas, knowledge points are indeed fleeting. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sharp pang of concern, yet she harbored no regrets. If the situation outside turned dire, the items she had procured were indeed life-saving remedies. Even if they went and used this time, who could say what the future might hold? As long as the items remained in the system's backpack, they would never expire. They could be retrieved when needed, ensuring that no loss would be incurred. Contemplating this, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself disinclined to engage in further idle chatter with the system. Anxious about her parents' safety, she gently nudged the dazed Zhu Yuanyuan. "Shall we move the door and see if the battle outside has come to an end?" Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated, as his elder brother instructed them to wait until someone called out before proceeding. Yet, a sense of fear enveloped me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is already contemplating the feasibility of having her second brother sleep for 3 hours as well. It is quite inconvenient for her to carry out any tasks while he is awake. However, her conspicuous actions of spreading medicine outside raise the question of how she should articulate her reasoning, considering that everyone is not blind to the situation. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her back and, with a mere thought, retrieved the modestly packaged powder. The packaging was extremely rudimentary, consisting solely of a transparent self-sealing bag. At least they could have provided a disposable glove, she muttered to the system. What if I accidentally touch it with my bare hands? The system responded with a tone of righteous indignation. If the host requires it, you may purchase it yourself. Do not always expect to benefit at others' expense. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction with the poor service. Previously, when she purchased cold pig's head meat to enhance her grandparents' meals, the proprietress had even provided her with a few disposable gloves. The attendant feigned ignorance and remained silent, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan no choice but to buy a bag with her limited knowledge. Equipping herself with the gloves, she opened the self-sealing bag, ready to commence her task, when she suddenly heard her brother's voice beside her. "What do you have in that bag?" Zhu Yuanyuan wore a face of vigilance, while his sister eagerly leaned out to assess the situation. In their fervent exchange, silence suddenly enveloped them, and she ceased to tug at him. Could it be that she harbored some mischievous intent? Zhu Yuanyuan silently chastised herself for her lack of prudence, compelled to maintain a facade of cheerfulness to deceive those around her. Yet, the incident had occurred so unexpectedly that she found herself at a loss for words, her anxiety causing her to perspire despite the frigid weather. In the midst of her turmoil, a brilliant idea struck her mind. Was it not a gift from the beast god? Nonsense. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed his brow. The beast god was far too occupied to concern itself with a mischievous female cub. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge gazed at the bone knife resting upon the stone platform, contemplating the feasibility of inflicting a cut upon himself to test the potion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan finally realized that her elder brother was not devoid of suspicion. Rather, he had been waiting for an eternity without hearing any triumphant news, desperately clinging to a slender thread of hope to rescue those in peril. Furthermore, he was reluctant to allow her to venture into danger, opting instead to take matters into his own hands. Foolish elder brother, the door was not barricaded. Should anything happen to you, I would not escape unscathed either, Zhu Yuanyuan muttered to herself. Oh, by the way, I still have the gas masks and disposable gloves. She hurriedly chased after him, calling, "Wait for me." Her petite stature made traversing the thick blanket of snow a daunting task, let alone running. She stumbled and staggered her way to the vicinity of the storeroom, but it was already too late. Before her lay a disheveled scene. The filthy snow strewn with numerous black pigs and large birds. Most conspicuous among them was a diminutive figure resembling a person. Excellent, they were all sprawled out, including her elder brother. At this juncture, words were futile. The biting cold demanded immediate action. Zhu Yuanyuan needed to summon help to clear the battlefield, lest the fallen succumb to the icy grip of winter. Within the storeroom, several feeble females and elderly orcs were hiding. Zhu Yuanyuan strode purposefully to the door and called out, "It's safe now. Everyone inside, please come out and lend a hand." Zhu Xiaofan, huddled with several females behind the stone door, was momentarily taken aback. Yuanyuan? Concerned for the safety of her young female kin, she hastily urged everyone, quickly, "Move the door to let Yuanyuan in. What is your little one doing running about at such a time?" The others grumbled as they collectively pried open the door, only to be met with a chilling sight that left them gasping in disbelief. They scarcely had time to ponder why a 6-year-old female child was out in such peril. Instead, they rushed forth to assess the fate of the black pigs. Zhu Yuanyuan pressed her lips together, deciding to explain only after ensuring the unconscious orcs were settled. The battlefield was saturated with a pungent scent of blood, the snow stained a dark crimson by the lifeblood of the raptors and orcs. After checking each individual, they discovered that the male orcs still breathed, albeit unresponsive to both shaking and shouting. In their anxiety, they convened and resolved to drag the unconscious back home before seeking the great shaman for treatment. Zhu Yuanyuan carried her second brother back home, and only felt at ease after watching her mother drag her father and elder brother inside. The two large black pigs had merely sustained minor injuries, which could be treated with some hemostatic powder. "Mother, did grandfather also partake in the battle?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Zhu Xiaofan replied absently, "I shall visit the great sorcerer." Yuanyuan, stay at home and do not wander off. Considering the order of treatment, it was uncertain how long they would have to wait at their home. It would be wiser to check on the situation at the homes of the clan members ahead. Zhu Xiaofan clasped her hands in silent prayer, hoping that Chong and the eldest son merely needed rest due to exhaustion. "Wait, mother." Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly called out, "Father and the others are fine. They only need 3 hours of sleep to awaken." "Oh," Zhu Xiaofan replied absently, but moments later, she realized and grasped the paw of the female cub, asking, "What did you just say? They can wake after 3 hours of sleep?" "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her little face scrunching up in distress. "It hurts. Mother, please be gentler." Yet, Zhu Xiaofan, preoccupied with the safety of her partner and son, paid little heed to her daughter's discomfort and urged, "What exactly happened? Please tell me quickly." Zhu Yuanyuan could only forcibly withdraw her hand and reiterate the words she had hastily spoken to her second brother. "By the grace of the beast god, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to take the blame for me. It turns out that this miraculous medicine was bestowed by the beast god." Zhu Xiaofang was overwhelmed with joy and tears, realizing that we had not been forsaken after all. Zhu Yuanyuan had studied the history of the beast realm in her virtual classroom, enabling her to comprehend the essence of her mother's words. For nearly a century, no one in this world has ascended to the rank of heavenly warrior. More alarmingly, esteemed heavenly warriors have been succumbing to untimely accidents, compounded by the incessant occurrence of natural and man-made disasters, instilling a pervasive sense of dread among the populace. As time passed, rumors began to circulate, claiming that the beast god had departed, leaving this world in abandonment. Yet, the deity of faith remains, even providing life-saving remedies to aid the Black Pig tribe in overcoming peril, which explains her mother's overwhelming excitement. However, Zhu Yuanyuan felt compelled to reassure her that her father and the others were safe, and those majestic birds should still be alive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but exclaim that her mother was indeed a paragon of selflessness. However, upon realizing that her family was merely in a deep slumber and would soon awaken, she deemed it imperative to address the intruders first. With the crisis averted, her taut nerves began to relax, and with nothing further to occupy her mind, she felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. Stifling a yawn, she tossed a few dry twigs into the fire and chose a spot to doze off, far enough from the flames to avoid the chill. Alas, her father and elder brother, in their beastly forms, occupied the bed completely, leaving her no space to rest. Once the thaw of spring arrived, she resolved to persuade her father to expand their cave, for she wished to construct a small bed of wood to sleep apart from her parents. Lost in such thoughts, she leaned against a large stone platform and succumbed to sleep. Perhaps due to the earlier fright and the terrifying sights she had witnessed, her slumber was not peaceful, and she was jolted awake after several unsettling nightmares, only to find herself nestled in bed beside her snoring second brother. A glance towards the fire pit revealed no one was present, though ample firewood had been added, and the cave entrance was partially obscured by a stone door, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Zhu Yuanyuan trotted to the door, her gaze falling upon the heavy veil of night outside. She absent-mindedly patted her little stomach, which had been grumbling incessantly since she awoke. Was there no meal prepared by her mother? With the adults absent from home, she had to fend for herself. After circling the corner where provisions were stored, she selected a large piece of salted meat and noticed the dwindling supply of potatoes on the floor. Ultimately, she retrieved 5 pounds from her backpack. Were it not for her frequent foraging from it, there would surely be no potatoes left in the house. Yet, she must express her gratitude to her mother and father. Seeing her fondness for food, they had refrained from consuming it themselves, allowing her the opportunity to prepare her own meals with a touch of her own flair. She rinsed the salted meat, chopped it into pieces, and blanched it in boiling water to reduce the saltiness. Afterward, she placed it into a pot to simmer for half an hour, before adding the cleaned and diced potatoes. Once the potatoes were tender and infused with flavor, the dish would be ready to serve. Zhu Yuanyuan meticulously cleans her small bamboo bowl in preparation for a meal, only to observe her elder brother, Zhu Yuanyuan, rising from his bed with his eyes closed, his nose twitching and a suspicious glimmer at the corners of his mouth. The aroma wafting through the air is tantalizing. It is a delightful dish of braised potatoes with salted meat, satisfying and never tiresome to the palate. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes finally flutter open, and he lunges towards the pot, fixating intently on the meat within. "I want to eat," he exclaims. "Brother, you have awakened at the perfect moment." Zhu Yuanyuan sighs in resignation. "Why not wash a bowl?" Fortunately, she has prepared an ample pot, enough to feed another person. The siblings gather around the pot to eat. Being younger, Zhu Yuanyuan is cautious and refrains from indulging too much, fearing indigestion at night. Zhu Yuanyuan, free from such concerns, seizes the opportunity to finish what remains as soon as his sister sets down her chopsticks. After satisfying their appetites, Zhu Yuanyuan cleans the pot and scampers outside to the earthen steps, where she rummages for a moment before retrieving a piece of lean meat and 2 bone segments. Preserved in snow. This is the fresh meat stored on the first day of the snowy season, which, once thawed, can be used to prepare soup. With their parents and elder brother absent, uncertain of their return, she intends to simmer the meat for a comforting broth, ensuring that when they come home, they can enjoy a warm, nourishing soup. Zhu Yuanyuan watches closely, but is unable to use the cleaver to chop the meat, resorting instead to the bone knife for a haphazard cut, while the bones are simply smashed. After all, the beastmen have strong teeth, and a slightly thicker or tougher slice of meat matters little. She first brings a small pot of water to a boil to blanch the bones, then switches to a fresh pot of water to simmer them. Within half an hour, the rich aroma of meat begins to permeate the air. Zhu Yuanyuan's cravings were stirred once more, as he licked his lips and inquired, "Can my sister have a drink?" "No, my sister cannot." Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an impassive expression. "I was referring to the soup," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted disdainfully. "Little female, how foolish you are, unable even to comprehend simple words." Zhu Yuanyuan let out a chuckle. Daring you to speak those words before Sister Hong. What do you mean go? Zhu Yongming rolled her eyes slightly, feeling a twinge of insecurity. She was now a half-grown female, unlike your foolishness as a mere cub. You are the foolish one, and you shall forever remain so, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Just wait and see. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression shifted subtly as she suddenly feigned weakness. Oh, dear brother, please do not be angry. I shall place the slices of meat into the pot right away. Once the water boils for a few minutes, I will sprinkle in some salt, and it will be ready to savor. Zhu Yongming was somewhat astonished at his sister's sudden display of obedience, however, overly confident in his own abilities. He believed that a 6-year-old female could easily be intimidated. With a smug demeanor, he urged her to act swiftly, assuring her that as long as she performed her tasks diligently, he would not make things difficult for her. A gentle female voice inquired, "What if she moves a bit slowly? How would you trouble your sister then?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Yongming replied, "I would simply give her a good beating for being disobedient." Wait a moment, that voice sounded eerily familiar, yet it was not his sister's, it was his mother. He turned rigidly to look back and was met with the stern gazes of his father, mother, and elder brother. It was over. He had once again been ensnared by his sister. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan remarked that the marrow does not occupy much space in the stomach. Despite her mother's insistence, Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to refuse, reluctantly accepted the offering. While gnawing on a large bone, she mumbled an inquiry about whether they should reserve some soup for the second brother. No need. Zhu Chong replied with a frown. He has gained quite a bit of weight recently, his body laden with excess flesh, making it difficult for him to run in the forest. As a father, I am already contemplating the feasibility of putting him on a diet to shed some pounds. Our home is small, limiting movement. Thus, he must eat less to prevent further weight gain. It will be easier to lose the extra weight when spring arrives. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Beholding her brother's discomfiture, Zhu Yuanyuan surreptitiously chuckled, for she reveled in witnessing his vexation. Alas, joy is often shadowed by sorrow. And Zhu Xiaofan abruptly broached the subject of the raptor swarm's assault upon the tribe. The chieftain and elders, upon hearing tidings of the beast god's provision of life-saving medicine, sought an audience with you to ascertain the particulars. Furthermore, the grand shaman inquired as to whether any residual powder remained. I have divulged all that I am privy to. Zhu Yuanyuan responded candidly regarding the medicinal powder, for my brother has appropriated it in its entirety and exhausted its use. Tomorrow, when the chieftain poses his inquiries, you shall answer with candor, withholding naught. Zhu Chong instructed the young female, for we are all integral members of the tribe. When the tribe flourishes, so too do we. Render assistance whenever possible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chong. Discussing the matter of distributing the meat won't take much time. Once we clarify things, we shall proceed, Zhu Shan remarked. With the clan leader having spoken thus, Zhu Chong dared not voice any objections and hurried to awaken his little female. Yuanyuan, wake up. The clan leader has inquiries to make. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Shan felt a slight warmth in his ears and awkwardly admitted, "It seems we have arrived too early." Yet, eager to grasp the situation, he could not voice the notion of departing only to inquire later. The clan elders gazed upwards at the cavern's ceiling, feigning nonchalance, while Huyin maintained a stern expression, stating, "Early to bed and early to rise is beneficial for health. We must not indulge the young. The Grand Shaman's words were indeed wise. Zhu Chang replied respectfully, then turned to gently coax, Yuan, you should rise and respond first, after our tasks are complete. You may return to slumber. Hu Yin's expression darkened. Such laziness, regardless of intelligence, was of no avail. Yuan is still young. In 2 years, she will be just fine, Zhu Shan cheerfully remarked. She has gained the favor of the beast god, surely a promising candidate to succeed the Grand Shaman. Matters concerning the beast god rendered Hu Yin unable to voice harsh and unkind words, so she begrudgingly acquiesced. Very well, I will accept her. But let me make this clear. If she becomes idle and fails to acquire skills, do not lay the blame at my feet. You may teach her freely. Should she falter, it will be my misjudgment, Zhu Shan assured. Hu Yin scoffed. Have you not misjudged before? Zhu Shan, what utter nonsense. Upon being awakened from her sweet dreams by her father, Zhu Yuanyuan was left utterly bewildered. What? You want me to learn healing from the great shaman? I thought this was about inquiring with the beast deity regarding the life-saving elixir. How did it suddenly turn into an offer for a mentor? Although Zhu Yuanyuan was determined to become a great shaman and secretly contemplated how to showcase her talents, she could never have anticipated such a surprising turn of events. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. Misunderstanding the cub's reticence, Zhu Shan chuckled. Don't worry, Yuan. The great witch might appear stern, but he doesn't arbitrarily resort to reprimands. I'm not afraid, Zhu Yuanyuan responded with a sweet smile. The great witch is a kind soul. To master skills, cultivating a favorable rapport with one's mentor is paramount. Mere flattery is inadequate, Hu Yin stated, his countenance grave. You would do well to be astute. I have little patience for dullards. Great witch, Zhu Shan interjected. Attempting to mediate, the cub is timid. Please refrain from intimidating her. Hu Yin remained unconvinced. I am merely forewarning her of the most unfavorable outcome. Should she prove incapable of learning, abandon your aspirations forthwith. Yes, Zhu Shan acquiesced repeatedly. As you decree. While assenting verbally, he mused inwardly that though his own judgment might err, the beast god's discernment was infallible. In the decades to come, the tribe would undoubtedly reclaim a great witch uniquely belonging to the black pig lineage. Reflecting upon this, Zhu Shan's gaze upon Zhu Yuanyuan intensified with fervor, causing the recipient to feel a prickling unease. Chieftain, Yu Chang began with a good-natured grin. Did you not have further inquiries to make? The sooner we conclude, the sooner we may depart. My little female is still drowsy with sleep. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan immediately recounted the story she had crafted once more. Are you suggesting that the beast god only provided the life-saving medicine after your brother ventured out? Inquired Zhu Shan. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan concurred, had it been proffered sooner. My second brother would not have been compelled to embark on a medicinal errand. Pray, where is the powder? Hu Yin interjected abruptly. Entirely dispersed, Zhu Yuanyuan responded. Undaunted. Hu Yin pressed, and what became of the vessel that contained the powder? I know not, Zhu Yuanyuan demurred, shaking her head. Amidst the chaos, it eluded my notice. In truth, the transparent, resealable pouch now reposed securely within the confines of her system inventory, its retrieval proving inconvenient. This circumstance, however, furnished her with a prescient notion. Henceforth, when availing herself of the deity's auspices to procure items, she must ensure the substitution of the original packaging, lest she find herself unduly burdened with the task of tidying up the remnants. How inept! Hu Yin chided, her brow furrowed. I shall take my leave forthwith. Return hither when spring graces us with its presence. Ere Hu Yin could depart, Zhu Shan, in a moment of imprudence, interjected, Why tarry until spring? The snowy season is fraught with idleness. Taking her under your tutelage would serve to alleviate the monotony. Might I implore you to engage your cerebrum prior to uttering such pronouncements? Hu Yin retorted, her countenance darkening. I, a solitary male bereft of a mate, am hardly equipped to tend to a juvenile, particularly one as delicate and pampered as this tender female. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chang focused on the essentials and finished distributing everything. Yes, it's all done. Zhu Shan sighed. This time, the beast god had blessed the tribe, allowing them to escape this calamity. However, the next time may not be so fortunate. It is best to ensure that food is distributed among everyone and to refrain from venturing outside unless necessary. Zhu Chang scoffed. Are you not afraid of those unrestrained individuals indulging themselves to the point of excess, only to find themselves starved in the end? Every year during the snowy season, there are solitary orcs who cannot control their appetites, and by the time spring arrives, they are often too weak to even open the stone doors. Some have even succumbed to sleep in their hunger, never to awaken again. After several consecutive years of such occurrences, the chieftain, out of sheer helplessness, devised a rather simplistic solution. The orc world experiences snowfall in a predictable manner. Each snowy season brings no more than 4 snowfalls, with each lasting about a month. At the onset of winter, minimal food is distributed, and a small portion is allocated each time the snow ceases, continuing until the revival of spring. While this approach may be cumbersome, it potentially saves the lives of many gluttonous solitary orcs. However, this year, the chieftain unexpectedly decided to distribute all provisions after the first snowfall, which was quite astonishing. Worrying proved futile. Zhu Shan's expression grew grave. For this year's snowfall was heavier than in previous years, and the predatory birds had emerged from their nests early, launching attacks on various tribes, indicating a significant food shortage. In such dire circumstances, remaining inside the cave was the wisest means of survival. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Shan seemed contemplative, acknowledging the merit of the idea. However, such an arrangement would prove unsustainable. The eldest elder interjected, dissenting. Consolidating the gluttonous would only expedite the depletion of our food stores. He continued, human nature is inherently flawed. The moment one succumbs to temptation, the rest will inevitably follow suit. The second, fourth, and fifth elders nodded in agreement. Then isolation it is, the chieftain decreed, rendering his decision. They are all adults now, and should possess the discernment to make sound choices. A lack of self-restraint would only heighten their vulnerability to danger during hunting expeditions. A rare smile graced the eldest elder's weathered face. Precisely, he affirmed. The elders collectively rejoiced. In the eyes of the more venerable orcs, the attainment of 18 years marked a pivotal juncture. Protecting underage orcs was paramount, but upon reaching adulthood, independence was imperative, and excessive intervention unwarranted. After seeing off the chieftain and elders, Zhu Chang couldn't help but shake his head, marveling. The chieftain has truly exhausted himself worrying about those with insatiable appetites. Now, he has finally come to terms with relinquishing control. Zhu Xiaofan, engrossed in simmering bone broth, wrinkled his nose and retorted softly, if you ask me, the chieftain is worrying needlessly. The impetuosity of youth is inconsequential, Zhu Chang countered. A few trials will impart wisdom. One must afford others the opportunity to mature. Zhu Chang chuckled. Being a clan leader is no easy task. The clan's young and robust members are few in number, and it is one thing to perish from injuries sustained during a hunt, but quite another to die of starvation within the confines of one's home. How disgraceful that would be. What, then, is to be done? Perhaps dispatch a few level-headed individuals to keep watch? Zhu Xiaofan suggested casually. No, Zhu Chang immediately dismissed the idea. Those who are composed prefer solitude, and none would willingly reside amongst a raucous group of clan members. A few days may be tolerable, but enduring months of such chaos is unbearable. That is precisely the point, Zhu Xiaofan said as she retrieved several large bird eggs, cracked them open, and poured their contents into a clean bamboo tube to whisk them together. She then evenly poured the mixture into the boiling broth and sprinkled in salt. The thin meat and egg drop soup was ready, and its enticing aroma wafted through the air, awakening Zhu Yuanyuan, who had been hoping for a moment of slumber. Mother, I'm hungry, she exclaimed. Get up and eat. Dear, Zhu Xiaofan replied gently, I will serve you extra slices of meat and egg drops. I want some too. Zhu Yoming suddenly sprang up. Mother, you mustn't show favoritism. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan did not answer, but instead posed a question. Are you not angry, brother? Angry about what? Zhu Yuanyuan looked utterly bewildered. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's spirit instantly waned. Is that so? I refuse to believe that you possess not a shred of memory, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely scoffed. Zhu Yuanyuan found himself at the center of attention, rendered speechless as he pondered the audacity of his elder brother to resurrect events from 6 years past. Could he not have extended a modicum of consideration? Nevertheless, he decided to let it slide, for they were brothers after all. Hunger gnawed at him, prompting thoughts of a meal. Despite the life-saving elixirs bestowed by the beast god, the falconry had inflicted considerable damage upon the Black Pig clan, resulting in 2 fatalities and 16 severe injuries, not to mention a plethora of minor wounds. Even Zhu's father bore the marks of the assault, his body marred by ghastly claw marks. At the moment she received this news, Zhu Yuanyuan was engrossed in learning how to craft a bone knife under her brother's tutelage. Distracted, she inadvertently scraped her finger, causing her eyes to well with tears from the pain. If only she had procured medicine earlier, perhaps those 2 clansmen would not have perished. Misinterpreting her tears as a response to her minor injury, Zhu Yuanyuan frowned in disdain, thinking it absurd that she would weep over such a trivial cut, just as the great shaman had remarked on her delicate nature. What nonsense! Zhu Yuanyuan scolded, delivering a gentle tap to his younger brother's head. Setting aside his work, he fetched a basin of water. Do not fret, Yuanyuan. I shall assist you in cleansing your wound and applying some medicine. Oh, there's no need for medicine, Zhu Yuanyuan quickly protested, shaking her head. It's just a small scrape. It will heal by tomorrow. Please do not waste the medicine. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a state of bemusement, questioning the necessity of such exaggeration. It is indeed necessary, Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a sardonic tone. Everyone dotes on this little female. Even the loss of a single strand of hair is unacceptable, let alone a scraped hand. Second brother. Zhu Yuanyuan shot back unhappily. You're merely 10 years old. How have you become such a cynical old soul? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan clutched the thick animal hide around her, timidly asserting, it was my second brother who provoked me first. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a dismissive curl of his lips, retorted, what makes you so delicate? Our father is a warrior of the tribe. As his child, it is acceptable to be outmatched in strength, but one must not become a pampered pig. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan swiftly evaded, exclaiming, hey, you can't touch me. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanyuan sought assistance. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively grasping his younger brother by the back of his collar. Ming, what you said today is a bit excessive. Let Yuanyuan kick you a few times to vent her frustration. Are you out of your mind? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, struggling to break free from his restraints. With her current strength, a few kicks would be enough to send me flying. Not at all. Yuanyuan is sensible and knows her limits, Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believed. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, a valiant man, resigned himself to his fate, adopting the demeanor of a hero facing death. If you intend to kick me, then do it swiftly. A beastman who harms his fellow kin is no noble creature. Should anything befall me, even the beast god shall no longer favor you. His words carried an undercurrent of menace. Zhu Yuanyuan was unperturbed. The orc was merely her scapegoat. However, Zhu Yuanyuan, oblivious to the truth, began to harbor reservations upon hearing this. Yuanyuan, perhaps it would be better to reconsider? Indeed, it seemed that the elder brother was the more prudent one. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with pride, raised his head defiantly and insisted, "Release me at once." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan never anticipated that his elder brother would act so swiftly, leaving him utterly bewildered and bereft of any opportunity to react. It took a while for him to feel the sting of tears welling up in his eyes. Though his tough exterior rendered him impervious to pain, he was overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. "You are so cruel, elder brother," Zhu Yuanyuan sobbed in protest. "After all, I am the one you raised." Zhu remained expressionless as he stated, "When father brought back the cured meat, he instructed me to keep an eye on you all and to refrain from any roughhousing in the cave. Our home is quite small. Aside from the fire pit and the area by the bed, the rest is cluttered with firewood and provisions. If you were to make a ruckus, you might inadvertently tumble into the fire or collide with the large stone platform. It is a laborious task to discipline my younger siblings, and as the eldest brother, I must be vigilant. If necessary, I may have to take matters into my own hands. Look, my younger brother is so preoccupied with his grievances that he has no time to tussle with our sister." He then turned to his sister and, with an enigmatic expression, inquired, "Now that your second brother has received a beating, are you still angry?" Zhu Yuanyuan blinked her large eyes and decisively retreated back into her bed, expressing her fatigue. She felt an inexplicable sense of dread towards her elder brother, fearing that if she did not quiet down, she might end up facing a beating like her second brother. "You are such a good girl," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with satisfaction. "When your parents return, I shall prepare some bone broth for you." "No need," Yuanyuan replied, licking her lips. "I have had my fill of bone broth these past few days. There are only so many bones buried in the snow, and yet the snowy season still lingers for another 2 to 3 months. Zhu Yuanyuan finds it reasonable. Very well. Instead of simmering bone broth, I shall prepare you a delicate egg drop soup." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan expressed her disagreement. "Elder brother, why do you only sharpen one knife? Have you not considered preparing a few more as backups at home for immediate replacement when needed?" "Immediate replacement?" Zhu Yuanyuan paused, momentarily bewildered. "No one in our clan does that." "Just because no one does it does not imply it cannot be done," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked, casting a casual glance at the person who had just entered. "Elder brother, you can find yourself at home every day. It would be far more productive to sharpen additional bone knives and spikes. That way, when one breaks, you can easily replace it. And it would also help pass the time." "What a splendid idea." Orc battles predominantly occur in beast form, and only when facing formidable avians do they maintain their human shape, at which point weapons are necessary. Once the weapon is damaged, they have no choice but to revert to beast form. In her opinion, knowing that bone knives and spikes are not particularly durable yet failing to prepare a couple of additional ones as backups indicates a certain folly among these individuals. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon receiving a reminder from his own female offspring, Zhu Chong promptly sought out the clan leader to discuss the matter. The leader responded with enthusiastic applause. The bone knives deteriorated rapidly, and each time they were rendered unusable, they needed to be meticulously recrafted. "Your suggestion is indeed a commendable one," Zhu Shan mused. "Yet those individuals are prone to gluttony and mischief. Initially, without proper supervision, they will lack the patience to refine the bone knives. Then let us enlist the help of an elder orc, someone with a more stoic demeanor." Zhu Chong replied with a slight smile. They would surely be willing to assist. Moreover, having more individuals living together would conserve firewood. In times of scarcity concerning food and firewood, the clansfolk often chose to unite their households, and it is only now, with an ample supply of firewood, that they have opted for separation. After all, with a larger group comes a cacophony of voices, which, over time, can lead to discord. It is undoubtedly more comfortable to reside with one's kin. However, solitary orcs often find their isolation to be rather desolate and would likely appreciate the company of others. Zhu Shan was successfully persuaded and promptly resolved to speak with them the following day, suggesting they relocate to a larger cave. We must rally everyone to assist. Zhu Chang insisted. Moving firewood and provisions will require ample time. We cannot afford to have too few hands. If we have not completed the task before the snow begins to fall. Very well, Zhu Shan replied. I have no objections. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Zhu Chang was momentarily taken aback, hastily waving his hand in refusal, asserting that it was the chieftain's responsibility. Precisely because I am the chieftain, I entrust this matter to you. Zhu Shan replied with a cheerful smile. You cannot decline. Zhu Chang, had he known this would transpire, would have summoned a Gan to speak instead. His well-meaning suggestion to the clan leader ultimately ensnared him, leaving him utterly speechless. Reluctantly, he understood that duties must be fulfilled. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, Zhu Chang set out with his two sons. The elder son, well-mannered and agreeable, readily offered his assistance. In contrast, the younger son, displaying reluctance, protested, claiming his youth rendered him incapable of contributing meaningfully and that it would be best not to cause any further chaos. You must go, Zhu Xiaofan insisted, urgently ushering them outside. Remaining at home would only result in squabbling with his sister for attention. It was far better to engage in some productive work. Zhu Yongming was taken aback, wondering how his mother could treat him in such a manner. Was he not her own flesh and blood? Since you have unraveled the truth, I shall no longer feign ignorance, Zhu Xiaofan stated with a blank expression, recounting a tale from years past. Your father ventured alone into the forest to hunt and stumbled upon a young cub, clutched in the jaws of a wild wolf. He brought it back to the tribe. Yet no one claimed it, and thus it was raised within our home. Zhu Yoming wept aloud, realizing that he was adopted. No wonder he was always overshadowed by his sister. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming grinned foolishly, indifferent to the prospect of barbecued meat. What truly mattered was savoring the meat grilled by his father, a testament to his enduring connection to the family. Zhu bravely shook his head with a sigh, thinking how foolish his younger brother was. He instinctively wanted to retort. Yet the words twisted on his tongue. Perhaps a touch of foolishness was not so bad after all, as long as their parents did not cast him out. Hurry. It's snowing, Zhu Chang urged. We can talk more at home. In this world, where medical resources were scarce, a fever or cold could truly be fatal. Even the strongest of beastmen had to take extra care. As the trio stepped through the door, Zhu Xiaofan hurried forward to brush the snow off her clothes. They could not head directly to the fire to warm themselves. They needed to shake off the snow before it melted, to avoid becoming thoroughly soaked. After a flurry of activity, they all gathered around the fire pit. Father, elder brother, second brother, Zhu Yuanyuan pointed to the stone pot perched over the flames. I have made some hot soup. Please have some to warm yourselves. You're such a good little sister. Zhu bravely smiled as he fondly ruffled the young cub's head. Zhu Yongming was profoundly moved, realizing how kind his sister was to him. Henceforth, he vowed to treat her with equal kindness. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Her elder brother still seemed to be in a state of confusion. Amidst her amusement, she felt a twinge of sympathy, pondering whether she should unveil the truth. For her timid brother appeared rather pitiable. Clearing his throat, Zhu Yong bravely inquired, Sister, has your hand improved? Would you like to continue learning to craft the bone knife with me? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned. Could you allow me a few days of leisure? I am merely 6 years old. Is it fair to exploit a child? The system murmured in response, noting that in the interstellar realm, youngsters commenced their education at the tender age of 3. The host had already fallen behind by 3 years and needed to strive to catch up. Different worlds required different approaches, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted confidently. Forcing growth is detrimental. The system fell silent, rendered speechless, as a legitimate entity. How could it possibly engage in such irrational behavior? Ultimately, it sighed in resignation, for the host was rather vexatious if this debate continued. It might provoke a complete system reboot. Zhu Yuanyuan, having left the system at a loss for words, smiled with satisfaction, resolved to pursue her own desires and not to become a mere puppet on strings. Since she was referred to as the host, she expected the system to acknowledge reality and refrain from overstepping its bounds. In the following days, Zhu Yuanyuan diligently accompanied her elder brother to craft bone knives, enduring the pain of calloused hands to produce an oddly shaped end product. The blade was uneven, faintly wavy, yet with sufficient force, it could slice through potatoes and sweet potatoes. As for meat, well, it was still better to use the old bone knife, or perhaps her brother's newly sharpened one, although the craftsmanship was not flawless. Zhu Yuanyuan found great joy in it, a profound sense of accomplishment blossoming within her. Zhu Yang stretched his neck to scrutinize his sister's masterpiece. He intended to offer a sarcastic remark, but recalling their mother's words, he refrained from uttering anything unkind. Instead, he dryly expressed, "Congratulations. Achieving this level of proficiency with the bone knife on your first attempt is commendable." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replied without a hint of embarrassment. "I will craft even better bone knives in the future." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang and Zhu Xiaofan were diligently crafting bone knives, selecting broad and flat bones from wild beasts to refine with great care, showing no intention of participating in the covert struggles among the younger ones. How can one witness a rainbow without enduring a tempest? Let it be. As long as the commotion remained subdued, they could feign ignorance. Days passed one after another, and it was initially thought that the matter involving Zhu Urge, which he had picked up in the woods, would simply fade away. Unexpectedly, as the snow season gave way to spring, Zhu Yongming suddenly announced with a grave demeanor that he would soon seek out an uninhabited cave to live independently. The tribe possessed numerous abandoned caves, often left behind by owners who had fallen ill or had met with misfortune while hunting. Once a male beastman reached maturity, he could choose to move into one of these caves for solitary living. Both Zhu's father and mother were somewhat bewildered. "What? You wish to be independent at the tender age of 10? I am 11. Zhu Yongmeng corrected them earnestly. "I shall forever cherish the love and care you have bestowed upon me. Once I reach adulthood and join the hunting team, I promise to provide for you in your old age." He then turned to his younger sister, advising her, "You are already quite obedient. You should be more lively and bring joy to our parents in your spare time." Finally, he expressed his gratitude to his elder brother, saying, "Thank you for your care. You are a wonderful brother." The family listened in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang immediately reacted, aggressively pursuing Zhu Yongming, shaking him vigorously. "You rascal. After spouting such a multitude of bizarre words, you think you can slip away? I believe you are simply itching for a beating. Strike, strike hard." Zhu Xiaofan exclaimed in exasperation. "What nonsense you uttered, wasting precious time. Today, we have important matters to attend to." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Chong and Zhu Xiaofan exchanged glances, simultaneously ceasing their actions. We shall attend to you in a few days. Zhu Yuanyuan, deeply moved, ran forward to embrace Oleg, exclaiming, only you have shown me kindness. Unfortunately, his sentiment did not endure for long, as Zhu Yong still had words left unspoken. In the days to come, we shall all be exceedingly busy. How could we possibly find the time to care for our second brother? Be gentle. At the very least, he must be able to manage on his own. Elder brother, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, his eyes brimming with accusations. How can you utter such words? You have truly disappointed me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan sensed something amiss. Weren't there supposed to be two? Uncle Guo's injuries were too severe. After receiving treatment for over half a month, there was no improvement, and he too had departed. Zhu spoke with a tone laden with gravity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a quiet sigh, reflecting on the woeful state of medical care in this world. For most, saving 15 out of 16 severely injured kin is considered a commendable feat, but she could seek guidance from the Grand Shaman. She must strive diligently to graduate as soon as possible. With the existence of a systematic marketplace, should such a dire situation arise again, she could discreetly procure some effective medicine for the wounded, perhaps managing to save all the gravely injured. Harboring such hopeful aspirations, Zhu Yuanyuan observed the entire episode of her second brother being reprimanded by their parents, who held him by the ear. The reprimand revolved around the topic of whether he was biologically theirs or adopted. Due to its excessive length, she refrained from commenting on each detail. Ultimately, by the end of the scolding, Zhu Urge came to the realization of his folly in taking their mother's jest seriously. Outside, the snow had yet to completely melt, making it unsuitable for the young ones to roam freely. Zhu Mama suggested that little Ming stay home to entertain his sister and engage in some self-reflection. With this arrangement made, Zhu Chong and his wife departed with their eldest son. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a bruised visage, pouted in indignation, exclaiming, clearly, it was Mama's misleading words that led me astray. Why is it all my fault? Zhu Yuanyuan sighed again, pondering the preciousness of the young, who, after all, would abandon such a treasure in the woods. Zhu Yuanyuan fell silent. He was not foolish. He simply had not delved deeply into the matter. To put it plainly, he was rather obstinate, believing whatever his mother said, and his mind was not inclined to take a different turn. Now, awakened by his sister's words, Zhu Urge felt an overwhelming urge to dig a hole in the ground and bury himself. The humiliation was utterly infuriating. Feeling fatigued, Zhu Yuanyuan forced himself to maintain composure. Sister, you should also take a moment to rest and rejuvenate your spirit. We must be fully prepared to escort Uncle Guo and the others into the tomb this evening. Zhu Yuanyuan paused, perplexed. Where was the burial cave? Why must it be visited at night? Not far from here. You'll know once you arrive, Zhu Yong replied lethargically. Every kin who can walk, over the age of 5, must attend. The night procession is a clan tradition. It is noteworthy that the Black Pig clan holds a profound affinity for the color black, believing that upon death, one should return to the embrace of the night. Accompanying the departed under the cover of darkness to the burial cave is regarded as the highest blessing. The burial cave itself is said to be vast and steep. Even the most robust of orcs, with their tough skin and sinewy flesh, could lose half their life should they tumble within. Fortunately, there is no requirement to enter the cave during the funeral rites. The deceased is simply placed at the cave's entrance, where the clan leader gently pushes them into the abyss. Once the departed is sent into the cave, the mourners offer an array of fruits and dried meats, standing vigil outside for a quarter of an hour in solemn silence. This moment is a prayer for the deceased, wishing for a swift reincarnation into a prosperous tribe where sustenance is abundant, ensuring that in their next life, they will no longer be burdened by the worries of hunger and thirst. Not long after Zhu Yuanyuan turned 6, she had never participated in such significant events and thus lacked relevant memories. After listening to her second brother explain the proceedings, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. It was indeed quite ceremonial. Regardless of the world, funerals are invariably solemn and grave. That night, the family refrained from having dinner, instead waiting until sunset to don their black animal skin cloaks in preparation for departure. Attire for a funeral must be chosen with care. Yuanyuan, Zhu Chong said, gently patting the little girl's head. The path is treacherous, so be cautious. If it becomes too difficult, let your mother hold your hand. As spring approached, the beasts in the forest became ravenous, and it was perilous to venture out, even during the day. The adult males of the tribe were tasked with clearing the path and ensuring safety, while the females and young ones were guided to the more secure center. Consequently, Zhu's father found himself unable to care for both his partner and the young ones, filling him with concern. Don't worry, I'm quite agile. I won't fear the snowy trails. Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively. Less boasting, Zhu Yong retorted, puffing with bravado. You're as round as a ball. How agile can you be? Upon discovering that he was the biological brother of Zhu Yuanyuan, Zhu felt a mix of joy and a mischievous urge to keep a mental note on his little sister. Noticing that their mother was merely jesting, he refrained from informing her, thinking his sister quite the little rascal. Seizing the opportunity, he felt compelled to tease her a bit, as his heart would not be at ease otherwise. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan immediately erupted in indignation. I may be plump, but I am a nimble sort of plump. Unlike you, who is so large that you can hardly move, and you aren't even afraid of Hong Hongjie disliking you. Nonsense. I am not overweight, Zhu Yong retorted vehemently. In the past few months, I have made a concerted effort to reduce my meat intake. This was due to his misapprehension that he was not biologically related to his family, fearing that if he indulged too much during the snowy season, he might be cast out. Oh, indeed, you only consume 6 pounds of meat per meal, which is a whole pound less. How utterly unfair this is for you. Zhu Yuanyuan replied coolly. Zhu Hong, having exerted tremendous effort to squeeze through the crowd, wore a look of utter astonishment. No way. Is Ming truly capable of such consumption? The orc, being of considerable appetite, typically devoured at least 5 pounds of roasted meat per meal, while a young orc, still growing, would normally consume around 3 to 4 pounds. But 6 or 7 pounds. That was simply akin to being a bottomless pit. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a heaviness in her heart, rendering her incapable of mirth, while Zhu Yongming and Zhu Hong fell into a somber silence. What were they to do in the future? Zhu Hong murmured, Ping is still not even 2 years old. She requires her mother's care. Without our father to provide for us, the food allocated by the clan barely keeps us from starvation. Sighing, Zhu Yongming added, Uncle Gua, at such an advanced age, finally welcomed a child, and he boasts about it with the enthusiasm of a young lad, claiming he will raise Ping well. Yet, he has spoken out of turn. At that moment, Zhu displayed an unusual degree of composure. We can only lend a helping hand and offer more support, Zhu Yuanyuan stated. The old patriarch has cultivated potatoes and sweet potatoes. This year, he is certain to plant even more, ensuring that we do not go hungry. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan hurriedly extended her hand to support the person. Yuanyuan. Shall I carry you? No, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a solemn expression. I can manage on my own. My second brother said that walking to a funeral oneself is a sign of sincerity. It's merely climbing a mountain, and I am certainly capable of that. Zhu Xiaofan did not insist. Very well, then let you try it for yourself. After all, she would be right behind, ready to lend a hand at any moment. The path was slippery, and the clan leader in front consciously slowed his pace. What was not a particularly high mountain took over an hour to reach the summit. To be precise, they arrived at the edge of the burial cave. Zhu Yuanyuan, being quite young, was not permitted to approach the cave entrance, and could only observe from a distance as the great shaman stood before the three departed souls, murmuring incantations and occasionally raising his hands and feet in a series of gestures. It resembled some form of superstitious ritual akin to a shamanistic dance. She found it unsurprising. In this world that venerates beast deities, her own origins were peculiar, compounded by the presence of an even stranger ruler. Witnessing such mystical and esoteric funeral rites seemed entirely normal. Normal, indeed. The grave pit was unfathomably deep, and should one fall in, it was uncertain whether they could ever emerge. Yet, the great shaman audaciously performed perilous actions at the cave's edge, truly a testament to skill and bravery. However, she could not comprehend why she desired to undertake such a hazardous task, justifying her decision with nonsensical claims of the beast deity's favor, which earned her the chieftain's special regard and forced the great shaman to agree to instruct her. Was it still possible to retract her decision now? It is impossible for Zhu Yuanyuan to go back on her decision. She harbors a secret that necessitates a formidable identity to rationalize what she intends to reveal. While the potatoes and sweet potatoes can be claimed to have been unearthed from the mountains, can the techniques of pottery and charcoal production be justified in the same manner? Even the most astute of young ones have their limitations, yet they are expected to present a plethora of advanced knowledge over time. Wouldn't this inevitably lead to some incongruities? Moreover, the clan leader has already acknowledged her capabilities and persuaded the great shaman to accept her. It is too late for her to reconsider. The day after the funeral, Zhu Yuanyuan was awakened early by her mother. After having breakfast, her father personally escorted her to the great shaman's residence. Study diligently and avoid mischief, Zhu Chang admonished with concern. The great shaman is quite serious and adheres to strict rules. If you misbehave, you will surely face consequences. Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her bleary eyes in response, acknowledging the early hour with a reluctant sigh. This is far too early, Zhu Xiaofan remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy. The sky had yet to brighten, and it was likely that the great shaman had not yet risen. The young female, still drowsy, lacked the appetite to eat, managing only a piece of grilled meat the size of a palm and a bowl of soup, hardly enough to satiate her hunger. How could that be? The great shaman is known for rising early, Zhu Chang interjected. He ventures into the mountains to gather herbs before dawn. If Yuanyuan wishes to acquire his skills, she must rise early as well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan was jolted awake, her drowsiness instantly dispelled. Father, you truly are a remarkable genius. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan tilted her head and gazed up at her father, blinking her large eyes softly as she called out, "Good morning, great wizard." Startled by the sudden mention, Zhu Chang immediately turned around to clarify, "I meant no disrespect, but where is everyone?" He glanced left and right, noticing the absence of people, and promptly adopted a serious expression. "Yuanyuan, perhaps you should provide some explanation?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of embarrassment. Her playful antics towards her father had inadvertently caught the attention of the Grand Sorcerer. She could only force a smile and feign that it was merely a case of misperception on her part. Regardless of who inquired, this would remain her steadfast response. Fortunately, Hu Yin did not press the matter further, calmly stating that several clansmen were in need of frostbite ointment, and her presence would be most helpful in assisting them. Zhu Chong was overjoyed, eagerly nudging Zhu Yuanyuan, urging her to hurry along, to be perceptive, and to ensure that neither the clan leader nor the great shaman would be disappointed. In his mind, a little calculation was fervently at work. Once his female offspring mastered the art of crafting frostbite ointment, they would no longer need to visit the great shaman for remedies, thus saving a considerable amount of meat. If Zhu Yuanyuan were privy to her father's thoughts, she might very well douse his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, for she was merely an apprentice, assisting in selecting herbs and grinding powders, entirely unaware of the complete formulas and proportions of the ingredients. How could she possibly learn to make frostbite ointment so swiftly? Fortunately, Zhu Chong kept his thoughts to himself, and Zhu Yuanyuan felt no added pressure, dutifully seated on a low wooden stool, sorting through the herbs while murmuring to herself, discarding weeds, tossing away the rotten, and washing and drying those that were too dirty. Alas, her eyes were truly about to be dazzled. In her opinion, the great shaman was as cold as ice, resembling a moving block of ice, devoid of any alluring charm. How could she possibly be a beast of the fox-kin? Not in the slightest. After spending the entire morning meticulously selecting medicinal herbs, Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly drained. Noticing the sun positioned high in the sky, she perked up, exclaiming, Great witch, it's time for lunch." Without looking up, Hu Yin responded, "There's cured meat in the corner. Fetch a couple of pieces to roast." "Me? Roast?" Zhu Yuanyuan could scarcely believe her ears. Hu Yin questioned icily, "Are you unwilling?" No, I'm willing," Zhu Yuanyuan grinned. "It's just that I don't have much cooking experience. I dare to cook, but dare you to eat it?" Of course, she knew how to roast meat. But her body was only 6 years old. The great witch was actually ordering her to roast meat, not afraid of causing himself ailments. "I dare," Hu Yin was unfazed. He raised his head, his sharp gaze landing on the plump little female. "If you can't do it, then find someone who can." Good heavens! Was this a threat that if she couldn't roast meat, he'd replace her as a disciple? It must be so. Zhu Yuanyuan was quite irate. She dashed to the corner of the wall indicated by the great sorcerer, asserting, "Who says I cannot grill meat? My skills are quite proficient." Given that the only requirement was to ensure the meat was cooked through rather than flavorful, she was confident in her abilities. She washed and rinsed 2 pieces of salted meat, slicing them into long strips approximately 3 fingers wide, and skewered them with long bamboo sticks, placing them over the fire to roast. Periodically, she would turn them and brush on some seasoning, excluding salt. The honey is nearly depleted. I must find a way to replenish it. In the past, her elder brother had taken his companions to raid beehives, sharing the honey equally among them. But that would no longer be feasible. Her brother, unable to distinguish between truth and jest, had already concocted his plan to run away from home. Their father decided to assign him more tasks, ensuring he would be quite occupied in the days to come. Not to worry. It is merely a matter of raiding a beehive. With my newfound strength and speed, as long as I plan my route carefully, I shall manage. The aroma of the roasting meat gradually wafted through the air, prompting Hu Yin to finally pause her work and sit quietly beside her. Zhu Yuanyuan was overjoyed. Her culinary skills were indeed commendable, capable of enticing the great witch Wuxin to abandon her tasks in favor of waiting for a meal. Before long, the marinated meat was roasted to perfection, prompting Zhu Yuanyuan to eagerly announce, "Great witch, the meat is ready to eat." Wuxin responded with a calm, unperturbed demeanor, "Good." With her elegantly long, fair fingers, she reached for a skewer of grilled meat, lifted it to her lips, took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, and swallowed. Observing Wuxin's composed expression, devoid of any sign of reluctance, Zhu Yuanyuan joyfully helped herself to a skewer, only to scrunch her little face in displeasure. "So salty. You didn't boil it for a few minutes." Hu Yin pointed out the oversight. "I'm sorry," Zhu Yuanyuan mumbled, "I forgot. I'll go boil it now." With that, she dashed off to fetch a small stone pot, filled it with clean snow from outside, and placed it on the stove to heat. It must be noted that the great witch enjoyed a luxurious treatment, while others had none. Here there were several stone pots of various sizes, the smallest only as large as her head, and the largest capable of holding 400 to 500 pounds of meat. What a lavish sensation! Approximately half an hour later, a pot of savory salted meat soup was placed upon the stone table. Zhu Yuanyuan turned to Hu Yin with a sweet smile. "Great witch, it's time to eat." Hu Yin's lips twitched slightly, attempting to maintain composure as she replied, "I'm not hungry. You eat." The dark, greasy concoction looked unappetizing to her, making it difficult to partake. "You must eat," Zhu Yuanyuan insisted with a serious expression. "One must be well-fed and energized to work. Great Witch, you cannot take your good health for granted. What if you suffer from hunger?" Huyin responded coolly. "If you finish this pot of meat, it will be you who encounters a problem." Zhu Yuanyuan, did we not agree that once cooked, it should be consumed? Why the sudden fussiness? Alas, it seems one cannot take the words of a male too seriously. Even the formidable Ice Mountain sorceress behaves similarly. It is indeed shameful to waste food, and unwilling to discard the entire pot of roasted salty meat soup. Zhu Yuanyuan extracted the less salty pieces of meat and once again placed them over the fire to roast, persevering until the meat was rendered barely palatable. As for the remaining broth, she pinched her nose and took a few sips, only to find it both salty and greasy. That afternoon, her little stomach rumbled incessantly, prompting her to make 3 or 4 trips to the outhouse before it finally settled. Yet, even in the face of illness, the work must continue. There is no such thing as a sick leave. Huyin observed the pale-faced little female and inquired if she was able to work. Zhu Yuanyuan weakly affirmed her capability. "As long as you can work," Huyin replied contentedly, directing her to the corner. "Go crush that bag of medicine into powder." Zhu Yuanyuan followed the direction indicated by the Great Witch and immediately gasped in astonishment. The enormous, bulging beast hide bag could easily contain 2 of her. Glancing at the large stone mortar used for grinding medicine, an overwhelming sense of dread welled up within her. The Great Witch, Zhu Yuanyuan licked her lips, asked hoarsely, "Is there a stipulated time frame?" Huyin succinctly replied, 3 days. This meant that she had to pulverize the contents of the beast hide bag into powder within that time frame. The task was exceedingly daunting, and the rudimentary tools at her disposal were utterly inadequate. Zhu Yuanyuan recalled a medicinal grinder she had seen in her previous life, the kind that could be operated by foot, which was particularly efficient. She resolved to devise a means of constructing one. Although the medicinal grinder appeared simple, for someone unfamiliar with its structure, crafting a functional one was no easy feat. Fortunately, there was a virtual marketplace, and after a thorough search, she successfully located the item she desired. As the sun began to set, Zhu Yuanyuan left the Great Witch's abode but did not hurry home. Instead, she ventured to the stony banks of the river, sifting through the stones until she found 2, one large and one small, along with a wooden stick as thick as her arm. The large stone was roughly rectangular, while the smaller stone was round and flat. After much grinding and striking, she finally managed to fashion a makeshift medicinal grinder. Zhu Yuanyuan held the finished product and compared it with the product images for a considerable time, a triumphant smile spreading across her face, having saved 10 knowledge points. Indeed, the price of the herbal grinder sold in the virtual marketplace was set at 10 knowledge points. The system was nearly overwhelmed with frustration, inquiring, "Host, is the product display image truly effective?" "Absolutely," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a mischievous grin. "I appreciate your assistance. Without you, I would be oblivious to the intricate design of this herbal grinder." The system, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Oh, my dear host, you are simply marvelous. With more practice, you shall undoubtedly become a master craftsman." Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, lamenting that while she harbored the desire, she lacked the requisite leisure, for she was determined to become a great witch, rendering her time precious. "System, I completely disagree. The mortar and pestle on the ground are evidence of the host's idleness. This is a tool to improve work efficiency," Zhu Yuanyuan declared righteously. "There's a profound saying that goes, if you want to do a good job, first sharpen your tools. Haven't you heard of it, system?" The system chose silence. Helpless, it could only endure the temperament of the host it had chosen. The following morning, bright and early, Zhu Yuanyuan dragged Zhuchang to the stone beach, pointing at the completed mortar and pestle and sweetly requesting, "Father, please help me carry this to the Great Witch's house." Startled, Zhuchang wondered what purpose the great shaman had for requesting 2 unsightly stones. Despite the orcs' rugged nature, they possessed a rudimentary sense of aesthetics and found the oddly shaped, pockmarked, and utterly hideous millstones unappealing. Ahem, Zhu Yuanyuan cleared her throat with a touch of awkwardness, explaining that the 2 stones were of significant value, and her father should simply transport them. Zhu Chang curled his lip in disdain, but ultimately commenced moving the larger piece. While instructing, "Yuanyuan, you carry the small stone with the wooden stick inserted. The great wizard says cubs shouldn't be raised too delicately," he mused, intending to demonstrate to the great wizard that Yuanyuan was far from pampered, but rather quite industrious. "All right," Zhu Yuanyuan responded crisply, bending down to lift the small stone. The father and daughter collaborated, swiftly transporting the medicine grinder to the great wizard's abode. Huyin, who was partaking in breakfast, furrowed her brow upon witnessing their arrival. Such an unsightly stone, she remarked. Why bring it here? To grind medicinal powder, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. Huyin cast a cold glance at the plump, fair-skinned little female, assessing the situation before falling silent. Zhu Chong lingered, however, urging, Yuanyuan, give this ungainly thing a try. Let me see how it grinds medicinal powder. Regarding this as a minor matter, Zhu Yuanyuan acquiesced. Okay. She positioned the medicine grinder before the small wooden stool, dragged over the animal skin bag containing the ingredients specified by the great wizard, opened it, and tossed a handful into the grinder. After settling in, she used her feet to tread back and forth on the ends of the wooden stick. My legs are a bit short, I can't exert much force. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed, rising to grasp the wooden stick, which she pressed down repeatedly, grinding the herbs into a fine powder. Quite convenient, Zhu Chong observed with curiosity. Step aside. Allow me to give it a try. No problem, Zhu Yuanyuan eagerly acquiesced, promptly stepping aside and directing her father to pour the herbal powder into the clean wooden barrel that had been prepared. Zhu Chong, a warrior of the mid-mystic rank and a virile, prime-of-life orc, possessed strength far exceeding that of Zhu Yuanyuan. With a mere dozen or so passes of the grinder, the newly added medicinal herbs were reduced to powder. Seemingly amused by the task, he repetitively poured in powdered herbs, grabbed fresh ones, and tossed them into the mill, grinding away at the sack's contents. In under half an hour, he had pulverized the majority of the herbs. Huyin, having transitioned from furtive glances to open stares, now found herself consumed with impatience. Unable to restrain herself, she urged him to leave. Had your fill of amusement? If so, be gone and cease hindering Zhu Yuanyuan's work. Don't fret, Great Witch. I'm assisting her, Zhu Chong responded with a foolish grin. Huyin, her face darkening, retorted, Nay, that won't do. Zhu Chong yearned to continue his revelry, yet under the oppressive gaze of the formidable sorceress, he was compelled to depart with a sense of regret. However, before leaving, he leaned close to Zhu Yuanyuan's ear and whispered, Yuanyuan, do not forget to take your belongings home tonight. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly felt a chill running down her spine. Unsure of how to respond yet reluctant to decline, she could only feign ignorance. What is it? Oh, I remember now. I brought a small bamboo tube to drink water. Rest assured, I will definitely not forget to take it back. The chill dissipated in an instant. Zhu Chong remained oblivious to the experiences his little daughter had undergone. He gestured towards the medicine grinder, urging her to contemplate further without haste. If I return early this afternoon, I will come to fetch you. A chill ran down Zhu Yuanyuan's spine as she inwardly lamented her predicament. She hurriedly urged her father to leave, saying, You should go quickly. What if you can't keep up with the main group later? I am not a mere toddler. I do not require your accompaniment to return home. Zhu Chong was quite disheartened, contemplating the idea of seizing the little female by her ears and bellowing medicine grinder. However, upon catching sight of Huyin's frosty expression, he immediately retreated, muttering to himself, I shall take my leave. Alas, the grand sorceress was fearsome, although he did not fear her combat prowess. She possessed a myriad of methods to teach him a lesson. As for the amusing task of operating the medicine grinder, he believed he could manage it just as well as Yuanyuan, albeit it would require some time and effort. In the future, he could utilize it for cracking hard-shelled fruits or grinding bone powder. After bidding farewell to his father, Zhu Yuanyuan sighed with relief and hurried back into the cave to resume his unfinished tasks. To his surprise, upon entering, he found the grand sorceress seated on a small wooden stool, energetically operating the grinder, producing a satisfying rhythmic sound. Zhu Yuanyuan, this is truly no mere toy. Those who have experienced the era of information explosion do not find the ancient mortar particularly rare until they witness the great shaman delighting in its use, at which point they realize they have indeed created something remarkable. Thus, the question arises, should she quietly retreat outside the cave or feign ignorance? Approaching the great shaman with an expression of pure innocence, encouraging him to take a rest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan, with her head hung low, acquiesced, acknowledging her understanding. Humph. She was well versed in numerous herbs, yet for the time being, she could not showcase her knowledge. However, that was of little consequence. One day she would astonish everyone. The medicinal materials in the leather pouch were swiftly dealt with, but Huyen still felt unfulfilled. After cleaning the mortar and pestle, she retrieved another pouch of herbs and resumed her labor. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan silently lamented that the Grand Sorcerer had initially deemed her overly delicate. Fearing she would be unable to endure the rigors of study, he had refrained from discussing the possibility of mentorship, merely suggesting she come to test her capabilities. Yet now, he had solidified their master-disciple relationship. Nevertheless, exchanging a rudimentary herbal grinder for a master seemed quite a bargain, leaving her with no grounds for dissent. After a fortnight of novelty, Huyen's enthusiasm for the herbal grinder waned, and she began to sternly instruct her pampered disciple, taking her into the mountains to gather herbs and teaching her the methods of identification and preparation. By day, she studied under her master, and by night, she learned from the overseer. Under such immense pressure, Zhu Yuanyuan visibly dwindled in stature. Zhu Xiaofan felt a deep pang of concern and could not help but express to her partner her apprehensions about whether the great shaman was being excessively strict. After all, Yuanyuan was merely 6 years old, yet she was expected to learn this and that, leaving her with scant time to cultivate her skills and practice hunting. While Zhu Chang shared her sentiments, he approached the situation with a more rational mindset. He believed that as long as she mastered the great shaman's abilities, her future would be secure, and any shortcomings in hunting skills could be overlooked. Although his reasoning held merit, Zhu Xiaofan was plagued with worries. After all, previous clan leaders had sent young ones to learn, only for them to fail to grasp the teachings. If Yuanyuan were to falter in mastering the great shaman's skills and simultaneously lack hunting proficiency, would they not end up with nothing? Yet, Zhu Chang reassured her, dismissing any negative thoughts, asserting that their clever Yuanyuan would undoubtedly succeed. His unwavering confidence stemmed from the fact that the great shaman's willingness to take her as a disciple was the most compelling evidence of her potential. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Indeed, among the 3 children at home, Yuanyuan is the most astute, and Aegon is quite commendable as well. Only Xiaoming, alas, Zhu Yongming, who had been listening intently, felt as puffed up as a pufferfish. Mother, what do you mean by that? You could praise Yuanyuan without dragging me down alongside her. Zhu Xiaofan felt extremely embarrassed and replied, I merely mentioned it casually. You might as well pretend you didn't hear it. Zhu Yongming persisted relentlessly. And I heard him loud and clear. Do not think you can evade responsibility. Aiming, it is time to head out, Zhu Chang interjected, coming to his partner's rescue. Stop dilly-dallying. Even the young females are more industrious than you. Understood. I shall go at once, Zhu Yongming replied impatiently. Rather than remain at home enduring nagging or even punishment, it is far preferable to rendezvous with friends at the meeting point and discuss their forthcoming endeavors. They are all just over 10 years old, having studied for 5 years. They have acquired the essentials and are now eager to embark on their independent ventures into the forest. I will accompany father on the hunt, Zhu Hong said with a smile, having secured a few days off. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming demurred, suggesting that the collective cultivation of potatoes and sweet potatoes could proceed without his involvement. Zhu Diyao retorted sternly, emphasizing the vital importance of these crops to their community and the high regard in which the elder chieftain held them, thus precluding any possibility of leave. Zhu Yongming then feigned distress, lamenting his father's evident preference for his sister, whose needs would undoubtedly elicit a willing and devoted response, whereas he himself would likely face a barrage of demands and exploitative labor. He expressed his aversion to enduring another day of relentless directives from his father, a prospect he found deeply vexing. Zhu Diyao waved his hand dismissively, urging, do not burden me with trivialities. I am presently occupied and lack the leisure for idle chatter. Depart swiftly. Zhu Yongmong, unwilling to concede, protested, do not create such a clamor. It is tormenting my ears. Zhu Diyao cast a fleeting glance towards the area where his old companions were clearing the land, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is that Roundy approaching? This cannot be. I must investigate, for those rascals are perpetually scheming to abduct our little female. Zhu Yongming, in a fit of anger, let out a howl towards the heavens, lamenting the bias he perceived. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed. Zhu Yuanyuan transformed into a fair and graceful young woman. Having mastered 99% of her Master Hu Yin's skills, with the remaining 1% lacking only in experience. From tomorrow onward, you shall be responsible for treating any injuries or illnesses that arise within the tribe, Hu Yin stated coldly. Should you fail, do not dare to claim that you are my disciple. It is unjust, Zhu Yuanyuan protested. What if you, Master, are unable to heal them as well? In such a case, that scenario shall not be taken into account, Hu Yin replied, not intending to impose undue hardship. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan corrected herself, exclaiming that she is Sister Yuanyuan. The master remains youthful and vigorous, firmly seated in the position of the Grand Shaman, with no intention of returning to the Fox clan. She has no designs on usurping power. However, both my father and mother refer to you as the little Grand Shaman, and the children insist on not changing their words. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling a mix of amusement and discomfort at the peculiar combination of terms. Little big shaman, this is not appropriate, remarked a petite 6-year-old female, pouting slightly. Father says that addressing you this way is a sign of respect. How can you find it distasteful? It's not that I find it distasteful, Zhu Yuanyuan awkwardly clarified. I have yet to complete my training. My master is the true shaman. It feels rather inappropriate. Never mind, call me whatever you wish. She sensed that the situation was only becoming more complicated, and the longer the conversation continued, the more likely it was that rumors would circulate about her intentions to usurp the title of the great shaman. With a hint of respite in her life, a sense of emptiness began to creep in, and she found herself yearning for amusement. After parting ways with the young ones, Zhu Yuanyuan carried a large bamboo basket as she ventured outside the valley. She planned to wander the mountains and gather some herbs. At the age of 10, she had become the youngest yellow-tier warrior in the tribe. Her master believed she possessed the capability to forage for herbs alone, suggesting that as long as she didn't stray too far, she would not encounter any mortal danger, thus ceasing to accompany her on these excursions. Without her master's presence, she felt a newfound freedom on the mountain. Occasionally, when her harvest was meager or when she sought certain common herbs, she would procure some from the system's marketplace. Zhu Yuanyuan consistently reaps considerable rewards from her endeavors, having suffered little harm, much to her family's relief. They no longer oppose her solitary excursions, merely cautioning her to exercise caution and avoid venturing into the dense forests inhabited by ferocious beasts. After wandering through the mountains and gathering a substantial basket filled with honeysuckle, mint, plantain, and motherwort, she decided it was time to return. The herbs required prompt attention, and lingering in the mountains for too long was unwise. Just as she was about to enter the village, she encountered several dozen orc members of the Flying Tiger tribe. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the leader as a familiar face. Zhu Yuanyuan slowed her pace to greet him. Brother Baishir, is it your team's turn to go to the seaside this year? Indeed, Baishir replied with a smile. After resting in the village for over half a year, it's time to stretch our legs. Have you just returned from herb gathering? Yes. Today was a perfect opportunity to collect some necessary herbs, Zhu Yuanyuan responded. As they conversed, they made their way into the valley. The Black Pig tribe, having absorbed other smaller pig-orc tribes, retained its name and formed an alliance with the Flying Tiger tribe. Each summer, they send 50 members to the seaside to boil snowflake salt. This snowflake salt is derived from boiling seawater after filtering out impurities, resulting in a finer, whiter salt devoid of bitterness, aptly named for its resemblance to snowflakes. Traveling together not only ensures safety, but also enhances efficiency during the salt-making process through collaboration. Yuanyuan, you truly are remarkable, Baishir praised without reservation. With your talents, have you considered joining our White Tiger tribe as a great shaman? Absolutely not, Zhu Yuanyuan responded, shaking her head vigorously. I have my father, mother, and siblings. I would never join another tribe. Baishir, undeterred, encouraged her. Do think it over. If you ever change your mind, you can come find me. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a stern expression, emphasized her unwillingness to change. She relished her current life and had no desire for transformation. Baishir, unable to contain his sigh, lamented, can't you leave me with a glimmer of hope? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan resolutely declared that she would not acquiesce, regardless of the extravagant claims of a certain individual. Some refusals are imperative. Seizing the opportunity, she added that she had pressing matters to attend to and suggested he consult their clan leader regarding the salt-making team. Each year, the leader orchestrated the group that ventured to the coast to produce salt. Engrossed in her daily pursuits of foraging for herbs and healing, she had little awareness of such affairs. "No need to rush," Baishir said, rubbing his hands together. "Allow me to assist you with your basket." Zhu Yuanyuan deftly sidestepped. Demurring, "No need, I can manage myself. It's not heavy," she jested, having explicitly declined any assistance. She felt it would be inappropriate to impose upon him to do her work. Furthermore, she had acquired numerous superior items from the trading center over the years, such as intermediate body tempering elixirs, intermediate gene optimization elixirs, strength-enhancing pills, agility pills, and essence-nourishing pills, among others. With the consumption of such beneficial substances, her strength had increased considerably, and her agility had become more pronounced. Carrying a nearly empty herb basket was as effortless as child's play. Having been repeatedly rebuffed, Baishir lamented with a pained expression, "Yuanyuan, you are truly becoming less endearing as you grow older. I recall you being quite fond of my face in your childhood, even secretly referring to me as pretty boy." "Oh, really? I have no recollection of such an occurrence," Zhu Yuanyuan responded, a slight flush creeping up her ears. Zhu Yuanyuan deftly sidestepped, asserting, "No need. I can manage on my own. It's not particularly heavy." It was a jest, yet her refusal was unequivocal, leaving no room for further insistence. Moreover, over the years, she had acquired a plethora of fine goods from the marketplace, including intermediate body refining potions, advanced genetic enhancement elixirs, as well as strength and agility pills and foundational tonics. With such nourishing provisions, her strength had notably increased, and her agility had sharpened. Carrying a half-filled basket of herbs felt like child's play. Baishir, repeatedly rebuffed, wore a pained expression as he lamented, "Yuanyuan, you are becoming increasingly unlovable as you grow. I recall when you were a child, you adored my visage and even referred to me as a flower handsome." "Did I?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her ears slightly flushed with embarrassment. In their world, orcs reached maturity at 18, and prior to this age, neither females nor males sought partners. Any attempt to form a bond with an underage orc would not only earn the disfavor of the high shaman, but also lead to a severe thrashing until the individual relented. Baishir had frequently visited the Black Pig tribe over the years, and each encounter with Zhu Yuanyuan had transformed their initial unfamiliarity into a budding affection, leading him to inadvertently miscalculate her age. "Fine, let us pretend I never said anything and revisit this in a couple of years. You may proceed with your tasks," Baishir said with an air of nonchalance. "I shall seek out your chieftain." "All right," Zhu Yuanyuan agreed decisively. Once they parted ways, Bai Pang, a slightly portly male, expressed bewilderment. "Brother Shir, you are just going to give up like that? What else can I do?" Baishir replied curtly, "She is still a minor. I have no desire to be on the receiving end of her family's wrath." The prospect of a beating was trivial compared to the potential of being banished from the Black Pig tribe, which would render future visits impossible. "Is it really that serious?" Bai Pang scratched his head. "I see many young females who are underage already in relationships, waiting until they are of age to hold their ceremonies." "Are you foolish?" interjected Bai Pang, the leaner male beside him, chuckling derisively. "Those couples are mutually fond of one another, as long as they do not share a dwelling. Their families will remain oblivious." "Do not call me Bai Pang. My name is Bai Pang," he retorted, kicking back in a mock show of indignation. "Do not think you are so clever. Everyone understands what you mean. It merely suggests that Brother Shir's affection is unreciprocated." "Oh, Bai Pang has become rather astute." Bai Ping dodged nimbly, a smirk plastered across his face. "But alas, you still cannot compare to me. If you have the courage, do not dodge," Bai Pang huffed. "I have always been clever. Had Brother Shir not been so fierce, you would not have the audacity to speak." "I am not foolish." "I certainly would not stand still for you to kick," Bai Ping boasted, feeling a bit too proud. "Even if Brother Shir were to strike, I would still evade." Baishir felt as though he had been stabbed multiple times in the heart. Was it truly appropriate to speak such things in his presence? Observing the escalating absurdity between the two, he glared ferociously, picking up a stick from the roadside, and swung it at them without hesitation. "Ow!" Bai Pang and Bai Ping yelped in unison. "Brother Shir, please stop." After a good thrashing, Baishir had finally vented his frustrations and, with a dark expression, warned, "Mind your tongues. Should this happen again, I shall break both your legs." The two felt a chill in their limbs and sheepishly acquiesced. Understood. The other orcs from the Flying Tiger tribe, who had remained silent, breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had kept their mouths shut. Otherwise, they would have been the ones nursing bruises. After administering a lesson to his insubordinate kin, Bai Shi strode purposefully towards Zhu Shan's residence in the Black Pig tribe, arriving at his destination shortly thereafter. Aside from himself, 20 other members of the Flying Tiger tribe were accompanying him to the seaside. It was impractical for everyone to visit the chieftain's home, so they decided to remain outside, seeking a shaded spot to rest and refraining from wandering off. The remaining orcs of the Flying Tiger tribe agreed in unison, but Bai Pang and Bai Ping lagged slightly behind, responding weakly. Noted. Bai Shi shot them a cold glance. What? Are you two still feeling frisky? Not frisky at all. They hurriedly shook their heads. We merely feel pain and thus responded slowly. Oh. Bai Shi replied with a sardonic smile. It seems I misjudged you. Very well. Rest well. When we set off for the seaside in a couple of days, we shall undoubtedly encounter danger, and there will be no time for recovery. Bai Pang muttered, but you were the one who struck me. Would you like me to hit you a few more times? Bai Shi inquired. No need. Bai Pang quickly declined, retreating several paces to maintain a safe distance. Bai Ping blinked, wearing a cramp-like smile. Brother Shi, please hurry inside. The sooner you finish your business, the sooner we can depart, lest we waste too much time in the Black Pig tribe. Finding a cave that could accommodate more than 20 individuals within the Black Pig tribe was no easy feat, and it was best to avoid unnecessary hassle. Most importantly, Bai Ping did not wish to parade around with bruises, drawing attention and mockery. Bai Shi, well aware of his companion's sentiments, scoffed lightly and stepped up to the half-closed stone door of Zhu Shan's abode, knocking gently. Chieftain, I am Bai Shi of the Flying Tiger tribe, here to discuss the matter of procuring salt by the seaside. Upon hearing his name, Zhu Shan emerged to greet Ah Shi. Ah Shi, is it you leading the team this year? Indeed, Bai Shi affirmed with a nod. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they set off together to find someone, without even entering the dwelling. Zhu Yuanyuan is leading our team this time. You should know him. Bai Shi paused momentarily, then nodded. I've met him a few times. Brother Yuanyuan is quite formidable. He's already a peak Huang tier warrior. Not at all, Zhu Shan demurred, shaking his head with a sigh. You're a Xian tier initial stage warrior. He still has a long way to go. In truth, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The innate talents of the pig beastmen could not compare to those of the Flying Tiger beastmen, so to have cultivated to the peak Huang tier at 28 was already quite commendable. Bai Shi simply smiled, offering no comment. The two went to Zhu Yuanyuan's home in search of him, only to find it empty. They encountered Ri Kwa, who was busy processing herbs. Oh dear, my memory fails me, Zhu Shan exclaimed, slapping his forehead. My apologies, it's the 4th hunting team's turn to enter the mountains today. Shall we wait here for a while? Bai Shi's lips twitched slightly. Very well. There was no urgency to depart today, so waiting a bit longer was of no consequence. Although there was no fire pit lit inside the cave during the sweltering summer days, Zhu Yuanyuan had learned a great deal from the virtual classroom. She had found resin and pine cones in the mountains to create makeshift torches, preventing the house from being dimly lit and hindering their work. The sun blazed fiercely outside, making it unsuitable for outdoor tasks, as one could easily suffer from heat stroke. Now, the cave was cool and shaded, and with the torches providing illumination, it was quite pleasant. Finding the silence tedious, Zhu Shan inquired with a genial smile, Yuanyuan, when shall we begin burning this year's charcoal? Zhu Yuanyuan countered with a question. Isn't this a matter for you, the clan leader, to concern yourself with? Why ask me? Zhu Shan chuckled. Those who are capable must work harder. Zhu Yuanyuan, showing no hint of embarrassment, replied, I believe my work speed is rather lacking. Perhaps you should assign this task to someone else. Zhu Shan shook his head, expressing his unease about relying on others. If they failed to successfully produce charcoal, wouldn't all the efforts made to gather it go to waste? Yuanyuan, I understand you're busy. Tomorrow I will speak to the Grand Shaman and request your assistance for a few days. With the chieftain unwavering in his decision, Zhu Yuanyuan found herself at an impasse, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is essential for you to speak on my behalf. Otherwise, my master will not consent. Excluded from the conversation, Bai Shi finally seized the opportunity to speak. Chieftain Shan, Yuanyuan, could you possibly produce a greater quantity? We are willing to exchange meat for charcoal. Zhu Shan was taken aback. I recall that you changed your method of charcoal production upon your return. Why then do you still come to our tribe to exchange for charcoal? Bai Shi explained. The successful production of charcoal has been disappointingly low, insufficient for our needs. We are uncertain as to what went awry, resulting in a significant waste of firewood. Consequently, everyone has become rather reluctant to produce charcoal themselves. Zhu Yuan sighed, pondering how, despite the detailed instructions, none of you could manage to produce charcoal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed, wondering if there had been some mistake. This time, we were expected to prepare our own supplies. In the past, it was always the clan leader who arranged everything needed, distributing the provisions before departure, leaving us without a care. Indeed, I have grown older, and from now on, I shall not concern myself with such matters. Zhu Shan, with an authoritative tone, declared that whoever leads the team must take responsibility. Do not involve me, an elder. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head. Well, a 61-year-old Xian-level warrior is hardly considered old. Even the elder patriarch refuses to acknowledge his age. So your statement is rather inappropriate. His tone was sincere, which should have garnered goodwill. However, Zhu Shan immediately delivered a hearty slap on his back. You little rascal. I have not been idle. Do not utter nonsense that tarnishes my reputation. Oh, I didn't mean that. I never said you were slacking. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes almost brimmed with tears. When did I ever say you were lazy? Zhu Shan let out a cold snort without offering an explanation. Yet inwardly, he silently berated the situation, merely refraining from vocalizing his thoughts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is quite splendid. The clan is indeed a source of incessant worry for me, as I find myself perpetually occupied, to the point where my lips have begun to blister. The carefree Zhu Yuanyuan can be quite the challenge. The clan leader truly is one to shirk responsibilities while silencing any critique. Let it be. I shall not dwell on the shortcomings of the elder. Ahem. Baishir cleared his throat and remarked that Yuanyuan is often nearby gathering herbs. Perhaps she ought to venture further afield. Who knows what greater bounty she might discover. Zhu Yuanyuan turned her head to glance over, contemplating that unfortunately, her capabilities did not permit her to venture too far. No worries, Zhu bravely volunteered. When I return from the seaside, I will find the time to take you for a stroll in the deep mountains. Who knows how long that would take? Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, splashing cold water on the conversation, remarking that seeking him out was less worthwhile than turning to her father, who was at the late stage of the profound realm and far more formidable than him. Zhu Yuanyuan heard the sound of a heart shattering. In truth, there was no need to wait. With a smile, Baishir suggested, to reach the seaside, we must traverse several uninhabited forests. With a crowd, there is no danger. Why not go together? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, her eyes widening. You make a compelling point. In her previous life, she had been financially constrained and lacked the time. Even with convenient transportation, wandering was a luxury she could not afford. Now, in this foreign realm, the prospect of venturing far stirred her heart. It would be splendid to gather diverse medicinal herbs, and if not, she could treat it as a journey, seizing the opportunity to procure more items from the system's marketplace. We cannot go, Zhu Shan interjected firmly. Yuanyuan, you are still young. We shall discuss this when you possess the ability to protect yourself. After all, Yuanyuan had garnered the favor of the beast god and was destined to become the tribe's future shaman. She could not leave the tribe at will. Should any misfortune befall her, they would find themselves bereft of time to mourn. It was all Baishir's fault, that mischievous boy. Bringing up the idea of a distant herbal gathering. He must be harboring some ill intention. With these thoughts in mind, Zhu Shan cautiously reached out, pulling her away. Come. If there is something to discuss, let it be at my home. Do not disturb Yuanyuan while she works. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is not merely an innocent and naive girl. She possesses a vague understanding of Baishir's intentions. With a slight pursing of her lips, she secretly weighs the pros and cons of venturing beyond, ultimately resolute in her decision. Clan leader, I still wish to go out and see the world. Oh, Yuanyuan, my dear child, Zhu Shan exclaimed anxiously, you are still young. Why the haste? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Seeing that he could not persuade him otherwise, Zhu Shan could only frown in resignation. Very well, if you wish to go, then go, however. The accompanying personnel must be adjusted. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. You stay in the tribe. Let your father lead the team, Zhu Shan said. Zhu Yuanyuan's demeanor was utterly disheartened, his eyes wide with determination. Tribal leader, it was you who entrusted me with leading the team. You cannot simply renege on your word. I did not speak in error, Zhu Shan conceded with a nod. However, you lack the strength to safeguard Yuanyuan. Since you endorse her participation in the team, the only recourse is to replace you with your father. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a surge of frustration, realizing that the fault lay with himself. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. It is perfectly acceptable for my father to lead the team, so why can't I join? There is no rule in the tribe that prohibits both father and son from going to the seaside to gather salt simultaneously. Zhu Shan calmly remarked. Your second brother is too impetuous. You must remain at home to take care of your mother. There was no flaw in his words, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan speechless. Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, experience often outshines youth. Sister, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely protested. It is precisely because you insisted on joining the team that I was replaced by the clan leader, and yet you still appear so blissfully amused. Brother Zhu was in a state of discontent, yearning for a chance to retract his decision. Alas, the immutable reality left no room for reconsideration. Upon Zhu Chang and his wife's entrance into the household, the clan leader eagerly proclaimed his resolution. Chang, you must remain vigilant along this journey. Not only must you ensure Yuanyuan's safety, but also keep an eye on that scoundrel, Baishir. If the beastmen of the Flying Tiger clan were to abduct her, it would mean you could seldom see her again. Rest assured, Zhu Chang replied, his gaze sharp as a knife directed at Baishir. My Yuanyuan is still young. If he dares to entertain any ill intentions, he shall face my wrath. Zhu Shan, with his lively demeanor, certainly possesses a certain charm. Despite his carefree attitude, he is indeed a person who understands the importance of rules. Otherwise, the old staunch members of the Flying Tiger clan would never entrust him with the leadership of the team. Baishir nodded vigorously, affirming, Indeed, I am a genuine orc. The news of Zhu Yuanyuan's intention to accompany the salt-gathering team to the seaside spread swiftly. The following day, as she prepared to leave with her father, donning her change of beast skin attire, numerous tribesmen obstructed her path, earnestly imploring her to remain within the tribe. One tribesman remarked, What is so enticing outside? The wilderness teems with beasts. You shall find neither sustenance nor rest. It is far preferable to stay at home, where you can casually collect herbs and indulge in your desires for food and sleep. Another added, The outdoors lacks proper bathing facilities, given your penchant for cleanliness. Can you truly endure 10 days, or even half a month without a wash? A third voice chimed in, and soon a cacophony of chatter ensued, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan's head spinning. She raised her voice, demanding, Stop! Wait a moment, grant me the opportunity to speak. The crowd fell silent, casting disapproving glances, as they collectively deemed the young shaman rather overbearing, for she would not allow them to express themselves. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled wryly and said, Please do not look at me that way. It is not that I am preventing you from speaking. Rather, the cacophony of voices is too chaotic. All right. The crowd replied in unison, You speak. Why must we go? Zhu Yuanyuan wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from her forehead. I simply wish to venture outside, to gather some herbs that are not found nearby and broaden my horizons. What is wrong with that? What if you encounter danger? Elder A expressed concern. You are the only one favored by the great shaman in our clan. Should anything happen to you, it would bring misfortune upon us all. Have you cast a curse upon me even before I step outside? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, displeased. Elder A hurriedly shook his head. No, I merely fear for your safety. I did not mean to invoke ill fortune. However, Zhu Yuanyuan's heart had already soared beyond the confines of her home, and no one could dissuade her. Ultimately, it was the clan leader who intervened and dismissed the others. I have traversed this path countless times. As long as I remain vigilant, I shall return safely. Everyone should go about their business without worry, Zhu Shan declared with a stern expression. In 2 years, Yuanyuan will come of age. Can we truly keep her confined within the tribe? Overly strict governance may only breed rebellious thoughts and lead her to be lured away by some scoundrel from outside. Zhu Shan pondered, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the smiling Baishir beside him. He resolved to remind Chang Gu a few more times to ensure he didn't stray too far from Yuanyuan. It was time to depart. Bai Shi strode over, aware that lingering any longer would cause them to miss their initial destination for the evening. Turning to Zhu Yuanyuan, he inquired, "Shall I take you on a flight?" As Zhu Yuanyuan reminisced about the scene when she first traversed into this realm, a shiver coursed through her. "I do not wish to experience that again." The sensation of being suspended in midair, ensnared by tendrils, was truly unpleasant, and she had no desire to endure it a second time. Bai Shi, recognizing her discomfort, did not press her further. "We shall speak of it when you are ready to depart." Zhu Chang, having received the chief's exhortation, approached and positioned himself between the two, shielding his little female companion protectively. "Give me your animal skin bundle. Should you grow weary, do not hesitate to inform me. Father will carry you." Zhu Yuanyuan replied cheerfully, "All right." Ji Shi felt a twinge of bitterness, although he had been the first to speak. He found himself lacking the right to contest the matter and could only console himself with the thought that opportunities would abound in the future. This time, the leader of the Black Pig tribe was Zhu Chang, who, along with his 20 tribesmen, formed a formidable contingent. Zhu Yuanyuan, being an auxiliary member, joined forces with the 21 from the Flying Tiger tribe, resulting in a rather impressive assembly. The grand procession departed the valley, and the Flying Tiger orcs immediately transformed into their beastly forms, spreading their wings to soar into the sky. The pig orcs, not to be outdone, proudly showcased their robust and well-fed beastly shapes. Zhu Yuanyuan glanced around, and then looked up with a sigh, wishing fervently for the gift of wings. Her beast form weighed merely around 10 pounds, making her inconspicuous among the adult pig beastmen, each weighing 400 to 500 pounds. A moment's inattention could easily lead to a trampling accident. It was far safer to remain in her human form. Flying above would undoubtedly provide greater security. Alas, the prospect of growing wings was a mere fantasy, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan to admire the wings of others, indulging her visual feast. "Yuanyuan," Bai Shi approached with a cheerful smile. "Have you changed your mind?" Zhu Yuanyuan replied without a moment's hesitation. No. She had no desire to sway in a basket woven from vines high in the air. No amount of persuasion would change her mind. 2 hours later, with her hair in disarray and her calves on the verge of cramping, Zhu Yuanyuan firmly rejected the idea of sitting in the vine basket for the third time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan attempted to grasp the bristles of the black pig to stabilize her form. But after plucking a few strands, she felt a pang of guilt and opted for a different method, transforming into a beast and lying down. Minutes passed, and the diminutive pink piglet lost its grip and tumbled off the pig's back, landing face first in the mud. Fortunately, Bai Shi had been vigilantly watching over her and swiftly scooped her up with his 2 front paws, thereby averting a tragic fate of being trampled by the herd. "Are you all right?" Bai Shi inquired softly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's heart stirred with shame. Shall I give it a try? A few hours later, a certain pink little pig lay in a wicker basket, sleeping soundly, bubbles of snot emerging from its nose. Ah, how delightful. Due to the haste of their journey, the group settled for some dried meat to stave off hunger at noon, finally resting at their first destination as the sun dipped below the western hills in the evening. Zhu Yuanyuan sat by the fire, her small face flushed and adorned with a look of innocence, still seemingly in the grip of slumber. Zhu Chang, with a furrowed brow, expressed his concern, questioning whether she had ventured out for training or merely indulged in sleep. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan curiously leaned forward to take a look, her eyes immediately sparkling with excitement. Mutated roe deer. The flesh of mutated beasts is tender and delectable, and their size is several times that of ordinary creatures. Unfortunately, near the Black Pig tribe, there are only common wild beasts, making it a rare treat to indulge in such delicacies once or twice a year. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed at the mutated roe deer lying abandoned on the ground, unable to suppress her existential inquiry. Why did you not handle this matter before bringing it back? Bai Shi faltered momentarily, his gaze wandering. I was so overwhelmed with joy that I completely forgot. How could one forget such a thing? Zhu Yuanyuan found it difficult to believe. Indeed, my memory is rather poor, Bai Shi retorted, his neck stiffening. I was so preoccupied with hastening the return of the prey that I overlooked the absence of a water source at the landing point. Very well, if you say there is none, then so be it, Zhu Yuanyuan conceded. She was merely a juvenile female, content to partake in the feast without delving into unnecessary inquiries. That evening, Zhu Yuanyuan not only savored a bowl of egg drop meat soup, but also indulged in a piece of roasted mutated roe deer meat. Nearly the size of her 2 fists, filling her belly to the brim, requiring a deep breath to conceal her fullness. Zhu Chang observed the entire scene with a furrowed brow, as if on the verge of a heist. Yuanyuan, you should eat less in the evening, otherwise it will be easy to gain weight. Father, you are rather peculiar, Zhu Yuanyuan inquired with a curious tilt of her head. Didn't you say that it doesn't matter if one is a bit plump and encourage me to eat more each day? That was in the past. Zhu Chang replied without much thought. When you were younger, there was still room for growth. Things are different now. In just 2 years, you will be an adult. A series of dark lines appeared on Zhu Yuanyuan's forehead as she tactfully suggested, perhaps you could contemplate further and devise a more convincing excuse. No need for that. I speak only the truth, Zhu Chang replied sternly. Am I not permitted to speak candidly? The reality, however, was that he was displeased to witness Bai Shi lavishing attention on his young female. Being still a minor, she was but a cub, and he could not allow that impudent boy to covet her. Most importantly, that boy did not belong to their clan. He and Afin had only one female offspring, Yuanyuan, and he certainly could not bear to see her wed into an external tribe. Zhu Chang's hostility was palpable, and Bai Shi observed it keenly. Yet he could only feign ignorance. Some words were not yet ripe for utterance. No matter how vexed he felt, he had to suppress his emotions. He would wait for 2 years until a certain little piglet came of age. Yuanyuan, this piece of meat is exceptionally tender. Would you care for another bite? Bai Shi lifted the roasted meat in his hand. She declined, and Zhu Chang hastily interjected, Give it to me. I haven't had my fill. Bai Shi turned to Zhu Yuanyuan. Are you truly not eating? Hey, sure, what do you mean by that? Zhu Chang exclaimed, widening his eyes in indignation. Am I to steal my own little female's roasted meat? Of course not, Bai Shi replied without a hint of change in his expression. You care for Yuanyuan so much. Even if you were starving, you wouldn't dare to take from her. Zhu Chang curled his lips, indicating that it was enough for him that she was aware. The two engaged in a subtle exchange of words, and Zhu Yuanyuan, keenly perceptive, observed them back and forth before ultimately saying nothing. Matters between adult males could be resolved without her intervention. After dinner, Zhu Chang conferred with Bai Shi about the watch regulations. Each clan would assign 2 members to stand guard each night, one for the first half and the other for the latter half. The captain and non-guarding members were exempt from duty, but were expected to remain vigilant. What about me? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. There's no need for your involvement. Just rest easy, Bai Shi replied. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated slightly, wondering if this was truly appropriate. It's fine. Even if you don't come, they still have to stand guard, Zhu Chang said, waving his hand dismissively. Indeed, with so many people here, it's only fair that everyone takes a turn. It's not exhausting, the simple-minded pig beastmen remarked while scratching the back of their heads. The members of the Flying Tiger tribe, however, stood tall, asserting, protecting the females is our duty. There is no need for you to intervene. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed skyward, realizing that she was not being given special treatment, but rather treated as a bothersome appendage. Never mind. The ease of idleness was preferable. Why rush to seek out work? After arranging the night watch personnel for the day, Zhu Chang led his offspring to their temporary refuge, a spacious cave of approximately 40 square meters. The orcs who had entered first were already sprawled across the ground, leaving a small corner open in tacit understanding. You can sleep over there, Zhu Chang gently urged. Rest at the innermost part. Father will guard you from outside. Bai Shi silently slid the stone door into place, then turned to squeeze in with his good friends. Although they all rested in their beast forms, certain decorum must still be observed. They could no longer afford the carefree abandon of their childhood. Sighing, he felt a tinge of melancholy at the thought. Zhu Yuanyuan was oblivious to the convoluted thoughts of certain individuals. Glancing at the barricaded stone door, she inquired, Father, if the door is to be closed at night, why is there a need for a night watch? Foolish girl, Zhu Chang chuckled. Some mutated beasts possess immense strength. If fortune does not favor us, and we encounter one, they might easily push the stone door open and stealthily slip inside. Oh, I see. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring she would not succumb to deep slumber during the night. After all, she slept soundly in her vine cradle during the day, and at present, she felt wide awake. Aside from attending to her daily learning tasks, she found herself with little else to occupy her time. Zhu Yuanyuan had prepared herself for battle at any moment. Yet this night proved to be exceptionally tranquil. Aside from the vigilant orc on watch, everyone else enjoyed a restful slumber. In the ensuing days, she lay nestled within the vine cradle, relishing the complimentary service of flight, sleeping when she wished and gnawing on jerky when she desired to awaken. Such indulgence even elicited a hint of envy from Zhu Chang. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself and approached Bai Shi, expressing, "You cannot continually indulge Yuanyuan. Orcs must grow through experience." Bai Shi frowned, arguing that she was still young and did not require such sternness. "Your opinion holds no weight. I am her father." Zhu Chang replied darkly. "From tomorrow onwards, Yuanyuan must travel on her own. She can no longer be carried aloft in your vine cradle. Should you persist in this manner, keep your distance from her in the future. I cannot allow this scoundrel to render my little female utterly dependent." Reluctantly, Bai Shi acquiesced. Fine. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Zhu Yuanyuan felt tears welling up in her eyes. "Father, my legs are so short. It will require considerable effort to catch up to you. How can you be so cruel? Wasn't the promise of affection sincere? All of it was a lie." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan realized that for every step her kin took, she had to take 4 or 5 to catch up, which left her feeling quite vexed. She truly needed to enhance her speed. Given her current level of cultivation, it was impossible to make significant progress through training alone in a short span of time, so she had to seek alternative methods. For instance, she could consume more advanced gene optimization elixirs and body refining potions. Over the past decade, Zhu Yuanyuan had not missed a single day of completing her daily tasks, amassing a wealth of knowledge points totaling around 70 to 80,000. Even after utilizing a few thousand in her everyday life, she still retained over 70,000. It was not merely feasible to purchase intermediate gene optimization and body refining potions. Acquiring advanced ones posed no issue at all. Zhu Yuanyuan was fervently eager to enhance her abilities, striving to avoid any embarrassing predicaments. With resolute determination, she purchased 2 highly regarded potions. During the night, under the veil of darkness, she discreetly retrieved them and consumed both in swift succession. Within moments, a myriad of sharp, stinging sensations coursed through her limbs and body, intensifying to a degree that compelled her to bite down on the cork in her mouth to stifle her cries. Fortunately, she had anticipated this discomfort. Otherwise, she would have been unable to suppress her groans and would have undoubtedly disturbed those around her. The pain, though fierce, was fleeting, dissipating swiftly. After half an hour, Zhu Yuanyuan, drenched in sweat, managed to rise to her feet. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhu Chang opened his eyes and transformed into human form, softly inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "It's so hot." Zhu Yuanyuan seized upon a convenient excuse. "We are currently sleeping outdoors. In this sweltering summer." It was understandable that dozens of people were residing in a cave, and with the entrance blocked by stones, it was only natural to sweat profusely. Even if a slight odor lingered, no one could rightly object to that. Just as her words left her lips, another voice chimed in. "I too feel overheated. It's unbearable for sleep." "Uncle Chang, shouldn't you reconsider the actual circumstances before arranging accommodations for everyone?" The speaker remained obscured in the darkness. Yet the voice was unmistakably familiar. After careful discernment, Zhu Yuanyuan recognized it to belong to her elder brother's friend, Zhu Qi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi felt increasingly apprehensive, fearing he might suffer repercussions. "Be brave, Qi Go. Feel free to voice your opinions, encouraged Zhu Yuanyuan. My father is neither a wolf nor a tiger. He won't harm you. Inspired by his sister's words, Zhu Qi suddenly felt invigorated. In truth, strength lies in numbers, and with someone keeping watch, it would be fine to sleep outside the cave. Resting inside would only make it uncomfortably warm. A lack of proper rest at night would leave them weary for the journey ahead, ultimately slowing their pace over the days. Zhu Chang remained silent for a few moments before stating, "By sure, and I had assumed that you all were not feeling the heat." With no one voicing any objections, he naturally believed that such an arrangement was acceptable, even though the sweltering nights made it difficult to find rest. As for Bai Shi, his unique constitution rendered him impervious to the summer's sweltering embrace. When someone finally stepped forward to express their discontent, others quickly echoed their sentiments. After a discussion between Zhu Chang and Bai Shi, they resolved to move the large stone that was blocking the entrance, allowing those who wished to sleep under the open sky to do so, while those preferring the shelter of the cave could remain inside. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she rushed forward, but Zhu Chang hurriedly restrained her by the pink little pig plush toy. "Let me go, father," Zhu Yuanyuan implored anxiously. "If we wait any longer, all the prime spots will be taken." It was essential to consider where one would rest outside. Being too far from the entrance posed safety risks. Therefore, it was imperative to stay close to her companions. As the captain and elder, her father felt it inappropriate to compete with his junior, leaving her to seize the opportunity herself. Zhu Chang felt exhausted. "You're still so young, yet you follow them around recklessly. Aren't you afraid of being trampled?" "I'm not afraid," Zhu Yuanyuan declared, lifting her chin with a touch of pride. "The me of today is not the same as the me of yesterday. I have become stronger." Zhu Chang murmured to himself, "I truly cannot see it." It wasn't he that he underestimated his little female. In just a single day, no matter how much one transformed, it wouldn't amount to much. Sighing, he lamented, "Raising a child is incredibly challenging, especially a female one. I can't bear to scold or hit her. I can only reason with her. Yet, with my limited understanding of beast language, how can I possibly impart any wisdom? Being a good father is truly a daunting task." Zhu Chang, though brimming with inner thoughts, spoke in gentle tones, urging, "Take your time, do not rush. You are still young, and everyone will look after you." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a situation that left her both amused and exasperated. She had not exerted much effort and truly wished to avoid such special treatment. However, unable to refuse their heartfelt kindness, she ultimately accepted their goodwill and reclined on a patch of ground that allowed her to bask in the moonlight while remaining close to the cave entrance. There is an adage that perfectly fits the circumstances: advance when possible, retreat when necessary. At this moment, Bai Shi approached her, presenting a fruit as large as an adult's fist, filled with a white juice. "Make a small incision and drink. It will quench your thirst and cool you down." "See if you like it," he suggested. "Where did you find this?" Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, surprised. Bai Shi smiled faintly. "I picked it while hunting. I had just hidden it in a tree so that the others wouldn't see." The eavesdropping crowd now bore witness to this revelation. Zhu Chang cleared his throat and, adopting a stern expression, remarked, "What fruit is there to eat at this late hour? Go to bed at once." "But father, I am thirsty," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. With lightning speed, she reached out to grab the fruit and tilted her head back, drinking heartily. "Delicious, pure, natural juice. Wholesome and nutritious, and it costs nothing. I'm in love." "As long as you enjoy it," Bai Shi said, pleased. "Tomorrow morning, I will pick some for you to drink on the way." "No need. Just tell me where to pick them, and I will go myself," Zhu Chang replied, wearing a wary expression. Bai Shi's smile faltered for a moment before returning to normal. "The tree grows at an awkward angle. I can't precisely describe its location. I must go and pick them myself. Hunting took only a little time. How far could it be?" Zhu Qi murmured softly. "Aki is right." Zhu Chang nodded in agreement. With the conversation reaching this point, Bai Shi was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Fine. I will give you a rough idea of where to find it. If you cannot locate it, return, and I will accompany you." Zhu Chang nodded dismissively, assuring, "All right. I shall seek you out should any issues arise." The following day, before the sun had ascended the horizon, Zhu Chang enlisted Zhu Qi to assist in the search for the white fruits. Bai Shi watched the retreating figures of the two with a heavy heart, feeling quite unsettled. It seemed unjust that the fruits he had discovered were not to be picked by him, were it not for the inadequate light at night. I sure might have plundered the fruits in the dead of night, leaving others with nothing to harvest. As he brooded over this, Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and awoke, innocently inquiring, "Brother Shi, where has my father gone?" The displeasure that had marred Bai Shi's expression vanished instantly, replaced by a gentle smile. "He intends to personally gather fruits for you." Upon asking where I had found them, he set off at the break of dawn. "Father is so kind to me," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed with joy. "Brother Shi, I will also treat you very well, exceptionally well." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed in shock. "Father, Chiga, are you injured? Is it serious?" As she spoke, she swiftly opened her small leather pouch, searching for any medicinal powder that could be of use. "We are not gravely harmed," Zhu Chang hurriedly replied. "The blood is merely that of a mutated wild bull." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang expresses his dissent, assuring with confidence, "Rest assured, I am quite formidable. How could anything possibly go awry?" Zhu Yuanyuan coolly reminded him to examine his own wounds before speaking. Zhu Chang, with a quick flicker of his eyes, thought it was all Aki's fault. Had he not disturbed the mutated wild buffalo, he would not have been injured. Suddenly, a large, ominous black pot fell from the sky, leaving Zhu Qi dazed and confused. He widened his eyes and questioned, "Uncle Chang, what are you talking about?" Zhu Chang seized the opportunity to respond, "I am merely stating the truth. Tell me, who was it that first discovered the mutated wild buffalo?" "Zhu Qi, it is I." "Who was the first to be attacked by the mutated bison?" Zhu Chang inquired again. "Zhu Qi, it is indeed me." Therefore, Zhu Chang has reached a conclusion. You were the first to be seen, the first to be attacked. And the mutated bison were brought here by you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang stubbornly refuses to admit that I did not bully him. I merely spoke a few truths. Are you certain? Zhu Yuanyuan could not help but roll her eyes at her father. Had it not been for your insistence on taking him to pick fruit, he would never have encountered the mutated wild buffalo. In a fit of indignation, Zhu Chang exclaimed, "For whom do you think I am picking the fruit?" To which Zhu Yuanyuan replied, "For myself." The father and daughter exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding, choosing to let the matter slide into silence. As for Zhu Chang, the reluctant scapegoat, after savoring a delectable meal of barbecued beef, he found himself in such bliss that he cast aside the triviality of the earlier incident. Once back on the road, Zhu Chang bore 2 large woven baskets filled with white fruits, while Zhu Yuanyuan trailed behind him. Resembling a delicate figure amidst a throng of robust adult pigs, a striking visual indeed. Above, the white-winged Bai Shi soared through the air, increasingly amused by the scene, yet wary of laughing out loud for fear of attracting disapproving glances from a certain individual. Thus, he quickened his pace ahead to scout the path. Just as his words left his lips, the snow-white-winged white tiger was already 100 meters away. Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, unable to suppress her inner musings. What is so remarkable about having wings? One day, I shall devise a means of flight. Though she entertained such thoughts, she was acutely aware of their impracticality, after all. This was a primitive world devoid of even bicycles. Under the pretense of being favored by the beast god, she had dedicated a decade to teaching her people the arts of farming, pottery, charcoal production, and weaving. What troubled her further was that her tribe had only mastered these rudimentary skills to a mediocre extent. They could only cultivate sweet potatoes and yams, produced more flawed pottery than successful pieces, generated billowing smoke from their charcoal, and consistently wove fabric resembling mere nets. It was not that Zhu Yuanyuan deliberately withheld knowledge. Rather, the orcs were easily satisfied, believing that merely having enough to eat and where constituted true happiness. They saw no need for further exertion. Instead of striving to refine their skills, they preferred to relax during their free time. Initially, she would argue against such reasoning, but after hearing it repeatedly, she grew disinclined to challenge it further. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan. So it was thus, my apologies. Have you all perhaps misplaced the focus? Zhu Qi, regaining his senses, cried out with a heart-wrenching urgency. Those are a herd of mutated wild bison. We must take a detour to avoid them. Indeed, indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan fervently nodded. Qi Gu is absolutely correct. Zhu Chang, however, did not hasten to respond. He looked up and inquired of the flapping wing by sure whether the herd of bison was substantial and if they were indeed heading in their direction. About 100 or so. The size is not particularly large, Bai Shi replied. If they do not change course, we shall encounter them in approximately 10 minutes. Zhu Chang furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. With over 100 of them present, it was not impossible to overcome the challenge, but he turned to Shi, asking for his thoughts. The distance to the seaside was still considerable, and the heat posed a risk to preserving their provisions. Bai Shi articulated all his concerns, noting that if there were many injured, it would further delay their journey. Then we shall take a detour, Zhu Chang decisively declared, entrusting the route adjustment to Shi. With a vantage point that allowed for a broader perspective, he refrained from overestimating his capabilities, not knowing the path taken by the mutated wild buffalo herd. Bai Shi did not hesitate. After a moment of contemplation, he issued orders to proceed to the right, planning to adjust their course once they had circumvented the herd. In unison, the group responded affirmatively. Without ambiguity, Zhu Chang swiftly led the team onto the narrow path to the right, in their eagerness to avoid the buffalo herd. They exerted themselves to the fullest, causing the shorter Zhu Yuanyuan to gradually fall behind. Bai Shi, soaring above in vigilance, noticed her plight and swooped down, calling out, Yuanyuan. I have yet to lose my vine basket. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan and felt something was amiss. Why were they relentlessly pursuing us? It was not just the fleeing individuals who felt exhausted. Even the few elder and young mutated bison within the herd appeared to be on the verge of collapse, yet they remained undeterred. Perhaps the mutated bison that your father captured at dawn holds significant importance, Bai Shi speculated. Zhu Yuanyuan remained unconvinced, pondering how significant an individual cow could be when surrounded by so many. While her reasoning held merit, one must also consider exceptional circumstances, such as entering a rebellious phase or reaching a moment to demonstrate one's prowess. To ascend as the leading bull, one must either possess superior intellect or superior strength compared to the others. Yet, these qualities cannot merely be asserted verbally, but must be substantiated through action. Capturing a few orcs single-handedly would serve as the most compelling evidence of capability. Bai Shi, still possessing some vigor, boldly shared his speculation, leaving Zhu Yuanyuan momentarily stunned. Was it truly that perilous? Her small face contorted in concern, reminiscent of the earlier incident where insufficient strength had resulted in becoming roasted meat. Speaking of which, roasted beef was indeed delectable. She savored it with great satisfaction, already yearning for more at the next meal. It was both a peril and an opportunity. Bai Shi remarked nonchalantly. Should he succeed, he would command the entire mutated bison herd, but failure would spell extinction. Zhu Yuanyuan understood, to put it plainly. It is a gamble of life itself. Either one triumphs and ascends to the pinnacle of beastly existence, or one succumbs and departs for eternal bliss. Ah, indeed. The realm of beasts is stark and unrefined. In contrast, the Orcish perspective is considerably more nuanced. For instance, the chieftain possesses the authority to select the next heir, and as long as the lesser chieftain is not excessively malevolent or inept, the clansmen would hardly oppose. However, The bison herd specifically sought us out to exact vengeance. And for that fallen bull, a peaceful rest is well-deserved, Zhu Yuanyuan mused. What nonsense are you speaking? Bai Shi interjected, his smile brightening. They are not here for revenge. Rather, they intend to leverage their numbers to keep us here. But alas, they have miscalculated. Zhu Yuanyuan inexplicably felt as though she could discern a hint of mockery in the plush visage of a tiger, prompting her to rub her eyes in disbelief. Upon a second glance, however, she found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Regardless, such musings were trivial. What truly mattered was when they would commence their journey. If they continued at this pace, her kin would surely collapse from exhaustion. The ground was populated solely by the pig beastmen, while the flying tiger tribe soared above. What? Feeling a pang of sympathy, Yuanyuan? Bai Shi teased. Indeed, my father is weary as well, Zhu Yuanyuan replied earnestly. Bai Shi pondered for a moment, gazing ahead. It won't be long now. Once we reach that narrow passage ahead, we can pause and rest. And what of the mutated bison herd? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired. Naturally. We shall confront them, Bai Shi answered without hesitation. That will present the perfect opportunity for retaliation. Zhu Yuanyuan, having failed to comprehend the situation, was about to seek clarification when she suddenly noticed the members of the flying tiger tribe accelerating their flight. They flanked the sides, leaving only a narrow passageway in the middle, which they guarded diligently. A realization struck her. Those resting were indeed her kin. While the flying tiger orc warriors pursued the exhausted, mutated bison herd to obliterate them. It must be acknowledged that such clear division of labor yielded remarkably effective results. Zhu Yuanyuan had been idling away her time, even attempting to maintain a facade of leisure while her kin rested. However, she was unceremoniously thrust into the fray by her father, compelling her to muster her spirits and engage in the battle. The foul bovine shall meet its fate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, indifferent to her surroundings, remained reclined and motionless. Shige, you fail to comprehend. Both my human and beast forms are petite and delicate. Engaging in battle requires more effort, rendering me more fatigued than the average person. Oh, you possess quite the knack for causing a stir, Bai Shi remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He chose to sit beside her, declaring, very well, I shall join you in your diversion. Everyone was weary, thus seizing the opportunity to rest collectively, lest their pace be compromised. However, one cannot simply indulge in idleness at will. Not far off lay dozens of mutated bison, which needed to be dealt with before they began to decay. Zhu Yuanyuan, relying on her youth, refrained from offering assistance. Yet, her fiery gaze lingered upon the bison. All that delectable meat, how regrettable it would be to discard it. Tonight, it seems, we shall have to stay nearby, Zhu Qi lamented. Such exquisite beef. Wasting it would be a disgrace. Indeed, Brother Qi speaks rightly, Zhu Yuanyuan fervently nodded. But why have you come here to laze about? She questioned, casting a reproachful gaze in his direction. Adults nowadays are utterly unreliable, resorting to idleness like this minor. I simply noticed you lying here alone and feared you might grow bored, Zhu Qi replied, unabashed. There's no need for excessive gratitude. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi feigned ignorance, lying on the ground, reluctant to rise. Ah, you certainly enjoy this, he sighed. Unfortunately, someone had been observing the situation closely and approached with determined strides, bending down to lift him up. A Qi came to assist, insisting that there be no slacking off. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Uncle Chong, please loosen your grip, Zhu Qi pleaded pitifully. I merely wished to rest for a moment. I had no intention of being lazy. Zhu Chong snorted coldly, permitting rest but forbidding any approach towards Yuanyuan. In this scorching heat, clad only in a short skirt of animal hide, how could one dare to draw near a young female? As a father, the fact that he had not raised his fist in anger was already a testament to his restraint. Zhu Qi pouted, Aegon's sister is my own sibling. What harm is there in getting closer? I am merely safeguarding her on Aegon's behalf. There's no need, Zhu Chong replied, for he does not comprehend the essence of subtlety. She has me, her father, to protect her. If I cannot safeguard her, then you are even less capable. Zhu Qi's heart felt as cold as ice. He found himself so despised that he lacked the courage to retort. Instead, he could only plead pitifully, I was wrong, Uncle Chang, please spare me. Are you still going to linger around Yuanyuan? Zhu Chang inquired. No, no. Zhu Qi shook his head vigorously, but deep down, he remained somewhat unconvinced. He then muttered softly, What about you, Bai Shi? Why aren't you intervening? Zhu Chang indeed wished to intervene, yet the journey was arduous. And it was rather beneficial for the young Yuanyuan to have someone to carry her for a while when she grew weary. Furthermore, sure, the young lad was Yuanyuan's savior. They had known each other since childhood and maintained a rapport, before he had exhibited any malicious intent. How could one casually concoct excuses to drive him away? Alas, the young female was nearing adulthood, inevitably bringing forth various concerns. Patience is key. Once they return to their clan, any adult male who harbors ulterior motives, be they from their own tribe or others, will be promptly expelled. Enough of this nonsensical chatter. Hurry and assist in preparing the cured meat. With a dark expression, Zhu Chang urged Zhu Qi into the crowd, insisting that he cease disturbing Yuanyuan's rest, lest he face consequences. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With nimble movements, Zhu Yuanyuan scrambled to her feet, exclaiming, Father, wait. I'll accompany you. You should continue resting if you're fatigued. We have enough hands. We don't need you. Zhu Chang responded. I've rested for quite a while, Zhu Yuanyuan mumbled, observing everyone bustling about while she idled. She feared incurring disapproval over time. It's unwise to assume that all adult male orcs are inherently honest and simple. Some harbor petty grievances and resent perceived disadvantages. Zhu Yuanyuan could only afford to slacken due to her youth. Otherwise, she would have been reprimanded. There are too many mutated bison, and we lack sufficient salt. Zhu Chang lamented, deeply troubled. If only we were closer to the coast. Bai Shi calmly remarked, the weather is sweltering. Even an abundance of salt might prove futile. He glanced at the cured meat arranged on clean, large leaves, doubting its ability to remain unspoiled for more than a few days. If it's ineffective, there's nothing we can do. Zhu Chang somberly conceded, we can't simply discard it all. Allow everyone to indulge freely, consuming as much as they can, Bai Shi suggested. Roast the remainder thoroughly and slice it into small, dried pieces. Perhaps it will last a couple more days. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang glanced at the distant salted meat mountain and turned to Bai Shi, saying, What do you think, Shi Xiaozi? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Shi replied, Let us also roast some. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi was exceedingly vexed, pondering how he could not conceive a brilliant idea to showcase the prowess of the Flying Tiger clan's males. Soon thereafter, a new round of busyness ensued, during which they roasted half of a mutated bison for lunch. Everyone feasted heartily, their bellies round and full. Invigorated for the tasks ahead, they toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving only the flickering flames in the forest to mark the completion of their labor. Zhu Zhang let out a yawn, his mouth agape, while a few physiological tears welled at the corners of his eyes. Leaning against a grand tree, he weakly remarked, I am so hungry. Isn't it time for dinner? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is eating, Zhu Qi retorted with a hint of exasperation. Unconcerned about the possibility of becoming too corpulent to move swiftly. Achi, your tongue is as sharp as ever, Zhu Zhang shot back. As if someone had stepped on his tail, I work hard and eat plenty. How could I possibly gain weight? That remains to be seen, Zhu Qi replied coolly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang pouted disdainfully. Humph. So stingy. We are all brothers here. What is there that cannot be said? If only he could speak candidly. He might at least receive some comforting words and learn from the experience. thus avoiding unnecessary detours in the future. Alas, finding a partner is no easy task. Zhu sighed. Zhu Qi had no time to indulge his friend, who was eager for entertainment. He briskly approached Zhu Yuanyuan, wearing a pleasing smile. Is that the aroma of barbecued meat wafting from you, Yuanyuan? It smells divine. Zhu Yuanyuan, utterly bewildered, replied, You must be mistaken. I merely placed the meat on the grill. It hasn't even cooked yet. Where could this delightful fragrance possibly come from? Zhu Qi felt somewhat awkward. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he mustered his courage and attempted to smooth things over. Your elder brother often praises your delectable grilled meat. The aroma wafting through the air led me to believe. The rationale was undeniably a bit forced, but given that they were both pig beastmen, sometimes feigning ignorance proved to be more advantageous. You rascal, Zhu Chong interjected, pushing Zhu Qi aside. You should be the one grilling as much meat as you desire tonight. Do not linger here, for no one will bring the grilled delicacies to your lips. I know, Zhu Qi replied defiantly. I simply wish to learn how to grill meat from Yuanyuan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi was astonished. Such urgency. 7017K API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan belongs to the less enthusiastic group, as the sight of meat nearly charred to a crisp is hardly appetizing. Of course, there are occasions when something appears unremarkable on the outside, yet delights the palate once tasted. It is indeed rather imprudent to declare something unpalatable without having sampled it herself. Thus, she resolved to gauge the reactions of others after they had dined on the meat. However, upon observing her companions, she discovered this task to be quite challenging. The responses varied dramatically. Some frowned, others wore blank expressions, a few beamed with joy, and some even closed their eyes, savoring the flavors repeatedly. Perhaps it would be wiser to focus on her own grilled meat and refrain from meddling in others' affairs. After a few more days of travel, without encountering any formidable mutated beasts, Zhu Yuanyuan kept pace with her kin, relying on her own legs. Along the way, she managed to eliminate a few mutated chickens and hares, yielding a satisfactory bounty and significantly enhancing her combat experience. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her large, sparkling eyes, smiled radiantly. She gestured with her hands, expressing that one should only worry a little, not excessively, yet not entirely devoid of concern. The feeling of having family who cares is truly delightful, and she was reluctant to dismiss it. Tomorrow, they would be heading to the seaside. What are your plans? Zhu Chong inquired. Now that we are here, we cannot simply languish in the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and replied, I shall gather herbs in the nearby woods, and if I return early, I can assist my father. Zhu Chong shook his head vigorously, insisting that there was no need for assistance, as he merely intended to boil some water and prepare salt. Very well, I shall see when I can go to the sea to gather some seafood for everyone to savor. Zhu Yuanyuan sought to occupy herself with another task. Despite her determination to accompany the salt-making team to the seaside, she inadvertently caused quite a bit of trouble for them. Feeling rather embarrassed not to offer some form of compensation, you toil so hard to gather herbs, and upon your return, you must attend to further tasks. It is essential to take ample rest. There is no need to burden yourself unnecessarily. Zhu Chong frowned in disapproval. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she expressed her desire to taste the flavors of seafood. This region was devoid of any tribal settlements, and the salt-making team was exceedingly busy. Perhaps only she would venture out to the sea. If fortune favored her, she might gather an ample harvest, sun-drying some kelp and clam meat to take back with her. If luck prevailed, she could even encounter abalone. In a previous life, she often savored kelp soup, had tasted clams only a handful of times, and had heard tales of abalone and sea cucumbers, yet never tasted them. The thought of countless free seafood waiting for her to collect ignited a fervor in her heart, and she longed to witness the rise and fall of the tides immediately. She must also prepare her spatial pouch, as she planned to utilize the accumulated lottery chances to see if she might draw something desirable. If her luck was exceptionally poor and she failed to gain any bounty, she would reluctantly procure a small one at a steep price to tide her over. It was time for a rest, Zhu Chang urged. They needed to rise early the next day to continue their journey, lest another day be squandered. Due to the presence of mutated bison, they had already lost significant time and could not afford further delays, as it would jeopardize their forthcoming plans. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Zhu Yuanyuan walked along, yawning intermittently, her pace was only slightly faster than that of a tortoise, inevitably placing her at the rear of the group. Fortunately, her recent improvement in strength assuaged any feelings of anxiety. Bai Shi, soaring gracefully above, took note of her sluggishness and glided down to her side. Haven't you fully awakened yet? Would you like me to carry you for a while? Sure go, Zhu Yuanyuan called out, stifling another yawn. I woke up too early and haven't had enough rest. Just give me a moment to gather myself. I'll be fine soon. So there's no need to trouble yourself. Trouble? Not at all. I possess ample strength. It would be effortless for me to carry you. Bai Shi replied with genuine enthusiasm. You could transform into your beast form and nibble on some jerky within the vine pouch. Once you've satisfied your hunger and regained your senses, you can walk on your own. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a flutter of emotion as she glanced up at Zhu Chang, who was sprinting at the forefront of the group. Hesitant, she recalled her father's words about her insufficient adaptability and poor stamina. It's all right. Once we reach the seaside, we shall clear the nearby forest of any ferocious beasts. You will be safe gathering herbs and hunting in the woods, Bai Shi assured her. If necessary, I will take the time to guide you in the hunt. The issues of adaptability and stamina could easily be resolved with more encounters with wild creatures. Will we truly eliminate the nearby beasts? Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet she worried that her presence might burden the salt-making team with additional work. Perhaps it's best to focus on the task at hand, considering we've already delayed our journey. Bai Shi chuckled softly. Surely you do not believe that your absence would exempt us from clearing the forest of its beasts? Isn't that the case? Zhu Yuanyuan countered. Certainly not. Bai Shi elucidated patiently. We are to stay by the sea for at least a month. The daily tasks of fetching water and boiling salt can be quite exhausting. If ferocious beasts were to launch a nocturnal assault, even with sentinels on watch, we would still face peril during the ensuing battle. Each beast possesses its own territory. By ridding the nearby forest of these creatures, we can ensure relative peace for 2 to 3 months, until other beasts sense the disturbance and come to investigate. However, by that time, the salt-making team will already be on their way back, thus negating the need for a second clearing. After listening to the explanation, Zhu Yuanyuan finally let out a sigh of relief. This situation was rather favorable. However, had the Sea Clan yet to detect any anomalies and approach them? Logically, the salt-boiling team had become so nonchalant over the years that they no longer bothered to disguise their trips to procure coarse salt from the Sea Clan. They should have been discovered long ago. It was implausible that no troublemakers had emerged. She refused to believe that the Sea Clan possessed benevolent hearts and would not mind losing business. They were likely harboring some nefarious intentions. There had been intrusions. They had indeed attempted to incite chaos by stealthily tossing poisonous herbs into the salt-boiling cauldron, but they were caught. After receiving a thorough beating, they fled. Bai Shi, recalling the incident, felt a sense of pride, stating that he was the first to sense something amiss and took immediate action. Following that incident, the young beastmen of the Flying Tiger clan held him in much higher regard, willingly heeding his commands in their tasks. Brother Shi is truly formidable. Zhu Yuanyuan praised without reservation, quickly resuming her inquiry about her lingering doubts. After the Sea Clan was beaten, did they simply let it go and refrain from banding together for revenge? They dare not, Bai Shi replied with an air of superiority. The combat prowess of the Sea Clan is inherently weak, and it diminishes even further on land. Though our numbers are few, we are not a group that can easily bully. Zhu Yuanyuan suddenly realized that the Sea Tribe had monopolized coarse salt, compelling the orcs seeking their desired goods to exchange their prey and treasures. Their lives had become overly comfortable, inevitably leading to a degree of complacency. Yet their combat prowess had not diminished. Rather, it had increased. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan mused, once our team grows stronger, they will dare not approach us. On this day, the mealtime felt rather perfunctory, as they nibbled on jerky while journeying, finally reaching their destination by the seaside around 7 in the evening. The stone pot used by the salt-boiling team was substantial and heavy, of course not discarded lightly, but rather concealed within a very discreet cave. As Zhu Yuanyuan followed the group in search of the cave, she discovered that it was indeed well concealed. The interior was spacious and dry, while the entrance was completely shrouded by thick vines, making it impossible to locate without guidance. Where shall we spend the night? This is a crucial question. We can sleep in the cave, Zhu Chang replied, pausing for a few seconds before adding. If it feels too warm, we can also rest outside. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang pondered for a moment and nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. However, constructing that house proved to be quite a challenge. The former clan leader had once guided us in building a structure with stones, but alas, it lacked durability. A mere push could send it tumbling down. Moreover, during the snowy season, it would let in the cold wind, rendering it far less comfortable than residing in a cave. Zhu Yuanyuan was at a loss when it came to constructing a house, yet she had observed how others had done so. The bricks must be bonded with cement, otherwise, the structure would be perilously unstable. In the orc world, where neither cement nor blue bricks existed, the advent of such materials would significantly enhance the living conditions. Alas, during the past decade, what had she been pondering that the concept of building had not crossed her mind? However, that aside, what had become of the stones that remained after her failed attempts at construction? They had been distributed among the others. Zhu Chang mentioned that the large stone used for storage in their home was allocated to them, while the rest lay by the riverbank, a place you often frequented for leisure. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a frown of concern, pondered how there could be so many large stones by the riverside. As the night deepened and the forest fell silent, everyone tacitly found a spot outside the cave to nestle in. After all, they were resting in their beast forms, and the absence of beds was of little consequence. Perhaps wearied beyond measure, the following day saw everyone rising later than usual. The two beastmen tasked with guarding through the latter half of the night hurried into the cave for respite upon noticing others waking. The towering and dense trees of the forest kept the morning temperatures mild, and with so few souls around, slumber was easily found even in the cool darkness of the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan was occupied with completing her remaining tasks until the early hours of the morning, ultimately retiring to bed later than anyone else. She was playfully teased by several familiar clan members, who affectionately dubbed her little lazy pig. Unwilling to concede, she insisted that she was quite diligent and not lazy in the slightest. Unfortunately, she could not disclose the matters concerning the system, and regardless of her reluctance, she had no means to refute their jests. All she could do was pout in protest, claiming, "I am still young and in the midst of growing. I need ample sleep." It was only when Juchi stepped forward to speak on her behalf that the matter found some justice. Yuanyuan is merely 16. She is not yet of age and indeed requires additional rest. Aki concurred, emphasizing the need to allow her the time to mature, while Zhu Zhang wore a mischievous grin, his words laden with deeper meanings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was suddenly filled with a sense of urgency. All right, I shall have my meal first. In the scorching heat of the day, fresh food could easily spoil if left in her bundle, so she needed to consume it promptly. After satisfying her hunger and quenching her thirst, Zhu Yuanyuan used a large stone slab to block the entrance of the cave, ensuring that no wild beasts could enter and harm those who were peacefully asleep. Before venturing to the seaside in search of others, in truth, there was no need for an extensive search. Just beyond the forest lay the beach, where 10 large stone cauldrons stood, each half a person's height. Extracting such massive cauldrons was no simple task. It had taken the combined efforts of the He Zhu and Fei, who clans a decade, to unearth them. She realized. They hadn't brought a new cauldron this year, but perhaps next year they could add 2 more. Extracting 1 large stone cauldron every 2 years was quite acceptable. Wasn't it? If only they lived closer. The round trip alone consumed a couple of months, leaving only a month for salt production. Upon returning, the salt would be divided between the 2 clans, barely enough to suffice for a year's needs. Nevertheless, the clan members remained joyful, considering the salt a windfall, far superior to the coarse salt previously obtained through the exchange of vast amounts of exotic beast meat. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head and sighed. Stepping forward to observe everyone diligently engaged in their tasks, some fetching water, while others employed rudimentary tools to filter impurities from the seawater into pots, working in perfect harmony. Overwhelmed by the scene, she found herself at a loss as to how to contribute. This predicament felt rather awkward. Bai Shi, who had been carrying a bucket of water, noticed her hesitation and spoke up. Has Yuanyuan awakened? The ferocious beasts within 100 miles of the forest have already been dealt with. You may venture out to gather herbs at any time. Is it so swift? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Bai Shi chuckled softly. Not particularly swift, strength lies in numbers. Moreover, many of the beasts were cleared out by our team on the way here. Oh, I see. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in understanding. Ever since encountering the mutated bison herd, their journey had been fraught with disturbances, frequently crossing paths with various mutated creatures. Her skills were limited to hunting mutated chickens and rabbits, and when faced with formidable beasts, she could only retreat to a safe distance and observe to gain experience. With the forest predators having been eliminated, she resolved to gather herbs, recognizing that her idleness amidst the bustling group would only draw attention. After bidding farewell to Bai Shi, she headed to the bamboo grove she had spotted earlier, where she chopped down 2 bamboo stalks slightly larger than her fist and began crafting bamboo baskets and containers. Gathering herbs necessitated such tools. Her system backpack contained a knife suitable for bamboo weaving, which she could use when alone. In contrast, back at the cave, she was limited to a bone knife, making the choice quite clear. Reflecting on her past, she recalled being merely a rural university student adept at household chores, spending her summer and winter breaks working to earn money, without returning home to learn agricultural skills. Now, in pursuit of a better life, she found herself acquiring knowledge in everything. As Zhu Yuanyuan sighed and worked diligently, she quickly fashioned 2 half-height bamboo baskets and a large bamboo basket. She placed the medicinal herbs that could be compressed into the bamboo baskets, while the ones that could not were set aside in the larger basket. The remaining bamboo baskets were temporarily stored in the cave as replacements, as heavier items were more prone to damage. Glancing at the pocket watch concealed within her garments, she noted the time was just past 11 in the morning, approaching lunchtime. Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to return to the cave to prepare a meal. Although she had not assisted in fetching water or boiling salt, she could still contribute to the logistical tasks. On her way back, she encountered a solitary mutated goat and, without hesitation, took it down, shouldering the substantial quarry of over 100 pounds, considering it her sustenance. Upon returning to the cave, she discovered that the 2 orc sentinels who had kept watch through the night were already awake and were preparing to carry a mutated wild boar weighing over 600 pounds to the river for processing. It appeared that the midday feast would consist of a whole roasted pig. Welcome back, Yuanyuan. Zhu Fei greeted her enthusiastically. Did you go hunting? There was really no need, as Bai Shi and his team cleared out the nearby beasts this morning and just returned with ample provisions for several days. Despite the name Fei suggesting corpulence, Zhu Fei was a rare lean figure among the black pig tribe, characterized by his tall and robust stature, yet he was notably slender. His cheerful disposition made him restless, unable to remain still for even a moment. However, in the orc society where strength was revered, his slenderness had become a source of ridicule, rendering him the tribe's perennial bachelor at the age of 38, still without a partner. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Fei nodded fervently, expressing his delight. Yes, 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 I truly enjoy this soup. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to inquire about the possibility of keeping the pig's heart. Do not be misled by the shared character in their names. They belong to distinct species capable of independent thought, unlike the mindless wild boars. Bai Li, the orc from the Flying Tiger tribe, was astonished, his mouth agape. With an abundance of prey available, was there truly a need to consume the innards? Moreover, to use them for soup, how pungent that must be. He was resolute in his refusal. Inwardly, Bai Li found humor in his thoughts, yet when the heart and lung soup was ready, he took a sip under Zhu Fei's persuasion and found it surprisingly delightful. However, he was quite astute and refrained from immediately praising its flavor, instead remarking, "One sip of soup cannot reveal much of its taste." Zhu Fei, perplexed, enthusiastically suggested, "Why not take a few more sips and perhaps try the heart and lungs? I must tell you, the pig's lung is delectably tender. It tastes divine. If we stew it with radishes for 2 hours, it would be even more exquisite." "All right, I'll heed your advice," replied Bai Li, who had been eagerly awaiting this affirmation. That afternoon, the heart and lung soup received unanimous acclaim from everyone. Some even clamored for more that evening, only to be met with Zhu Chang's retort, "If you wish to drink it, make it yourself. Do not burden my Yuanyuan." The one who faced his sharp words bore no ill will, chuckling in response, "My culinary skills are barely sufficient for roasting meat, let alone preparing soup. If I could cook it well, why would I need Yuanyuan's assistance?" Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, addressed her father, "Father, preparing the heart and lung soup is not exhausting. It merely requires a bit of effort during the cleaning process. I am genuinely delighted to assist everyone." With such a considerate daughter, Zhu Chang found it difficult to decline further, so he maintained a stern expression and replied, "If you wish to do it, then proceed. But do not overexert yourself." Of course, Zhu Yuanyuan feigned a proud demeanor. "I would never compromise my own comfort for the sake of others. The truth is, cooking the soup is truly not tiring. There is no need to make it seem as though she is making a great sacrifice." After lunch, Zhu Yuanyuan strapped on a large backpack and picked up a basket, preparing to gather herbs, when suddenly, an orc came rushing towards her, breathless, exclaiming, "The tide is rising. Uncle Chang asked me to inform you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Zhu Yuanyuan beamed with delight as she hurriedly approached, bending down to commence her endeavor. She paid no heed to anything but that which could be consumed. She unearthed large crabs, seizing them with fervor. When encountering clams and scallops, she swiftly gathered them. The exquisite sea snails were not spared, nor the octopus, clams, and small fish. Even the oysters, firmly affixed to the rocks, demanded tools for their extraction. In a short span, the large bamboo basket was nearly brimming, yet it revealed certain challenges. For instance, the sturdy legs of the crabs allowed them to scuttle away with ease, making it a trivial task for them to escape the confines of the basket. Clearly, the bamboo basket was becoming insufficient to contain them. Zhu Yuanyuan, in a state of distress, scanned her surroundings until an idea struck her. She decided to bind the crabs tightly using long strands of seaweed. Although it consumed considerable time, it proved to be remarkably effective. After toiling for a good part of the day, she gathered an impressive assortment of seafood. When her basket became overloaded, she resorted to using a wooden bucket originally intended for collecting seawater. Coincidentally, a large pot had been filled with filtered seawater and was already simmering, rendering the bucket temporarily unnecessary. The orcs, having nothing to occupy themselves, joined in to assist her in foraging for seafood. It mattered little which of the gathered items were edible. They all went into the bucket for Zhu Yuanyuan to discern. As a novice in foraging, her knowledge was limited. Yet her companion, Tongzi, who had been by her side for a decade, offered assistance in trivial matters, displaying none of the previous indifference. After dedicating an hour to categorizing the seafood, she spent another 2 hours meticulously cleaning each item, blanching those that required it and peeling the shells as necessary. Ultimately, she filled the pot with water and placed specially sought-after thin stones as a steaming rack. Indeed, for her inaugural seafood dish, she resolved to steam everything, intending to enjoy it with dipping sauces once cooked. It was not that Zhu Yuanyuan lacked confidence in her culinary skills. Rather, she believed that high-quality ingredients deserve the simplest and most unpretentious preparation to preserve their intrinsic flavors, ensuring a delightful dining experience for everyone. However, as the evening approached, she realized that she had initially planned to prepare a heart and lung soup. With the seafood steaming away, there was little chance of making the soup. Noticing that time was still on her side, she ventured into the bamboo grove to cut down 2 large bamboo stalks. Using bamboo tubes for the pig heart soup would suffice, as the flavor would not differ much from that made in a clay pot. Each person would have their own bamboo tube, which she anticipated would be well received. Naturally, A single pot of seafood would not sufficiently satiate the appetites of over 40 orcs. So she faced the daunting task of roasting several hundred pounds of meat to complement the meal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan silently lamented within herself. Yet her movements were swift and adept as she meticulously cleaned and marinated the mutated wild boar for half an hour before placing it on the grill. As the sun began to set, it was time for everyone to return for dinner. Most members of the 7017K salt cooking team were seasoned hands. Having visited the seaside at least twice and sampled the taste of seafood, albeit with lukewarm responses. Well, that was a rather embellished description. Could seafood, simply boiled in clean water and seasoned with just salt, truly be delectable? Thus, when Zhu Yuanyuan announced that the seafood steaming in the pot was ready to be served, a hint of reluctance appeared on everyone's faces. What's the matter? Does no one enjoy it? She inquired in astonishment. The crowd uniformly shook their heads, indicating otherwise. Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed. Why? Wasn't it quite delectable? To substantiate her claim, she personally served a few shrimp to her fellow food enthusiast friend, assuring them they would surely relish it. I don't want any, Zhu Fei resolutely declined, stating, we have no grievances against each other, so do not attempt to ensnare me. Am I offering you something delightful only to lead you into a trap? Zhu Yuanyuan scoffed. I painstakingly steamed the seafood and prepared the dipping sauce. Yet no one appreciates it. She glared at several individuals who had earlier assisted in gathering the seafood, recalling their cheerful demeanor during the collection, which left her scrubbing and cleaning for half the afternoon. How could you not enjoy it? Does your conscience not ache? This was indeed excessive. After tirelessly promoting the steamed seafood to no avail, Zhu Yuanyuan felt disheartened and decided to cease her efforts, settling down with her small wooden bowl beside the pot to eat. Humph, if you want to eat, then do so. If not, then so be it, she resolved, unconcerned. If there were leftovers, she would simply discard them. After all, they were residing by the sea, and with the sun shining brightly, she could dry some to take home, ensuring future cravings would be satisfied. As she contemplated her seafood stockpiling strategy, someone sat down beside her. Yuanyuan, you have delicious food and did not wait for me? It turned out to be Baishir, who was responsible for tidying up. Shige, Zhu Yuanyuan called out. I cannot finish this. It is all in the pot. Help yourself to whatever you desire. Baishir, calmly holding a piece of grilled meat in his left hand while balancing a bowl and bamboo tube of pig heart soup in his right, replied, all right. It's perfect that no one is vying with us. Are we all enjoying it with dipping sauces? Indeed, the steamed seafood is pure and fresh. Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively promoted once more. Yuanyuan, give me some. Zhu Chong hurriedly leaned in, attempting to push aside a certain ill-intentioned male beastman. The pot is so large. Why are you so close? Baishir remarked. As the saying goes, one may plant flowers with care, yet see them fail to bloom, while without intention, a willow may flourish. Zhu Yuanyuan had given up, yet those eager to savor the delicacies of steamed seafood emerged one after another, their eyes widening in astonishment upon tasting the exquisite flavors. Oh, how delicious! This is utterly unlike anything we've ever had before, Zhu Fei exclaimed, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Had he known this earlier, he would have indulged sooner, but now it was too late for regret. Although he contemplated gathering more during tomorrow's low tide, the few bites he missed today were irreplaceable. Perhaps you should refrain from eating. Otherwise, you might accuse me of deliberately leading you astray, Zhu Yuanyuan remarked with an indifferent expression. No, Zhu Fei fervently protested. You are not deceiving me. Rather, you are treating me as a true friend. This friendship, he resolved, was one he would cherish. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum, declaring that she had no intention of befriending you. In the future, should she prepare any delectable dishes, she would merely waft their enticing aromas to entice others, for she had no desire to be the unwitting benefactor. Your dissent mattered little, as she had already made up her mind. Zhu Fei chuckled heartily, harboring the intention of forging closer ties with new acquaintances. With a mere steaming, she could transform the pungent seafood into a culinary delight. The heart and lung soup served at midday was exceptionally fresh, while the evening's barbecued meat was succulent and juicy. Tears, uncontrollably, streamed from the corners of her mouth. In less than a few minutes, a pot of seafood had been entirely devoured. Even the dipping sauce was thoroughly consumed, smeared onto the barbecued meat before being savored. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Fei quietly stepped back a few paces, relieved that he had spoken later. After sternly reprimanding the troublesome younger generation, Zhu Chang turned to his beloved female companion with a tender smile, urging her to pursue her desires without concern for others. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled sweetly, reassuring, "Father, do not worry, I understand." Zhu Qi, with a glum expression, lamented, "Oh, why is it like this? Gathering herbs is not urgent. I merely wish to learn how to prepare seafood deliciously. I never intended to burden my dear sister Yuanyuan." Zhu Fei murmured softly from the side. "It's your vague speech that muddled the point, almost causing trouble for me." Zhu Qi extended his hand to clasp Zhu Fei's shoulder. "Hey, are you looking for a fight?" "I have no intention of that," Zhu Fei replied, his expression impassive as he pushed Zhu Qi away. "Keep your distance. We are not acquainted. If you come any closer, I will kick you away. Do not assume that just because he is slender, he can be easily bullied. Such notions are unfounded. We belong to the same tribe. How can we be strangers?" Zhu Qi chuckled awkwardly, stepping back a few paces. With a mischievous grin, he added, "I have watched you grow up." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is certainly not one to let go of an opportunity for revenge. I was wrong," Zhu Qi lamented, his face a picture of despair. "I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that I once had seafood boiled in such a foul and fishy manner that I worried the steamed version would be the same." As he spoke, he found his own words increasingly unbearable. Yuanyuan, having spent the entire afternoon preparing the meal, thought it prudent to taste her creations first, rather than hastily declare them unpalatable without even trying. "You do seem rather unfortunate," Zhu Yuanyuan said, her eyes reflecting sympathy. "However, my journey was undertaken primarily for the purpose of gathering medicinal herbs. Today's feast is a token of gratitude for all the care you have shown me along the way. Preparing meals for over 40 people is no easy task, particularly without any assistance, and she was not foolish enough to shoulder all the responsibility alone. Furthermore, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. One must not allow the pleasures of dining to hinder the quest for herbs." "Oh, it's quite all right. We were never much help to begin with," several of the beastmen cheerfully replied. After this meal, everyone recognized that seafood could indeed be exquisitely prepared, leading them to pay closer attention to the daily ebb and flow of the tides. Zhu Yuanyuan declared her intention to gather medicinal herbs and set off the following day, equipped with a bamboo basket and a woven bag. After surveying the nearby area and familiarizing herself with the route, she headed directly towards the cliffs, where ginseng was likely to grow. In her past life, she had harbored a fear of heights, but upon her arrival in the beastly realm, she had bravely learned to climb trees, thus overcoming her phobia. Perhaps due to the infrequency of visitors, the forest was abundant with herbs, without much effort. Zhu Yuanyuan stumbled upon several commonly used medicinal plants, which instantly brightened her spirits. As long as she could find herbs in this area, even in small quantities, it was of little concern, for she could procure more from the system's marketplace. Being alone on this herb-gathering expedition allowed her to act swiftly and efficiently. She collected goji berries, safflower, sour jujube seeds, figs, and monk fruit, each a valuable treasure, particularly the goji berries, which enhanced the flavor and nourishment of soups. Before reaching the edge of the cliff, both her bamboo basket and woven bag were filled to the brim. Coincidentally, it was lunchtime, and with a bountiful harvest in hand, Zhu Yuanyuan decided to return home to process the herbs. She intended to dry those that could withstand the sun in a location outside the forest. However, a new challenge arose. Placing the herbs directly on the ground risked contamination and made collection cumbersome. She needed to find suitable drying tools. Fortunately, the forest was teeming with trees, including the giant-leaved variety, whose leaves measured nearly a meter in length and half a meter in width. Zhu Yuanyuan nimbly climbed a tree, plucking a dozen leaves, and washed them clean by the river, thus resolving her predicament. As she emerged from the forest, Zhu Fei, in his beast form, excitedly waved his hooves on the beach. "Hurry back, Yuanyuan. The tide is about to rise." Zhu Yuanyuan grimaced, stating that she needed to process the medicinal herbs and had no time to spare. She searched for a suitable spot to dry them, pausing in a flat area just beyond the forest and before reaching the beach. "How should I dry them? Let me assist you." Zhu Fei came rushing in, nearly colliding with someone clutching a large leaf. Zhu Yuanyuan, having narrowly avoided the impact, shouted in anger, "Keep your distance from me." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Fei stared, huffing in indignation. "This is unjust. Step aside and do not obstruct my work." Zhu Yuanyuan began to shoo the others away. "Oh no, not people, but pigs. How can you dare offer assistance in your current state? Be careful not to damage my herbs." The dejected Zhu Fei felt tears welling up in his eyes. At that moment, a voice broke through the air, Zhu Chang calling from a distance. "Ah Fei, hurry and fetch the seawater. Don't disturb Yuanyuan while she is working." "I'm coming." Zhu Fei called back loudly, turning with swift hooves to dash away, fearful of receiving a reprimand for any delay. Uncle Chang possessed a heart as harsh as iron. He would seize upon any opportunity to discipline others without mercy. As for the task at hand concerning the sea, there was no urgency. They still had nearly a month to spend by the shore, plenty of time to refine their efforts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan. The name sounds strangely familiar. Before she could ponder over it, Baishir unexpectedly appeared, asking with a tone that suggested certainty, "Did you have a good harvest today?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, "What else could it be?" Baishir responded, "Whenever you have the time, let me know and I shall gather the seafood during the ebb tide." Teaching how to prepare seafood is a trivial matter, provided you procure the ingredients yourself. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. "That works." "All right then, you carry on," Baishir said, and without a moment's pause, he departed, disappearing swiftly from view. Meanwhile, Zhu Fei, burdened with several buckets of seawater, felt a sense of frustration. He muttered incessantly under his breath, his eyes filled with a melancholic glare that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. "Why have you returned again?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked, her brow furrowed tightly. Before Zhu Fei could respond, Zhu Chang's booming voice echoed from a distance, "Zhu Fei, what on earth are you doing?" "I sent you to fetch water. Not to wander about aimlessly. If you keep running around, I'll break both your legs." "Wait, I merely took a wrong turn," Zhu Fei hurriedly exclaimed. "I'll be there shortly." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan initially intended to casually gather some ingredients to prepare a delightful soup, expecting it to be fresh and flavorful. However, as she continued to collect, her excitement grew, nearly causing her to forget her original purpose. It was only when she discreetly glanced at her pocket watch that she was jolted back to reality. To her surprise, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, explaining the slight hunger tugging at her stomach. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly gathered her belongings and returned to the cave. To her unsurprising delight, she encountered 2 Orcish figures engaged in the art of roasting meat. With a cheerful wave, she greeted them, remarking on the enticing aroma of the barbecue. The younger orc, Zhu Liang, chuckled and said, "Yuanyuan has returned. The meat requires a little more time to cook." "Indeed," Zhu Yuanyuan replied, raising the large bamboo basket she carried. "I gathered some seafood to prepare a soup." She first set the overturned stone pot upright, cleaning it meticulously before adding a bit of water. Subsequently, she made her way to the riverbank to wash the freshly gathered seafood and blanch it briefly. After draining the seafood, she poured it into the pot, filled it with ample water, and covered it with a wooden lid, waiting for it to boil. Yuanyuan, Zhu Liang sighed, shaking his head. The soup takes quite a while to prepare. You could have saved it for dinner. I'm in no hurry, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, glancing at the roasting meat over the fire. Unfortunately, my culinary skills leave much to be desired. Regardless, the prospect of relishing some roasted meat and enjoying a bowl of seafood soup promised to satisfy her hunger quite soon. After a brief respite, Zhu Yuanyuan set forth once more, making her way toward the precipice. As she traversed the path, she gathered medicinal herbs along the way. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, she suddenly stumbled upon several peculiar red fruits, their fragrant sweetness wafting through the air. What are these fruits? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired of the Zongzi. After a moment of silence, the Zongzi eventually replied, they are beast-origin fruits, conducive to cultivation. Zhu Yuanyuan was astonished. Such a marvelous fruit truly existed? Of course, it does, replied Tongzi with a light scoff. The host certainly has a penchant for the extraordinary. Undeterred by the retort, Zhu Yuanyuan strode forward to pluck the fruit, recognizing that such treasures must be secured in her own possession. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan weighed the bone-cutting knife in her hand, finding it too short to wield effectively and prone to the risk of being bitten by the snake. Thus, she opted for a machete instead. Fortunately, she was alone. Otherwise, she would have been compelled to confront the situation without any weapon. The standoff between her and the snake persisted for a considerable time, with neither party willing to make the first move, resulting in an impasse. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of distress. Prolonged periods of intense concentration left her utterly fatigued, and she feared that if this continued, it might lead to her downfall. She realized she must either take decisive action or devise an alternative strategy. Over the years, aside from her studies in healing and saving lives, she had secretly learned to concoct defensive powders, such as the intoxication powder and the 100 steps down. The intoxication powder renders its victim akin to a drunken state, causing a loss of bodily control, with a return to normalcy after 2 hours. In contrast, the 100 steps down causes an immediate loss of consciousness after 100 steps, with self-recovery occurring after 3 hours. Both powders are devoid of side effects and do not result in a sudden collapse. Should an accidental injury occur, the antidote can be taken immediately. The 100 steps down requires a moment to take effect, while the intoxication powder does not induce unconsciousness. Each has its advantages and disadvantages, and she now faced the pressing decision of which would be more suitable for her current predicament. Zhu Yuanyuan was uncertain about the combat prowess of the little green snake. However, judging by the recent circumstances, it should not be underestimated. She could not guarantee that she could withstand the effects of the 100 steps down in time. So she resolved to first disperse the drowsy powder, followed by the 100 steps down. After all, she had an ample supply of both defensive powders, and they had seldom been utilized over the years, making any waste inconsequential. With a plan in mind, the drowsy powder appeared in her empty left hand. Remaining vigilant, she cautiously retreated a few steps and, before the little green snake could make a move, cast the powder into the air. She then swiftly darted to the right. As long as her agility remained intact, she would evade any bites. The execution of her plan unfolded seamlessly. The little green snake was enveloped in the powder and, after a moment of bewilderment, succumbed to a state of disarray, writhing chaotically in every direction. Zhu Yuanyuan was reluctant to grasp the slippery snake with her bare hands, opting instead to wield a hatchet, striking 4 or 5 times. Yet each swing met with failure. The small green serpent, its body writhing uncontrollably, refused to surrender, deftly evading her lethal attempts with remarkable agility. It seems my speed is insufficient, Zhu Yuanyuan mused, realizing she must summon every ounce of strength she possessed. Thus, she resolved to concentrate more fervently, her strikes becoming as swift as lightning. She had assumed that sheer speed would suffice to vanquish the snake, yet encountered an unforeseen challenge. The serpent was extraordinarily slippery, evading her blade as it glided over its skin, rendering her attempts futile. This predicament left Zhu Yuanyuan thoroughly vexed. Isn't this rather unfair? After some contemplation, she retrieved a pair of fire tongs and sprinkled lime powder upon them, chuckling as she prepared to seize the snake, only to discover that the small green serpent had vanished without a trace. No way it could escape like this. Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily stunned, only to realize that she could not allow the snake to flee. It bore a grudge, and should it escape and return to its lair, it would spell disaster. In a frenzy, she began rummaging about with the fire tongs and hatchet. Fortunately, the effects of the powdered sedative were still evident, as the uncontrollable little green snake stumbled and rustled, creating a conspicuously audible commotion. Zhu Yuanyuan lunged forward, deftly ensnaring the serpent with a pair of fire tongs in her left hand, while wielding a cleaver in her right. She struck fiercely multiple times. Yet the serpent's body remained unsevered, its mouth opening and closing in apparent agony. This predicament was somewhat awkward. Was it truly the case that she could only bludgeon the serpent to death, rather than dispatch it swiftly and decisively? Zhu Yuanyuan was perplexed and decided to consult Tongzi, inquiring about the identity of the snake she had never encountered before. With her current strength, she could chip away at stone, so it seemed implausible that she could not handle a mere serpent. "This is a diamondback snake," Tongzi replied. "Impossible," Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively refuted. "The diamondback is black. This one is green." Wait, she recalled. The animal encyclopedia mentioned that the diamondback snake can alter its coloration in response to its environment for camouflage. At that moment, Tongzi responded, "The mutated diamondback can indeed change color. I understand now." Zhu Yuanyuan blinked. "I remember that infusing venomous snakes into liquor can alleviate rheumatism." Tongzi, grasping her intention, asked, "Are you considering using it for infusion?" "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan replied candidly. "There are many elders in the tribe suffering from rheumatism, and they often experience pain during rainy days. Although the beastmen were robust, living year-round in the stifling heat of summer and the damp chill of winter caves inevitably led to various ailments with age, among which rheumatism was the most prevalent. In severe cases, it could render one unable to walk. The shaman could concoct some remedies to relieve pain, but they only addressed the symptoms, leaving the underlying issues unchanged, resulting in the same excruciating pain upon recurrence. The venom of the diamondback isn't particularly potent, so using it for infusion could be quite effective," Tongzi remarked. Before swiftly pivoting the conversation, however, there exists a type of liquor that is even more beneficial for treating rheumatism. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with curiosity, inquired about the nature of the drink. "It is the liquor made from the bones of mutated tigers," Tongzi replied. "That is unacceptable," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed instinctively. "For that is a protected species." At this juncture, she suddenly paused, recalling that they resided in a world inhabited by beastmen, where the inhabitants would not hesitate to eliminate creatures that posed a threat to their very lives. Moreover, the mutated tigers were exceedingly ferocious. Ordinary warriors could not hope to defeat them in single combat, and the cost of a collective assault would be far too great. Higher-tier warriors, on the other hand, were often disinclined to pursue them, making their extinction a formidable challenge. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated her petite frame and resolutely declared her choice. She would opt for snake wine. Catching snakes was a simple task. Even if the medicinal effects were somewhat lacking, she could enlist the help of her kin once the benefits manifested. The sole concern that troubled her was the absence of spirits exceeding 50 degrees in this world. Indeed, the cultivation of crops proved to be of utmost significance. It had been over 2 months since she had indulged in a meal of rice, having carried it discreetly. The Orcish realm was vastly underdeveloped, while growing sweet potatoes, and corn seemed manageable. The cultivation of rice and wheat posed considerable challenges in harvesting and threshing during the autumn. Of course, these dilemmas were not insurmountable. They merely demanded an excessive amount of labor, which seemed rather unnecessary. Were potatoes truly unpalatable, or did sweet potatoes and corn fail to satiate hunger? Yet now is the time to plant glutinous rice and sorghum. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanyuan insisted, "Chief, procure some sorghum and brown glutinous rice seeds for me. I shall arrange for their planting upon our return." "No problem," replied the chief promptly, assuring her that he would procure the finest seeds with the least amount of effort. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. "Tongzi, you are truly wonderful." To which Tongzi, with a hint of pride, retorted, "Of course, you are my host. However, you should not fixate solely on farming matters. First, deal with the diamond snake that is being clutched by the fire tongs. It is merely stunned and not yet dead." Zhu Yuanyuan nearly forgot about the little green snake. After she exerted considerable effort to eliminate the mutated metallic snake, a new dilemma arose: how to preserve this snake. The system's backpack was inaccessible, and while it was feasible to purchase high-proof liquor from the marketplace to submerge it, where should she conceal it before cultivating sorghum and glutinous rice to brew the liquor? Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "How many knowledge points are required to purchase the smallest space?" "Not expensive at all," The sales representative replied enthusiastically. It only costs 999 knowledge points per square meter. This space offers preservation and anti-corrosion features, is readily accessible, and is particularly economical. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan clutched her chest in pain, lamenting the sudden loss of 10,000 from her savings. Alas, knowledge points are meant to be utilized. Hoarding them yields no interest, she sighed. The system encouraged her, noting she still had over 50,000 remaining. She contemplated expanding her space or purchasing advanced genetic enhancements and the exquisite potions available. Having endured poverty in her previous life, Zhu Yuanyuan had developed a frugal mindset, reluctant to squander her knowledge points all at once. No, I am too poor. I must save them for when I truly need them, she insisted. The system reproached her, expressing exasperation at her short-sightedness. Why do you cling to mere numbers? Investing in potions to enhance yourself transforms those digits into real power. Do you not desire to surpass even your father? It coaxed. Zhu Yuanyuan honestly admitted her wish to become formidable, but she pondered, sudden prowess might not be a blessing. Surely, the beast god would not look upon me with pity and bestow enlightenment upon me? Yet, one must first understand the concept of enlightenment. What are you saying? The system sighed in frustration. Why must your newfound strength be apparent? You could conceal it until a critical moment arises. After all, having once been a university student, how could you comprehend so little? It is widely acknowledged that human potential is boundless. Experiencing a breakthrough when cornered is perfectly normal. Zhu Yuanyuan's face paled. Filled with regret for the embarrassment she caused her fellow university students. To speak candidly, the idea proposed by the Tongzi was quite sound and entirely feasible. As long as she concealed her true capabilities, no one would be aware of her strengths. Thus, she resolved to heed his advice, purchasing both the advanced and exceptional potions, swiftly consuming them while the vicinity remained unoccupied. Zhu Yuanyuan gritted her teeth, determined to proceed. Tongzi felt a sense of relief, expressing that it was truly commendable for her to devise such a plan. He reminded her that strength is paramount. While she was still a minor, she had protection. But once she reached adulthood, she could not merely gather herbs in front of her home. Although the system's shop offered an array of herbs for purchase, the appearance of these herbs out of thin air could not be made apparent. Zhu Yuanyuan understood this logic, which is why, despite her heartache, she persevered in acquiring potions to enhance her aptitude and refine her physique. One after another, she consumed the elixirs, enduring excruciating pain that nearly drove her to the ground in agony. Tongzi, the host, should space out the consumption of potions, absorbing one fully before proceeding to the next. He advised. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, exasperatedly amused. What good is hindsight? The host has experienced the sensations of gene optimization and body refinement. I assumed you would possess some awareness, Tongzi replied. Is it truly foolish not to consider the implications of concealment? Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of indignation as she purchased a package of teething sticks from the mall. She took one and bit down fiercely, pretending it was her mentor. Humph, as a minor, shouldn't her mentor pay her a bit more attention? It can only be said that pain has a way of clouding one's judgment and rendering one unreasonable. 2 hours later, the pain that had seeped through her bones gradually subsided, and Zhu Yuanyuan's once contorted face returned to its original state. Only the cold sweat drenching her clothes bore witness to the ordeal she had just endured. She self-deprecatingly mused whether this could be considered a permanent solution. Indeed, her mentor confirmed this and even encouraged her to test whether her strength had increased. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled foolishly, displaying a rather unremarkable demeanor. Akin to the third best in the world. The tallest tree catches the wind first. She need not be overly impressive. For concealing one's true strength is indeed a sagacious strategy. Tongzi. Oh, do you really huff just because I called you plump? Enough of this trivial banter. Are we not to ascend the cliffs to gather herbs next? She declared, invigorated. The sun has yet to set, after all. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled up her sleeves, exclaiming, I possess a personal space now, so I need not fear the herbs spoiling. Your industriousness is commendable, Tongzi urged. Let us set forth promptly and not squander time. The more herbs we gather, the sooner the host will appreciate the might of her personal space, and then persuading her to enhance it will be considerably easier. Zhu Yuanyuan remained blissfully unaware of the system's machinations as she poured all the herbs from the bamboo basket into the bamboo container, storing them within her spatial realm. With a convenient repository at her disposal, there was no need to burden herself with excessive medicinal tools. Furthermore, she could not forsake the little green snake. Shortly, she would procure a bucket of liquor exceeding 50 degrees to steep it in. Armed with a sickle in one hand and a small hoe in the other, she deftly avoided previous mishaps, significantly enhancing her efficiency, which brought an unceasing smile to her face. Indeed, one should not hoard wealth. Knowledge, after all, cannot be taken with us beyond this life, and spending it is a delight, Zhu Yuanyuan declared with a flourish. Does this mean the host agrees to upgrade the spatial realm? The system inquired, seizing the opportunity. Yes, but wait. Zhu Yuanyuan promptly hit the brakes. How does one upgrade? And what is the cost in knowledge points? Clearing its throat, the system replied in a childlike voice. The price remains unchanged. Each additional square meter requires 999 knowledge points. The host may purchase up to 2 square meters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was taken aback. Why was there a need for maintenance when everything seemed perfectly fine? She instinctively called upon the marketplace, but the familiar interface failed to materialize. Attempting to access her system backpack yielded no results either, leaving her spirit considerably dampened. Given the pace of this maintenance, it seemed unlikely that things would return to normal within a day or two, and she was unable to retrieve any of the items stored in her backpack. The system truly was a nuisance. Fortunately, her personal space was bound by a blood oath. Rendering it unaffected by the system's repairs, she could still access the beast essence fruits and herbs stored within. Otherwise, her desire to expand her space would have been even less agreeable. This situation could not continue. Zhu Yuanyuan resolved to upgrade her spatial realm as soon as the mall and her backpack became accessible, transferring her more valuable possessions into it. This way, should her master suddenly vanish, it would not pose a significant concern. With her current capabilities, surviving in this world was not overly challenging, at worst. Her existence might be somewhat arduous. For the present, she needed to gather herbs without indulging in idleness. With the aid of her spatial abilities, Zhu Yuanyuan successfully descended to the base of a cliff, gazing upward for an extended period, contemplating the feasibility of scaling its heights. Her strength was commendable, and she possessed considerable climbing experience. Ascending while in good physical condition would not be overly difficult. However, after consuming 4 potions today, she found herself writhing in pain, and the subsequent herb gathering had drained a significant amount of her energy. Recklessly attempting to climb the cliff now seemed rather unwise. I'll return tomorrow, she murmured softly. There was, of course, a more time-efficient and less laborious method, seeking assistance from Baishir to fly her to the summit. Yet, harboring secrets, she was reluctant to have anyone accompany her during herb gathering, as she might inadvertently reveal her intentions. As she filled her basket and began her return journey, Zhu Yuanyuan cast a glance at the system's maintenance progress. To her dismay, it had only advanced to 7.5 an hour. This was indeed becoming increasingly sluggish. Her master's temper was evidently quite formidable. She would need to exercise greater caution in the future. As long as she did not cross any boundaries, enduring was the best course of action. The spatial realm was brimming with herbs, and it was impossible to dry them all at once. Taking too many out could attract unwanted attention, so she could only proceed in batches. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanyuan was not in a hurry. With the spatial realm at her disposal, she could afford to take her time. If necessary, she could clear a patch of ground at the cliff's summit, where the sunlight should be ample. After a night of silence, she hurried out the next morning after breakfast, citing herb gathering as her reason. It must be said, Zhu Yuanyuan's strategy was quite astute. After expending much of her energy, she discovered that there were not many trees at the cliff's peak. As long as the sun rose in the east, it would shine upon her work until it set in the west. Most importantly, the area was vast and level, making it particularly suitable for drying her herbs. The only drawback was the absence of precious medicinal materials like ginseng or reishi. She had found nothing of value. Once she had organized and laid out the herbs needing to be dried upon the large leaves she had specially collected, her task was complete. With no valuable herbs to guard, Zhu Yuanyuan did not intend to linger at the cliff's summit. However, as she turned to descend, she realized that while ascending was relatively easy, descending posed a significant challenge. A single misstep could result in grave consequences. Oh no, I can't possibly die here, can I? If only I had a parachute. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She wondered if the system's maintenance had been completed. If she could access them all, descending the cliff would not be an issue. With this in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan hastily summoned the system's maul. When the familiar interface materialized before her, her excitement brought tears to her eyes. Master, you are my savior. I promise I will never intentionally provoke you again, she exclaimed. Humph. Now you remember me only when you need something. How unfortunate to have a host like you. Zhu Yuanyuan exhibited an exceptionally gracious attitude in acknowledging her mistake, softly uttering, I was wrong. Forgive me, dear Tongzi, for your greatness. However, Tongzi lamented that the central system was already overwhelmed, questioning the meaning of greatness. If it were us humans, it would translate to a noble person has a generous spirit, but you are not human. Zhu Yuanyuan, with her large, expressive eyes, smiled, revealing her pearly whites, and said with a hint of profundity, You know what I mean. No, I do not comprehend, Tongzi replied, sensing an underlying discord. Are you implying that I am not human? How could that be? You were never human to begin with, Zhu Yuanyuan said, lowering her gaze and adopting a seemingly innocent demeanor. After years of companionship, you should be well aware of my nature. Tongzi, it is precisely because I am aware that I find it troubling. You have gone too far. Zhu Yuanyuan's demeanor shifted instantly, her voice filled with righteous indignation. You cannot tarnish my character simply because of yesterday's minor disagreement. Tongzi perceived that their host had succumbed to a malady that conventional remedies could not alleviate, requiring prolonged periods of tranquility and nurturing. Very well, I shall refrain from casting aspersions. The marketplace is now accessible. Purchase whatever you desire and spare me your incessant chatter. I am not inclined to entertain you any longer, Tongzi declared with a haughty tone, subsequently withdrawing into silence despite any further summons. Oh dear. It seems Tongzi has yet to calm down. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan grew anxious. Soon. Please refrain from getting angry for the moment. Help me resolve this issue before you fall silent. Soon wept profusely, lamenting how it had ended up with such an unashamed host. Yet, having chosen this host, it must continue to teach, even through tears. You may approach it this way, or that way. It rambled on with a torrent of words, ultimately concluding, in truth, it is quite simple. Have you grasped it? Zhu Yuanyuan, with her charmingly innocent face, learns quickly but falters when it comes to practical application. You might as well purchase a new one, suggested Tongzi, offering a piece of sincere advice. After all, it's only 20 knowledge points. Absolutely not, Zhu Yuanyuan replied without hesitation. I need to climb down the cliff every day to dry the herbs. And if I buy a new parachute each time, it will cost me 300 points in just half a month. I cannot afford to squander the knowledge points I worked so hard to earn. Tongzi fell silent upon hearing this, pondering for a long while before speaking again. There is a fully automatic parachute that can be deployed and retracted effortlessly, though it does come at a higher price. How many points does it cost? Zhu Yuanyuan asked with a sense of boldness. It requires 1,000 knowledge points. Zhu Yuanyuan, who had the opportunity to seize, surprisingly chose to gift herself a parachute instead. Ultimately, she purchased a smart parachute with a 20-year warranty and leapt from the cliff unscathed. Indeed, the high price bore its own justification. What a delightful decision. In the ensuing days, Zhu Yuanyuan immersed herself in foraging for herbs, concocting medicinal materials, gathering seafood, and sun-drying her catch. She was busily engaged, her possessions overflowing her personal space, compelling her to expend knowledge points for expansion. The system, astonished to the point of questioning its own existence, persistently advised her. But the frugal host remained indifferent. Yet, after it ceased its counsel, the host surprisingly arrived at a realization. Yes, Zhu Yuanyuan decided to expand her personal space, increasing it by 2 square meters in one go, leaving her with just over 3,000 knowledge points. Although she felt a pang at the expenditure, she willingly embraced it. even contemplating further expansions to enhance her space's capacity. Thus, she resolved to study diligently. In the following weeks, Zhu Yuanyuan retired early each night, diligently toiling, which invigorated the previously discontented system. Indeed, it was only when her knowledge points dwindled that the host found motivation. This coastal journey proved fruitful, gazing at her well-stocked space. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplated making more such trips, lamenting that she had brought too few potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes, consuming them all on the way, leaving herself to secretly augment her meals. Realizing that hoarding food was not a commendable habit, she sought fertile soil before her return to plant her favorite foods. Besides the usual fare of her tribe, she also added sorghum, corn, and pumpkins. It is noteworthy that pumpkins are remarkably easy to cultivate. One merely needs to toss the seeds into the ground, though care must be taken to thin them during flowering to prevent an overabundance of fruit. Perhaps due to an aversion cultivated in her previous life from excessive consumption, she had consciously avoided this prolific crop over the years. Yet, in retrospect, she recognized that the sweet, tender pumpkin was indeed delightful. Next year, she would confidently return with pumpkins in tow. You all must strive for excellence. Zhu Yuanyuan murmured beside the freshly sown seeds. A call echoed from the direction of the cave. Coming. Zhu Yuanyuan replied loudly, I'll be back shortly. She mused about her father's eagerness, noting that their journey back was not until tomorrow, and there was little to pack. She anticipated some light-hearted complaints upon her return to the cave. After all, being young, it was quite normal for her to occasionally act thoughtlessly, and the adult orcs generally did not hold it against her. Of course, there were exceptions, as was evident in this instance. Zhu Chang pointed at the plethora of items scattered throughout the cave, his expression devoid of emotion. Is this what you meant by having little? Most of these items were salt, with a smaller portion consisting of dried meat and herbs, piled high enough to resemble a small mountain, and it would require considerable effort to transport them all back. Zhu Yuanyuan scratched her head, expressing her belief that her strength was insufficient to be of much assistance. Is being able to effortlessly lift stones weighing over 300 pounds indicative of being weak? Zhu Qi's face was filled with astonishment. Yuanyuan, you must be mistaken about the concept of strength. Even an average adult boar beastman possesses only a marginally greater capability. Zhu Fei wholeheartedly agreed. Acknowledging that Aki spoke the truth, when it came to sheer strength, she surpassed most of the female beasts within her clan. Zhu Yuanyuan wore a frown, fully aware of her considerable strength, especially after having consumed those 4 potions days prior, enabling her to uproot a 1,000-pound giant tree with ease. However, she understood the necessity of discretion. If the shaman were to discover her true capabilities, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a free laborer. As for Qi Go and Fei Go, those 2 straightforward gentlemen, may their quest for companionship be fraught with challenges and tribulations. Her kindness truly knows no bounds. With a touch of self-aggrandizement, Zhu Yuanyuan joined the packing line, stuffing salt into newly woven bamboo baskets using animal hide bags and securing them with dried vines. 3 at a time. On their return, each adult boar orc would carry 3 baskets, while the flying tiger orcs had no burden to bear, tasked solely with vigilance and combat. Don't wander off on the way back, Zhu Chang chattered as he worked. Your uncles and brothers came with empty backs, ready to protect you in case of danger. But on the way back, everyone will be laden with heavy loads, so you must be extra careful. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan hesitated for a moment, her desire for idleness overpowering her resolve. She cast aside her work and dashed outside. Calling out from a distance, Brother Sure, are you busy on your way back? Not at all, replied by Sure, skillfully weaving a bamboo basket. What? Do you not wish to walk? Shall I carry you and let you soar instead? Is that possible? Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bai Shi readily agreed. Certainly. I shall weave another small bamboo basket for your comfort. In truth, even without her inquiry, he would have made the necessary preparations. Wonderful, thank you, Brother Sure. Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed joyfully, leaping 3 feet in the air before turning back to the cave to boast to her father. I won't have to walk anymore. Zhu Chang, alongside Xiao Fun, both diligent in their endeavors, has inexplicably produced a lethargic daughter. Curiously, this indolent female has attracted the favor of the beast god, becoming the cherished darling of the tribe. Even Zhu Chang, as her father, finds himself compelled to discipline her discreetly. The day of their return journey arrived swiftly. Zhu Yuanyuan was awakened early, her eyes still heavy with sleep, as she observed the flying tiger orcs binding bamboo baskets onto the transformed pig orcs. The bindings were secured tightly to prevent any items from falling off during their travels. Noticing the deep grooves etched into her father's skin by the vines, she couldn't help but furrow her brow, wondering how painful that must be. "It's bearable," Zhu grunted, accustomed to the discomfort. Compared to the injuries sustained from encounters with mutated beasts, this dull ache is nothing. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. Fortunate for her, her beast form was that of a miniature pig, no larger than a bamboo basket. Otherwise, she would surely have to share the hardships endured by her kin. It is no wonder that the Feihu tribe was willing to ally with the Heizhou tribe, with wings sprouting from their backs. If they were to transport salt in such a manner, they might find themselves unable to take flight at all. Those who ran on the ground were tasked with carrying goods, while those who soared above were responsible for security. Truly, a golden partnership. Zhu Yuanyuan understood the rationale. Yet she still felt a twinge of sympathy. The journey had taken over half a month, and even if they hastened their return, it would still take nearly 10 days. The discomfort of being bound and having her circulation restricted was unbearable. Had she not stubbornly followed along, she would have remained oblivious to the arduousness of venturing far in the world of orcs. If only they had a wooden cart. Orcs possessed great strength, and whether in beast or human form, they could easily haul thousands of pounds. However, it must be noted that mere carts would be of little use on poorly maintained roads. Navigating through the forest, there were no proper paths. One had to weave between the trees, sometimes even forging a trail where none existed. This was precisely why the team leader claimed that taking a detour was indeed feasible. As for road construction, that was an even more improbable endeavor. Any path cleared with great effort this year would be overrun with wildflowers by the warmth of spring next year, unless one could pave a road with large stones. Such a feat remained a distant dream. Zhu Yuanyuan quietly contemplated that purchasing a cement formula would be a wiser choice. A road paved with cement would be flat and durable, and even if it were traversed only once a year, its maintenance would be quite manageable. However, its conspicuous nature might easily alert other tribes to their activities, potentially leading them to uncover the clandestine salt production base of the Flying Tiger and Black Pig tribes by the sea. Alas, every choice carries its own advantages and disadvantages, making it challenging to decide. "Stop daydreaming," Zhu Chong urged with a grunt. "If you're tired, go back to your little bamboo basket and continue sleeping. You're nearly an adult, yet you still think of slacking off." Though he expressed disdain, he did not intervene, harboring a tinge of envy. The petite and adorable beast form certainly had its perks. Unlike him, who had grown robust and plump within just a few months, refusing to be held by his mother until he transformed into his human shape. "Oh." Zhu Yuanyuan rubbed her eyes and, in a daze, turned to seek out Bai Shi and the small bamboo basket she was about to embark upon. It must be noted that Bai Shi was a meticulous orc. The bamboo basket he crafted was neither too big nor too small, lined with soft, dry sheepskin at the bottom. After transforming into her miniature piglet form, Zhu Yuanyuan fit perfectly inside. The most remarkable aspect was that the basket came with a solid wooden lid. On pleasant days, she could lift the lid to enjoy the breeze and the scenery, while in the event of sudden rain, it could be covered effortlessly. The woven bamboo basket was breathable, and the snug wooden lid had no gaps, ensuring a comfortable environment within. Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother Shi, you truly are clever." While she had only considered hitching a ride, she had overlooked the idea of crafting herself a comfortable seat. Had it not been for Bai Shi's foresight, she might have had to endure the discomfort of a lumpy rattan basket. "This inspiration also stems from you," Bai Shi teased with a smile. "Now that you've been appeased, remember to include me in any future good fortunes." The Feihu tribe and the Heizhou tribe maintained a close alliance, and whispers about Zhu Yuanyuan being favored by the beast god could be faintly heard. Zhu Yuanyuan found herself in a predicament. She needed her uncle, the chieftain, to agree first, as she couldn't recklessly spread such rumors. Being a member of the Heizhou tribe, she had to prioritize her tribe in all matters. Cultivating the land was manageable, but leaking information was another story. The exquisite and practical pottery was highly sought after by the beastmen, with members from other tribes even willing to barter food for it. "As you suggested, once I obtain the chieftain's permission, I shall bring you along," Bai Shi smiled. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. Given that Brother Shi consistently looked after her and showed no signs of deceit, she felt inclined to comply. The two clans were already closely connected and had enjoyed a harmonious collaboration in the salt production endeavor. Thus, the chieftain's sentiments were likely aligned. Zhu Yuanyuan and Bai Shi engaged in casual conversation for a moment before the team prepared for departure. Just as Zhu Chang had mentioned, the team leader was exceedingly occupied, bustling about to address various matters. In truth, these were trivial issues, such as the front runners speeding ahead, leaving the others struggling to keep up, and those in the middle veering off course and colliding with one another. The boar-like creatures were also restless. As they ran, they collided, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Chang sniffled, offering an explanation with a hint of dissatisfaction. After a month of relentless toil, the young lads had scarcely had a moment to revel in leisure. Now that their labors had concluded and they were back home, it was only natural to seize the opportunity for some merriment. However, in their exuberance, they occasionally misjudged the limits, necessitating the team leader to intervene, either with a firm hand or a swift kick, to bring the overzealous back to their senses. Zhu Yuanyuan, how could she engage in such antics? It seems her experience is rather limited. Naturally, as adult orcs, their exuberance is not without bounds. By the second day of their return journey, everyone's spirits had begun to stabilize, and they consciously quickened their pace. Thus commenced their days of rising before dawn, having a hasty breakfast before hitting the road, consuming jerky for lunch merely to stave off hunger, and continuing their trek until the cover of night necessitated a halt for rest, allowing them to unload their cargo and savor a warm dinner. Given the warm weather, there was no need to seek shelter in caves at night. It was more convenient to camp near a water source. After traversing for 8 or 9 continuous days, Zhu Chang excitedly announced bright and early that they would return home 2 days ahead of schedule. Previously, they would rest each night at predetermined stops, taking a fortnight to traverse the journey, but now they could rest at any location they reached before darkness fell, making an early return to their tribe a certainty. Jubilation erupted amongst them. Oh, how marvelous! Just as they reveled in their good fortune, calamity struck as ominous thunder rumbled through the sky, followed by flashes of lightning and gusty winds, heralding an impending storm. This is bad. A thunderstorm is upon us. Zhu Qi shouted. Strong uncle, are there any caves nearby? We need to take cover. While they were robust enough to withstand a bit of rain, the salt they carried, even if packed securely in animal skin bags within bamboo baskets, would not withstand a downpour. If it were to dissolve and seep into the ground, their arduous journey would be in vain. There's a small cave ahead. Zhu Chang shouted back. Everyone, don't panic or hesitate. Quicken your steps and follow me. The sooner we enter the cave, the less we stand to lose. All were well aware of the gravity of the situation and responded in unison. All right. They summoned their strength and sprinted forward, ultimately finding the small cave just before the torrential rain began to fall. Zhu Yuanyuan nestled in the corner near the entrance, her figure and the basket merging into the dim light as she surveyed the cave. It quickly became apparent that the space was indeed quite limited, insufficient to accommodate their beast forms, necessitating their transformation into human shapes. Stop dawdling, Zhu Chang said, his voice slightly hoarse. Let us organize the bamboo baskets and create some space for everyone to sit. Uncle Chang, hold on a moment. Let us catch our breath, Zhu Fei replied, panting heavily. The recent sprint had nearly exhausted everyone's strength, with the unloading of their belongings relying entirely on the beastmen of the Flying Tiger clan. Once the items were removed from the pig beastmen, they could only revert to human form, stumbling into the cave. Don't rush, Bai Shi interjected. Let us finish unloading everything before we tidy up. Are there still a few baskets left to unload? Zhu Chang asked anxiously, glancing outside, apprehensive that time was running short. Almost done, just 2 more people with their loads, Bai Shi hastily instructed, creating a pathway. The salt cannot be left at the entrance. With that, he turned and dashed out of the cave. Zhu Yuanyuan indeed yearned to transform into human form to lend a helping hand, yet being a female, she felt somewhat reluctant to do so in public. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars echoed, and the light dimmed to an almost pitch-black state, with only the occasional flash of lightning providing a glimmer of illumination. The patter of rain reached their ears, prompting a cacophony of voices. It's raining, and it's pouring down like a waterfall. I'm standing close to the cave entrance, and I can still get drenched. Quickly, let us squeeze in. There are still some who haven't entered. This year has been relatively fortunate. We encountered a torrential downpour just before reaching the tribe. If only it could rain a bit less. Oh dear, could you shift your ample backside further in? You're taking up too much space. The conversation inadvertently shifted. As they began to engage in playful banter, casting aside thoughts of the relentless downpour. Regardless, the rain would continue to fall, and no amount of discussion would alter that reality. Make way, Whitestone urged as he and the beastmen of the Flying Tiger tribe squeezed inside. We still have a few baskets of salt that need to be secured. Ouch, you stepped on my foot. A somewhat familiar, hearty male voice exclaimed in dismay. Watch where you're going. Oh dear, please, stop stepping on my feet. Zhu Yuanyuan and bit her lip in amusement. This unfortunate fellow was rather ill-fated. Could you please shift a little to the side? Zhu Chang remarked irritably, there's such a vast space available, yet you remain rooted to the spot. After being trodden upon several times, the unfortunate man endured a reprimand from the team leader and could only accept his misfortune, reluctantly moving aside, only to be met with disdain from his companions. Don't crowd in. You only know how to shout when stepped on, and capable of dodging. So foolish. Yet you still have the audacity to push against me. Wait, what does my being stepped on have to do with you? After a brief commotion, the bamboo basket filled with items was neatly organized and stacked high, finally granting everyone a bit of space to sit down and rest. Zhu Chang finally recalled his obedient little female companion and hurriedly searched around, but the cave was shrouded in darkness. The torches he had previously made were already extinguished, leaving him with no choice but to call out, Yuanyuan? Where are you, Yuanyuan? The cacophony of voices surrounding him drowned out his calls, and he received no reply. Zhu Chang, feeling anxious, raised his voice despite the discomfort in his throat and shouted, Silence. Take the time to rest properly. If the rain ceases early, we will resume our journey. Uncle Chang concurred, adding softly, If you have something to say, keep your voices down so as not to disturb others' rest. Instantly, the crowd fell silent as if they were chickens. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan exerted all her strength, murmuring, I am here. Uncle Chang, we are situated in the corner near the entrance. Bai Shi articulated the correct direction. Zhu Chang cleared his throat softly, muttering to himself that Shi was indeed harboring ill intentions, and he resolved to be more cautious in the future. Bound by the words he had just spoken, he refrained from speaking further and silently moved toward the entrance, where he soon located someone. How's Yuanyuan? Are you hungry? Zhu Chang inquired in a hushed tone. I'm quite well. I had a hearty breakfast. Zhu Yuanyuan replied similarly, lowering her voice. But father, your voice sounds hoarse. It would be wise for you to speak less. I have some honeysuckle tea here. Would you like to have a sip? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled subtly and remarked, Father, you weren't snoring at all. It hardly seemed authentic. Moments later, Zhu Chang began to snore, a rhythmic and resonant sound that was contagiously soothing, causing those nearby to struggle to keep their eyes open. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a pang of frustration. Her father had truly outdone himself this time. No wonder she had awoken with a warm sensation in her head, initially attributing it to the rain that had made her ill. Nevertheless, she could not deny the profound love radiating from her father. The barbecued meat had long since cooled, a thin layer of white grease congealing on its surface. The taste not particularly delightful, yet she still savored it, nibbling delicately until it was all gone. Has it been raining for long? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired, quenching her thirst to alleviate the richness. It stopped around noon. Bai Shi replied with a smile. Uncle Chang mentioned that the sun lingers longer in the afternoon, so traveling now would be a waste. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her thoughts. Indeed, traversing a few more paths and returning to the tribe sooner would surely bring joy to everyone. Bai Shi did not deny this sentiment, expressing his own desire to reach home swiftly. How delightful, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured to herself. We are almost at our doorstep. Surely no further mishaps will occur. After 2 months of back and forth, even she, merely a bystander, felt fatigued and yearned for the comforting embrace of her cozy cave. Fear not, our numbers provide safety. Even if we encounter ferocious beasts, we shall be fine, Baishir gently reassured her. His words brought her a sense of relief. Peering over the edge of the bamboo basket, she observed her fellow tribespeople, noting the 21 robust black pigs frolicking joyfully, splattered with mud yet unbothered. Their short tails wagging incessantly, a testament to their cheerful spirits. Ah, indeed, stepping into a muddy puddle is truly therapeutic. Zhu Yuanyuan gazed eagerly, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. After turning 10, she felt too embarrassed to join her peers in splashing through muddy puddles. And today she had once again missed a chance to indulge openly in such innocent play. How regrettable. No, that thought was misplaced. How could she entertain such notions? Such childish games were only favored by the local swine folk. Surely, she was merely influenced by the residual consciousness of the original owner. As if sensing the yearning in her gaze, Baishir suddenly inquired, "Do you enjoy jumping in muddy puddles, Yuanyuan? Would you like to play for a while?" "No, thank you. I do not enjoy such frivolities," Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined. "I am not as childish and playful as my father and the others." Indeed, indeed. Baishir replied with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes. Our Yuanyuan is wise beyond her years, having already mastered the formidable skills of the great sorcerer Hu Yin before reaching adulthood. Surely, she would not indulge in such juvenile antics. Zhu Yuanyuan, in truth, there is no need to speak so definitively. If her friends extend a warm invitation, even if she is reluctant, she ought to make an appearance, should she not? Never mind. Shirgu is not a brutish creature. He does not comprehend her predicament. In any case, the two tribes are situated far apart, which hardly affects anything. The following 2 days passed in tranquil travel, and by the afternoon of the third day, they finally arrived at the small valley where the Black Pig tribe resides. Zhu Yuanyuan was exhilarated and eagerly insisted on dismounting to run. She could not allow the younglings of her tribe to witness her idleness, as it would be a source of ridicule. However, Baishir refused her request, stating gravely, "Please wait a moment. Something seems amiss." "What's amiss?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked, her eyes wide with confusion. They were at the threshold of home. What unforeseen circumstances could possibly arise? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a familiar figure suddenly dashed out from the side. "Father, something has happened in the tribe." Zhu Yuanyuan's pupils constricted, and her heart tightened in an instant. How could there be trouble when so many clansmen remained, particularly among the strong and able? What had transpired within the clan? Zhu Chang inquired in a low voice. Noticing that his elder son appeared unscathed and not in distress, his anxious emotions began to settle as he awaited further details. A few days prior, heavy rains had relentlessly poured, causing water to accumulate in the valley. The clan leader, fearing calamity, had bravely led everyone to relocate amidst the downpour. Zhu Yuanyuan recounted this unsettling experience, explaining that upon returning after the rain ceased, they found their former home submerged. Fortunately, the clan leader had acted decisively, silencing all dissent and insisting on the move. The consequences would have been dire otherwise. After all, the clan harbored many elderly and young ones. Escaping danger would have been a formidable challenge. "Where have you relocated?" Zhu Chang pressed on. "We are temporarily residing with the Feihu clan." Zhu Yuanyuan scratched his head, recalling the suddenness of the event. The clan leader had mentioned that there were insufficient caves nearby for shelter and feared further rainfall. Moreover, he wished to wait until the waters receded before returning home. Although his words were somewhat disordered, the meaning was crystal clear, and Zhu Chang expressed his understanding. It is often said that one's homeland is hard to leave. The Black Pig clan had flourished in this small valley for over a century. How could they simply abandon it after a single flood? Furthermore, relocating a clan is no trifling matter. It necessitates finding a relatively safe and habitable place, laboriously excavating caves for shelter, and finally tending to the fields of potatoes and sweet potatoes. After months of arduous labor, just as the harvest season approached, how could they bear to forsake their hard-earned crops? Fortunately, the valley was small, with few expansive plots suitable for farming. The elderly clan leader had wisely chosen to cultivate land outside the valley, ensuring that the crops would remain unharmed by the flooding. In summary, relocating an entire clan is not a decision made in haste. It requires careful deliberation. The most likely outcome is that once the waters recede, everyone will return to their respective homes, and this incident will be forgotten. Since that is the case, we shall continue on our journey, Zhu Chang said to Baishir. "Shall we have dinner at your tribe?" "Certainly," Baishir replied without hesitation. The distance between the two tribes was neither particularly close nor excessively far. Zhu Yuanyuan, unable to find an opportunity to revert to her human form, nestled obediently in the bamboo basket, enjoying the ride. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained silent, shutting her eyes to feign slumber. It must be said that this tactic, learned from her father, proved quite effective when her elder brother called out to her several times without receiving a response. He finally ceased his efforts. However, there was a downside to this charade. One could easily drift into genuine sleep. When Zhu Yuanyuan eventually awoke, she found herself in the Flying Tiger tribe, still nestled within a bamboo basket, surrounded by a throng of acquaintances, relatives, and even unfamiliar faces. To her astonishment, she had become a rare spectacle for others to observe. Yuanyuan has awakened. Zhu Xiaofan exclaimed dramatically. After 2 months apart, your mother has missed you dearly. Not only did she vocalize her delight, but she also physically embraced a small pink piglet, showering it with affection while casting envious glances at others, exuding an air of proud satisfaction. Nearby, someone nearly succumbed to jealousy, lamenting, Yuanyuan is still so adorable. Why can't I produce a petite, exquisite female like that? Perhaps it is due to the fact that both you and your partner are robust black pigs, Zhu Xiaofan retorted. Huh. As if anyone is unaware that small pink pig beastmen possess low combat prowess, a round-faced female scoffed disdainfully. If not for the goodwill of your great shaman accepting her and teaching her some herbal gathering skills, she would be entirely dependent on males for survival. White flower. If you cannot speak sensibly, then keep your mouth shut. Zhu Xiaofan reprimanded with a frown. We were all enjoying ourselves. And yet you had to jump in and stir trouble, truly more bothersome than fleas. Are you daring to insult me? White flower exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide. Do not forget, this is the Flying Tiger tribe. Indeed, it is the Flying Tiger tribe, where we are temporarily residing, Zhu Xiaofan replied impatiently, rolling her eyes. But you initiated this quarrel, and I merely retaliated. Ultimately, the fault lies with you. She trusted that the chieftain of the White Tiger tribe was not an easily swayed fool. White flower. If you have time, return home early to work instead of causing a ruckus here. Another female from the White Tiger tribe, Bai Li, interjected. Your daughter Man is a good child, yet her reputation has suffered due to her mother's antics. Do not assume that beastmen, preoccupied with survival, are indifferent to reputation. On the contrary, everyone desires a partner of good standing. White flower muttered, of course my man is good. Much better than some lazy leech who clings to males for sustenance. I wonder what has gotten into that stone boy. Though her words were not explicitly directed, they were no different from openly insulting someone. Feeling insulted, Zhu Yuanyuan waved her little hoof and huffed. Mother, quickly fetch me a dress. One must settle scores promptly. Waiting to retaliate only reveals pettiness, which invites disdain. No need for your assistance, Zhu Xiaofan declared, cracking her knuckles. Dare to claim my Yuanyuan is lazy? You must find life too comfortable. White flower scoffed, what? Am I not allowed to call out laziness? Then I shall say that your man is a gossiping sloth. Zhu Xiaofan was no easy target. You lie? White flower retorted angrily, raising her hand to scratch. Dare to slander my man, and I will tear your mouth apart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan calmly took over the conversation, remarking, with a mother like you, how could a daughter turn out well? This statement resonated with many females present, including several from the Feihu tribe. The fact that even her own kin stood in opposition underscored Bai Hua's utter failure as a person. Bai Hua had never anticipated such an outcome, and was at a loss for how to respond when a gentle female voice interjected from the side. Aunt Xiaofan, my mother is simply not eloquent. Please do not take offense, Bai Man smiled as she approached, bowing to the crowd. We are all elders here, and I apologize on behalf of my mother, hoping for your understanding. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to react. To offer forgiveness felt unsatisfactory. Yet to remain silent might seem as though they were taking advantage of their numbers, appearing unreasonable in their stance. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed and said, do not seek my father. Inquire with Brother Sure, for he is the one who has assisted with the gathering. All right, Zhu Xiaofan replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Man's expression shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and gently remarked, There is no need for any trouble. Simply expressing your thoughts suffices, as we all comprehend. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a grin, retorted, "You misunderstand. I have no words to share, but merely wish to transform into human form to demonstrate a few gestures." The crowd erupted in laughter, though some were puzzled, questioning why Yuanyuan insisted on changing into human form when they were accustomed to battling in their beast forms. A female from the Black Pig tribe responded, "It is indeed peculiar. Her human strength does not pale in comparison to our beast forms." "Is that true?" The female members of the White Tiger tribe expressed disbelief, imagining her as a robust figure. "Indeed, it is common for pig beastmen, regardless of gender, to appear quite formidable in human form." Bai Man felt a twinge of annoyance. If Zhu Yuanyuan were unattractive, surely Brother Shi would not take notice, rendering her mother's antics futile. Fortunately, it was her mother who had spoken, and the elders of the tribe would not direct their ire towards her, limiting the repercussions. Weighing the pros and cons, Bai Man spoke again. "Since Sister Yuanyuan insists on transforming into human form to converse, I shall assist you in locating Brother Shi. By the way, I am still unaware of his whereabouts." Zhu Yuanyuan yearned to roll her eyes. She had no comprehension of subtlety and bluntly exposed the truth, saying, "If you wish to seek him out, simply state it directly. Do not use me as an excuse." "It is not so. I did not mean it that way, Bai Man." Feeling flustered, hurriedly clarified, "I merely worried that my dear sister Yuanyuan might struggle to keep up with her short legs. I did not intend to belittle you in any way, so please do not take offense." Impatient, Zhu Yuanyuan could not conceal her disdain. She decided to remain silent rather than feign innocence and provoke further irritation. If provoked, she would not hesitate to respond assertively. She contemplated that confronting this delicate white lotus in her beast form would be a more straightforward approach, ensuring she would not be at a disadvantage. With this thought in mind, Zhu Yuanyuan lunged at the face of the unsuspecting white lotus, landing a few forceful strikes with her forelimbs before swiftly retreating back to the comfort of her bamboo basket. Having grown accustomed to the coziness of the basket after a long slumber, she deemed it her rightful bed and vowed not to abandon it. "You!" White Man exclaimed, covering her face, utterly distraught. It was evident that the pig beastmen were indeed uncouth and unreasonable. She struggled to comprehend the chieftain's decision to temporarily offer them refuge after such a significant affront. Unable to maintain her gentle facade in the wake of such humiliation, Bai Man glared fiercely and, in an instant, transformed into her divine beast form, striking out at Zhu Yuanyuan with a powerful claw. The crowd gasped in horror, urging, "Zhu Yuanyuan, quickly evade." Zhu Yuanyuan deftly sidestepped, dragging her small bamboo basket, mindful of its fragility, for weaving such baskets is no trifling task. "Look at you, with that vacant expression and malnourished appearance," Zhu Yuanyuan taunted, revealing her true colors. "Let us see how you continue to feign gentility and virtue from now on." Bai Man, incensed, gritted her teeth, vowing, "Today, I shall make you pay." She relentlessly pursued, swiping at Zhu Yuanyuan with a series of claws. "Enough of this, with your limited skills." Zhu Yuanyuan effortlessly evaded her each attempt with precision. Frustrated by her failures, Bai Man seethed, letting out a furious cry as she took to the skies, flapping her wings and charging toward the diminutive pink piglet. The commotion attracted a number of male beastmen, who gathered, eager to ascertain the situation. "What is happening?" Zhu Chong directly approached his partner, inquiring why Yuanyuan was embroiled in a conflict with a female of the White Tiger tribe. Some individuals, with loose tongues, remarked, "Yuanyuan is merely assisting with a bit of cleaning." Zhu Xiaofan casually added. "Oh." Zhu Chong furrowed his brow in contemplation for a few moments before exclaiming, "Yuanyuan, be mindful of your actions. Do not maim or kill anyone. After all, we are in the territory of the Flying Tiger tribe. We must not be overly conspicuous." Zhu Yuanyuan emitted a couple of soft grunts to indicate her acknowledgement. She was not foolish enough to act with undue severity. "It's fine, go ahead and strike. If you manage to incapacitate me, it will be on my account." The chief of the Flying Tiger clan, Bai Danian, approached, his countenance imbued with frosty disdain. Upon hearing the chief's words, Bai Man's limbs turned to jelly, and the pent-up frustration within her dissipated instantaneously. She collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. While Zhu Yuanyuan, having initiated her counterattack, delivered a fierce kick to her nose, causing blood to flow profusely. "Humph, you halted abruptly, and I had no time to retract my hooves before connecting with you. Don't attempt to feign injury." Zhu Yuanyuan retreated cautiously, mentally applauding her astute reflexes against potential deceit. Bai Man opened her mouth to howl in protest, baffled by the chief's apparent favoritism towards an outsider. Yet, she dared not question him, resorting instead to this primal expression of her grievances and discontent. Silence. Return at once. Bai Danian commanded coldly. They are guests. Your failure to treat them properly is one matter, but engaging in disputes and brawls with them is utterly unbecoming of a host. It would be lenient of me not to impose confinement upon you. Bai Man had no desire to embody the role of a proper host. Her intention was merely to discipline the diminutive pink pig from the black pig tribe. Instead, she found herself the subject of ridicule, having unwittingly become the target of a beating. However, with the chiefess decree issued, she had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. After Bai Man left in a disheveled state, Bai Danian turned to Zhu Chang, stating, "You have journeyed a great distance and must be exhausted. Retire early this evening. We shall address matters tomorrow." "Thank you, Chief Bai," Zhu Chang responded, bowing deeply and striking his left chest with his right fist in a gesture of gratitude. The White Tiger clan had a limited number of spare caves, and with some single orcs voluntarily offering their dwellings. The pig orcs were forced to crowd together in a single place, barely managing to find accommodation. Zhu Yuanyuan's family resides with her grandfather and grandmother, along with 3 closely related clansmen. With so many individuals in a confined space, comfort is naturally compromised. Fortunately, they are all straightforward in nature. Any disputes are addressed and resolved on the spot, preventing any underhanded schemes or backstabbing. However, the cave is cramped, and everyone must rest in a seated position. It is quite uncomfortable to lie directly on the uneven ground, so they must use some hay for added comfort. Yet ultimately, the heat leaves them tossing and turning, unable to sleep. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan laboriously emerged from the bamboo basket, cautiously approaching the entrance of the cave to observe her surroundings for a moment. She deftly nestled into an inconspicuous corner, thankful to the beast god for endowing her with her mother's beastly form, which required little space. During the day, while others soared through the skies, she lay in the bamboo basket idly, having completed her daily tasks. She could have easily rested, yet thoughts of the submerged tribe weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her with an unsettling discomfort. Although the elders of the tribe claimed it was the first time they had been inundated and assured her that they would return home once the waters receded, she could not find solace. For reasons unknown, Zhu Yuanyuan was plagued by a foreboding sense that events would not unfold as everyone hoped, but rather, a greater calamity loomed on the horizon. This peculiar feeling was disconcerting. She hesitated to voice her concerns in front of her hopeful kin. After all, as a young female favored by the beast god, her words carried significant weight within the tribe and could easily incite panic. System. Zhu Yuanyuan mentally called out to her consciousness. Am I unwell? The host is in excellent health, the system replied promptly. Zhu Yuanyuan furrowed her brow, persistently questioning. Why do I feel so uneasy? Is it truly because I have become neurotic? No, replied the system. The host is not unwell. The system altered its phrasing, yet the meaning remained unchanged. However, something felt amiss. Zhu Yuanyuan tapped her forehead, pondering if the exhaustion of the past 2 months was the culprit, harvesting and drying herbs daily. In addition to completing numerous tasks, she lamented that she should not have been so easily swayed into depleting her knowledge points. If only she had sufficient knowledge points saved, she would not have to worry about affording necessary items in times of need. In summary, her discomfort was the system's fault. Look at this hefty burden, dear host. The system mused, so large and round. Are you truly offering it to me for free? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to Tongzi's thoughts. As the moon ascended to its zenith, its silvery light penetrated the cave, where she bathed in its ethereal glow. The oppressive heat gradually dissipated, and she unknowingly slipped into a blissful slumber, even emitting cheerful little snores. During her stay at the Feihu tribe, Zhu Yuanyuan had kept a low profile, spending her days resting in the cave, attending to her daily learning tasks. Though Tongzi had not uttered a word, she sensed a foreboding that misfortune loomed on the horizon, perhaps in the form of natural disasters or human calamities. The memory of her submerged homeland inclined her thoughts toward the former. As the saying goes, after a flood, a drought is sure to follow, if drought were to strike. With parched earth stretching for miles and no water to drink, their family would inevitably be forced to migrate. Where they would relocate was beyond her concern. Natural disasters remained mere speculation. What truly mattered now was the news brought back by her elder brother. The floodwaters had receded, and they could return home. The fellow tribespeople could not contain their joy upon hearing this, chanting, "Homeward bound, homeward bound." The days of living under another's roof were drawing to a close. Once they returned to their own territory, they would no longer need to regulate their hunting quotas. During this interim, the pig beastmen had refrained from unrestricted hunting. The meager game they managed to bring back merely sufficed for roasted meat to stave off starvation, but a hearty meal was a luxury they could not afford. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt utterly numb, his complexion alternating between pallor and a shade of green. After enduring it for a considerable time, he could no longer contain his fury and shouted, "Silence!" The atmosphere fell into a profound stillness, leaving the crowd bewildered. Why had the chieftain suddenly erupted in anger? Surely, he was fatigued from recent trials. Perhaps discerning the thoughts of his kin, Zhu Yuanyuan snorted contemptuously, "We reside in a cave, and the earthen steps leading home are yet to dry. What shall we do if we slip and fall? We must wait until the path is safe to return." After some contemplation, the assembly acknowledged the wisdom of their leader's words, deciding against an immediate return home. A particularly earnest member inquired, "Shall we continue to seek refuge with the Flying Tiger tribe?" The question was met with widespread dissent. "No," they exclaimed. "The weather is warm, and with no rain. We can manage for a couple of days outside without troubling another tribe. Even if relations are cordial, staying in another's home is uncomfortable. It is far preferable to endure for a few days in the woods. Our own territory allows for unrestricted hunting. At least we can ensure a hearty meal." Most importantly, they had hastily returned upon hearing the floodwaters had receded. To now claim they needed to borrow shelter for an additional 2 days would be nothing short of tormenting their own people. With consensus reached, everyone agreed to camp out in the woods, and Zhu Yuanyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was gratifying that they could comprehend the situation. Seizing the early hour, he instructed, "Teams 1 and 2 shall accompany me to hunt, while the gathering party seeks out mountain delicacies and wild fruits. The remainder will establish a temporary campsite in the woods." Given the dense vegetation, they needed to be particularly cautious about starting fires, especially with a large group, as it could easily trigger a forest fire. They would need to dedicate time to clear a safe area. With a unified response, the group set forth, diligently adhering to their assigned tasks. Zhu Yuanyuan typically either follows the great shaman for lessons or ventures into the mountains to gather herbs. Not having joined the collection team, she has become one of the remaining group, tirelessly pulling up weeds and cutting through thickets. The tools at her disposal are inadequate, compelling her to rely on sheer strength. Thus the pace of clearing the ground is decidedly slow. It is no wonder that the chieftain has left so many behind to labor. With a quiet sigh, she wipes the beads of sweat from her brow and immerses herself in her toil. It is often said that many hands make light work, and this adage proves true. Despite the exertion involved in the clearing, they manage to complete their tasks before the first and second teams return, diligently gathering dry twigs to construct a makeshift earthen stove. Previously, they had been accustomed to using wooden frames, which made it all too easy for the meat to slip off or collapse while roasting. However, when Zhu Yuanyuan attempted to mold a stove from wet mud, she discovered it to be quite effective once the fire had dried it. Although rudimentary and less durable than one constructed of cement, it proves convenient for roasting meat and boiling soup, and the tribe gradually grows accustomed to it, crafting new ones with remarkable speed when needed. As the stove is being built, the playful younglings squat outside the potato field, drooling as they fantasize about the delectable dish of braised potatoes and meat. One little female, merely 2 years old, tilts her head and innocently asks, "Is braised potato really tastier than roasted meat?" Of course, the stewed potatoes are soft and glutinous, bursting with the savory flavor of meat. Unlike the dry and tough roasted variety, replies a round-faced, chubby boy. The little female's eyes light up as she exclaims, "Let's dig up the potatoes." However, the other younglings hesitate, for the old chieftain is watching nearby, Should anyone dare to dig up the potatoes, he would swiftly come over and deliver a stinging reprimand. The chubby boy touches his bottom, pulling the 2-year-old girl to her feet, urging her to hurry away to avoid the impending punishment, for the old chieftain is quite fearsome. The rest of the younglings share his sentiment, nodding in agreement. The old chieftain has the loudest voice and the worst temper, and it is best to keep a safe distance to avoid trouble. Their small voices are hardly subdued, and they do not lower them intentionally. Those nearby cannot help but overhear and stifle their laughter, while only the old chieftain remains stern-faced, emanating an aura of low pressure. Zhu Yuanyuan leaned in teasingly and remarked, "Old patriarch, your authority indeed grows stronger with each passing year, reaching a point where even the young ones tremble at your mere presence. Impressive." She raised her thumbs in a gesture of admiration. The old patriarch, Zhu He, cast a disapproving glance at her and retorted, "Get to work, stop lazing around here." Zhu Yuanyuan murmured softly, "There isn't much work to be done now. There's no need for my assistance." Zhu He, glaring, retorted, "The more firewood, the better. How can someone as young as you feel comfortable standing here with us, the elderly and the frail? Oh dear, I am so small in my beastly form that I can hardly carry a few sticks of wood," Zhu Yuanyuan said, covering her face in feigned modesty. "Going to gather firewood would only create more chaos. It would be better if I did not go at all." Zhu Yi coldly remarked, "You possess great strength. You could carry me on your back." Zhu Yuanyuan firmly declined, "That won't do. What if it leaves a scar on my back?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, her face awash with emotion, said, "Master, your magnanimity and grand vision truly exemplify the greatness of my mentor." Huyin, with a stoic expression, continued, "Do not rejoice too soon. I am currently in the prime of my life and cannot retire just yet. You will have to wait at least another 40 years before you can assume the position of the Grand Sorcerer." Zhu Yuanyuan, how rash. If she were to wait for 40 years, she would be a 56-year-old cabbage, only attracting older pigs. It would be far better to remain a lifelong single noble pig. In truth, orcs are not considered old until they reach 100 years. Zui interjected, reminding Yuanyuan that her strength was growing at a commendable pace. Finding a partner of equal caliber later on, even if older, would not be a concern. Who knows, in her old age, she might even bear a little one. The old chieftain spoke well, yet Zhu Yuanyuan forced a smile that was more painful than tears. However, joking aside, the matter of finding a partner must follow its natural course. After all, she is still young and in no rush. She was not one to stubbornly vow never to marry. What if she suddenly desired companionship? That would be akin to slapping her own face. The ruler exclaimed, "I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness in a host." To which Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, "Your limited experience is not my concern." As she conveyed her thoughts with a sharp edge. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan feigned ignorance, smiling radiantly at the Grand Sorcerer. "Master, do you have something to discuss with me?" As a disciple, she was well aware of her master's disposition. He was undoubtedly a homebody, the type who rarely ventured out without reason. His sudden appearance indicated he had something significant to convey. Once the main topic was broached, all previous trivialities would surely be set aside. Indeed, upon hearing her, Huyin immediately responded, "Did you not bring back a multitude of medicinal herbs from the seaside? Where have you placed them? Show me." "They're simply piled on the cleared ground." Zhu Yuanyuan replied eagerly, "I will take you to see them. Feel free to take whatever you fancy." The herbs were intended for the clan members and could not be sold, so it mattered little where they were kept. Huyin replied in a subdued tone. It was only when he beheld several bamboo baskets filled with the prepared herbs that a trace of vitality graced his otherwise stoic visage. "Well handled," he remarked. "And all of these are indeed useful." Zhu Yuanyuan smiled with satisfaction, remarking that her years of study under your guidance had not been in vain. Huyin nodded, then shook her head. The summer weather was unpredictable, and leaving the medicinal herbs outside posed a risk. "You are right, Master," Zhu Yuanyuan concurred. "But it seems there is no suitable place here." Huyin furrowed her brow, pondering the issue. "If there isn't one, we must devise a suitable solution. If we cannot think of anything, We should consult the clan leader. Those of advanced age often possess greater wisdom. Oh, I understand. Zhu Yuanyuan replied obediently. Once Huyin had finished delegating her tasks, she departed, showing no intention of assisting further. Before leaving, she added, if you aspire to become a great shaman, you must undergo more training. In the future, when clan members are injured or ill, it will be your responsibility to heal them. If you are unable, then seek my guidance. Zhu Yuanyuan, no, master, you should at least continue for another 40 years. Are you already delegating your responsibilities to her? Alas, it is all her fault for her indiscreet tongue. She dares to just about anything, and now she finds herself in dire straits. The consequences of her own actions weigh heavily upon her. With a heavy heart, Zhu Yuanyuan approached the clan leader to discuss the matter of storing medicinal herbs. The master, concerned that it may rain again, sought a place to shield them from the wind and rain. Zhu Shan inquired, does your master have any suggestions? None. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a playful flutter of her large eyes. He instructed me to seek you out, claiming that you possess the solution. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan pondered seriously for a moment, lifting her gaze towards the towering tree not far away. Let us construct a tree house, she exclaimed. A tree house, Zhu Shan echoed instinctively. Do you intend to hollow out the upper half of the tree to create a storage room? That one won't do. What if we damage the tree? The forest was filled with grand trees, yet Yuanyuan had set her sights on the largest and oldest among them. If the elder chief were to discover this, he would surely pursue them in anger. Let us choose another tree. If you find this one too small, we can excavate several neighboring trees, he insisted, emphasizing that this was a boundary the chief must uphold. I do not wish to hollow out a tree, Zhu Yuanyuan replied, exasperated yet amused. A tree house is simply a wooden structure built upon the tree. It will not harm the grand tree in any way. Zhu Shan, both skeptical and curious, asked, are you certain? Absolutely, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a firm nod, well aware of how much the old clan leader cherished this magnificent tree. Its sturdy and robust branches were capable of supporting a considerably large treehouse. Very well, if you assure me there will be no issues, I shall entrust this task to you. I will have A Wang and A Fu assist you. Zhu Shan finally relented, albeit with a caveat. Should anything happen to the giant tree, it would be your responsibility to seek forgiveness from the clan leader. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan exchanged 200 knowledge points in the marketplace for the skills to construct a treehouse. Seizing the opportunity while her two helpers ventured off to fell trees, she discreetly reviewed the materials several times, committing it to memory and contemplating it deeply. Without nails, she had to rely on the intricate joinery of carpentry to build the treehouse, a rather complex endeavor. Merely watching videos and tutorials proved to be insufficient for understanding. Thus, she decided to drag over a tree and attempt to craft some small components. Lacking proper tools, she could only utilize a bone knife and bone spurs. And after much effort, she managed to produce a few rudimentary pieces. Although the process was inefficient, she was relieved to achieve some success without complete failure. When her two assistants returned after felling about 10 trees, Zhu Yuanyuan promptly called for a halt. Wang Ge, Fu Ge, you need not chop any more trees for now. Assist me in crafting some items. She carefully explained the small components to them, demonstrating how to make a few until she felt confident they had grasped the technique. It was quite a challenge for her to learn carpentry skills merely to construct a wooden dwelling. The three immersed themselves in their labor until noon, only realizing their hunger when they heard someone call for lunch. They hurried to the riverbank to wash their hands and then dashed towards the stone pot, each seeking their own meal. Yuanyuan, Zhu Xiaofan scolded her little female, where have you been? We searched for you everywhere. My master assigned me some work. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a cheerful smile. What work? Are you tired? This was the concern from her doting mother. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head, asserting that constructing a treehouse was not an arduous task. She proceeded to elucidate what a treehouse entailed. It is often said that youth equates to a lack of autonomy, rendering various endeavors cumbersome. Zhu Yuanyuan had personally validated this adage. Even while proudly bearing the banner of the beast god's favor, she approached tasks with trepidation, hesitant to overstep boundaries. Typically, she would articulate her intentions, allowing the adult orcs to execute them. Aside from herbal foraging, Her ability to independently lead the construction of a treehouse now represented a significant advancement. Not only did she feel a sense of joy and see it as a promising beginning, but Zhu's mother also regarded it as a momentous achievement. The chieftain's willingness to let you spearhead the treehouse project reflects their esteem for you, Zhu Xiaofan earnestly advised, urging her to work diligently, avoid idleness, and seek assistance from her two elder brothers whenever needed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan felt a profound sense of grievance. Mother, am I truly your flesh and blood? Why is it that my elder brother and younger sister receive tender care, while I am forever the one subjected to punishment? In a moment of despair, he thought of happier times. Zhu Xiaofan gazed at the second son with a look of incredulity. If you were adopted, you would have been cast out on the very day you came of age. Zhu Yuanyuan, feeling indignant, thought to himself, am I truly as foolish as you suggest? Despite his retort, a sense of joy welled up within him. His mother often claimed he was adopted, and no matter how sorrowfully he wept, she never wavered in her assertion. Now, at last, the truth had been revealed. He was elated, for he no longer had to fear being cast out by his parents before finding a partner. Indeed, you are not foolish, Zhu Xiaofan impatiently waved her hand. I am conversing with Yuanyuan. You should mind your own business and refrain from interrupting. Who says I have nothing to do? I certainly have matters at hand. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with conviction. I am her elder brother, and you cannot expect me to toil on her behalf. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes darted playfully as she earnestly remarked, Brother, there is no need for concern. My work is not merely dependent on physical strength. It also requires intellect, and I would not want to trouble you. Hey, Zhu Yuanyuan, what do you mean by that? Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, hopping with indignation. How could someone as clever as I possibly fail to learn? Indeed, it was my misstatement. You are certainly not foolish, brother, and will undoubtedly master it. Zhu Yuanyuan replied dismissively before turning to her elder brother to discuss. The wooden hut I am currently constructing is intended for storing medicinal herbs. The sooner it is completed, the better. If you have some free time, do lend a hand. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan regarded her with suspicion, exclaiming, something seems amiss with you. To which Zhu Yuanyuan replied with an innocent smile, Oh, I'm simply concerned about wearing you out. Zhu Yuanyuan rolled his eyes dramatically and retorted, Once I finish this barbecue, I shall accompany you to take a look. With my remarkable intellect, there is nothing I cannot master. Zhu Yuanyuan secretly assessed the situation in her heart, yet her lips remained composed. No need, we have enough people. She replied. Zhu Yuanyuan decisively put an end to the matter, stating, I fear neither hardship nor fatigue. What truly distresses me is the absence of work, leaving me restless and uneasy. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was elated. She exerted some effort to push and even bounced around in the treehouse for a while. Indeed, next time, she should fashion a sturdy bone clasp, rendering her impervious to the whims of wind and rain. Sister, Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed, chest puffed with pride, what do you think? Isn't my prowess commendable? Indeed, it is quite impressive, Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a beaming smile, glancing at the extra wooden planks. However, she swiftly changed the subject. But with so many people around, your talents cannot truly shine. How about you assist me in constructing a smaller tree house, just for myself? Her petite beastly form required little space. She only desired an additional small window to avoid sleeping on the ground at night. As a nearly adult young female, it felt rather awkward to crowd together with her parents. What? You want me to do it alone? Zhu Yuanyuan instinctively resisted. That would be too exhausting. I shall take on the task, Zhu Yuanyuan bravely volunteered. I am older and stronger. I can complete it by nightfall while you help our mother chop wood. Zhu Yuanyuan abruptly changed his mind, declaring, Brother, this won't do. It is my sister who has sought my assistance, not you. But don't you find it exhausting? Zhu Yuanyuan bravely chuckled. Rest assured, I have already split most of the firewood I gathered. You need only return home to finish up, and then you can rest. I am not fatigued, Zhu Yuanyuan proclaimed loudly. I can complete it before nightfall. You should hurry along, brother. Let me handle it, insisted Zhu Yuanyuan. No, my sister has asked me to do it. The brothers stood their ground, caught in a stalemate. Observing the spectacle, Zhu Fu and Zhu Wang finally interjected, suggesting, since we have nothing pressing to attend to, why don't we all work together? We will finish much faster. Zhu Yuanyuan apologetically said, Fu Gu, Wang Gu, this is what I need. I feel rather embarrassed to trouble you. It's nothing, Zhu Fu replied dismissively, waving his hand. You are a little shaman. You have often assisted us with applying medicine and dressing our wounds. Constructing a treehouse for you is no trouble at all. With that, he beckoned to Zhu Wang, saying, Come on, let us get to work. After carefully determining which tree the treehouse would be built upon, the two began a new round of diligent activity. Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Yuanyuan and Zhu Yuanyuan, brothers, ceased their quarrel and hurriedly joined in to lend a hand, casting aside the task of chopping firewood into the far reaches of the heavens. After all, they had prepared an ample supply of firewood for the day, enough to last the entire night, so there was no urgency to return. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan is a formidable individual, but his sister is exceptionally fierce. Zhu Yuanyuan found his younger sister to be rather fierce, yet Zhu Yuanyuan perceived her as exceedingly adorable, unable to resist the urge to touzle her fluffy head. Oh, come on, Zhu Yuanyuan pouted, playfully reproaching him. I'm all grown up now. Could you please refrain from patting my head? Not yet an adult. How can you claim to be grown? Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled. Moreover, adulthood is filled with responsibilities, leaving little time for rest. I doubt you would enjoy it. It's not too bad, Zhu Yuanyuan replied. I have to learn from my master, and I don't need to join the gathering team. So my schedule is relatively flexible. Zhu Yuanyuan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a sigh, almost forgetting that his sister was far more formidable than he. The elder brother. I must have overthought this, he mused. He chuckled, suggesting that perhaps she was silently reprimanding you for meddling. Who said that? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted, rolling her eyes at her second brother. How can a perfectly good brother have such a disagreeable tongue? Sister, your words are rather excessive. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a stern expression. I'm your own brother. How can you treat me differently? API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded resolutely, affirming his stance. Indeed. I am compelled to act in such a manner. Zhu Yuanyuan sighed. While my elder brother exhibits affection towards his younger siblings, you seem to take pleasure in tormenting me. It is only natural to favor one over the other. Her relationship with her second brother had been cultivated through playful banter and peculiar interactions. Zhu Yuanyuan paused for a moment, remarking that everyone is like this, except for you, who holds grudges. Snap. Zhu Yuanyuan bravely raised his hand and slapped his second brother on the back of his head, exclaiming, What are you talking about? I knew it would come to this. Zhu Yuanyuan, filled with frustration, thought to himself, Fine, I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you all. I shall take my leave first. With that, he fled in a disheveled manner, as if being chased by a dog. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu, the brave bachelor, feels affronted. It is indeed true that there are many adult male orcs in his clan who remain unpartnered. It is not that they lack the desire for companionship. Rather, the scarcity of females leads to intense competition, leaving many to remain solitary. Zhu Yuanyuan was not devoid of urgency. He simply had not yet found someone to cherish. Each day, he lingered at home, not seeking solitude in a secluded retreat. With his parents and younger siblings around, he did not experience loneliness. Should Zhu Chang become aware of his son's sentiments, he might hastily expel him from the household, fearing the absence of a daughter-in-law. That night, Zhu Yuanyuan slept in a tree house adorned with a straw mat, accompanied by a 2-year-old female. The tree house was a rare sight, unfamiliar to many. The adult beastmen merely circled it a few times, indulging their curiosity, while the younglings yearned to claim it as their own. Naturally, seizing something that belonged to another was out of the question. Any attempt to reach for it would be swiftly thwarted by Zhu Yuanyuan. The younglings, restless and unable to be pacified by the adults, could only be promised a tree house of their own the following day. After all, the forest was filled with trees. With a bit of effort and time, it could be accomplished. The older younglings, reassured by the promise, settled down, but the 2-year-old female remained oblivious, refusing to be soothed. Zhu Yuanyuan decided to invite the little girl to sleep with her, confident that once she had her own tree house the next day, the little girl would no longer covet what was hers. The most disheartened of all was Zhu Xiaofan, who had planned to use the excuse of not wanting the young female to live alone as a pretext to stay in the tree house that night. Alas, another's young female had usurped her rightful place. Sighing in disappointment, she resigned herself to her fate. The following day, early risers set out for hunting. While the gathering team departed as usual to commence their tasks, the beastmen who remained were not idle. They approached Zhu Yuanyuan and to learn her methods and techniques, eagerly beginning the construction of their own tree houses. Zhu Yuanyuan strolled around, unable to help but marvel at the commendable efficiency displayed by everyone, which far surpassed our pace from yesterday. As she passed by, Huyin scoffed, remarking on the few who were working just yesterday, and then pointed out the considerable number laboring today, suggesting that a slow pace would indeed be concerning. "Ah, I understand," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a cheerful smile. "Master, what brings you here? Are you here to enjoy the spectacle?" Huyin retorted with a glare. "What are you talking about? I am not as idle as you." Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan quickly conceded. "Master, you are always busy. Your presence here must surely be for an important matter." "It's good that you comprehend." Huyin's expression softened slightly. "I notice the sky looks ominous. It may rain in the next couple of days. I wonder when we can return to the valley. I plan to have someone help me build a treehouse, as I have many belongings that I fear may be damaged by moisture." Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the assertion that constructing a treehouse was indeed essential. Yet, inwardly, she harbored a silent disdain, believing that explanation equated to concealment. Her master, typically reticent, had suddenly spoken at length, clearly revealing a sense of insecurity. After all, what harm was there in admitting a fondness for treehouses, much like the young ones? Zhu Yuanyuan firmly believes that age should not preclude one from indulging in small hobbies. Indeed, she willingly volunteers to take on tasks. "Everyone is busy, but I possess experience and can assist, master," she asserts. "Are you going to do it alone?" Huyin inquires. "Yes," Zhu Yuanyuan replies with a nod. Huyin furrows her brow, recalling that several individuals aided her yesterday. "Today, however, you claim you will construct the treehouse by yourself. How long will that take?" "Oh, master, just you wait and see," Zhu Yuanyuan responds with unwavering confidence. "I am quite strong, and after yesterday's practice, my speed will undoubtedly improve. Besides, my second brother is free. If necessary, I shall call upon him for assistance." Zhu urged, drenched in sweat as he guards the fire, sneezes twice, casting a suspicious glance around. Could someone have discovered his clandestine activities of digging potatoes for roasting? Soon enough, he realizes his thoughts have strayed. It is not a matter of being caught in the act of indulgence, but rather his younger sister seeking to burden him with yet another task. With a scowl, Zhu Yongming begrudgingly chops wood, occasionally casting a sharp glance at his sister. "Oh, come now, second brother," Zhu Yuanyuan laughs, undeterred by his demeanor. "We are siblings, and since my master is also yours, is it not our duty to help in constructing the treehouse?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan yearned to utter, "Master, do not be anxious." Yet the facade of composure etched upon her elder brother's handsome face compelled her to swallow her words. Never mind, she reassured herself. After all, she and her second brother toiled diligently, leaving no room for shortcuts and fearing no scrutiny. To her surprise, the imposing presence of the great wizard made Zhu Urge extremely uncomfortable, inadvertently hastening their pace. The wooden cabin, initially expected to be completed only before sunset, was astonishingly finished by a little past 2 in the afternoon. This was not merely a guess based on the sun's position. It was confirmed by glancing at a watch discreetly. Ah, her second brother was indeed quite cunning, often holding back during their tasks. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Zhu Yuanyuan was certain she would not forget her dear second brother in the future. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu urged selected an appropriate grand tree and set off in search of companions. However, after wandering through the forest several times, he surprisingly found no one. His mood instantly soured. Upon inquiring, he learned that his sister had accompanied the hunting team. What? The clan leader allowed her to go? Zhu Yuanyuan's already dark countenance deepened in shadow. What could possibly warrant such confidence? Zhu Qi, while stifling a yawn, extolled the virtues of a certain individual. Remarking on her remarkable prowess, she could effortlessly lift boulders weighing 400 to 500 jin and could even hold her own against a fey. How could she not join the hunting expedition? Truly, she was the female he admired, possessing not only sharp intellect and striking beauty, but also formidable combat skills. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He admonished, do not entertain any misguided notions. Oh no, not at all, Zhu Qi replied. His demeanor earnest and upright. As a person of such integrity, how could I harbor any ill intentions? Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled coldly and turned to head towards the work site of the collection team. Hey Mengzi, where are you going? Zhu Qi inquired. I'm off to find my mother, Zhu Yuanyuan replied from a distance. Yuanyuan is still underage, and some shameless rascals have taken an interest in her. I need to ensure my mother is vigilant. If she senses any danger, she should drive them away with her bone knife. Is that really necessary? As long as we don't express our feelings, it won't affect Yuanyuan, Zhu Qi said with a feigned smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Qi, deceived and disheartened, departed in a state of utter desolation, likely seeking a secluded spot to shed his tears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she leaned closer to her father and whispered, have you found the mutated wild boar? Zhu Chang responded with an almost inaudible murmur, bending down to examine the hoofprints on the ground. After a few moments, he straightened up silently and gestured, follow me, but be quiet. Then, he stealthily advanced along the trail of hoofprints. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed with excitement as she eagerly drew the bone staff from her back, ready to charge forward, only to be restrained. Hold on, Zhu urged in a voice barely above a whisper. We must wait for the opportune moment. First, we need to severely injure those two formidable foes, which will allow us to conserve our strength for the ensuing battle. With that, he lowered his body, seeking greater concealment. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded repeatedly, mimicking her father's actions to conceal herself, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. To become a proficient hunter, one must possess an abundance of patience. Fortunately, their wait was not prolonged. 3 small mutated wild boars began to scurry about, and amidst their playful tussle, 2 of them gradually approached the thicket where Zhu Yuanyuan and her father were hidden. Perhaps having strayed too far, the mutant sow grew uneasy, and with soft grunts, she made her way over, nudging the little mutants back with her snout. This was the moment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan, possessing considerable strength, pierced the neck of the unsuspecting mutant wild boar, which let out a couple of cries before succumbing to its fate. Well done. Zhu Chang managed to compliment his little female amidst the chaos of battle. Zhu Yuanyuan smiled brightly, then turned to chase after the small, mutated wild boar that was frantically darting about in fright. At that moment, the largest mutated boar sensed something amiss and charged fiercely towards her, its large eyes filled with malice. Be careful, Zhu Chang shouted loudly. Yet he did not move to intercept the oncoming boar. He had brought the young female along for training, and if he were to eliminate all dangers, the intended outcome would never be achieved. The educational methods of the beastmen were rather simplistic and brutal. In many ways, they were not dissimilar to those of wild animals. Yet they stubbornly refused to acknowledge this reality. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan was not having an easy time either. She had been trampled by the wild boar, leaving her calves swollen and her gait unsteady. It was no wonder her father had repeatedly cautioned her against venturing alone into the territory of the mutated wild boars. Indeed, they proved to be formidable adversaries. Had it not been for her father's diversion, restraining the sow and simultaneously dispatching 2 other young boars, she would have faced 5 alone. After considerable effort, Zhu Yuanyuan finally vanquished the mutated boar. Utterly exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, disregarding the blood that covered her. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Zhu Chang swiftly delivered a fatal kick to the ailing mutated female wild boar. He hurriedly rushed to the side of his petite companion, exclaiming with concern, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine," Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a pained expression. "I had always believed that the mutated wild cattle were far more formidable than the mutated wild boars. But now I realize I was mistaken. It should be noted that both are indeed formidable. However, the former is larger in size and somewhat clumsier in movement, while the latter possesses sharper and more lethal tusks." Seeing this, Zhu Chang felt reassured. He turned and ran back to the thicket where he had hidden, transforming back into his human form. After adjusting his leather skirt, he stepped out again, urging everyone to get up quickly as they needed to bring back their prey. Lingering would risk missing mealtime. "Father, how did you revert to your human form?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked in astonishment. The 2 large and 3 small mutated wild boars were quite hefty. Even the smallest weighed around 300 pounds. Could they really drag them back in human form? Setting aside whether it was even feasible, the journey through the dirt and rocky terrain would surely mar the pristine quality of their catch, resulting in unnecessary waste. If you wish to prove that you can participate in the hunt as a human, you must find a way to transport the prey back yourself. You cannot rely solely on others, Zhu Chang replied, busy with his task, stating that there was no time to assist. With that, he gathered some vines and bound the mother boar and the 2 piglets together, effortlessly lifting them above his head. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan circled around the 2 pigs several times before finally cutting some branches as thick as her arms, binding them together with vines. She then secured her catch atop this makeshift contraption, using several strands of vine to fashion a rope, and stumbled back homeward. Despite the pain in her shoulders and hands, she successfully transported her quarry back to her temporary lodging. Before she could boast to the onlookers, the sky suddenly erupted with flashes of lightning and a roar of thunder, unleashing a torrential downpour that left no time for anyone to react. The crowd hurriedly sought refuge in a nearby wooden shed, and Zhu Yuanyuan quickly followed suit, only to search for her mother once inside. This wooden shelter was inspired by the chief's treehouse, constructed by the idle old orcs. Zhu Wang marveled at the practicality of having a place to shield from the rain, acknowledging the chief's superior intellect. They had built numerous treehouses, yet none had thought to construct a wall-less shelter beneath the trees, which was both time and labor-saving. In the future, when they ventured out for farming or hunting, they could rest their feet there. Zhu Yuanyuan was immensely proud, attributing the innovation to his sister's creation of the treehouse. Otherwise, the chief would never have conceived such an idea. Zhu Wang pursed her lips, gazing at you as if you were about to float away. Those unaware might mistakenly attribute your achievements to your own merit. She is my sister, And within our family, there is no need for such rigid distinctions, Zhu Yuanyuan asserted, thus claiming a share of the credit. How shameless, indeed. The companions were taken aback. Do your parents know that your audacity exceeds even that of a mutated wild bull? Hey, what manner of speech is that? Zhu Yuanyuan replied, displeased. If I were to say that your sister brought honor to the tribe, would you not feel a sense of pride? The crowd nodded in unison, affirming that indeed, when one member excels, the entire family shares in the glory, as has been the tradition since time immemorial. Zhu Yuanyuan grinned widely, exuding an air of provocation as he remarked, unfortunately, you lack a sister. The crowd pondered the dilemma. Should they engage in one-on-one combat or a free-for-all? This question warranted deep contemplation. The unmarried adult males exchanged blows with fervor, their skirmishes spilling over to the married men nearby, some eager to join the fray, while others scowled and shouted obscenities. In an instant, chaos reigned supreme. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head and sighed. If this continued, the wooden shed would surely collapse. As if foretelling the inevitable, a sharp cracking sound soon echoed in her ears. Zhu Xiaofan, standing nearby, visibly paled and hurriedly pulled her young female companion away. They had been standing at the edge of the shed, wary of being drawn into the chaos, and now found it quite convenient to make their escape. Once the mother and daughter exited the wooden structure, they were immediately drenched by the pouring rain, which chilled them to the bone. Zhu Yuanyuan wiped her face and said, Mother, shall we wait in my little wooden house until the rain ceases? Very well, Zhu Xiaofan replied with a cold laugh, when the rain stops. Let us witness the spectacle, the foolish brutes who rely solely on their brawn, eager to see how the clan leader deals with them. Such a fine wooden shelter. Yet they insist on wreaking havoc. It is one thing for adults to endure a bit of rain, but to drag the young ones into this as well is utterly unacceptable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan expressed a differing opinion, suggesting that perhaps the clan leader did not strike with a wooden stick, but rather kicked with his foot. Zhu Yuanyuan interjected, exclaiming how painful that would be for the foot. Zhu Xiaofan, despite the lack of peace brought by her partner, had her fair share of worries. Upon hearing the words of her little female companion, she could no longer remain idle. With a swift motion, she leapt up and pushed open the small window, peering out towards the wooden shed. Oh dear, mother, the rain has come in, protested Zhu Yuanyuan. Be quiet, Zhu Xiaofan admonished, raising her left foreleg in a gesture for silence. Let me listen to the commotion over there. If your father is in trouble, I must rush to his aid. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan remained oblivious to her mother's inner thoughts, nodding in agreement. The clan leader's temper had worsened significantly under the mounting pressure of late, and she felt it necessary to offer more counsel. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could seek her master's intercession? The influence of the Grand Shaman was indeed formidable. However, Zhu Xiaofan promptly and decisively declined the suggestion, deeming it a trivial matter that did not warrant troubling the Grand Shaman. Zhu Yuanyuan could only nod in acquiescence. Just as Zhu Yuanyuan had contemplated, Zhu Shan was already burdened with the anguish of having no home to return to, as all his kin temporarily resided in the woods. Their distress exacerbated by the sudden downpour. The relentless rain only served to amplify his mounting pressures, and to make matters worse, his clansmen remained a source of worry. Under the weight of such immense stress, his temper flared, and he seized a thick wooden stick from the collapsed shed, brandishing it towards the troublemakers. Those who had caused the commotion dared not retaliate. They could only cower and scatter. Crucially, they could not flee too far, regardless of their prowess. Survival within the tribe necessitated adherence to the chieftainess authority. Individualism would invite ostracism from the community, and those with stubborn resolve could attempt it at their peril. Zhu Chang, however, did not dare to defy. With a family to care for, where could he possibly go if he left the Black Pig tribe? While dodging the wooden stick, he remained acutely aware of the sounds around him, and in a fleeting moment, he thought he heard the familiar voice of his partner interceding on his behalf, which moved him to the brink of tears. Yet, when Zhu Chang discerned the content of the plea, his heart shattered. Chieftain, do be mindful. Do not strike the faces of Ah Chang and his 2 children, especially the little ones. They are already dark and unattractive, resembling their father, and if they were to be bruised further, how would they appear? Zhu Xiaofan, with utmost earnestness, repeatedly urged and cautioned, fearing that the clan leader might be too enraged to comprehend her words. Thus, she took the liberty of reiterating her message thrice at the highest volume. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and remarked, "Indeed, in the past, I always sought a partner with formidable strength, someone capable of sharing the burdens of life. However, circumstances have changed. The female members of the Zioxiang Pig clan are extraordinarily beautiful. Previously, they faced disdain due to their lack of combat prowess, but in the future, they will likely be coveted and fought over. Once the rain ceases, we shall visit your grandmother's house for a few days." Zhu Yuanyuan quickly devised a plan. She needed to enlist her father's assistance to find two virtuous young women to consider as potential daughters-in-law. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan elaborately explained the situation, then sighed and shook her head, lamenting the troubles of raising male offspring. Not only must one nurture them to adulthood, but one must also assist in finding them suitable partners. It is possible to ignore that, Zhu Yuanyuan timidly suggested. How can that be? Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a scoff. Those two are utterly shameless. If they do not seek partners, they will not move out, lingering around the house all day and becoming an eyesore. Zhu Yuanyuan. Might she become an eyesore in just 2 years? It seems prudent to make early preparations, such as excavating a small burrow for herself before her parents grow weary of her presence. In truth, having an independent space would be quite delightful. After all, she is a young lady, and living alone would offer greater convenience. Alas, the orcs are rather unconcerned with such trivialities, cohabiting as a family without a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, in this world, females are spared the monthly visitations of certain relatives, and they often prefer to rest in their beast forms at night. Otherwise, she would have already begun making arrangements to establish a new home. How she longs for the quaint courtyard of her past life. Had it not been for the valley's low terrain, susceptible to flooding during rain and snow, she surely would have procured cement and bricks to construct a sturdy house. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's grandmother is a formidable female of the Golden Lion tribe, possessing an impressive prowess that surpasses even her father, Zhu Chang, by a slight margin. Due to the considerable distance that separates them, encounters between the two parties are infrequent. She recalls her last meeting with her grandparents took place 3 years ago in the spring, and now, upon reflection, she finds herself struggling to remember their features. She vaguely recalls that her grandmother exudes a captivating aura, embodying the essence of a powerful matriarch. Her commanding presence remains undiminished even at the age of 80. In contrast, her grandfather is a tall, slender gentleman with a gentle demeanor, his wrinkles failing to conceal the charm he once possessed in his youth. There exists a striking juxtaposition of beauty and intellect, a scenario wherein the female excels in strength while the male occupies a more vulnerable position. It is entirely reasonable for a capable female to seek an attractive partner. Although their meetings are scarce, both elders have always treated her with kindness, and she eagerly anticipates visiting her relatives. Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan affirmed with determination, her words sweetened as if coated in honey, "My grandparents are absolutely wonderful, and I adore them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyuan couldn't help but break into a broad smile, acknowledging the goodness of her heart. In the realm of the orcs, it is rare for females who have married far from home to return to their maternal families. Some may even go a lifetime without seeing their kin, leaving their offspring unacquainted with their grandparents, which is indeed a pitiable situation. Yet, her little female still remembered her grandparents and expressed her fondness for them, which brought immense comfort to her mother. "What are you saying, dear mother?" Zhu Yuanyuan protested. "I have always been a dutiful child, exceptionally conscientious." Indeed, indeed. Zhu Yuanyuan hurriedly nodded. "Yuanyuan is the most well-behaved and filial, far surpassing your 2 elder brothers." What a remarkable statement, effortlessly knocking down 2 individuals in one fell swoop. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan shook her head repeatedly, expressing that there was no need for such complexity. In our little pig beastman community, regardless of gender, the combat prowess was rather lacking, and there were no advantages in terms of partners. As long as I hinted at the desire to find a daughter-in-law, there would be plenty of young females willing to come forth. There was absolutely no necessity to take my son out for matchmaking. Yuanyuan mentioned that a male offspring is referred to as a son, and the partner he seeks is a daughter-in-law. Conversely, a female offspring is termed a daughter, and her partner is a son-in-law. Remarkably, this nomenclature proved quite convenient. Although she acknowledged that her mother spoke the truth, Zhu Yuanyuan, sharing the same pig beastman form, still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. She pouted in protest, asserting her own worth, stating that she would not be so eager merely because someone showed interest. Particularly, it was even more disrespectful when the mother took it upon herself to select candidates in the absence of the individual concerned. One could argue that it was quite disrespectful indeed. Naturally, relationships among people vary in intimacy and distance. Despite her disagreement with her mother's perspective, Zhu Yuanyuan refrained from voicing any discontent at that moment, her expression reflecting a hint of conflict. Yuanyuan, do you think this approach is inappropriate? Zhu Yuanyuan inquired earnestly. Not exactly. Zhu Yuanyuan replied softly. I am merely concerned that if you were to bring back a young female, what if my brothers do not take a liking to her? Our reputation would be tarnished. We cannot simply send her back. Even though the beastman world does not place great emphasis on reputation, such an event would still lead others to perceive the returned female as undesirable. Zhu Yuanyuan is not a saint, yet she is unwilling to harm the innocent. Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled. You little rascal, despite your small stature, you possess a great deal of insight. Is your mother truly such a malicious person? Zhu Yuanyuan, what do you mean by that? It implies that my confidence in bringing someone back is well-founded. Zhu Yuanyuan is not one to act without consideration. Despite your elder brother's constant declarations of disinterest and companionship specifically, a wife, he merely believes that the females within our clan lack allure. Having reached this point in the conversation, she candidly expressed her thoughts. All I need to do is find a beautiful wife for your elder brother. As for your second brother, he likely already has someone in his heart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan wore a stern expression as he remarked that no one could predict whether the rain would cease. However, the paths in the valley and the caves would likely remain damp for some time. He suggested that everyone construct a wooden shelter, at least providing a respectable place to take refuge from the rain. One of the clan members voiced a grievance, stating that the ground was soaked, and there was no place to rest at night. Merely building a wooden shelter seemed of little use. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan let out a cold snort. It was astonishing that even at such an advanced age, Uncle He had not yet produced a clever offspring. The old faces of Zhu and He shifted from pale to flushed, rendering them utterly incapable of retorting. As the clan members he had incited fell silent, he hastily sought to remedy the situation, stating that it was merely his advanced years and declining mental acuity, and implored the clan leader not to hold it against him. Although he acknowledged his mistake, his gaze towards Zhu Yuanyuan remained far from amicable. Zhu Yuanyuan, while appearing straightforward, also possessed a meticulous side. Noticing that his little female had incurred someone's resentment, he quickly chimed in cheerfully, Uncle He, fret not. Your mental lapses are well acknowledged by all. The chieftain will undoubtedly not take your words to heart. Zhu Yuanyuan nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, Brother Chong is correct, as you are, after all, considering the welfare of the tribe. This diversion promptly shifted Zhu Hei's attention away, leaving no time to engage with the oblivious young female. Subsequently, the group divided tasks. The stronger ones repaired the shelter, while the weaker gathered wet firewood, spreading it out to dry on stones warmed by the wind. Some even unearthed dry wood from beneath the shelter, prompting a chorus of cheers. The firewood placed centrally in the wooden shed had remained relatively dry, whereas those nearer to the edges had become thoroughly soaked. Zhu Yuanyuan contemplatively remarked, "We truly need to construct a few walls." The wooden shelter had not entirely collapsed. The central area had merely been piled high with wood. The surrounding pillars had been damaged in the subsequent chaos, causing a hasty retreat without realization of the central section being supported by the wood. In fact, this has turned out to be an unexpected boon. "I shall venture out to fell trees for planks," Zhu Wang proclaimed loudly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu He, with his lips pursed in displeasure, questioned the need for such trouble. Had not the chief of the Flying Tiger tribe assured us of a warm welcome upon our return? With comfortable days at hand, why must we erect a wooden shelter here? It is truly perplexing what notions occupy the minds of these tribespeople. They merely spoke casually, yet you took it to heart? Zhu Yuanyuan replied with irritation, noting the excessive rainfall this year. No tribe is having an easy time, and we ought to be mindful of that. I observe that the Flying Tiger tribe appears to be thriving. It is you who are overthinking, Zhu He muttered discontentedly. Nevertheless, Zhu Yuanyuan was resolute in his decision to refrain from troubling the Flying Tiger tribe further. A few words could hardly sway him. After much futile discussion, Zhu He, in a huff, stormed away. From the sidelines, Zhu Yuanyuan could not contain her laughter, exclaiming how eager Grandpa He seemed to visit the Flying Tiger tribe. Wishing he could transform into a flying tiger beast and escape this beleaguered little tribe. Yuanyuan. Zhu Xiaofan scolded sternly, "Mind your words. If he hears you, there will be consequences. Let him scold as he pleases. I shall pretend not to hear," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted with a defiant demeanor, having grown accustomed to his reprimands. Zhu Xiaofan, recalling the matter, was equally vexed. Disregard him. The old man's capabilities have dwindled instead of improving, and his mind has grown foggy. In the future, merely greet him when you encounter him. Do not stand idly by awaiting his scorn. Yes, yes, Zhu Yuanyuan nodded vigorously. She relished all kinds of food but abhorred being taken advantage of. Should she be provoked, it mattered not whether the offender was an elder or a matron. She would seize the opportunity for retribution. Zhu Xiaofan was entirely oblivious to her daughter's thoughts. After offering her advice, she hurried off to find her partner. Lamenting that both her husband and elder son were rather foolish, focused solely on their labor, oblivious to the need for rest. "Mother must intervene," Zhu Yuanyuan urged, "for I have little to attend to here." In the ensuing days, a series of torrential downpours ensued, threatening to submerge the valley once more, but just as abruptly. The rain ceased. After enduring the relentless sun for 4 or 5 days, the ground dried, and the caves became habitable again. Everyone finally returned to their own caves, relieved to no longer be crammed into a rudimentary wooden structure. To be honest, Zhu Yuanyuan felt a sense of relief. After all, the makeshift wooden shelter, erected by a group lacking experience and without proper foundations or reinforcements, had been precariously teetering after days of exposure to the elements. Another few days of rain would have surely spelled disaster. It seemed that the notion of keeping the wooden house as a resting place would require further contemplation. At the very least, she needed to master the correct methods of constructing a small wooden house before proceeding. Alas, it was evident that her knowledge was indeed insufficient. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Zhu Yuanyuan indulged in her thoughts, she increasingly felt that she had grasped the truth. Seizing the opportunity during her lunch break, she called out, Tongxi, Tongxi, you should come out. There are matters that require your explanation." Tongxi emerged languidly, inquiring whether the host intended to undertake a task. "Not for tasks. I have come to demand accountability," Zhu Yuanyuan retorted fiercely. "Years ago, I elevated you to level 2 through my efforts, and the rewards subsequently doubled. Yet now, as you approach level 8, why do the rewards remain so meager?" Tongxi replied calmly, "The next reward will double again upon reaching level 10. Zhu Yuanyuan gasped. "So only upon reaching level 10 can the rewards double again? This seems rather harsh." She suddenly felt a pang of frustration. Advancing a single level was no trivial endeavor. In what year could I possibly achieve that goal? That depends on your diligence, Tongxi stated. If you complete a task or two daily, you could ascend to level 10 within 3 years. I have my training and work to attend to. Completing 10 tasks a day is already my limit, Zhu Yuanyuan lamented. Feigning helplessness. Surely, you can't expect me to sacrifice my sleep, reducing it below 8 hours daily? Occasionally staying up late is manageable. But nightly slumber passed on would hinder my growth and invite blemishes, not to mention deteriorate my complexion, regardless of the time or place. A woman's desire for beauty remains unchanged. I have not suggested you stay up late or rest less. Merely that you should refrain from meandering about the mountains during the day, Tongxi asserted with authority. As long as you amass sufficient knowledge points, you can procure any medicinal herb you desire. Such words may seem easy, but Zhu Yuanyuan felt helpless. How can I simply lay about at home all day? 1 hour of lunch break is already considered a waste of time by many of my kin. If I were to sleep a few more hours, I would earn the reputation of a notoriously lazy female. The notion of walking one's own path, while allowing others to speak freely, does not hold water in this world. A male orc in the tribe once received disparaging looks after taking 3 days off due to illness. His partner, while foraging for resources, garnered sympathetic glances. Tongxi, aware of this incident, could not help but comment, the people in this world lack empathy. Do they not wish to rest a few days when they themselves fall ill? Indeed, Zhu Yuanyuan replied affirmatively, but they cannot afford to. The snowy season is long, making hunting impossible. Thus, they must labor more during other seasons. Sometimes, they must venture out even in light rain. Living in a technologically underdeveloped world is indeed a plight, Tongxi mused. But wait, during this snowy season, you cannot venture out for training, yet I have not seen you complete many tasks. Thus, it appears the host enjoys indulging in idleness, Tongxi concluded. Zhu Yuanyuan's eyes darted nervously as she concocted an excuse. Our family resides together, and everyone is busy crafting stone pots while I merely rest. Is that reasonable? Once everyone realized that the snowy season could also be productive, they busied themselves with such crafts. She could not afford to stand out too much. Tongxi gently reminded her. Have you forgotten? I am merely a juvenile learning system, and the day you come of age marks our separation. Zhu Yuanyuan astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Thus, when you suggested completing 2 additional tasks to ascend to level 10 within 3 years, was it merely a ruse to compel me into undertaking more assignments? Upon reaching adulthood, the system would be unbound, yet what significance would that hold? It is perplexing that she had earnestly contemplated its feasibility. This flawed system ought to be dismantled. However, it is not imperative to unbind, the system hastily clarified. Should you elevate your level to 10 before adulthood, an optimization transformation will ensue. Optimization transformation? Zhu Yuanyuan echoed in bewilderment. Indeed, it entails a transition into an adult mode that aligns with the host's needs, the system elaborated meticulously. Furthermore, the task mode will undergo modifications. It will no longer consist solely of daily learning assignments, but will be categorized into daily tasks and random tasks. Zhu Yuanyuan was rendered speechless by the remark. Am I engaged in an online game? Although she had no leisure for such pursuits in her previous life, she had a college roommate who was hopelessly addicted to gaming. Day after day, her roommate would either be seated before the computer engrossed in gameplay or enthusiastically sharing the joys of online gaming with others, thus inadvertently imparting a wealth of knowledge upon her. For instance, daily quests were a ubiquitous feature, with content largely similar and yielding minor rewards upon completion. In contrast, random quests were not a daily occurrence. They required specific conditions to trigger and offered bountiful rewards. A shared characteristic of both was that failure to complete them would not result in any penalties. Moreover, with the existence of virtual inventories, marketplaces, and levels, it indeed resembled the virtual management games favored by her college roommate. The host was overthinking. The voice of the system, laden with a sense of antiquity, admonished her that the rewards obtained in an online game could not be transformed into tangible reality. Zhu Yuanyuan immediately retorted that while one cannot directly extract tangible items, skilled gamers are capable of earning money through gameplay, which they can subsequently use to purchase desired goods. This assertion was undeniably valid, leaving the system, Tongxi, momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, it muttered, I am a system designed to guide the host towards a fulfilling life. I am artificial intelligence, distinct from those online games controlled by humans. There was an unmistakable hint of grievance in its tone, seizing the rare opportunity to see Tongxi at a loss. Zhu Yuanyuan felt no remorse. Instead, She reveled in her triumph with a smug smile. Tongzi, relentless in its demands for her to complete tasks, imposed penalties for unfinished quotas. Such a ruthless system deserved a proper reprimand. Humph, she too had her own temper. Without indulging in further trivialities, Zhu Yuanyuan feigned impatience and inquired whether there were fixed quotas for daily and random tasks, and whether failure would result in penalties. Tongzi answered candidly, stating that after the transition, there would be no mandatory completion quotas, nor would there be penalties for failure. Oh, is that so? Zhu Yuanyuan replied, her spirits lifted. It was certainly an improvement over the current situation. However, Tongzi felt a pang of sorrow, knowing that soon, a new artificial intelligence would serve the host, and it would no longer have to endure the harshness of its own nature. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan never anticipated such a response. For a moment, she found herself at a loss, her mind a whirlwind, uncertain whether to feel joy or reluctance. Days passed in a haze, and she remained unable to clarify her thoughts. Before long, she cast aside the notion of transitioning to an optimized artificial intelligence after level 10. It was not due to a lack of sentiment. Rather, as autumn approached, the temperatures that should have dropped instead exhibited a disturbing upward trend. She discreetly checked the outdoor thermometer, which astonishingly registered 45.9 degrees in the early afternoon. No wonder stepping outside felt like being enveloped in heat, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Even sleeping outdoors at night felt as though her skin might be scorched. Goodness, how could one endure such sweltering heat without a fan or air conditioning? To make matters worse, the river's flow diminished day by day, compelling her to venture far afield to fetch water for the potatoes and sweet potatoes. Even the strongest laborers felt their bodies ache after multiple trips. The old chieftain stood by the river under the blazing sun, lost in thought, his weathered face betraying a deep melancholy. After passing by him a dozen times, Zhu Yuanyuan could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Do you intend to turn yourself into cured meat?" "Nonsense," Zhu he retorted, his anger flaring as he raised his frail hand to swat at her head. "You little brat, are you asking for a beating?" "I am not. I did not," Zhu Yuanyuan protested, dodging while exclaiming, "Old chieftain, you lack martial virtue." "Martial virtue? What on earth is that?" Zhu he scoffed. "Stop spouting such peculiar nonsense. You might as well ask how many in the tribe have ever heard of it." Zhu Yuanyuan has withered. Habits are indeed formidable, unchanged even after a decade in the beast world. I can only blame my own lack of prudence, unable to restrain my tongue. Fortunately, everyone is striving diligently through life, largely indifferent to such trivialities. The most they might ask is the meaning behind words, only to swiftly forget once they turn away. "Elder Chief, are you worried about the river running dry?" Zhu Yuanyuan finally voiced a serious query. "Indeed," Zhu he replied, his brow furrowed. "In the autumn 52 years ago, the sun was relentless, scorching even in the shelter of the forest. The river ran dry, and thirst tormented the people until we had no choice but to migrate as a whole." "But wait," interjected Zhu Yuanyuan. "You once mentioned that you had dwelled here for over a century." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan laughed playfully. "Don't rush me. If you have concerns, feel free to express them. Perhaps I could offer some immature suggestions." The young one was being overly inquisitive, and Zhu he grew impatient. TSK, adults are just like that. When faced with insurmountable challenges, they stubbornly persist, Zhu Yuanyuan murmured. "I can't meddle too much, but what about you, O esteemed elder?" She deliberately emphasized the word elder. Zhu he was momentarily taken aback, and then suddenly enlightened, slapping his thigh in realization. Of course, as the elder of the clan, it was the young fellow Dashan who should be troubled by the clan's significant matters. He was about to take his leave when, just then, Zhu Yuanyuan deftly grasped the hem of the elder's robe, followed by the sharp sound of fabric tearing. "My clothes!" Zhu he exclaimed, utterly dismayed. Zhu Yuanyuan held a palm-sized piece of fabric and murmured, "If I say it was unintentional, would you believe me?" Oh dear, she had truly stumbled into a calamity. Just 2 years prior, she had procured cotton seeds and cultivation techniques from a virtual marketplace. In the first year, she tentatively cultivated a mere 2 acres, allowing her kin to witness the wondrous utility of cotton. The following year, the elder chief resolved to expand the cultivation. However, The seeds harvested from the first year's yield were limited, compelling her to discreetly incorporate them into the mix. With such a modest planting, the resultant harvest was scarcely plentiful, and the subsequent labor of spinning and weaving the cotton into fabric was arduous. Thus, cloth remained a rarity within the tribe. Aside from the few additional feet of fabric Zhu Yuanyuan received for her contribution of seeds, the remaining tribespeople could only obtain a small piece, sufficient at most for crafting a simple vest or a knee-length skirt. The elder chief deemed the cotton cloth too thin, yet perfectly suitable for vests. Once completed, he was reluctant to wear it, and today, in a rare moment, he donned it, only to encounter the repercussions. Alas, what a misfortune! API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan cast a glance at the old patriarch's vest, which was marred by a significant tear. This vest doesn't hinder your attire, she remarked. If it gets damaged, compensation is required, Zhu He retorted with irritation. What if I were to allocate the spoils of the hunt to your family, exclusively giving you the heads, claws, and entrails? It wouldn't affect your sustenance. How would you feel about that? Unacceptable. Zhu Yuanyuan's sympathy surged, and the mere thought of such a scenario infuriated her. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I desire meat, not scraps. Although the remnants could be quite delectable when prepared, the cleanup was excessively troublesome. An occasional indulgence was tolerable, but enduring such fare daily was utterly unbearable. That crafty old man had devised such a devious scheme. All she could do was submit to her fate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a slight tremor of her hand, Zhu Xiaofan nearly tossed the roasted meat into the hearth. What did you say? The river is about to run dry? Impossible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Xiaofan became increasingly anxious, losing her appetite for grilling meat. She carelessly tossed the meat into a nearby clean wooden basin and worriedly remarked, I have yet to find a suitable wife for your elder brother. Will this relocation not consume a considerable amount of time? Mother, Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. At such a critical juncture, you are fretting over your brother's matrimonial prospects instead of the dangers we may encounter during the migration. Your priorities seem misplaced. I am not concerned. With your father to protect us, what is there to fear? Zhu Xiaofan waved her hand dismissively. Yuanyuan, please help me devise a plan to find a suitable wife for your elder brother swiftly, so he can gain his independence. Zhu Yuanyuan, with a serious expression, said, Mother, there is no need to rush. The nature of fate is indeed marvelous. It is possible that on the journey, he might encounter a solitary female and fall head over heels. Zhu Xiaofan, displaying clear disdain, retorted, what good is it if he simply likes her? The female must also take a liking to him. He is so clumsy with words that he cannot even utter a flattering remark. Who would be interested in him? Oh, Mother, you simply do not understand, Zhu Yuanyuan continued, earnestly spinning her fanciful tale. Elder brother is mature and composed. He may not show it often, but in critical moments, he can provide reassurance. The age-old trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress exists for a reason. It all depends on whether fate grants the opportunity. Zhu Xiaofan never anticipated such an operation. She couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the stove. What a remarkable method. Oh, how hot. Be careful. Zhu Yuanyuan shouted a moment too late. The rudimentary stove, constructed from 3 large stones and having burned for quite some time, was indeed scorching. However, the incident had already transpired, and all that could be done was to minimize the damage as much as possible. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yuanyuan's lips twitched slightly. Her mother could be rather unreliable at times, yet she was her own flesh and blood, making it difficult to voice too many complaints. She turned and rummaged through the wooden shelf where the ointments were kept, quickly locating the burned salve. With a quickened pace, she returned to the side of the wooden tub and said, "All right, I shall assist you with the application of the medicine." Zhu Xiaofan replied, "No need, no need. It is merely a minor burn. There is no reason to apply medicine. What a waste. Just a minor burn, yet you scream as if a pig were being slaughtered?" Zhu Yuanyuan asked with a wooden expression. "Impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhu Xiaofan retorted, withdrawing her right hand from the water, nearly thrusting it into someone's face. "Hurry and apply the medicine. I still wish to grill meat, and your father will soon return home for dinner." "There's no rush," Zhu Yuanyuan said, ever the dutiful child. "You rest. I shall handle the grilling." Her skills in barbecuing were quite commendable, ensuring that her family would never go hungry. Zhu Xiaofan let out a light hum, remarking on your knack for charming behavior. Yet, she did not voice any opposition. It is only natural for a daughter, raised with such care, to occasionally assist in barbecuing. However, one must be cautious not to indulge her excessively. Zhu Anyang's thoughts were plainly written on her face, simple and comprehensible, prompting Zhu Yuanyuan to suppress a sigh, while also feeling a sense of relief. Thankfully, she had traversed to a primitive beastly world, where life was relatively uncomplicated. Had she been transported to an era of royal power as a distinguished young lady, with her intellect and emotional intelligence, she would have survived at most 2 months. 2 months, provided there was assistance from a capable protector. This is not a matter of self-deprecation for Zhu Yuanyuan. Rather, her previous living environment had been exceedingly straightforward. Each day was consumed with study and earning a livelihood, leaving her little exposure to the intrigues and machinations of society, rendering her entirely unacquainted with any schemes or deceptions. The meat was perfectly roasted, and the broth in the stone pot was also ready. As her father and 2 brothers returned just in time for the meal, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Zhu Yongming nodded affirmatively, asserting, "I have never uttered a falsehood. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with father and my elder brother." He casually suggested dragging 2 companions into the fray, reasoning that if they failed to placate mother, there would be others to share the brunt of her ire. Aming speaks wisely, Zhu Chong concurred, his expression remaining unperturbed. Iron-hearted Zhu Yonggan also expressed his agreement, remarking that mother's roasted meat was delectable, rivaling even his sister's culinary skills. Zhu Xiaofan then transformed her anger into joy as the family gathered around the large stone table adorned with grilled meat, commencing their meal. After dining, they did not rush to tidy up, engaging in leisurely conversation with one another. Zhu Chong proudly boasted of his successful hunt today, having captured 2 mutated roe deer and an entire nest of mutated wild boars. The clan leader praised him profusely and promised to allocate a larger share of meat for him. "Father is truly formidable," Zhu Yuanyuan exclaimed, applauding enthusiastically. "And I," Zhu Yongming interjected eagerly, "managed to catch 7 wild rabbits, 2 of which are still alive." "Second brother is impressive as well," Zhu Yuanyuan remarked, giving him a thumbs up. To achieve such results on his first day as a member of the hunting team is quite commendable. If only he were a bit more diligent, Zhu Chong chided sternly, warning him that in future hunting expeditions, he must participate in patrolling the tribe without fail. Any laziness would result in severe consequences. Upon reaching adulthood, the beastmen joined the hunting team, initially as provisional members who must pass assessments to gain full membership. Typically, one can achieve this status within 2 to 3 months, however. Zhu Yongming, being remarkably peculiar, often concocts excuses to take leave. Whether it be his sister falling while playing, feeling unwell, losing a tooth to roasted meat, or being saddened by accidentally stepping on 2 ants, his excuses invariably revolve around the unfortunate mishaps of his sister. Zhu Yuanyuan felt that her restraint in not severely injuring her elder brother was a testament to their sibling bond. However, her reluctance stemmed not only from familial affection, but also from her youthful and feeble strength, which compelled her to endure in silence. After painstakingly enhancing her abilities through advanced genetic optimization and body refining potions, she returned with eager anticipation to exact her vengeance, only to have her plans thwarted by the flooding of their tribe, forcing her to take refuge in the Flying Tiger tribe. Now that the waters have receded and the torrential rains have ceased, her elder brother has officially joined the 5th hunting team, rendering it unnecessary for him to seek her out as an excuse for absence in the future. Just the thought of it fills her with a sense of melancholy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Zhu Urge adamantly refused to take the blame, leaving Zhu Dage feeling quite helpless. Your sister shares a close bond with you. If she is feeling down today, can't you make a small sacrifice to cheer her up? Zhu Dage implored. Elder brother, do you perhaps have a misunderstanding about the nature of our relationship? Zhu Yong boldly posed a profound question. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yongming boldly proclaimed. Those who dare to laugh at me, I shall personally ensure they lose their teeth. This was rather fierce. Observing the entire scene, Zhu Yuanyuan could only lament. One must possess a modicum of self-awareness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Zhu Yuanyuan chuckled softly. Who knows who will prevail? She was no longer the same person she had been just a few months ago. Her strength had significantly increased, and she was indeed unafraid of her elder brother's menacing words. Zhu Yongming was taken aback. Are you certain? Of course. Zhu Yuanyuan replied with a proud expression. Don't believe me? Go out and give it a try. Zhu Yongming felt a flicker of excitement. He instinctively glanced at his parents. I will simply play with my sister. No. Zhu Chang instinctively objected. Your actions lack moderation. Zhu Xiaofan also disagreed, stating, we have important matters to discuss today. Let us refrain from any disturbances for now. If you wish to play, please wait. The 3 males in unison inquired, what important matter? Yuanyuan, please share with them. Zhu Xiaofan instructed. Certainly, Zhu Yuanyuan responded, recounting the conversation with the elder patriarch. The river is on the verge of drying up? Zhu Chang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. I recall there was a flood just last month. Indeed. However, the days have grown increasingly hot, and there has been no rainfall. Zhu Xiaofan reflected on her observations while gathering in the mountains that morning.